Yo, what's up, guys? How you doing? Happy release day. Because all of you clearly have been playing this game already. Terrell, Requiem, Willow, Emperor, thank you for that 1 week stream. Kaguya, hello, Excel, Smooch, I appreciate that, congratulations, thank you so much. Magnus, still recovering a bit, so be vibing, oh, it sounds good, dude. Star the Fox, Druzzy, Mochi, congratulations on your play, by the way, Mochi, and Kitty King, hello. And everybody else, Blackie, hello. It's good to see you guys. Tiny bit late, but all good. We got the long stream today. Attempt number 2 at the long stream of the full 200. I'll probably actually go, like, closer to a speedrun, actually, today. Before we were kind of going, like, middle ground scoring. But I figured, like, if I'm gonna go scoring on this job, I may as well go hard, and I'll do that in the future. So let's just try to just get this all done in today. Couple things before we get started. Picto was super fun in all 3 D dungeons. Yeah, I'm kind of with that too. I mean, didn't make it far in Palace yet, but I was having a lot of fun in Palace. I've heard so many good things about EO too, and definitely excited to see it in action. That'll be like my finale, quote unquote, of the new jobs. It's gonna finish off with EO, but I didn't know who to watch, so I watched anime. Okay, I hope you have good anime. Hey, what's up, Kitty King? I'm doing good. Had a long morning, but I'm ready to go for this one. Kind of feel back to normal. I was kind of feeling like... I was feeling a little off since Sunday. I don't know if it's like... It wasn't sick. It was just not, like, you know, normal self. So having the rest day yesterday kind of reset everything. So it's really nice. So I kind of feel a lot closer to normal right now. So we're going to try to do the 200. It might screw me up after doing the 200 today, but we'll do it anyway. Quick things before we start. I made sure that the drops are on. I got the notification that the drops are on. Now, usually, there is like a ticker that shows up. I know with Honkai, there's like a ticker that tells you like how long you've watched the stream, and then it'll like fill up. I didn't quite see that, but I know it says that you guys should be getting it. The website for on the Final Fantasy load zone, it says that you have to go 6 hours for the mount, but Twitch drop says 3 hours, so we'll see after, I don't know, 3 hours or what happens. But, yeah, just a couple upkeeping there. Also, to the guys on YouTube, I'll probably say this a couple times, there is exclusive Twitch drops, that if you actually watch a stream, and I think if you have Twitch, the drops on, you can get a mount from Twitch. That's the one thing that's going to be a little bit of an advantage, with Twitch at the moment, because you can't do that on YouTube. So I'll say that throughout the day, to make sure that you guys, if you want to hop over here for a little bit, before, you know, you can hang in YouTube, just not open the tab and stuff, etc. Do I have the Cursed title? Nope. Aurora farmed his. I'm not. I'm actually close to Hoarded. I'm close to the Hoarded. What is it? Achievements. Really? Watch list. Here we go. I'm so close. If I get it in today's stream, I'm 8 away from Hoarder. I didn't realize how close I was. What's up, D-Buns? Hey, Ganu. Hey, Elvis. Thank you. Hey, Ren. Looking forward to some drops in PoTD. Hey, I got you guys. Yeah, and what Blackie was saying, we have no main story here. Oh, that reminds me. Let me get rid of this too. Okay. Good. We'll get rid of that so you guys don't see that throughout the stream. I'm not very far. I just got past the first dungeon, but still, just making sure that you guys don't get anything. I only see XP food in the drop list. Where is it? So there's like 3. You get XP something, you get ether tickets, and the big one is the mounts. Which, like I said, Lodestone says 6 hours, but Twitch says 3 hours. It's 180 minutes. So we'll see what happens in that amount of time. But let me know if you guys get it. It should be on, like I said, because I made sure, and I got the notification. So y'all should be getting drops now. I'm very excited about the drops, because like, I think it's like literally the first time they've done drops, and I wish they've done it before. But here we are, so we're here. 1 and 256, how you doing? The food is 4%. Isn't the food usually 3%? So it's actually extra special. Hey, Caroline. Hello there. Congratulations on your previous one. Thank you. Apologize in advance. I'll just like, hey, all good. It's all good, Caroline. Do not even apologize for that. Do your thing. Enjoy your thing. And hop in whenever you want to. Here for the run, the drops are just a neat bonus. I appreciate that. Thanks, Wake. How you doing? It's so exciting that it's for the whole... Yeah, I know, D-Buttons, let me tell you. Let me tell you. I hope they do it more often. They really should. I mean, Twitch Drops has been really such a nice feature for like all games, really. They really should do it more often. And as it drops, because that means everyone, even like if some of you guys, you know, are kind of streaming to yourself or just to a couple friends, at least you feel like you're a part of something, which is kind of nice. I mentioned in Cog Stream earlier that the drops are just a good excuse to watch. Yeah, well, we're probably gonna go like maybe 10 hours today, probably. So let's see how it goes. Yo, what up, Darth? Loving Crafters, so glad to have some defense on the side, ready to get back to the grind. Hell yeah! Yeah, I've been chipping away slightly in the main story. Not gonna say too much about that, of course. But I got... So yesterday afforded me a little bit of time to actually get some things done in 14. I actually have a glamour now for Picto. I was on D-Buns' stream yesterday, kind of just seeing what she got in her glamour while I was trying to fix up mine, and now I have a glamour. I would have stuck with the AF. The artifact gear was pretty good, but I wanted something, you know, a little bit more my style, so we have one, which is nice. I sacrificed a Furby in the hopes that the servers don't... If it happens, it happens. I mean, look, the servers had only that one hiccup, and it was only NA, and it wasn't a DDoS, so what can you do, right? To me, it's like, it's just an excuse for more content, I guess. I just do it again. Just have to, you know, adjust the schedule, but some of the PvP weapons are gorgeous. They would be if they weren't red. I tried dyeing them, they were still red, and I'm like, oh, this doesn't really help me. I guess I'll avoid him. I ended up with, like, some kind of... Actually, some basic gear, in a way. I kind of ended with some basic-ish, but it looks pretty artsy. I have a little bit of my old caster gear. I have a different body and I have a different hat. And I got the weapon from Radzahan. I think it's the 630. That was pretty cool. So that's the weapon I currently have. But as I go in the higher levels, I'm sure I'm gonna find something else. I'm gonna go this way. I got one of the Vipers to not look too red. Picto can't change that red. Yeah. Wish you could. Wish you could. But don't worry. I think something later on probably will show up. But I'll worry about that when I get there. I finally cleared. Hey! Did the sketchiest reso play ever, and got the Paladin cleared. Finally done with my self-imposed Kraus Necromancer challenge. Hey! Does that mean you're actually gonna, like, do other things in the game, or are you gonna, like, do another clear? Dude, RMX, you've been working on that for a while. I am proud of you, dude. Congratulations. Welcome to the club. Hell yeah. Really like your string. That's awesome. RMX has been working on the Paladin clear for quite a while. And they've just been chipping away at it little by little, and we got it. I wish you could dye the umbrella in this PvP series. The whole style of it is amazing, really. I didn't even look at the rewards. All I know about the rewards in PvP is, Noishi is the Brute Justice mount. That's all I know. And I heard, I think one of my buddies was joking how it would be a really funny mount in Rival Wings, because isn't that one of the mounts that you have for Rival Wings to, like, use as your thingy? Hey, Virgil. Really would like that strength, but whatever, it's fine. Boom, boom. Oh, Lucid. I used the Lucid. Oh my god, something dropped, really? Strength. It's not a strength. Do I open the exit amount? We're gonna go a little faster today. Nope, that's not it. Gonna tap into my speedrun experience and go just a bit faster for the long run today. Am I the only one that thinks Viper is very boring? After my main ninja, there's always nothing to rest. I think it is, like, see, that's what I think too, but I think from what I've heard is that once you get the full kit of Viper, it definitely feels a lot better. It's just, it's very, very, like, you know, backloaded with all the things at the higher levels. 60 did not feel great. I don't think 670 is gonna feel any more greater. 90 I heard was a lot better. And I'm sure 100 feels fine, but... Yo, exotic, 6 is a 1 bit. Pictomancer. And all the abilities are high-end. Yeah, and I heard, I'm hearing good things about Viper, and at least in like 100-ish. Like some, like, there doesn't seem to be too much complaining there. It's just, you know, it's just kind of a weird job. But, I mean, you don't design jobs for Deep Dungeon, right? You don't design, I mean, I guess you still want to have the job functional in the lower levels. That's still important. But it is kind of interesting because I had someone comment in my Twitter thingy when I posted about Viper that they kind of wish that they spend more time fleshing out the lower levels, especially like for newer players. But then you have Picto. Like, Picto feels great in the lower levels. It's like such a stark difference between the two of them. So I do wonder if, like, there is enough going that that they might actually adjust something about Viper in the lower levels. But I guess it just is what it is, right? I mostly just groan when I see an instance full of Vipers because I know it's going to take forever. Oh no. Especially on the lower levels right now. Damage is like not terrible, but like at least my experience through Palace, it was like, you know, median, like it was in the middle. That's assuming you were in disengaging for any reason. Again, it was so weird because I felt Behemoth was slow, but then 150 was great. Like 150 actually was amazing. I don't know if that was like a scaling thing, but... And then Godfather was fine. I would say it was like on par. Maybe like above average on Godfather. But then again, that's experience kicking in too. I was surprised because it got the Sam goods, but it feels like Reaper minus the mid and etc. Yeah. Am I dead here? Steal? Sure. Who asked you to aggro? Both adjuster, we'll see. Wait to raid, we'll see, yeah. I tried Viper, EO, 21 to 30. It was meh. They're missing at least mid a couple buttons. I can't tell if it's just people are bad. I mean... You know. I would say most people are questionable. In this game. Probably. Just depends on what you're setting your expectations to, right? So... Is it me or Square Enix website is overwhelmed? It is official release day, so there is a possibility that's a thing. You could also be having a lot of people, well that's Mog Station though, you could be a lot of people like, entering their codes and stuff, which, oh, that was the other thing I wanted to mention. Make sure you guys enter your codes. Your official release codes if you haven't done it already. That was available since, yesterday. So make sure you take the time to go and put it in. Otherwise, you're gonna get kicked out. You're gonna be like, wait, why can't I play the game on like the 5th of July? On Friday. And it's just because you didn't enter your code. People are gonna suck at it right away. It took me a run. I mean, I feel kind of like I feel kind of bad now that like my fellow community members seems to be having an easier time in Picto than I am. Oh my god, dude, I had such a problem. I feel like some of the guys are like having not as much of a problem. It's like it's almost like I want to run it back to just see if I can re-understand it, or maybe after Palace if I get a better understanding. Like I feel like maybe I made it harder than it should have been. Don't want to give the wrong. Oh well, I didn't need that strength anyway. I realize it's a very new class, so I'm trying to figure out if the class is under 2 and it's just for players. I mean, that's fair. I mean, especially if you have a pacing of things. I mean, like I said, with like at least 60 Fido, it does feel, you know, mediocre. I will say though, Viper's 60 AoE rotation feels strong. Like that was noticeably stronger. So it does have that, I guess, going for it, but I'm not sure about anything else. Honestly, feel like I'm gonna struggle with Picto Heaven on High, but I haven't played Heaven on High in a year. I'm sure you'll be fine. I mean, if Sig was fine, I'm sure you'll be fine. I think Sig didn't do Heaven on High in like a year or two. Amy, thanks for the follow-up. Oh. I don't know why Pictomancer looks fun to me, but I feel so bad playing at least Viper. Well, and Aurora, I hope you're having a good day today, by the way, good to see you. Well, the thing is, like, casters are always gonna be weird, I think, for some people. So, like, if you felt weird with, like, even Red Mage and Black Mage, then if you feel weird with Black Mage, I feel like you're gonna feel weird with Pictomancer, because Pictomancer does have that idea of needing to kind of be a couple steps ahead when you're casting stuff. So it kind of plays into that. And there are people who are gonna like it and be not so much in tune with it, you know? But Red Mage is your main. See, I feel like it's very different though, right? Red Mage Summoner, I feel like are in that separate category, but then Black Mage Picto are together in that category. Like I don't put Red Mage even close to Black Mage because the mobility on Red Mage is kind of nutty. Well, it can be nutty. That's one reason I like the job. But... Edda, hey, big brain artist main. Well, actually, I am taking this job through main story, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna call it my main, but it is a job that I'm having a lot more fun with at the moment. Thank you for the stream. Just register it? Hey, no problem. I'll say it throughout the stream, because I couldn't do it yesterday since I wasn't live. But we'll make sure you guys are caught up and don't miss out on registering your vote. I'm not out yet. Red Mage feels so nice with all these buffs. That's what I've been hearing, Fido. That, was it? Some people were saying the Jolt 3 was like really good now? Like you would just spam Jolt 3 at a certain point. I felt disgusting as Picto in dungeon. Like disgusting as in good disgusting, or like I didn't know what to hit disgusting. Now I have another set of cards to forget what they do. Hey Virgil, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate that. It's so buff disgusting, and it's kind of disgusting for that. To Aelana, to Hanaki, to Sarah, to Ada, and to Fun I Tree. Appreciate the hell yeah, 5 gifted subs. I heard that Picto can easily get the aggro from tank. That's what I heard. I know Velvet was talking about that the Pictomancer was pulling hate from the tank. I always found it weird that my 2 best classes from raids and dungeons is Red Mage Gunrig, but the challenge I do awful with them, probably due to being used to full kit. But I do really well with Ningishzida Summoner, which I usually avoid in raid content. I mean, it's just because it plays so differently, right? I mean, that's really what it comes down to. The jobs play very differently in a solo setting. What you have to do with them, it's just very different than what you have to do in regular content. It checks out. I mean, like, I thoroughly enjoy Red Mage in Deep Dungeon, but man, do I not enjoy it in, like, you know, party content. It's just not my thing. Hey, Sarah! I don't have that strength, so it's kind of unfortunate. I'll just steal it. I ran top and summoner and I felt super burnt out on it. I was able to do Ala Savage and Black Mage, but I'm really loving Pictomancer. I'll probably swap between them. I hope Black Mage will get buffed with that. No, see, I mean, you're probably expecting some very minute job changes before Savage, right? That's what you're probably expecting. Because they're gonna get the feeling of what the inmate's saying, and then make sure that Savage is okay, you know? Because that's something that does happen, right? Right before Savage, you get job adjustments, and then people have to, like, pivot all of a sudden with their teams and doing first. Sub-Bahamut levels above, and yeah, if you open with Hammer, which is natural, because it's mobile while pulling, it's still, yeah. The opening burst is really good on Picto. When are we going back to Heaven on High? Tomorrow is what I currently have planned. So tomorrow would be Viper Heaven on High, and then Thursday we'll return back to a normal schedule at my 9 PM start time. So that's what I'm looking at currently. That's assuming this goes well. I don't really know what my plan is if this doesn't go well. Like if it's another disconnect or we fail. The queue definitely seems better in you know, Willow on Sunday had thrown the suggestion of like, oh hey, you know, why don't you just run Viper, you know, based on my current schedule, and I said like I could have if I was gonna get in like now. So like if something happens on the earlier floors and I'm still kind of close to normal schedule, I could pivot to Viper. But that's assuming that, you know, this doesn't go well. As a tank, 84 to 94 red, which is kind of weird until the Firestone get the pot buff with 94. Yeah, someone was mentioning that Jolt 3 was superior, in a certain section of the forest. I guess that's what that is. But as a tank, I always wait one extra GCD, and that's usually enough. But some folks try for the bare minimum. I personally don't like the visuals and sounds of Pictos, alas. Yeah, you're not the first one to say that. See, I like it personally. I like the sound effects. I do like the visuals as well. But it's gonna be to each their own. 100%. How have my runs been? Oh, thank you. Great so far. Outside of 2 days ago, Sunday, when we had the disconnect, they've been pretty fine. No real complaints about the runs at all. I'm not even complaining about that server thing. Honestly, it worked out for the better. I took the rest of the night off, and I caught up a tiny bit on main story, and then I took yesterday off. And that really kind of reset myself, because I felt like I was starting to get a little weird, and I feel a lot better. Pictomancer reminds me a bit of Ninja and they're relatively quiet outside. Yes. Yeah, it's very Ninja-like in that sense with the setup. Do I have my stuff yet? No. Very smooth launch for you. Dude, the launch was amazing. Again, despite that one hiccup with the NA servers, it's been an amazing launch. Even the queues really haven't been that bad. I mean, of course, like, it may be a different perspective depending on, like, when you're able to get home. If you were getting home at prime time NA, it was probably nasty. If you're in Ether, you probably had, like, not the greatest time because the queues in Ether were, you know, trashy. But it's all relative because it's still far superior than whatever we experienced in Endwalker, that's for sure. Yeah, Sarah, thank you. The game audio is kind of loud compared to my voice. Picto casting is kind of distracting. I'll keep in mind. Usually this is the kind of the volume I keep too, so I do apologize if it's out of balance, but I actually do like it having loud in my ear, because I like hearing all this stuff. You're jinxing us so hard. Wait, what do you mean I'm jinxing you hard? What do you mean? Oh. Well. They claimed the queues were terrible on Friday afternoon, evening, but I can't confirm. Later times when I logged in, it was nothing. They claimed the queues were terrible. I mean, that was prime time. I think the queues were worst at, like... They were worst maybe at, like, let me bring the microphone closer. They were probably worse at, like, maybe Saturday or Sunday. But, like, Friday, I think, was in... But then, again, if you're an Ether, or, like, even Primal, you're probably gonna suffer because of just so many people. That's the thing. Talking about how the launch has gone so well before the official launch happens. Wait, this is the official launch. Wait, we are in the official launch now. I can say it now, it's fine. If I disconnect, it's fine. The highest I saw in Primal was 600 people. Made it a fun read at the very least. Well, when we had the disconnect on Sunday, I got hit with a 3000 queue, but then it's like everyone else is getting back in, so what can you do? So far, I've not had a queue worse than 35. I was actually a little worried that, because I got in right before I went live, so I was a tiny bit worried that it would have been a little bit of a queue. It was like 40, like an hour ago. So it's fine here, and I'm on Ether Cactor. We're on the busy server. Oh, the issue on Sunday was not DDoS. They made the announcement at some point yesterday that it was a tech issue, because they would have said DDoS, but you know, they were saying that it was a tech issue for NA specifically, so it wasn't a DDoS. But it's still business hours. Fair. Primal has been great. Only one server has been full on Primal, to be honest. I was actually surprised that, well, maybe not so much, that only Gilga filled up. I would have expected Cactuar to be a little bit close to filling up, but not quite. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty everyone who wanted to play has already played. Yeah, I'm thinking that too, Virgil. I came home at 5 PM and had a logging queue of 48. Just imagine, that's insane, right? I mean, compared to like what we experienced before. Cactuar fell off. Yeah, I guess, yeah, everyone left Cactuar after a certain someone isn't playing the game anymore. Also, hey, with you guys, I got to 180 PoTD in my first run, so thank you. Here to try the next 20 and fail. Well, you know what? I literally think everyone who's done Deep Dungeon has done the next 20 and failed at some point, so it's just part of the experience, I would say. I had a 5.5 Q on Genova when the service died. Oh, that sucks. I got lucky. I mean, I did feel that day the service went out that we were having some hiccups, so it was like teetering on potentially kicking me out, so maybe even then it was still a long queue. Some people got kicked out sooner than I did, so they got back to the queue faster, but it definitely felt like it was rolling out, right? Because so when I got kicked out, I was looking at my buddies streaming to see who was up and who wasn't in, and we saw some people that were kicked out, some people who weren't, and actually there were some of my friends on NA who like survived the whole thing, but they saw everyone dropping, you know, next to them. So it was definitely like kind of rolling in waves. Hey Jenna, how go Viper and Picto? Both good so far. I mean, Viper is kind of bleh, honestly. We'll see tomorrow, assuming I get to Heaven on High tomorrow. But Picto has been a lot of fun to me. I've been having a blast on Picto. Another DPS in need for Alliance Roulette. So, yeah. I have to do the next 20, and I do the next 20 and fail every time, says Petra. At some point you'll get through. Whatever they did with the service is so good. Yeah. Well, we know about the one thing that they found this, like, old code that had messed up the queues, and they fixed that. I mean, I'm sure they did other things, too. I mean, they were testing Cloud Server, they have, you know, other data centers that you can travel to, so there's a lot of things that does exist that they were doing. You survived the whole thing somehow? Hacks. That's what it is, it's hacks. Do I have anything yet? No. I'm going through main story and Picto and having a blast with it. Yeah, so what I did during our break yesterday, and also when we disconnected on the other night, hold on, is I leveled Picto up and I got it to 90 and I started pushing it through main story. Oh, you aggroed. Picto is pure art of the job. Did I have my thing yet? Oh, I do. Okay, can you not do? Here, eat my laser. Oh, I'm sorry, my palm. Wrong one. I can't wait for Beastmaster later on. I actually want to say something about Beastmaster. Not that I have information. Not that I have information about it. I'll be very vague about this, because again, we're staying away from main story. But what I'll say is, something I saw in main story had almost made me think of something related to Beastmaster. So it's kind of, I'm like wondering if like maybe there is some relation there. You don't have to say it if you know what I'm talking about. But, they also added more servers, a newer one. Shadowbringers came out with a transistor shortage was at the peak. Oh, EW, yeah. Yeah, I mean, EW had the issue with that whole bad coding too, so that's a thing. But even instance changing with trains is fast as heck. Haven't hit a congestion, just capped instances. Well, because they put it to 6 now, right? Because usually it's 3 instances. I mean, the cities are 3, but usually they only had 3, so now they have 6. Also, it was funny. I went to one of those areas and I zoned in and out because I was trying to do some ether currents. And when I had to select one of the 6, there was one that had like 300 people. I'm like, oh, that must be a hunt train. It was like 60, 60, 200. Oh, I guess it's a hunt train. I don't do hunt trains. I don't really care for it, but, you know, I know what it is. And it's a funny way, because you could probably catch a hunt train. You can probably catch a hunt train that way, too. Okay. Okay, stop. Let me check. Oh, am I out of inventory? Are you serious? Oh my god. Well, shit. Okay. No, we're not tossing that. Oh, let me toss this. I don't need these. We don't need crafting mats, right? I didn't clean my inventory, I apologize. I've been descenting all the gear, so... okay. I was wondering why this thing wouldn't open. You're telling Sheila? What's she gonna do about it? Tell her. Good. You better wake her up. Tell her that. Wait. Oh. Okay. I need the strength, and then I need the steel. Paint Eaters Unite. Wait, why is it paint eating? Why is it paint eating now? I know Mochi said that, but I don't see the paint eating part. I mean, you're giving paint to like the enemy, so they have to eat it. But... I click ellipses. Thanks for the follow. Cause it's tasty. What flavor does it taste like? Franra. Franra? Am I saying that right? Franra? Thank you for the follow. The Axis? I'm great. Get a load of this guy, he doesn't eat paint. I know. I have more refined tastes. Reddit? No, sorry, it's blue. Sorry, if it amongst anything else is code? Hey, Kanjo, thank you for the prime! Cheers, guys. Good to see you. Hey, Vixus, how you doing? Blue is watery, and? I don't really see the problem. I don't see the problem. I mean, have you seen my glamour now? This is my new Pictomancer glamour, look. If only the weapon was blue. It isn't, but... oh, hi. You can't. Got DC'd yesterday. Oh no! Was it like your connection, or the game kind of went weird, or... I don't have... That's not what I want. Okay. If you dump all your ether coal, the weapon is blue? Yeah, sure it is. You're telling the wrong person, Petra. Actually, it's not, by the way. It's yellow. It's a pretty awful color. I don't know if you've seen the non-red one. It's like yellow. If you go to EO, it's blue. That I don't know. Is it? Or is it still like that red thing? Having the Picto top weapon brings me endless joy. Wait, there's a Picto top weapon? Is there really? I'm trying to push the 50 again, but it was hard. With my lag, so I stopped at 30. Okay. There you go. Eat paint. Wait. Picto and Viper got top weapons. Really? I'm actually surprised by that. Okay. Interesting. Some say it reminds of a certain shade of... It does. You know, Elvis, good, very good point. Guys, I just got a YouTube comment from Ariana Grande. Amazing. Didn't know she watched the stream. Totally legit, I'm sure. Sorry about PoTD being yellow. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I'll never see it. So. I finally got Picto to 90 last night, so I'm diving in. Yeah, I did that yesterday too, so I started doing some of the story, so I'm with you. Just having fun with I'm like severely under leveled here. Did I kill the... Oh, I should probably kill the tornado. Eden weapons are nice to pick though. I know, some of them were good. I ended up with the the 630 from the tomes. That's the one I ended up using. It looks nice, I like it. This thing hurts me because I am of a very lower level right now. Some creative people found the assets of the benchmark. Hopefully we get the new weapons of the old. I mean, it's very unlikely you will, because historically they haven't done that before. That's why I'm surprised Top exists. Because they've never really gone back to the old ultimates to shove them in there, but one can still hope, right? Can you get Eden weapons with books, or are they drops? They're there. Only like you get to kill the thing, and then you get like something, and then you transfer it. They have announced it. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Alright. It's like a piece of content I'm not going to be touching, so it doesn't really matter to me. But although I do like to have the information, so at least I know what I'm talking about. If you have the books in Savage, you should be able to use them. There you go. Okay, I'm going to have to hit my first ad here, but we'll go right into it. Couple things. First, welcome to release day, guys. If you haven't put in your code, your full code, make sure you get that done, because if you don't get it done by Friday, you're going to try to log in, and you're going to be scratching your head wondering why you can't get into the game. So do that. We do have Twitch drops on, and you guys should be accumulating minutes for the Twitch drops. The best one is the mount. Now, the lodestone says 6 hours, but Twitch says 3 hours. So we're going to check at like the 3-hour mark. I'll check it, etc. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know if anyone wants to confirm if you guys have been watching someone earlier than that. It is 6. You just got it. It is 6. Okay. Twitch says 180, so it's 6. Okay, good. Okay, so it's gonna be 6 hours. Got it. Thank you for the confirmation. We're gonna be here for like 10, so we'll be, you know. And that's also to YouTube. Anyone watching on YouTube, I mean, look, I don't want to pull you away from YouTube. You do what you gotta do, but, you know, if it benefits you from opening a tab on Twitch just to accumulate those drops, you know, you may want to think about that, because that is a Twitch exclusive, because YouTube doesn't have that kind of thing. So it is the chocolate Kapoor mount, the Butterfinger one that they had before, and I think it should be available to literally everyone. So keep that in mind. Yeah, I'll try to repeat that before we hit into the ad. So, you know, if you guys are like not thinking about that, we'll make sure that you guys are aware of it. But anyway, ads are going out. 3 minutes on Twitch, a little less on YouTube. I'll catch you a little bit. We'll walk into 21. Lindar, good to see you. I'm about to punch you with ads. BRB. Smack. Okay, let's go. Alright. I'm severely underleveled, but I don't really care. We'll just go with that. We'll be fine. Heal, strength. I was kind of going wild and crazy on Sunday with the AoEs and stuff. Now I'm going to go a little bit more chill and a little bit faster. We'll go wild and crazy later. It'll definitely be a lot more relaxed. So I can save my energy for later. Looks like I can't get it with the books I have. I think I need the E12. Okay. I didn't set up my thing again. Every time, man. Every time. I missed because I'm a lower level. Oh, God. Noted. Oh, there are multiple ones. This is the exit, so... Oh, I'm out. Going. Turtle's trying to hide. Too big. Intuition. Hello? Very satisfying cast there. By the way, Twitch Shop says meal times 10, but it comes with 2 different types and 10 each. So 20 pieces of food. Dang. Rip anyone who thought that was going to be good money on the market for it before the Twitch drops, right? Damn, I'm going to sell this, it's going to be great, and then you just get, like, literally millions of people shoving into the market for it. Ooh, Rage. That'll be good for XP. If I run into a treasure room, I'm going to use that for the kills. I wouldn't want to use that, like, lower than 24, though. Now, is it accumulating? It doesn't say, though. One habit I need to break. I don't know if other Pictomancers are doing it. And welcome back from the ads, guys. Especially when you're talking like 90 Pictomancer, I keep running to the habit of sprinting and then dashing. And like the dash has movement speed, which is like equivalent to sprint, so I gotta really break out of that habit. I can't decide if I should play Reaper, Samurai, or Summoner this expansion. I've been sitting here staring at logging screen terrible. Well, first, project. First, I want to give you something that's gonna help you. Get in the game first. You never know when the queue might get longer, so you know, get into the game first. Let's start with that. And then, between the 3. Those are 3 very, well, at least Summoner is the one that's different. Now, one thing I can see with Summoner is that it also does level your... Oh, wait, hold on. It also does level your Scholar, so if you have any Scholar ambitions, that could kind of help you a little bit, right? So maybe that could be a plus for Summoner. Reaper and Samurai? If you played a job before, maybe go with that one. Log into the game, yeah. And get in first. Never know when that queue might start kicking in. I keep dashing then sprinting from my days of Black Mage. I mean, mine is just it's my habit in Deep Dungeon. I just hit them all at once. Maximum movement. Power went out when I was doing my Black Mage. Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. What can you do? I want that chest. That's what I want. I'm on Dynamis, no Qs for you. Okay, fair. Okay, fair. You don't even know what Qs are because you're on Dynamis. Wait, they're having Qs? I don't understand. You guys take a while to get in? What is that? What is this? Only if you have Scholar unlocked, which is so cringe. Well, it doesn't matter, right? Because I mean, even then it'll carry over. I'm reading on Scholar, so I've been doing for Dance with Q. Yeah, that stinky Dynamis Q could jump to 10k at any moment. It could, you never know. Massive influx, some event going on, who knows? It's hilarious. You know, it's funny. GDQ is going on right now, and like you never know when events could happen. Maybe like there's a SC stream, which I don't think there is, but sometimes that actually could flood if there is something going on. You know, if someone on 14 just happened to be doing GDQ, you'd see everyone fluctuate into the server, which could overload it. You know, unnaturally. I mean, I'm not saying it's a possible situation, but I'm just saying it's not impossible. I wonder if we can use the free transfer to New World so I can get a house. Yeah, I'm sure you could, right? I don't see why you can't. But you have to kind of make... The hell did I just target? You kind of have to make sure that it's available first. I mean, it would suck to transfer and then, like, you're like, oh, well, there wasn't a house to begin with. How am I liking Picto? I like it a lot. I like it so much, Project Rave, that I had leveled it to 90, and I am using it in the main story. Over Black Mage right now. I geared it up, I gave it some glamour. Some serious glamour. and I'm taking it through the main story. Wasn't really the button I wanted to hit. Okay, this is really lazy. This is how I leveled Pictomancer. You guys ready? So I did trusts the entire way up. My trusts were into 90, so I'm like, okay, I'll do trusts. Basically, for the majority of my leveling of Pictomancer, I would bring myself to a pack of enemies, I would let my NPCs start attacking it, and then I went and played like Withering Waves or something. Or like, I had some dinner, or like, I did literally anything else, and I would just check back every so often. And I would do the bosses, obviously I had to do the bosses, but it was like really slow, but it was also very efficient in terms of everything else I wanted to do. So, I got to 90 that way, it was great. The benefit of being a deep, so you don't have to pay too much attention. Good run so far. Well, we're here. As long as I don't get disconnected, I have a pretty good shot at this, you know? We'll go with that. And like, it was interesting because I did want to level up fast, so I did do a Frontlines Roulette, which gave me like almost close to like 4.5 million. I did do a Wondrous Tales also. But at the end of the day... Oh, I got the first set of drops. I got into my inventory, so there definitely are drops here. And I think if anyone started off with this stream, you may have gotten your first set. Well, I did, because I started off the stream. Bug you! I had a network issue that didn't let me heal or deal damage, but could still get hit from across the floor. Ended my run in 102. Damn! Those partial disconnects. That sucks, dude. Back again. Back again. I hope it goes better this time. I'm going to Shank and Steel. Picto seems like it's too complicated for my raccoon brain. You know, it took me, I would say, when we were first going through it on Heaven on High, it did take me quite a while to understand it. But I think generally with a lot of the jobs, Project Grave, once I started just hitting the buttons and seeing how everything lit up and all that, it started to make a lot more sense to me. But, you know, I think like maybe a couple hours of gameplay. Oh, worth noting, Project Grave. If you haven't done the class quest for Picto, it goes, the very first quest of that basically goes through an entire tutorial of how to play the job. Like, it's literally almost like a step-by-step thing of like how to actually play the job. So, if that might help you out, do that at least first quest, and then maybe you get a better understanding. Yeah, do try that, because it's straight up, it's just like, this is how you play the job. Hit this striking dummy, do this, boom. Okay, now do this next. Like, it's straight up a tutorial. Yeah, and Viper is the same thing, Virgil. There you go, Viper. Yeah. I thought it was funny because I already figured out the job, so I'm just like kind of twiddling my thumbs. I'm like, I already know how to do this. But with that being said, like, I think, I don't know, maybe it was communicated, and I don't remember that being a thing in Endwalker. But man, that would have been kind of nice to know that, you know, the first quest was going to be a tutorial. You know? I mean, heck, if you didn't know that, then maybe it was missable or something, but... First thing I did was going straight to target dummies. I mean, yeah. Because like, we did that, like, essentially we would do that for every other job, right? Unless you watch someone's video do it from, like, Media Tour or something like that. I know for me, I learned better by just, you know, hitting the buttons and then going from there. Like, videos don't help me, I just gotta hit the buttons. Did you do that for every one of the new jobs? Do they do that for Reaper and so on and so forth? I don't remember. Oh, that's right, Sage did have that. Oh, I remember Sage. Okay, you're right. Okay, so they did start doing that. Okay. It's just been a long time. I think I did skip the Sage story, to be fair. Was it really? There was a Reaper tutorial, it's a really fast one? Okay. I did learn how to play Reaper from Blackbosom and Cutter's Prime. Okay. What is my sound? The sound didn't cut off for you guys, did it? Started doing the first quest tutorial with Shadow Breeze. Okay, thank you, kid. I actually did pay attention to the Picto story because I actually kind of liked it, so it's a little bit more memorable for me. Well, no one's complaining, so I guess that's just me. Good. So I've always wondering if like that static thing that I get from my headset is transferring to you guys, but it was my headset that's doing weird. The stage story was actually one of the better ones, honestly. It's like I skimmed through it. Picto, I was paying attention though. What is this? Switching. It's been a while, and as jobs start later, they have more of their toolkit to explain. Maybe that should be like communicated in the patch notes. They didn't say it in the patch notes, right? Like, the first quest will teach you how to do the job. That would have been nice. Sage sucks. Oh, guys. Wait. Unpin after end of stream. Okay, good. We're good. Got him. That's it. That's the pin for the day, guys. I mean, it's going well. No complaints. That's out of me trying to deal with these wipers. Hope you're doing well, man. Aria, hello. No. Yeah. No. Akari, Abyss Walker. Hello. Got it. Nailed it. What does it mean by drops in the stream title? Danio! Twitch has this feature. That... essentially, you are rewarded by watching streams on Twitch that have the feature on. We have the drops feature on, and I don't... So, guys, confirm to me as the viewer. Did you guys have to do anything to turn it on? Or were you, like, good? I don't think you have to actually turn anything on. You basically just go to Twitch and watch the stream. So, all you gotta do is, just be a part of the stream, watch the stream, and, after an X amount of time, you will get rewards in your Twitch mail. Usually it's gonna be a code. And for here, it's, I believe, 1 hour, 3 hour, and 6 hours. So if you watch a Twitch stream, not even just a singular stream, like, you can separate it in, like, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, and it doesn't matter whose stream you watch. You just gotta accumulate 6 hours of watch time. When you get 6 hours, you get a mount. You get a code for a mount that you can get to, and then boom, you get a mount. And that is a feature in many, many games. Many games have that. If you play Genshin, Honkai, Withering Waves, the gacha games, they have something that will do that as well. Usually when a patch releases, you'll probably see it in something like I think Apex probably has it, Fortnite probably has it. Very, very common feature on Twitch, and I think it's one of the coolest features on Twitch is that you just get rewarded as the streamer, that people are having an incentive to watch you, and as the viewer, you're benefited by just watching a stream. So that's what Twitch offers. You usually get a notification at the top of the stream. You can probably refresh it and see it. It'll tell you that there are drops that are happening on stream, and then it'll give you some information on what it's all about, etc. Hey, cheers! Enjoy the whistle. Let's go. I wonder how maybe you guys can feel it. Like, I wonder how some of the people felt that they bought, like, you know, 20 million Butterfingers just to get them out, and now it's just given to everyone by just watching the stream without paying anything. My Pictor run ended before the 130 boss. I was doing it without steel, almost killing it, and then the server lagged. I got hit by the Fierce, killing at one shot. Oh, that boss is ass too. That sucks. You were almost there, Emperor, man. That hurts more. At least I failed at 79. It helps if you buy the streamer lots of subs too. Well, if you sub, and you do a tier sub, that's huge because it goes to the Partner Plus program. Do I get to plug that? I get to plug it now. Yeah. Actually, I need to update the number because it reset. Okay, Partner Plus program. But you don't need to do anything, you just need to watch the stream. It came from the Butterfinger... Yes. Yeah, it came from the Butterfinger mount, the Butterfinger event like about a year ago. And that event basically was like, you had to buy X amount of Butterfingers, and you had to input the code on the website, and then, wasn't it like, the weirdest part about that, wasn't it like it was a limited amount of mounts? right? They're like a limited stock of mounts, and it's like, isn't it just a code? Why is it limited? Why would you limit a digital code? I don't understand that. That's why this is so much better, because there's no limit. It's just whoever gets it. Same BS happened with that's so like that's why it's dumb. This is so much better. They should have done this in the very beginning. They're finally doing it, so I'm happy. Bro's PP isn't big enough, point and left. Yeah, not yet. We're getting there. We're getting there, Sig. But it takes class participation. That's the only thing. That's dope. Maybe the zoom mount will be a future drop then. You wonder, Clayton. Maybe a year from now, potentially? Why does Sage suck? I don't know. Ask Willow. Willow, why does Sage suck? You gotta ask the person who said it. Don't ask me. I don't know these things. You just want your damn chicken bucket? Yeah, I think one step at a time. Seems like some company didn't give way too much. Okay. The same goes for paid early access releases on games because money. Yeah, but still. You know? Oh, here's a wild thought. Here's a wild consideration. You know how SC has the new president, and one of the big things they just did was that they're gonna kill exclusivity. They also killed like some games. I don't know what games they killed, but they killed the exclusivity. So I wonder if maybe that also had something to do with it. That because that's gone, that maybe now they can do Twitch drops. Because a lot of that was exclusivity, right? I mean, that was exclusive to Butterfingers. That was exclusive to Mountain Dew. That was exclusive to KFC Japan. So you wonder if maybe a little bit of that had something to do with it. Because, like, I don't know, you guys can tell me, like, from your history of gaming, did any Square Enix game have any drops whatsoever? I think so, Ganu. I don't know too much in the detail, but I think so. Like, did any Square Enix game have drops at all? Like, I'm trying to think. I mean, I play a lot of Square Enix games, but I mean, maybe they're gacha games or something like that, potentially. I don't know. I don't think they're gacha games now. I don't know, that's not what the pin says. The pin goes. Joni says, after watching Fin Dissolve, Sadie, Sassafras, Cog NTV, Aurora Moon, Willow Greed, Omniross, Toasty Trinkets, Final Fantasy XIV YouTube's recommended me to your streams, says Joni. Man, I know all those people. Holy moly. What's up, Joni? I hope you're doing well, man. Oh. Dropping the bucket for Omniross right there. No knockback, and we got a rage. I can't believe I made it to the list. Hell yeah, you did. When's the last time you streamed, Willow? Gacha game... Kingdom Hearts times Chi or whatever it was called, I think had one once? Oh, really? Wait, Kingdom Hearts Union had a drop? Dang, I think Outriders had something. Yeah, Fido. Yeah, like... all of, like, the two people playing Outriders, right? Unfortunate. Man, I didn't even know they had one. I played that game for a little bit. Kingdom Hearts Union Cross? Okay. I played Kingdom Hearts Union for, like, a month, like 2 weeks, and then I completely gave up on that game because it just irritated me. It's funny that I remember his name, new CEO. Gotcha. The game was something. Yo, what up, Lexi? Kingdom Hearts? Man, it was fun. I was grinding it hardcore, and then I felt like I got kicked in the balls because I'm like, oh, I guess I have to pay money just to do anything. Because it doesn't matter how much I grinded, it meant nothing. That's how I felt, and I stopped. Yeah, and thanks for the follow, welcome in. Guys, one day I'm gonna remember to precast my motifs. One day. I don't think that day is today. What's my level? I haven't seen a Lust in forever. You played the game for 2 years? I didn't last a month. I think I was also playing... Was I also playing Grave Exvius at the time? So it's like I don't think I could have juggled 2 games anyway, but... We kept introducing new stuff every banner and you were just behind. That's where Exvius started to kill me. Because it's like you clearly had to have the meta character for Exvius. And it was just so irritating. I forgot again. That's why I like Honkai and currently Withering Waves at the moment so much, because I can skip banners left and right, but I still feel like I can get stuff done. Very satisfying. Did I get... Oops, I moved too soon. Sorry, my slide cast wasn't good enough. Honkai is wonderful. It's a perfect game for me. I can definitely see myself staying to that game for a long time. I mean, I played it every day since it first released, so I'm still stuck with it. Yes. For a gacha game, the quality of the story is amazing. Very good story. Withering Waves has been pretty good now too. I've only dabbled into the new story a little bit. Haven't really had the time for it yet, but I've kind of liked the start of it currently. Pretty allergic to get the gachas. No, it's fair. I mean, there are reasons why people should not play gachas. I certainly don't want to press it upon people who definitely have those very legitimate issues. But I played free to play. I make that a challenge for me. So there's no kind of there's no incentive for me to actually spend anything, because I'm just like, okay, well, I can't do it, fine, I can't do it. But I like that challenge. So there's no temptation. But for some people, I can understand that being a thing. True. I mean, if they keep doing support a streamer campaigns, you know, I gotta do it, man. I gotta support the friends. That's actually the other thing that is probably the coolest thing a game could do. Which we did one for Cyberpunk, when they had a support a streamer campaign, because that's the other version of drops that exists. It doesn't apply to this one, but it's the other version of drops where they call it a support a streamer campaign, where as you're watching someone play a certain game, if you give 2 subs to them or X amount of subs, you get something back. And I think that's also really, really good. That's an amazing campaign too. You know, it incentivizes watching him, but also allowing you to give the streamers. So you get like half, you get essentially half, or depending on what level of the Partner Plus program is, you get, you know, a good portion of that money straight to you. So, and I'm hoping that maybe down the line, you know, when 14 maybe does something similar, they open it up to a lot more people than last time. Because there definitely is going to be a lot of revenue from that. Big time. Some gachas hit the power creep much faster than others, especially global versions that often accelerate releases or pair it with old banners. Yeah, that's, I think, where I felt XPS was kind of doing it, Brewski. Maybe, but that definitely has, that's why I fell off of that game, because it was just like, I just didn't feel like I could accomplish anything because I wasn't getting the banners. What the hell is Pictomancer? What the hell is Pictomancer? What you're seeing right now, dude. I'm drawing paint. I'm shooting paint into the enemy. Yeah, the Cyberpunk one. I actually was surprised that we had a good amount of people actually toss some subs our way when I was playing that game. Like, I personally didn't really care about the sniper rifle, but there are people who pass by, they're like, hey, here's the support, and I thought that was just awesome. It's like, you know. You did, yeah, enjoy the gun, if you like it. And it was actually a dual thing, because it was a support a streamer campaign plus a watch thing, so I think they had some glamour that you could have, some gear that you can get as well, for just watching a stream. Best way to do it. In general, I just like it when companies look at streamers and see their exposure to the games get from them. Yeah, I do too. Karena and And admittedly, I feel like Square Enix is still a little bit behind on that count, but because I've seen like in comparison to some other companies that kind of feel like they do it a lot better, but you know, we'll get there eventually. I stopped paying attention now. Stage sucks. Yeah, talk to Willow. Talk to Willow. He's the one who said it. Funny how I encountered more bugs in the face version of the game compared to the initial release. Oh, really? I didn't... You know, I actually only had one memory leak in the initial release of Cyberpunk. I didn't see too much in the 2.0 version. I had a great time playing it. Did I get Jin C yet? I am not pulling on a banner for a while, Andre. If anything, I might be... If they bring out... What's her name? Camilla? The plant lady? If they bring her out, I'll get her. But I burned everything to get to Yinglin, so I don't really have much to work with. So I'm just gonna chill. Well, actually, I'm high on the pity, so I probably could get a character right away, but I'm not really excited about anyone right now. I'm just gonna vibe. I'm kind of like just chilling with that game. A lot less hardcore than I am with Honkai, with Withering Waves. So Pictomancer? Oh, Pictomancer. I like my claim. But I can commend them for taking a step forward. Yeah. Same. Just saw you streaming, and want to say hi. Explosives, welcome in. Mind you, we have Twitch drops, so if that entertains you, hang around for a little bit. You get some cool stuff. Opener. How rare is a Night Pegasus control golden stack? I would say, like, if I were to give a percentage chance, like maybe 10% chance. I'd say a 10% chance is a fair number. How are we on time? A little bit faster than yesterday, or the last time rather. Once we get to 60, this will be a lot better. Oh, I didn't get the chest. Oh, was that a safety? During my Necromancer grind, I got about 8! Well, out of how many thingies? So am I actually unlucky? I mean, they might come in chunks, you know? That could be a thing. Like, trying to get a 5-star in the first pool is in a gotcha. Oh, I see. Pictomancer. Hollow, I hope you're doing well. That luck was low-key absurd, but it's not overly rare. Yeah, I would say it's overly rare. Did I get that? No, I didn't. Okay, now I got it. Pictomancer in Palace is insane. From what I've seen, Dino, it is insane. How's it going? You doing alright? I'm doing amazing. B-Right, thank you for asking. I hope you're doing equally as good. I'm gonna get the Hoarder title on this stream. So, you guys, hope you're gonna be excited, because all those intuition burns are actually gonna contribute to it. Quite strong enough. I think I am maybe 6 away at the moment. Wait, let me get this one then I'll use it. Okay, now I can use it. Oh, auto heal disabled. Okay, got it. Not healing. Wait. Wait! God damn it, every time. It's insane until you hit a no ability core. Instant Serenity, of which I don't have. It's best to get like 2 grips at a time. I want to pick the red weapon, but don't want to get too low. 2 is definitely a good average you can start with, especially if you're doing runs, Emperor. You can maybe go to 3 if you really like kind of like want to go that. I wouldn't go too far lower as you're kind of doing your climbs. 3 is probably good though. By the time, what the hell? I definitely be on higher levels, but I got to 100 day 1 and a half, and half the time I would on Reaper. The damage output is crazy, only problem is obvious much good. Yeah. I mean, it is a caster after all, so casters are always going to be squishy no matter how you look at it. Just depends on if you're able to survive the squishiness. Like, I'll take the 3 point. They are showing CD key. They are showing CD key in the Twitch drops notification. Yeah, well, I mean, that's personal, right? As long as you don't show the code, then it's fine. Because that's what you get a code in it. Time for 14 in-universe lore-accurate Butterfingers. Yes. Exactly. Lore-accurate Butterfingers. Wait, what is the description of the mount? Does it actually talk about, like, Butterfingers in the thingy? Or, like, implies that it ate, like, some chocolate bar or something? Check out our sponsor, Tokyo Treats. I got the food. Oh, got the food on. Okay, gotcha. See, that would be funny if that was actually Butterfingers, no? Murillo, thank you for follow. Welcome. I'll get the chest. Easy back-to-back news when we go for 2+ ads and they won't even touch you. Yeah. I'm like, so I was doing big AoE pulls on Sunday, because I was just having a blast with the power of it. Now I'm just kind of more chill. I'm probably going to do more pulls later, but I'm vibing. I already did it once, but you're probably going to see me go crazy if we do an actual scoring run. But I kind of told myself today, it's like, if I do halfway big pulls, but I'm not really scoring, then I may as well just pick one, instead of like sit in the middle. Because I'm sure at some point, I will actually want to go back on the shop to do high scoring. And then at that point, we'll go like kind of crazy with the big pulls and whatnot. But for now, I'll just worry about getting this initial clear. I wish drops still showed on your progress bar. My connection is horrible, so... Yeah, Axis, I was curious about that, because I was used to that from Honkai. And yeah, they don't have a progress bar. I don't know if that was just an option that they decided to not go for. The progress bar would have been amazing. I believe they are Butterfingers, waiting for the log. Okay. Climbing Picto along with you after my run ended. It's so fun to play this job, though I think it gets funnier when you get hammered. It feels like you have a few skills. I like the hammer combo. The hammer combo feels so like, it definitely feels like very cartoony, but it feels very satisfying. So I like it. Hey Penguin, thank you for the Prime Gaming. Cheers, dude. Thank you for spreading that over here. Appreciate it. Thanks for all those subs, guys. It really means a lot. If you refresh the page, the percentage changes. There's a progress bar when you click the icon. Oh! See, when I go to my drops inventory, it's not there. Oh wait, you know what? Maybe I should refresh it. No, I still don't see the progress bar in my inventory. Maybe I'm just missing something, but I still don't see it. I think the progress bar is missing on the inventory page because there are codes rather than a typical link on the... Oh, okay, that could be fair. Alright. Instead of it just like sending it straight to you. Wait, hello? The whole job is wonderful. I started on Bard and pivoted to Black Mage. This job has been all the whimsy of the Bard with all the fun of being a caster. And it's definitely caster vibes. I definitely get a lot of caster vibes from this job, which is one reason I like it a lot, you know? Like, I'll be honest, like, Summoner is great, but Summoner doesn't feel like a caster to me. I mean, that is kind of the joke on Summoner. I mean, it's very strong, but it doesn't feel like a caster. This is a lot more of a caster, you know? Yeah, exactly. But Summoner in Deep Dungeon is... I like taking Summoner in Deep Dungeon. It's very, very good. But, you know, I would say I'm like a caster main, if you will. I have like expectations as a caster main. Like, take the 3 points. My first top clear was Summoner. Next 20 for Tome grinding was Black Mage. Gotcha. Thanks to you, I have 1100 hours in this game. Yet I still have the Sprout icon because I didn't finish Stormblood. All I do is Deep Dungeon. You know what? I'm glad you enjoy the content. I mean, you know, you're obviously not the only one doing that, and it's actually the coolest thing ever that people actually have so much fun with this content that is really what they spend their time doing. And really, when it comes down to it, I mean, you play a game to have fun. So if you're having fun, then that's it. Period. Don't need any other explanation. I mean, I would say like last expansion and Walker, I was pretty much majority Deep Dungeon. I didn't do very much else in that game. I mean, I did the occasional thing here and there, but it was pretty exclusive on Deep Dungeon. So I feel you 100%. I think I'm going to stop my run there for tonight and pay more attention to stream, otherwise I'll just throw my stupid. You sound like Willow. Willow does that. Willow, like, watches so many streams while he's doing runs and then, like, dies at some point because he wasn't paying attention. Very Willow. I got Wiping City and Roulette yesterday, and it was the least Wiping City I've had ever due to the amount of Pictos. Really? Interesting. I guess if they all line up, their burst is probably going to be really strong, huh? Let's do this. Why not? I'm just gonna oh, that's a treasure room. Oh, actually, that works out. So I'm gonna do the rage here then. Always a 3-room when it's I do nothing. You took out the pinned post. How dare you, Willow? I got double crit by Godfather on my first Picto run. Made me this. Oh no. Yeah, that's what happened to me on Black Mage. One of my first Black Mage on Godfather, I just got obliterated. Like, I knew what I was expecting, and I still got obliterated. Dino, thank you for that follow, appreciate it. But I never did Behemoth clearly, cleanly before. Not cleanly, but it melted. Gotcha. Oh, perfect, learning trap. Wiping City during Heaven's Ward, what a time. Was that was before the Ozma nerf, right? When they took Ozma and shoved him into Baldesion Arsenal instead? That was that time. Weeping City, by the way, was actually the dungeon for me that I think during Shadowbringers, like I was going with a couple friends and they were just running roulettes, and they ended up queuing into the Weeping City, and I could not enter that duty. I actually hard crashed the game every time I tried to do it. And I'm like, guys, I can't enter this thing. I tried doing in progress and stuff like that, so I'm like, I guess just go without me. I was so, like, confused. I'm like, this has never happened to me before. And so I thought, okay, what if it's my character? You know, maybe my character's having a weird thing. And so I logged into my alt in a different data center and everything. I tried to log into... I queued up for Weeping City, same exact thing. And I'm like, oh, my game's broken. And I had to reinstall and it fixed it. But man, that was wild. You know, and I don't typically do Alliance Roulette and everything, so I don't know how long it was broken for. It could have been broken for like years, and it just so happened that it was just I just found that out at that random moment in time. We didn't, but DPS is incredibly high regardless. Also, I will say this: Ozma looks so fucking pretty. The one death I had, yeah, Ozma's really good. Although Essie was talking about our buddy Absolute Essie, who is the Baldesion Arsenal Queen, was saying that the picture on the actual Ozma was actually of a different area now, instead of the Baldesion Arsenal, which I mean I wouldn't have known unless someone said something to me. So that's interesting. They broke it. Ha 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 ha. It's weird because like, is it a? To me, it's weird because it's like. Shouldn't it just be like a static image? Like, wouldn't there have been intent on changing it then? You know what I mean? I mean, isn't it just a reflection of like some image that they inputted? So why would the image change? So it's an odd thing that it should have changed for any reason whatsoever. It's using the model of wiping Ozma, the Weeping City Ozma. Oh. Okay, so it's probably just a swap on the thing. BA also shows the Eureka zone. Ah, I see. Okay. Okay. Time security. I still don't have a lust! I haven't seen a lust in forever. What the hell? I'll just do this again. The adventure in real-time game render of your character, so maybe they have weird things like that. My guess is the upscale they had silly texture change. Very interesting. Okay, I got Corrigans. Maybe a treasure room? No, it's not. It's only 2. And 6. Big room. Landmine. You're dead. Okay. Oh, I went the wrong way. Rip. Isn't this funny? Shaky players discovering the underwear of Gurion Gear was changed from black to white during upskilling. How did they figure that out? Do I really want to know how they figured that out? No clue. Okay, fair. I don't think I'd want to know. But... Sig, do you know how they did it? You're the first person I should ask. How do you think they figured it out? How do I think they figured it out? I don't know. Look, I don't do mods. I don't do, you know, I don't know what gamers are capable of. So let's just say it's ignorance is bliss in this situation. Yeah, I knew it. Picto is so silly in Pals. Everything dies so fast. Yeah, it's great. You may kill it before it kills you, right? That's the idea. It's funny that it has bonk bat. Well, it's a hammer, right? Isn't it on a hammer? Oh, there's a lot of crap in here. Sure, let's do the thing. Come here, everybody. I got a fun thing for y'all.
I hope I'll hit the goal.
Hey, oh my gosh, Virgil, tier 3. You know, that's gonna help. We got to 187 by the end of yesterday, for the end of the month. So now that'll push it up, if everyone stays sub, that'll push it up to like 190 something, because that's 6 points. Yo, Virgil, that means so much. Thank you so much for that tier 3, that's huge. And tier 3 is actually a bonus point, so... Thank you so much. Thank you for checking the PP information, and then coming in with it. Appreciate it. I feel like these next 3 months, or at least the next, well, starting now, the next 3 months are probably one of my highest chances of trying to pull this off, so... Every bit of that support means so much. It grows even bigger, that's right. That's annoying. Always carry Echo Drop. Wait, you didn't die? Oh, well, it's dead now, so... I still don't have a lust. I'm gonna have to do the boss like normally. Well, I can do... You know what I can do? I'll just burn my rage. Or burn my... You know what? I'll burn my... Really? I didn't aggro either of them? No. Also, I do realize that my potion is down for a minute, so I have to like kind of wait a second. Okay. I don't know what chest this is, I'm gonna wait. Strength. Yep, still no lust, so I'm just gonna have to do this normally, I guess. The food you get has piety on it. Is it a Butterfinger? That's the big question. You love Smudge? I love Smudge as well. I just wish it was blue, but whatever. I'll deal with it. Hey, thanks, Everin! Appreciate you, dude. I might have to deal with the ads, since I don't have the... I didn't run with the lust. I think it'll be a smart play. I'm gonna eat this. Gather together. Good enough, I think. Rainbow. Well, see, my thought was that if the smudge would be the last color you used, I think that would be great. So, like, if you left off with red, the smudge would be red. If you left off with blue, the smudge would be blue. I think that would be cool. Maybe that's a lot to ask for. Because to me, that's what smudge is, right? Maybe like the leftover color. I think smudge should rotate colors. Yeah, exactly. But like base it off of something, so it's based off of, like, whatever last spell you did. Now, I understand that, like, you know, green is wind, so you move at, you know, at like a faster pace, but... Did they nerf resolution on the 190 on the 100 boss? Not really. So I don't think it did a bonus on it anyway. It does do decent damage, but it didn't do bonus damage on specifically the boss. I mean, it still kills the ads, but not really the boss. Okay, I gotta hit ads here. So anyone seeing ads, you'll see it for a little bit, for 3 minutes max or less, and then on YouTube. But before we do that, just a reminder, it is release day now. If you haven't put in your code for 14 for the full code, be sure to do that. You have until Friday, otherwise you may not be able to log into the game on Friday. We also have Twitch drops on, so as you're watching, you will accumulate time, and you will get rewards into your Twitch box. It's, I think, an hour, 3 hours, and 6 hours is the amount. So that's what we have going on today. So just I'm gonna give that PSA throughout the day, so everyone's in check and making sure you have your codes and stuff. But in the meantime, ads will go out. I'll see you in a little bit. I like to hit the ads in between floors, especially when they're coming up, so you guys miss the least amount of action. So kind of expect ads to show up when we beat a boss, etc. So cheers, see you in a little bit. BRB. Ads. Okay. Right, I'm glad I remembered to do the thing. Steal. My exit's right here, nice. Oh, I didn't get the thing off. It'd be interesting to do this as a speed run. I don't think it's gonna be... It's gonna come close to Machinist, but man, the damage is good. Use Cardia! You got a Kiyaka, I'll get right on it. Oh, the intuition though, I'll do the intuition. One hour, then 2 hours, 3 hours, okay. Well, it was confirmed that it follows the Square Next timer, because Twitch will say 180 minutes for the mounts, but the Lodestone will say 6 hours. And I think we had some confirmation from chat that it is indeed 6 hours. So it should be 1, 3, and 6, but I could be wrong. Dibido, thank you for the follow. Or Dibido, maybe it's more Dibido. Nonetheless, thank you for that follow. I should have used the hammer. Oh well, detail. Also, if you play on PS5 and pre-ordered on the platform, don't panic. No code is needed, as no code is needed. It does on its own. Wow, so PS5 is more special. Got it. Noted. Superior technology be the PS5. Where's that chest? That was in the chest. If you have earned 1 hour first, then the next is 2 hours. If you're in the first one, so technically 3 hours, then it increases confusing. I mean, the time should have said to 6, but yeah. I mean, someone is mentioning because it's a code, you wouldn't get the progress bar like you do with some things, and it would have been nice to see the progress bar, but whatever. I guess I'm just gonna be happy that we actually have Twitch drops for 14. I'll take that as the win at the moment, you know? Because man, have I been wanting that for so long. Pew pew pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew pew. You can see the progress if you click the icon on the top right, look in the menu. Okay, yeah, okay. It's just not in the it's not in the inventory. That's the only thing I don't see it as. Suddenly has 100k viewers. Who's the one person that's riding like 50k? Wait, there has to be one person that has like 50k, right? Wait, I can still don't answer that. I can just. Woo! Wow. People are up there. Okay. Damn, a lot of them. That's so weird. A lot of the people that I'm used to in the directory are way up there as usual. Okay. That's hilarious. Well, they should do this more often. Yeah, I think once every 10 years is a little bit of a long time. They should do it just a little bit more frequently, right? just a tiny bit more frequently. They should do it. Yeah, dude, like all of those guys usually average like they're usually around like 1k, 2k. I think Xenosis is usually around 2, 3. So that's a boost. Nice. Good to see it. Good. Yeah, maybe, you know what? Maybe there'll be a lot of positivity to that, and they'll do it more often, because this is what they should have been. Welcome in, by the way. Waki and Zamra, good to see you guys. Just do it like Overwatch, just constant drops and you see viewers ever skyrocket. Yeah! And make it, and then make it like a really long-ass time. Have some dumbass mount that's like 12 hours. You know? Just rake it in. Easy. I mean, so many, like... Okay, see, the thing with, like, Honkai and the gacha games, I mean, I personally only have so much content to do. I'm granted, like, the main creators probably can figure out things to do in the thing. But, man, like, 14, so many of the content creators, like, they find a lot of things to do in the game, especially right now. So there's a lot of reasons to stream the game. You know what's hilarious? I'm looking at my viewership. I'm checking my viewership on YouTube, and it is notably a little bit less than I had been the past couple of days. And it's probably because they're probably on Twitch right now. They're probably on Twitch right now, which is, you know, good. Like, that's one thing, like, if you guys on YouTube are watching, like, there are Twitch drops that are only exclusive to Twitch, and, you know, I don't necessarily want to encourage people to hop back and forth, but you may want to take advantage of it, at least this time around. Yeah, well, what YouTube doesn't have is drops. I don't think they've ever had anything like that. And animated emotes. They don't have animated emotes. That's why Twitch is superior in that sense. Now the benefit of YouTube is that you can stream at a higher quality. That's one thing. And also, the revenue is better, technically speaking, upfront for most people. But yeah, I mean, Twitch is obviously how we do it. Hey, Bionic, how you doing? I actually started watching a stream without knowing about the drops. Yeah, it's all good. I want to make it clear for you guys that you know that you're here for drops too. So, by the way, my current run with Picto made me realize something. I never imagined I'd get Bard and PoTD so consistently, so confidently when I started out. Your videos and streams and advice, Sheila's stock guides, for the past 2.5 years, I believe, are the main reason. So I've said this before, thank you, and hey, yo, XL, it is literally no problem, and I mean that because I just love doing the content, and you know, seeing guys like yourself have that kind of, you know, success and everything, and feedback really also keeps the motivation going, but I just love doing this, so it's really no problem. Hey, Descarte, hope the deep dungeons have been treating you well. You know what it has been? We only had one serious disconnect in an early access on an MMO release. You really can't complain. Really can't complain. I hope you've been having a good DT as well, with whatever you're up to on your end. Okay, now Picto's gonna start to get nutty because I have my full damage. So. I ran into a wall. I think it's funny. It is funny, I think, the EU launch scared so many people that this has been a rather good launch so far. One can argue, Darth, that maybe some of the success of the servers are because people didn't take it seriously and like waited for like, you know, maybe now for release. Could be potential. You got the blue glamour. Send gear, I had a date to myself. So I got to myself to get gear. Look at that. It looks pretty cool. It's very artistic, and it had to be different than my Black Mage Glam, because the Black Mage Glam is great, but it didn't make sense for Picto. So I needed a whole new thing, and so far, what's available to me, pretty cool. I like it. Looks cool. Thank you. I do like it a lot. I take Glam, like, not as seriously as some people, but seriously enough, I guess is one way to put it. Paja Warp, thank you for that follow as well earlier. Appreciate that. Yeah, it is really nice to see the directory poppin'. I don't think I've seen it that much. I think the only time I saw it that much was like when we had the WoW Exodus. That's it, and it was padded by, you know, by certain streamers, etc. I mean, granted, we also padded it with the GDQ run, which was great. I didn't get to see it then because you know I couldn't enjoy it then, but that was like the other time we padded the directory. Added like freaking like I think 66,000 people into the directory. That was badass, but. Yeah, it's so cool to see it. Like, at the end of the day, you know, whatever may come of this game and your opinions on the game, I mean, I think a lot of people still would like to see this game continue to have success, right? I mean, it could mean more things that we get, you know, more motivation for them to keep developing the game, so on and so forth. But to see something like that on a 10-year-old game, on an expansion that has been so far pretty good. Good to see it. Mr. Sadie Sassafras. Thank you for the raid. My characters are at least need to look fly in dungeons. I mean, I was happy with the original artifact here realm, but are all of my mods sleeping? Are you kidding me right now? Guys, check out Sadie. As I always say with Sadie, the greatest controller Deep Dungeon gamer you'll ever watch. And he's got some of the highest scores in Deep Dungeon. And he plays on exclusively controller. He's a great watch, so if you haven't seen him yet, then definitely give him a look. If you like Deep Dungeon content, and we typically don't stream at the same time, due to time zone, so a lot of times he will be live and I will not be. Just for me today is kind of a little bit more special because of release. So if this is like a favorable time zone for you, then you gotta follow him because he's gonna be a good watch. Thanks for those follows, Tango and Paco. And Tango, thank you for the Prime Gaming. I really appreciate that. Right in, let's go, dude. I am recording. Thank you for that. I am actually really making sure I record these next couple of days, so I appreciate that check. Sadie, what were you up to today? I hope you had a good stream today. Sadie killing Behemoth's Bard while spinning is a work of art? It is indeed. On controller, mind you, on controller. Like, literally, I think now, like, if anyone ever has something about, like, man, you know, how's the keyboard, mouse versus controller? I'm kind of worried about my ability to do Deep Dungeon. I mean, granted, like, you could look at my playstyle and be like, yeah, it's like controller. I'll just send you the Sadie or, like, Cog or something. They'll just show you how it's done. I mean, Sadie arguably probably has as much clears, if not now, more than I do. And that's a lot of clears. So if you feel at any point like you feel inferior because you're a controller player, I got news for you, man. I got news for you. I did some MSQ, Frontline, Little Palace Climate. Ooh, okay. I'm interested to hear about the Black Mage. That's one of the jobs I want to go to first once we finish up the new jobs. Shuzo, hey, thank you for the follow. I'm very curious to see how Black Mage plays now, because that's one job that I did enjoy in the beginning, but I don't know how it is now, you know? Frontlines is like a hefty amount of XP. I did one Frontlines yesterday, and I'm like, damn, I didn't realize you get this much XP. Holy moly. But today's better because it was on sale. I did it on Sunday night when we had the disconnect. I didn't do it yesterday because yesterday was Shatter, and I was about to like to go to talk with D-Buns because D-Buns was doing dailies on her stream, and I'm just like, I can't pull myself to do Shatter, dude. I just can't do Shatter. I can't stand Shatter. So I would have done it yesterday. But it's okay, I got all my levels, I'm fine. Okay. Frontline's the only rule that I make sure to do every day. It's a lot of XP. Very respectable amount of XP. Oh, we're all dead. Chatter's bad. I didn't like it before. I'm not gonna like it now. Got me from 0 to 3/4 of a level when I was 89 Viper. Nice. I despise Shatter. Yeah, bro, I'm there to PvP, not to punch ice, you know what I'm saying? I came to kill you, not the ice. Oh, I didn't get it off, rip. Memories of Gara back when I was a new player. You know, back in, like, Heavensward, when Shatter first came out, it was only fun to me because I would just obliterate alliances with my Summonerverse. That was fun, but can't really do that anymore. What class do you guys think is best for solo nowadays? Notori asks. You know, if you're working out information from Endwalker, I'll tell you straight out, nothing has really changed. Like, it doesn't seem like jobs are significantly different than they were before. So whatever you knew back then is probably still applying. So you're talking Machinist, you're talking Warrior, argument for Sage, argument for Reaper. The only one that I would say is a wild card that I want to see how people feel about over time is Picto. Because I think Picto might have a very strong case. But I need to finish it first before I can really formulate any kind of opinion. But Picto could be the one thing that could also be added into here. Maybe. It's a maybe for me, for now. But the damage is very impressive. And it could make up for quite a lot of what the job does have on its weaknesses, which is being a caster, so on and so forth. They can't kill the ice if they're dead. That's exactly my logic there, Leggy. That's exactly my logic. Sometimes they just ignore you too. Like, you're just like pounding on them. They're just like, no, I'm gonna stay with this ice. This is my objective. And then you blow them up. Like, it's great. I feel like Picto will have some case as summoner. See, it's interesting. Like, I was mentioning this in the previous stream, that I know a lot of us, even myself included, when people start asking that question of like ideal jobs for Palace, summoner does not leave my mouth. And it's a great job, but a lot of times I don't get to Summoner. It's like I say all these other jobs. But now I feel like Picto could maybe stand above Summoner, at least in my initial impression. And in that case, I might start talking about Picto. But again, I gotta get to the higher floors and see what it's gonna give me. I'm here for PvP, not PvI. Yeah, that's exactly my comment, you know? Focus on the objective. It's like, nah, dude, I'm here to PvP. I queued for PvP. Controllers get a bad rap. I clear 2 ultimates as a healer on controller. I work all day on a controller from a keyboard in my job, so controllers feel more powerful. You know, lazily, you're speaking to the choir over here, because I mean, I don't use a mouse, right? So we're on a full keyboard, and we've cleared Deep Dungeon how many times? Like. I would say my playstyle is extremely adjacent to controller. So like any argument of like gamepad superiority makes 0 sense. Like it's like you're not talking to the right people over here, you know? It's like you're not gonna get any sympathy. Like you can play any way you want, you'll be fine. Impossibles! What's up? Hello! Willow gives the shout out to Impossibles and ignores Sadie. I'll remember that. I think Sadie will remember that too. Yo, Impossibles, how was your stream? Welcome on release day for Final Fantasy Dawntrail. I hope you guys had a wonderful, wonderful stream. And welcome in. Impossibles is a very smart human being. Does a lot of 14 content, has done Deep Dungeon, is literally solving crimes IRL as well. So, you know, Impossibles, fantastic, fantastic person. I'm good so far, I can't complain. I just hope we don't get disconnected again, but we're moving, we're climbing. Trying it for the first time. Which one do you think is best between... Ooh, so Picto I'm going to take away first. Because, again, I don't feel comfortable talking about a job when I haven't finished it yet. It's just my thing. Like, I don't really want to, like, theorize. I want to go with actual facts. Now, Warrior and Machinist, on the other hand, in my opinion, I'm going to pause the music for a second. In my opinion... if you're picking between Machinist and Warrior, yeah, on Sunday the NA servers had a tech issue, not a DDoS, a tech issue. They said it on the thingy, so I got hit with that. We were like 79, so, but yeah, it happens. I mean, it's whatever. I mean, considering how early access was, it was fantastic. Between Machinist and Warrior, one could argue that Machinist and Warrior could be kind of one-to-one in terms of their capability of clearing. But where it tilts and where it leans towards you depends on playstyle, because they are very different playstyles. Machinist, you're running around gunning, you have a weaker defense, but your mitigation is basically not getting hit. So you have a lot of huge bursts, but there's a lot of running around that helps you keep alive. Tank, on the other hand, you don't run as tank. You stand there, you take everything. You may have to consider some alternate strategies, maybe big pulls, landmine plays, silver chests, you know, a little bit different than what you would try to do on Machinist, because I wouldn't recommend landmine silver chests on Machinist, or big pulls on Machinist, whereas Warrior can handle it. So that comes down to what you're more comfortable with. See, like, personally, I like kiting, I love running around, I love shooting like that. It's more my play style, but it's to say that Warrior can't pull it off. Like, we've had really good success on Warrior too. It's just, what do I have more fun with? I have more fun with Machinist. So that could be determined there. I mean, you know, if something you know leans more in your direction of like how you prefer to play the game, that's how you kind of pick between Machinist and Warrior. Now, if you still aren't unsure, then the next best way is just to take it in yourself and just see how you feel. Take one file as Machinist, take one file as Warrior. I'm sure one of them will feel maybe better or potentially equal, and just take whatever. You have different behemoths. I would argue that Machinists maybe have the easiest behemoth. However, Warrior would have the easiest Godfather by far versus Machinist. I mean, Godfather still terrifies some people, even for Machinist. So, you know, you have differences there in terms of things. Time management is a weakness of mine, and that seems to be hard on Warrior. It is, because never, I don't want to say never, but on DPS, you're probably least likely to be worried about a time check, as opposed to just surviving. Warrior, on the other hand, you're probably not worried about surviving, but you're certainly worried about time. So you have to input strategies to start speeding you up. Machinist's raw damage will make up for that, right? It's just the risk reward of like, do I pull this because it might kill me or not? And that's how you kind of determine that. So yeah, there's like very like those are kind of the differences in there. But I would definitely argue that both are very capable, almost equal to each other. It just depends on how you play it. Hopefully that was a decent answer for you. The elements are addicting. They're addicting, but I can understand that they're scary, and that's one thing I do want to approach in the near future, because that's been a little bit of a common question now. Can you clear without landmines? And I think I want to go for that. I want to try to like do some runs on Warrior where we're not doing landmines at all. Just to put it out there, be like, yeah. I mean, if you're not comfortable with it, hey, you gotta adjust your strategy to do this differently, because you have to make up for the fact that you won't do landmines. But it isn't definitely to say that it's impossible. By the way, impossible is if you gotta do your thing, you know, depending on, I'm not quite sure what time it is over there or how your schedule goes, but you gotta do your self-care, by all means do it. And everybody from Impossible stream, I'm Anzu. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo. We are MSQ spoiler free, so you won't see any MSQ on this stream, like, ever. Never. Even when you get to Savage, you won't see Savage on this stream. And I know there will be a select few people who probably have raid groups that they want to go in with their casual, mid-core, whatever group it is, and you don't want to watch other people. Like, you want to discover the mechanics on your own. And the world race will be huge. You know, I think it should be Mog Talk that has that in terms of their channel, and they always do such a wonderful event over there. But if, like, you're gonna avoid that, I got you, because first of all, I don't even do Savage, so I have no idea what's gonna be going on. So you'll be safe from that. So we'll get you covered on that. And usually with every patch also, I don't hit the content, with a few exceptions. Like, if they're gonna release the new open world content, I might be doing that, but you're not gonna see story here, so you're safe from that. We focus pretty strictly on solo content, Deep Dungeon, and we have a huge plate of things to do in Dawntrail, and the new jobs are just the beginning of it. I'm gonna grab a drink. It was a long stream. I enjoyed it per usual. Good. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Welcome in, Cheshire. How you doing? Oh, we'll be here for a while, Cheshire, so yeah. No worries there. Predicting between a 9 and 11 hour stream today. And I'm ready. I am gunning, like, I'm reset. Yesterday's break was just perfect for me. I think I needed it. You know, my body was kind of feeling a little funky after Saturday, and I am just ready. So it's nice. So funny, says Sengir. I've been grinding Machinist for a while. First run I got on Warrior almost cleared. The experience carries over. What can you say, man? You know? It really carries over, and bless to the guys who have been recording their first attempts in Deep Dungeon, because man, has it got to be an amazing thing to look at when you go from your first run to when you have like now the clear. I know our buddy Arahi, who's one of the top scorers in Deep Dungeon period, had a couple videos of them playing before they started to get really good at the content, and it was almost like they said, like, it was a jarring experience about how different they play now than they did before, you know? And I think that's one of the things that may get lost sometimes with your runs. You may actually not notice how much progress you're actually making in the content, you know? And in Sengir's case, he notices it by swapping jobs, etc. And different Deep Dungeons. It's kind of pretty badass to see that, you know, there isn't... I guess you could measure yourself with the floors that you're climbing, but also just the consistency is also a way to measure. And you do really get so much better at the game by trying to do this content, in my opinion. I was doing spoiler-free content for the sake of safe space placed for drops. Smart. So I'm glad I could hand over people. Yep, we got it. No, I'm barely into main story. I couldn't even tease anything, because I have no idea what I'm talking about. How's Picton Palace? Very, very strong. I've only been as high as 79, so I can only talk that high, but it is very strong so far. Behemoth, I heard, is a joke on this job. That's one way to put it. Heaven on High experience? Yeah, it's an experience. That's the best way to say it. It is an experience. Oh. Sorry, Gremlin, I didn't mean to attack you. I meant to hit just the other one. I got to floor 30, pulled a pack, opened up my silver chest, and exploded, died from it. No! Yeah, you gotta watch out for that XP. I 100% could not have cleared my Picto run last night if I had gotten it like 6 months ago. Your experience has been huge, Willow, especially with some of those sick runs that you've had, you know? With the harder jobs, etc. 100%. I mean, I wonder if I would have been able to clear... No, maybe I wouldn't have been able to clear Picto like I did myself. Maybe like if it was at the start of not Heavensward, if it was the start of Endwalker. I definitely feel like I'm better than I was at Endwalker than I am now. Much more improved, a little bit cleaner, you know, have a lot more tricks up my sleeves kind of thing. First you're trying to clear Deep Dungeon once, and then you're on your 20th Asher attempt, losing hope and joy of life until you get the clear. Hey look, Aurora's the best of us, all of us, right? How many runs? 96 to get Astro. Never gave up at all. Are you kidding? That didn't count? Oh, come on, man. That did not count. No. I remember how I was afraid to tank regular dungeons, and then after clearing Heaven on High and Warrior, went to a dungeon and pulled the packs all the way. It was the breeze. Virtual, that is exactly what happened to me too. I never really did a tank in dungeons though, but I think in Endwalker I had brought up Warrior because of, and a lot of it was because of that change to raw intuition. But I had so much experience doing some like, you know, mid-course scoring runs in Heaven on High with like all the tanks, and I got so comfortable doing big pack pulls, it was literally just a joke, you know? And it was almost to the point, Virtua, maybe you feel like this too. It almost felt to the point where it's like, you guys don't even have to do anything, just let me do my thing. Heal me occasionally, fine, whatever. It's like, I got this. like that's the confidence you have. That you're just like, you're built to survive on your own, let alone having a healer in like DPS. And that's how I felt too. Big packs, whatever. I can kite, I can keep myself up, I can rotate, it's like, no problem, you know? That was a good feeling. That was definitely a good feeling. Oh. Sorry, bro. I leveled Astro 70 to 80 purely from failed attempts in Heavenwalk and Endwalker. Yeah, I leveled quite a bit on Astro myself. I mean, I was there for 6 months. This music is bopping, or the one previous. I don't even remember what it was. This one's good, though. You're unstoppable, yeah? Yeah. When you've done it without a party, it gives you quite a lot of confidence, that's for sure. Alright, let's go. Making some good time here, I would say. Going a little faster than we did on Sunday. I figured I would just go like a little bit of a speedier run, and then if the time comes when I have to redo it because of scoring, which I do have a sense that this job will be very popular with the score runners, just because it might feel like a lot of fun. I'll probably have to redo it again, then I'll worry about it when that happens. So, like, I don't even think I would mind running this job again at all. Murder Behemoth, Revenge for the Years of Pain. Yeah, Carson, I'm with you, dude. This job was designed to murder behemoths. Oh, you survived my hit. HOH is like training chamber, and yes, it was at the hyperbolic chamber, right? Yeah, it is. It really is, man. Especially, I think for dungeons, it's really a good one for dungeon practice too. Like if you have tank, like I would go so far as to say, like, if you do have tank anxiety in dungeons for like big pulls, go to Heaven on High and learn how to big pull there. Even from like 21 to 30, I mean that's still enough of a training too, you know. I mean, I think the best one would be doing like 41 to, like, actually 31 to 40 would be huge. That would be a tough one to go for. So if you can do that, looking good. There's a steal somewhere. That's a steal. Are there any casting abilities on Pictomancer in PoTD? Feels like a magic machinist from watching it. There is in combat. Okay, I can show you, right? So the motifs that I cast out of combat, which you see on the palettes, those out of combat are instant, but those same ones are going to have a long cast if I'm in combat. So let me actually give you a good scenario here. So I'm gonna blow these up because I have the things wound up. So hold on, blow it up. Okay, so let me kill this first. Okay, so my top bar has my motifs on 1, 2, 3. So if I use my 1, I get the image right away here. Now if I go here, I burn this off, right? Okay, dead enemy. So if I go here now, I cast the same exact motif, long cast to get it up. And it's a respectively long cast. So it does the same thing. It will do the same type of damage, but the longer fights make it a little tricky to have to figure out when the best time to use it, because it is a very long cast. But the benefit of Picto is it's very similar to like Ninja and Hide when it resets the mudras, that you do have a lot of opening bursts from pull to pull because you can always set up your stuff before pull. So that's why it kind of looks very powerful when we're deleting enemies, but it'll look a little bit more normal when you start stepping into bosses. Thanks for that follow, C-Chat. Appreciate that. If you have tank anxiety, blame everything on the healer. Works for a lot of play. No, don't. No. You gotta learn to get good. Nehane. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I changed the song. Oops. Steel. I can probably reshank too. I don't think I'll do Picto since it's a bit whimsical personal taste. Understandable. Some people don't like the kind of the sound effects and everything to it. To me, I was actually talking to this with my girlfriend yesterday, because she actually thought I wouldn't like it as much because of the whimsicaliness versus like a black mage. But I said like, well, you know what the reason why I like this job? I think I'm indifferent to the animation and the sounds. I do like the sounds, but I'm indifferent to the animations. Like, it doesn't bother me that it has those kind of like cartoony sounds. What I fell in love so far with the job is its kind of rotation and the way it plays. That it feels really like a caster. Like it is like your true casting job, similar to Black Mage and not similar to Summoner. I don't mind Summoner, but Summoner doesn't feel like a caster to me. And so, trying to get that all in and trying to feel like you're having to optimize your rotation and everything, that's where it appealed to me. And yeah, that's my biggest liking of the job. That's it. So, but look, I mean, there's 20 other jobs you can pick from. If you don't like this one, you can pick something else. The sounds are funny in PvP. I bet. Hey, Lycan, how you doing? Nobody blames DPS, that's why it's my choice. Okay. Wub. I think I like that PoTD paintbrush. This is actually pretty good. Hold on. Let me get over to this one. Let me get into lighting. It is pretty good. Also, the thing that we noticed with all the bristles, even with this one, it does kind of sway, like an actual like bristle kind of thing. It's like very slight, but you can see it kind of have that wavy, like the grass almost. And I think this one does look pretty badass too, with the way the palette looks. It really does look good. I just don't like it because it's red, but that's more of a personal thing. It does look really good though. Monk has been my flavor right now. That's one job I do want to revisit. See how the new Monk is. So I'm with you. I want to see how it is. Maybe I start to like Monk now. Who knows? The tip moves on its own. Yeah, don't need to walk through it. PvP Pictomancer is about to paint a happy little tree on your corpse. Or a happy little Moogle on your corpse, right? I'm trying to clear Heaven on High and Red Mage, getting my ass kicked. It's hard. Red Mage is hard. It's why it's not recommended anymore by a lot of people. Am I weird that I don't like this job? No. A lot of people have kind of said that so far, Blackie. I mean, Joe Moose is one of them, and it's understandable. I mean, my buddy Miss Alchemy, who we raided on Sunday, she does not like the job, period. Like, she just hates the job. But everyone's gonna have their preferences. I mean, there's 21 jobs in the game. I'm sure you're going to find something that will fall in your wheelhouse. Would be nice if we could dye it. Yeah, I know, but maybe other weapons in the future. I really struggled. Hold on, words. I really struggled. I really struggled with my first clears on Red Mage, but the re-clear I did just before DT felt so much better. I think mob knowledge thing, maybe. Yeah, that's why, like, I'd entertain the idea of trying to do Picto again, Willow. Because maybe the way I felt with the job, being uncomfortable with it, was just because it's new, and I didn't quite figure it out maybe as fast as some of the other guys. Which is completely fair. So, yeah, I mean, I think at some point I'll revisit it. Maybe we do a scoring run, I don't know. But, yeah, I mean, I might get a better impression with doing Palace too, that I have a lot more experience with the job now. But I felt like lack of experience was kicking me a little bit. Okay, let me pause the music, I want to catch up with chat. I'd probably like Pictomancer a lot more if it looked more like what Kryl was doing in the trailer instead of more of cartoony effects sound in the game. Okay, fair. Yeah, see, like, Blackie, not alone, man. Not alone. Someone in my FC described Picto as black mage for clowns. We should, if our buddy Velvet was here, should, like, tell her that. Because Velvet despises clowns. She doesn't quite like clowns. It's a shame that I don't like the Viper because of gameplay and Picto because of visual. I mean, it's fair. Like I said, I mean, you have options. I kind of like Picto, but I have no idea what an optimal rotation is supposed to look like. So for me, the opener that I've kind of seen, and look, for all your opener needs, like, I would recommend looking at, like, something like the balance or something. But usually what I do is, like, I open, like, I get all the thingies going, right? And then I usually start off with, like, with Starry Muse. I go to Hammer. I burn one Hammer, and then I do one Palm, and then I start burning the Subtractive and get the 5 casts off. That's usually how I do it. I'm sure that makes sense to me. That's usually what I do for an opener. After that, it's just basically making sure that you don't overcap on your Hammer time and your Palm. And then keeping that going. Because the other part of the rotation is also finding the right time to recast your motifs. Hey, Banana, thank you for the follow. It's to recast the motifs, so that is going to be different from fight to fight. Because you have, like, a good time to get the opener off, before they start actually doing mechanics. That's definitely what I've noticed, but yeah, that's my very simple understanding of how I kind of went with the rotation. The base Palace of Dead Picto weapon is like you have a 1,000 degree palette of fajitas and a giant 1,000 degree spatula. It's yellow, which is weird. I don't know why it's yellow. Everything else is white. I'm happy. I thought I was going to like Picto, but now to me, it's like sharing the top spot along Machinist. And that's what I want to see how it feels overall. I want to redo my Picto Clear to see how the job feels when it actually picks up. Yeah, true. Willow, by the way, did a Picto run. Didn't see a Magicite past 38. And what'd you say? You didn't see a Petri past, like, 70-something? You got hit with a really heavy RNG. Kind of a weird comparison, but Pictomancer's moveset kind of reminds me of Phoenix Wright in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. The motifs are kind of similar to his evidence collecting. Okay. I only played Marvel vs. Capcom's 2, so I never saw 3. I try and pull what's attractive, GCD, then no GCD, then, yeah. I start with Hammer. Oh, I see what you do, Willow. I see what you do. Yeah, because I start with Hammer to get the GCD going, and then I go with the Subtractive. How far am I into MSQ? I just finished the first dungeon. Just finished the first dungeon yesterday. All the base PoTD would have a glow of the Jobstone. Oh, is that what that is? Oh, interesting. Mrs. Samoka. Why, hello there. Hello there. Guys, that is my buddy, Mrs. Samoka. From what I found out last night, he has so much game knowledge, it's unreal. He knows so many freaking games. I can't even believe how he knows it. They were playing a game on stream yesterday, on Miss Alchemy stream, where, like, they had, like, a screenshot of a game, and then you were supposed to guess what the game was, and he knew like everything. It was crazy. He's also... Were you doing Palace today, Zamoka? Was that what you're up to? Zamoka's trying to get Necromancer on one of the new jobs, so he's been running a lot of Palace of the Dead. So if you want to watch someone who is trying to go for Necromancer for the first time, definitely check him out. And he also does a lot of cool variety games, a lot of cool challenge runs. He does a lot of speedrun type thing. Well, that'd be speedrun type. What do you call those games? The ones... Oh, randomizers. That's what it... Randomizers. He does a lot of randomizers as well on stream. So he does a lot of fun stuff there. And one of the cooler communities in Crystal, too. So if you're looking for a community in Crystal, definitely talk to him. Pumpkin, hello. I hope you guys are doing good. Mir, hello. Back to 141. Clear in sight. Let's go. I want to reclaim glory with my clown scene. Yeah, that sucked, dude. That sucked. Was that during when we all had the issues, or was that a separate issue? Elden Ring Randomizer was so much fun to you. It sounds great. Like, that almost feels like it would be the true open world, you know, to revisit that idea of the open world. So, you have no idea. Okay, that's fair. 10S4Y says, what do you think is more rewarding? A deep dungeon like Palace of the Dead, where mostly the last 30 floors pose a challenge, or one like Heaven on High, where difficulty distribution is more even but requires less time to complete? So it's interesting because simply on that criteria, I probably would prefer Heaven on High. But what's funny with Palace is that, yes, like the last 30 are technically a challenge, but if you were to do scoring runs or speed runs, then the first 170 are now a challenge. You know what I'm saying? If you're doing a scoring run, the first 100 are very crucial to get a really good score. So you're hitting the pedal to the metal from like the very first floor and trying to optimize kills. So there is a little bit of a self-done challenge with those type of things. So like in my case, what we're doing now is a little bit more chill and just making sure we get to the higher floors. But it's still, to me, a little bit of a challenge to make sure that we play clean, right? Especially when I'm trying to want to talk with you guys and have a conversation, so it adds a little bit to that difficulty. So, but on that sole criteria, then I would prefer something like Heaven on High, where it's like it's kind of hard all the way through. But then even Heaven on High, not really. I mean, the last 50 are hard. You could say, and the first 50 are kind of very easy, relatively speaking. So but yeah, I mean, 100 floors has definitely been the sweet spot for a lot of people. I think 100 floors is just what most people will like. I mean, I wouldn't mind another 200 floors. I am curious to see what people think about that if it comes back. Palace of the Dead still, to me, is the more prestigious clear, though, from most people. I mean, people dislike the amount of floors and all that stuff, but they look at it as one that, like, they really treasure a lot more, potentially, than the others. So... Elden Ring Randomizer sounds so fun. It does. 80 to 100 floors set for scoring on Black Mage is wild. I hope I don't have to go there. So my whole rule is, like, if you kick me out the leaderboard, I have to go scoring. So I hope I don't have to worry about that. I'll probably revisit it after they implement the DLC for it. 200 floors is rough, but it makes it feel... But it makes the end feel great. That's pretty much what I think it is. Mutsu, what's up today? 300 floors, Palace of Dead Ultimate. I'm in. I like the way Palace ramps up, but I don't like how the first are kind of brain dead. Yeah, and that's such a common thing, but, you know, it kind of seeing the end game of all the deep dungeons, like, especially watching people clear, like, streamers clear Palace, man. Oh, there's so much emotion clearing Palace, and it's like, I feel like there's not as much emotion in, like, Heaven on High and Yo, you just don't see it. So, it's almost like you can probably quantify and make it tangible what Palace brings to the table, why it makes it so emotional, but kind of it's like you want to capture that magic into like maybe the next deep dungeon, you know, that it has that like that feeling of satisfaction when you beat it because it was so difficult or it was so whatever it might be. It had that balance, so you hope that they find it for the next deep dungeon. Majo, hello, thank you for that follow. Alright, let's do one more floor set, and then I will probably take a little bit of a restroom break. So let's go right in, and let's continue. Hey, Tev Rio, thank you for the Prime Gaming. I really appreciate that. Let's go. Let's go. Just like I sobbed in my first vehicle. Yeah. Yeah. See, I love that emotion with games like that, you know? Raw Tender, he thanks for the follow. Raw Tender, sorry. I remember crying for 20 minutes when I beat PoTD for the first time, Victoria. Yeah. The tricky part in PoTD was it wasn't designed to be soloed. It was soloed, it was a happy accident. And that's also one factor, King Carb, that I wonder, like, is that also part of the formula that you want to go with? Should you actually create something that had no business being soloed? Or maybe you're just like, YOLO, try it and leave it to the community to figure it out, you know? Like, is that also part of the charm of Palace of the Dead? Because it wasn't originally designed to be soloed. Like, you wonder, like, it becomes a weird thing, right? Like, I mean, could you design something that is very hard for solo? That, you know, play-tested, whatever you do to do it, seems to be a hard challenge, and then let the gamers figure out how to pull it off. I mean, you have the Boja duels as an example, because those are well designed. But at the end of the day, is it better to just actually just make it and then hope for the best? Hey, Cher, thank you for the $10 super thanks on YouTube. I am having a fantastic expansion, official release date today. And, yeah, it's been great so far. I hope you're doing good. Thank you for that support. Huge, huge, huge. You think it is for sure, Carp? Yeah. I mean, I wish we had, like, the right answer to go with in terms of, like, how to design the next Deep Dungeon, you know, the perfect formula, but it's so fun to talk about. Was a 6-month journey? That's like my Astra. My Astra was a 6-month. I mean, my Necromancer was even longer journey than that, but you don't see... I mean... The most amount of emotions you're gonna get from me is just me clapping really hard on the microphone, that's about it. I still remember how I died to Behemoth with 0.1% left on Dark Knight. 0 crits in all 15% phase. Damn! Yeah, sometimes the game just wants to just, like, you know, whack. Demoka, by the way, if you gotta do your self-care, get some food. I hope you get some food, eat something. We're gonna be here for a long time, so, you know. I'm planning to try to go to 200 today, so it'll be a long stream. You love food? Same, food's pretty good. What's up, Caddy? I will say this, again, when we get to our little ad break and my restroom break, but the guys on YouTube, there is a Twitch drops happening over on Twitch, where by just watching the stream and any channel that you want to watch, and you accumulate up to 6 hours, you do get rewards. You get rewards on the 1st hour, the 3rd hour, and the 6th hour. In the 6th hour, you get the chocolate Kapoor mount, the one that they had in the Butterfingers. So, you know, if that seems appealing to you, you can pop up the Twitch link, have it on the background, stay with YouTube if you want to do that. But just so you guys know that that is a thing exclusively on Twitch. And one thing that we had noticed is that the directory is freaking popping because of the event. So, there is also that. I mean, clearly, it can't possibly be popping because it's release day. It's clearly because, like, the event is also happening. So, I hope they look at that and they're like, yeah, we should do more of it. I'm like, yeah, you should do more of it because people really like it. Zypher, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Oh yeah, a lot of people did games. I mean, what is it? Wasn't it like US only or something? I mean, that's a lot of people that get screwed out of it. And then of course you have the meme for the European nation that they don't get anything. Which always feels bad. So I think this event, everyone, as long as you have a Twitch account, you are eligible to get it, which is so much better. Like that's how they should have started with in the very beginning. Toussaint, I'm not sure how it works if you have it in the background. I heard something about it, not sure. Also not sure. I know I had some issues with potentially Honkai. It's like it's worked before and then it doesn't work sometimes. There is a tracker that you can see. I think you guys were saying in the information, if you click the item, you can see a tracker if it's progressing. So the message saying you can't have it tabbed out or something like that. Yeah, there is a tracker, so you can look at the tracker if it's happening. Or just have it in another window. Or open it on your phone or something if you want to go like that. You can do it that way too. Whichever gets you there. You have to actually be watching. Okay, then glue your eyes to the screen for 6 hours. I got you. I had stream up while I was playing and seemed to count. Okay. I once died on 99. 199 on a no item floor with a rage in the inventory. I just forgot to pop it before going in. No pun intended, rage quit. Oh, that's so brutal! You know, it's tough because we now know... Again, I'm gonna say this, if you know this information, I mean, it might be good for someone else, but we now know that 197 to 199 can never have no knockback, like, it's impossible. So, it does, like, if you're worried about a no item floor, it does benefit you to pop the rage beforehand, just because you're not gonna worry about the no knockback. So that sucks. Oh, it sucks. You want Piakis? Click your icon, top right on the desktop, bam, progress. You can mute the tab if you want to keep it open in the back. Okay, there you go. Alright, we are talking about strats to be able to make this work. Love it. Adir, thank you for the 2 months of Prime Gaming. I really appreciate that. Hope you're doing well, and welcome to the stream. As we're chilling here and just getting Pictomancer back where I started on Sunday. We got it up to 79 before we had the NA disconnect. So I'm hoping to get a little bit further than that today. That's not enough. That's how Angel's got the Viper clear, popped rage before going into one. Yes! Did I have a triple no items on the last 3 floors? Because I was trying to think back. I didn't look back at the VOD. I know I had 2 of those floors for no items, but I did walk into a no items on 199 without a Serenity. And I popped the rage, and that was my only hope. I thought I will slap MSQ, but I just wanted Viper. MSQ is always gonna be there, man. You don't have to do MSQ until, like, what? Until, like, September, right? When they bring out 7.1? You're good. You got some time. Probably not until, like, the Alliance raid comes out. Oh, so Picto's more like Black Mage. Good luck with the run. I would say... there is some Black Mage vibes to it. Maybe it's a little closer to Summoner than Black Mage, but in a longer fight, it'll feel like Black Mage. Pick up. Oh, it didn't stand a chance. I gotta get the chest that was in this room, though. So, like, this part, enemy to enemy, feels very Summoner-like. But once you're actually fighting in bosses, it'll feel a little bit closer to what Black Mage feels like, in my opinion. People always rush on main story because of spoilers and peers, usually. And, look, I'm someone that would be a part of that too, Claudette. I honestly would be. But... my other method is not to look at social media, right? I mean, I don't talk about it. And by the way, I will commend you guys here in chat. For the past 3 days and so far into today, everyone has been so respectful about being chill on, like, any type of, you know, mention of main story. It's been great. So, you know, definitely applaud yourselves for that, because it also does... it isn't just me who needs to be careful with it. It's like, you guys need to be careful with it too, and just the respect of the ones watching. So it's really nice of that. And so far, I haven't seen much of anything. I mean, I looked at Twitter on and off. Anything I saw, even a glimpse of something, I stepped out, but... I've been pretty good, and I'm only through the first dungeon. Like, I'm trying to get through it. Of course, my priority, excuse me, my priority here is with the stream, so I don't have much time to do it, but I've been pretty good. But no, I'm totally like that. That's why any new game that comes out, I am 100% in the category that I will play it right away and try to just bust through it. Now, I don't rush through it. I do play at my own pace, but I put the time into it, and it kind of makes up for that, you know? But it is sensitive, especially when you're sifting through a lot of social media. You just don't know. But my follow list is so limited. I also don't look at YouTube at all outside of my own content. So I keep my risk of spoilers to a minimum. I will say though, when I was playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Facebook was deadly. Because so many people were posting, I don't know how I got into the algorithm, but people were posting their progress on the story and they were going faster than me, and I'm like, I can't right now, dude. You're posting, like, literal spoilers and this is so dumb. I didn't get spoiled, but man, it was dangerous. First time Facebook ever did that. They don't do that for 14. I got nothing at 14 for Facebook. Like, it's like they don't care about 14 on Facebook. I finished MSQ 2 days ago. Now, I'm not afraid of spoilers, but I don't want to spoil anything for this. Yeah, I mean, it's a responsibility on both ends too, right? Now, I've been enjoying the story up till now. I have really been liking it at my own pace. So it's been working out. So I'm kind of very excited to see more of what's going to happen, but that's my opinion on it. Wait. I was excited for the artifact here. A lot of it has planned potential for fashionistas. All I'm saying in that note. I'm excited to see, once I unlock more stuff. Like, I got the gear that I liked so far, Claudette, but I want to see the more things that are available. And of course, now I'm going to restrict myself because I'm not working on crafting anymore, but I'm sure I can figure it out. I'm 8 quests away from the end, just need to keep progressing the rest. Gotcha. Any idea whether Black Mage Solo and Palette is going to be easier or harder with the changes? I think that the sharp change is probably harmful. So, I'm interested. That's something that I want to investigate next. I can't comment quite yet. Haven't heard of anyone also. I know our buddy Sadie Sassafras, who rated us earlier, is working on Black Mage Palace of the Dead not as we speak, maybe as we speak, but had been working on it earlier. So, that would be someone that I would say you can ask initially. But it's something that I want to get to firsthand, because I did like the Black Mage run in all of the well, in Heaven on High and Palace of the Dead. Not so much EO, funny enough. I didn't like it as much as EO, but I do want to get to the Mimic deleted? What Mimic? I don't know. I don't see a Mimic. I was disappointed with 7 Rebirth up until the last 1.5 challenge. The game was great. After that, I stopped playing in the last one. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not gonna expound upon that. I'm just gonna, like, you know, nod and agree, but yeah, that's fair. Some people are still waiting for the PC, so I don't want to say too much, but... All I can say, I think, for me, I think Rebirth is Game of the Year for me. I highly doubt, speaking of Rebirth, they heard, the playlist knows, man. I highly doubt it's gonna get Game of the Year. Just because it's I think it's really rare for JRPG to even come close to getting a Game of the Year, but I thought it was a really, really awesome game. I mean, it's the most hours I put into, like, any single-player game. Easily. Like, not including replaying a game, on the first playthrough, on, like, completing it completely, like, it engulfed my time, and I liked every minute of it. But, you know, opinions are very strong with that game, especially with the way the characters are in the story, so it makes sense. Everyone praised. It's a good game. I don't... Oh, everyone praised. Oh, you think that it has a chance for Game of the Year? I don't know, it's just weird, man. Like, the way they tend to pick it, it's just, I don't know, but I would love to see it. Now, do I think it has a better chance than 16? I think so. I think it has a better chance than 16. 16 to me didn't have a chance. But then I was biased, to be fair. I was biased in 16. Like, what do you call it? What's his face? Oh god, what's his face? Not Clive. I want to say it before I ask for help. The Baldur's Gate 3 vampire. When it was him versus Clive for voice acting, I'm like, man, Clive did such a good job, but good luck beating him. Yeah, thank you, Asterion. I'm like, man, like, Clive did a wonderful, wonderful job, but good luck beating Asterion, because, man, that was just universally, like, you know, it's just, 69 parts are absolutely gorgeous and parts that really bounce off. Yeah. We're getting close to the PC, so I hope everyone will be able to get to experience it and be able to formulate their opinions. Again, that's another category that I won't say too much on. But yeah, it's just there's a lot of things in 16 that I didn't quite like as much. Overall, BD3 VAs are another level. Yeah, and then on top of that, they stream their content. Like, it's so good. I think that's the other cool part about the content and creation and all that stuff, is that you'll see those voice actors actually play their own game. Man, that's cool. It does make me feel kiting a lot better and consistent in my opinion. I did get into the higher course, says Scala, and the bosses feel about the same since the dot is the damage now instead of the actual hit. Thanks for sharing that, by the way, Scala. Appreciate it. Appreciate it from someone who's actually running. Cause like I said, I don't like talking about something that I don't have current experience on. I just feel it's irresponsible. So I'll just leave it to someone else who's done it. YouTube is full of BG3 VA outtakes. They are hilarious. Oh, I bet. I think I've seen a couple of them like do actual like other ones, not necessarily the actual game, but like other content that they've made and stuff. Thunderkiting's pretty funny too. Okay, okay. I'm interested because I felt like we really produced quite a lot of strategies on Black Mage, which is one reason I like that job a lot. So maybe I have to think of it as that kind of open. I have to keep my mind open to the possibilities and stuff when I reapproach that job. So okay, guys, I'm gonna take a small break here. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stretch. If you guys have been going at it for a while, do the same. Grab a snack, whatever it might be. Every ad break, I'll kind of go around with this. First and foremost, welcome to release. Make sure that you guys have inputted your full code into MarkStation. That was available since yesterday. If you don't put in the full code, then you will not be able to play past the 5th. So that thing is up to the 5th. So make sure that if you haven't put in that code, do it in. I think chat said that PS5 should be good, so it's mostly PC and Steam. Also, we do have Twitch drops on, so if you don't know what that is, basically it's just watch a stream, any stream, up to 6 hours, and if you do 6 hours, you get a mount. You'll get a notification in your mailbox for a code, and you will redeem that code in MarkStation to get the mount. You don't have to watch all 6 here, but we will be going longer than 6 hours. You can distribute it throughout different streamers. I think the event is until the end of the month, so you have a lot of time. So just make sure that, you know, that thing's happening. We have made sure I'm getting my own drops, so we do have it active here. And lastly, we are pushing for Partner Plus, so I'll leave you that to take a look at. They do have to be tier subs from you guys. Gift subs, I do appreciate. Prime subs, I do appreciate. But we're making the push for that. We got up to 187 out of 300 after yesterday, and we've gotten a couple today, so I really appreciate it, and it would be sick if we can hit that goal. So I'll leave you all with that information as I take that small break. Thank you all for watching. We are hitting ads in between floors, so you guys missed the least amount of action, and that's what you're going to expect from here. So welcome in, everybody. Sit back, relax. We got a long stream today because I'm going to be going into 200, or trying to go all the way to 200. So what are people spending Poetics on? I am going for the Endwalker Relics, and I also got some Glamour too. So I got some Glamour in Radsanhan. And I'm gonna get some, I'm gonna finish getting the Endwalker Relics to me. Okay, BRB. Alright, let's continue. Also, I do want to say for the guys on YouTube, just to note that we are having exclusive Twitch drop events, so, you know, if you want to open up a Twitch tab, keep it up on your phone, keep it up on another monitor. By watching specifically Twitch, you will get some extra items. There's, for the 1 hour, you get XP. I think it's like you get food from the first code. The second one, you get Aetheryte tickets, I believe. Maybe it's flip-flop, but the 6 hour one is the mount. It's the Butterfinger mount. So, but that is a Twitch thing. So, I mean, you know, I typically wouldn't really care if you guys are on YouTube or on Twitch, but in this case, you know, just in case you don't know that's happening, that's what's happening over in Twitch. So that's the correct order. Good. Here's hoping the new relic weapons will be tied to the new field op at least. Something like a logical choice. Looking forward to. No, you know what I'm also hoping for, JC. You know what I'm hoping for, dude? When they do the 2-9 channel, one channel is the weapon, the other is the glow. Are we finally gonna get that after 11 years of this game? Can we change the freaking glow to our liking? Maybe one day. One day. Zetas have 2 dyes, not good. So, we'll get it one day. No shot. Look, I can hope. We had Twitch drops, guys. Twitch drops was like 10 years in the making. We finally got it, so I'm holding out hope, you know. I don't know where I put that in the category of a Blue Mage Deep Dungeon. Or, like, fixing the friends list, but I think it has a better chance than one of those two. How then will they do another ultimate weapon? Oh, well, ask me, I don't do ultimates. Or make it like, wow, you can transmog enchantments, which... Changeable glows is the one thing I've wanted in this game for freaking years. You know how upsetting it is to me when I get to a relic weapon and like I want it to be blue and it's like green and it's like, how does this match my blue gear? I don't understand. Imagine that weapon and yeah, oh my god, if this was in like a glowy blue, I would just freak out. I'm gonna like make guides on like how to really efficiently farm Ether Pool more than what I have now. Die the entire yeah, with the glow and everything. I mean, there have been some, I think, some stages of the relic weapon where if you change the color, it actually kind of adjusted the glow, not to like some extreme extent, but it did change it. I don't know why it's taking so long for something like that to happen. You need a level 100 deep dungeon? 1 year! 1 year it'll happen. Oh great, I love multiple Anzus. My favorite. Haha, he didn't break my shield. Get wrecked. How does it feel to suck? Would have broken in there. Actually, they ended up breaking my shield at some point too. After playing around with certain plugin, I doubt that changing the glow is even possible. Oh, interesting. I see what you mean. Like even with certain things, like you still can't change the glow. I can still hope. Rolling early Anzus? Yeah, don't worry, I'm gonna kill one later too. Serving roasted Anzu. Well, I mean, look, we gotta spread it around with everyone, right? Is Picto high damage Palace or is it just my Ether? It is high damage, but there's a balance. You're going to see Picto very strong on the enemies, but on bosses, there might be a lot of casting that it gets involved, but it does have a lot of burst damage. So it looks really ridiculous, and we're definitely going to be trying to take advantage of the burst damage of Picto. Think of it like the suggestion I make with a tank. Where a tank, you would be doing, like, okay, so what I like to say in Heaven on High, when your inner release is available, burn it. It doesn't matter what you're gonna fight, it doesn't matter, you know, anything, just literally use it and then kill the thing that's in front of you. Because you don't want that thing ever on cooldown because it's so much damage. And essentially that's how I'm going to be thinking about Picto. Because during the downtime of inner release on Warrior, that is your time to navigate, to check chests, to look around. But when it comes back up, go ham, kill something. When it's back on cooldown, okay, check things out. Where am I going? Where's the exit? And that's kind of how Picto will kind of play in a way. Because I could keep up the consistent pulling, but if I do that, then there's going to be some wait time between my cooldowns with my big bursts. So it would benefit me from taking some time to navigate, taking some time to burst. So. But like, if I'm just using my G-Cities like this, you'll see, like, the damage is kind of normal compared to, like, a lot of other jobs. It's squishy, I think, from my experience with Heaven on High. The reason why it's squishy is because, unlike all the other three casters, you have, like, in my opinion, the least amount of movement. Red Mage has your gap closer and your jump back. It has the dual casting, so every cast you're moving. Summoner is just movement, period. It's just machinist, except with a book. And then Black Mage, look, I mean, taking away potentially Palace of the Dead, but even with Palace of the Dead, what do you have in Palace of the Dead? You have Firestarter, right? I think you still have Firestarter. You have Thundercloud, probably. You have Swiftcast. Here, once your big damage are gone, you have nothing instant, except the Swiftcast. Like, I have to recast the motifs to get an instant cast back. You can argue that my hammer is going to be 3 instant casts, but again, it's limited. So, you know, the upfront damage is great, but if you're engaging with longer fights, you're going to start to feel that kind of squishiness, because there is not much that you can do to keep yourself up. The shield is really nice, though. The shield complements it very well. Especially if you break the shield, which should be easy enough on this job. But, yeah, it's the balance, I think. I do feel like this job is really the true glass cannon, in my opinion. The real glass cannon. You can slide towards boxes. Well, with this job, the dash is just like Dancer, so it's basically unavant except for Picto. So I can dash any direction I want to. I could dash to a box if I wanted to. I hate everything. Fine, I'll kill you all. That's what you deserve. I just wanted to leave and now y'all did. Hold on. Oh, I can't use items, right, I forgot. I was using Smudge a lot, like between the lines, to kite a little every 20 seconds. Yeah, and that's a good way to do it too. I mean, man, it'd be nice if we had the movement speed on the lower floors Willow that you get from Smudge. That'll be sick. That'll be sick. Small room. Mediocre. And then the benefit, the last thing I'll say on Picto, the benefit of Pictomancer, it has the vibe of a ninja. Because ninja, if you've ever played it in Deep Dungeon, whenever you hide, you reset your Mudra. Your Mudra is your big damage. So essentially every single pull on ninja, you have your full 2 stacks of your Mudras. With Picto, your motifs are instant casts outside of combat. They take like 3... How long is the cast here? It doesn't tell me. They're like about 3 seconds if you're in combat, so they take a really long time. Like, it feels like it's longer than like a fire forward. But that's in combat. So, enemy to enemy in Deep Dungeon, you're having the opportunity to recast it out of combat. So that's why it looks like it's really powerful. Hey Demlings, how you doing? Not sure why it just couldn't be part of the default skill, 84 or something. Maybe you needed the movement speed on higher levels, and who cares about lower levels, I don't know. But the movement speed is good. I mean, I think it's equivalent to sprint, right? From what I can tell, it's basically the same as sprint. I can't use NPCs for the trials, dude. Rip. Time to queue. And deal with human beings. Is it me or Viper range attack actually it is the second highest potency next to Reaper, but Reaper is a hard cast, so you can definitely argue that Viper actually has the best one. Because it's instant. Oh look, that would have killed me. HP check. So there is today, Darith, and I'm so excited. It's the first time. I think the directory is freaking popping off right now in 14. Because there are drops today, probably. Nah, I mean, it could be because it's released, but it probably is the drops, too. What are humans, Blackie? I know, those are the things I try to stay away from. I have a friend who does PoTD no potions. I was able to pull that off so far in 3 jobs. It's great. We did it on Red Mage, we technically did it on Machinist, and we did it on Warrior. It's very possible. It's very hard, but it's very possible. Hey, may as well save it for the harder jobs, right? You know? Oh. Give me 1 second. Let me cast my pretty pictures over here. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm in... Oh, oops. I'm in the other palette. Viper is super fun. I wanted to main Astro. And alt main... What'd you go in? Viper! Nice. You never tried the healer no sustain? Sage. I did Sage. We cleared Sage. With like a couple... Like, didn't I do that at like the last minute or something? We did Sage, yeah. I forgot about Sage. Yeah, I did do Sage, right? I did clear Sage? Because I know I timed out on Sage, but I think I did go back on Sage. I'll be watching you for at least 3 hours. Hey, Darith, I got you, man. I'll be back here tomorrow at the same time, so if you want to do the other 3. But also, to be fair, you can watch any stream. This is why the drops are so good. And it's the first time 14 has drops. Watch any stream. Have one up when you're out. Tomorrow, just pop whoever's open, check them out. So, accumulated. Have I been? No. Actually, I have not. I swapped off the Picto. I leveled Picto to 90, and I started pushing Picto up for the main story. What was that pin message when we need it? I don't know. I think Willow sabotaged it, so... Pretty sure it was Willow. You actually... Really? I know I said it to manually. I guess it maybe did do manually. Okay, sorry, I'm not putting blame on Willow. It was someone else. Or maybe it was I didn't set it up correctly. Yeah, no more negative propaganda anymore. It was Yuki. Okay, got it. Oh. Hold on 1 second. Wait a second, Mimic. I'll get to you in a second. No, it's Shank, pretty good. He only has one eye, that's why he can't aggro. First he called me a bad mod earlier, then accuses me of sabotage. Today is a bad day for Willow's career. Yeah, rip Willow, dude. Barely knew him. That worked out, actually. Saj. Nah, dude. Also, thanks for that follow. Nell. How do I say your name? Nelholm? How do I say your name? Nelholm? Anyone home? Okay. Anyone home? Okay. Any. We'll go with any. How about any? Rage. How many frog tracks am I gonna open? What the... Man, one day, you know what we're gonna... 8.0, we get the next graphical update, and you're gonna have, like, Final Fantasy VII frogs where they have the weapon on it. You ever seen that from Final Fantasy VII, where, like, if they go turn into a frog, they actually still have the weapon on it? Yo, what up, Gabriel? How you doing? My headphones, like, I hope you guys aren't having sound issues. Because it doesn't seem like it. You guys aren't saying anything, but my headset is having some weird day today, because it keeps kicking out. It's gonna be a PNG of the actual... Nothing good. Okay, I'm just... As long as you guys aren't hearing it, I'm happy, because it's been having a day today. Yo, what up, Bitcoin? How you doing? It's having a day today. I don't know what's going on. I even, like, reset the computer, and now I'm, like, partially lagging. Hold on. Let me just give it this. Okay. 3097, nice, okay. Hope it's not a case of my headset, like, kind of dying, because that would be really sad. That's just, like, some interference happening. Okay, anyway, I'll worry about it. You guys don't have to worry about it, it's fine. One thing I saw is super strong compared to other jobs. It has a big burst. It has a very good burst. And we are moving pretty swiftly through the Corse, which is nice to see it. Oh, I didn't pick up a strength. I just realized I haven't had a strength in a while. Lusts. Okay, we'll pull you, kill you. Oops, I hit you by accident. I didn't mean to, sorry. Not that it matters. Your wait time dropped 10 minutes. What up, Bobinity? How you doing? Wait, wasn't there another chest here? Or was that the one? I thought the return was a chest, and it wasn't. Always disconnects. He's got... Damn. That's a name. I feel bad, man. I'm sorry. It should make a list of, like, all of these, like pipe dreams of, like, desires when it comes to Final Fantasy XIV. Like, we were just talking about glowable dye. Or dyeable glow, sorry. Dyeable glow. Blue mage in a deep dungeon. Friends list. Disconnect protection. Ugh. That's probably, like, top of the list right there. Disconnect protection, imagine. No, Blitzball is dead. Like they... See, there's a difference between, like, hoping for something and then Yoshi P saying, like, no, and he said no, so he can't... That's just not happening. He never said no to Blue Mage Deep Dungeon, never said no to a friends list, never said no to a dyeable glow. But, hey Chris, thanks for the follow, welcome in. DC protection. I lost 33 to a DC before the early access. You hate Blitzball? I like Blitzball. I have fond memories of Blitzball. The music was great. I like the music. My biggest disappointment... Okay, I know it's kind of, like, partially controversial to, like, say that you like Final Fantasy X-2. I did like Final Fantasy X-2. The only thing I disliked was when I went into Blitzball, and it was like an auto-battler, and I was so upset. I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to do Blitzball again, and then they're like, oh, just watch the match. Like, wait, I can't play the game? It's just like my first experience with an auto-battler? I can't believe it. I was so upset, dude. Only thing that actually pissed me off in the game. I mean, may as well not call it that, you know? Pass the ball outside someone. Well, what was fun about, I think, 10 Blitzball was the growing of your characters, so... That's what it was. Yeah, so I think it was a Mr. Happy video, where, like, I think he directly asked that, and, like, the answer was just, like, no. Mike Webb, thank you for the follow. It was just no, so yeah, it was a hard no. I love Blitzball. I love that bad guy was the worst guy at the beginning and becomes a beast by the end of it. I think I remember that. Yeah. Oh, I had Innovation on. Imagine that. I dislike that I 99.9% the first one because of how tight the 100% for not counting. You know, I did not know that there was something past that secret cutscene, 1 and 256. So I hadn't realized that I had gotten essentially like 98%, 99%. It was only until like maybe years later I was looking on YouTube and they were talking about this one cutscene in X2 that I never saw. I'm like, wait, there's another cutscene? But it's fine because the one I wanted to see was the one I got, so I was happy with that. I would happily settle for a job that has a sword on the main hand and some sort of spherical, light enough to float, kickable object in the other. So red mage, right? You just can't kick the thing with red mage, but I mean, it's kickable. It is kickable. Didn't you drop PoTD? Didn't I? What? Wait, can you retype that? Oh, didn't I do Picto PoTD yesterday? Not yesterday, on Sunday, so 2 days ago, when we got hit with the tech issues that kicked off all of Ether on that day. So I only got up to 79, and then I essentially ended stream because I didn't wanna wait for the queue. But we lost the run because of a disconnect. I may not be able to kill this in time because of my lack of strength. But fine. Oh, I can do this actually. Oh, not dead. Okay. So odd. I feel like I have so much interference and I don't understand why I have interference. It sounds like. Okay, we should be okay though. Let me catch up in chat here before I step into the next one. The story after X2 does not exist to you? Yeah, I stop at X2. Mostly because they don't want to work on something people would only play once and get bored and drop it, plus mechanics are difficult. Yeah, and tactical, I think that was what was said before too, and I thought that was a weird statement, because in my brain, I'm like, well, why don't you design something that people won't drop once they get bored? Like, I don't know if that's me just being very kind of ignorant about game design or something, but like look at Deep Dungeon. Deep Dungeon has provided me 8+ years of content since it got released. So it's like, you know, I mean, not that I probably intended it to be surviving for 8 years, but you get my picture. Like, you know, you have games that exist in our universe that people have been playing forever. I mean, look at GDQ right now. People are playing games that are so old that they've made something out of it. So, but I don't know. That maybe that's just me being whatever. Do I have a dodo mount? I should. I tend not to open my mounts, but hold on. Doo-doo. Without an eye. Oh, that's the minion, sorry. Wrong one. Mounts. Doo-doo. There you go. There's the dodo mount. Wait, what does it say? Those are some interesting looking dodos you got? Oh my god, dude. Really? I didn't know that was a quote in the thing. Those are some interesting looking dodos you got there. Wow. Can't believe you said that. They could give Red Mage a silly glam that has a blitzball in the offhand. Imagine a blitzballer job like Waka throwing and kicking a ball around as a ranged DPS. Yeah, it'd be great. And Merit. Yeah. When you were describing it, it just like was just screaming Red Mage to me. Allegan node weapon? Oh, can you imagine? We can repurpose the Allegan nodes for that, for the ADSs. So good. Let me start eating food and we'll hop into the next war. We actually made it past our PB, guys. Our PB was 79. So we're now in PB territory. Great. Love it. Let's do it. I still only have 1 strength, right? Okay. Noted. And we only have 120 more floors to go. I think we'll be okay. The true marathon stream. On a really good day, you know? End of the day, it worked out. I was supposed to get this done on Sunday. We lost the file due to a disconnect. Instead, we get to do this now on the release day, on Twitch Drops Day. So I think at the end of the day, things work out for a reason. At least that's usually what I tell myself. You know, I try to spin it into a nice thing when things happen. I certainly didn't expect the director to be popping like crazy, and it's good to see it. It's a dead dino. Man, they died because of meteors, and lo and behold, they're still dying to me dropping meteors on their heads. Palm meteors. Resolution? Never fine. You believe in servers? Servers have been great. I mean, like, you know, what is it Sunday? Tech issues? Someone could have just tripped on a cord, you know? They just had a bad day, spilled some coffee, it's whatever. It happens. I'm sure everyone has spilled coffee on the servers before, right? I mean, it's nothing new. Maga Wave, thanks you for the follow. Welcome. Unplug the... Yeah, oh man, that's a terrible trip, imagine. Oh shit. Most expensive coffee. Early access was smooth. Yeah, no, nothing. And the one disconnect we had on NA, and it was only NA, I don't think EU and JP experienced it. But it wasn't a DDoS, it was just that they said tech issue, so it happens. If that's all you're getting for the expansion, amazing, you know? And the queues today were so good. I was actually worried because I basically logged in. I sat down in front of my PC like 10 minutes before I was gonna go live, and I was a little bit worried about in my queue because like on Sunday and Saturday they were like about 30 minutes, but I got in right away. It's like not even a concern. So. You're not dead on 2 GCDs, how dare you? I once legit saw a video of a mod that turned a red mage into a blitzball. In my mind, Paladin would work better for that because of shield love and actually sword attacks, but it was a cool video. Neat. That actually sounds pretty badass. Could never show that in public though, but that would be that sounds kind of cool. Here. Did I? Oh, I didn't hit the. In a few hours, it'll maybe go at 10 minutes. Wait, hold on. I'll do this. In a few hours, it'll maybe go to 10 minutes at worst. Yeah, JC, I think so too. I think queues are just back to what it was before the expansion already, which is insane, and people are clearly playing the game, maybe, likely. During the timeless of low connections, certain networks are becoming stable. It might not even mean that it's just up. Yeah, it wasn't a DDoS, so it could have been like a bad storm. I know my area gims. So that same day, that's why it kind of felt like it worked out for a reason. I didn't lose power, I didn't lose connection, but I had some really bad thunderstorms like the moment I stopped streaming. It was predicted, obviously, it wasn't just random, like it was forecasted, but we had a bad thunderstorm. I'm like, oh man, like I could have lost my run that way, like it could have just lit there. Kinda just works out. When I was relogging after the disconnect, I ended up sitting in a position 1 for over 5 minutes. Yeah, that's a thing too. I remember that from Endwalker, that if you actually got to the final position, it actually took a little bit longer. Dawntrail, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. It was actually pretty hard. It was a tough job for me, especially with the lack of things you can do with the job, but we were able to get through, and I'm proud about that job. I don't usually watch streams, says Danny. But as someone who runs PoTD with friends for the joy of dying chaotically to landmines, this has been a great intro to 14. Hey, well, you know what? That's all I do. I just do Deep Dungeon forever. I've been here for 8 years. I've been streaming this content for 5 years, and I still love it. So, yeah, I'm glad. Enjoy your time in 14. We have quite a bit of people in the community that also kind of exclusively stream Deep Dungeon, if that kind of will be your thing. If you ever have any aspirations of doing it solo and stuff like that, but while you're here, I hope you have a good time. Sharks chewing on cables in the ocean. I hate that. I hate when that happens. Fun fact, when I used to work in server maintenance, I had a colleague who tripped on a wire and cut off server access to half the company across the whole country. It took around 40 minutes to set everything back up, as there was some legacy servers that had been running almost a decade, and had to dust off the old manuals to see. Oh my god. Would you say that was catastrophic? Would that categorize as catastrophic, or? I totally forgot how it is to do PoTD without Ether Pool. It kind of takes a while, yeah. It kind of takes a while. Come here, Chimera. You're beefy. I'll blow you up. I'm surprised I didn't hit the worm. Steal? I can't use items. We had words like oh yeah. That's it puts it in an interesting perspective, right? Okay, we shut down the servers of like all these things for 45 minutes, and like that wasn't catastrophic. I mean, I remember when like there were times when you had like the Amazon web services go down and like crippled like half the country for like an hour, and that sounds like really bad. Like, yeah, it's been worse. Let's get out of here. Pacing is pretty good. Well, it still takes me 4 hours to get through the first. 4 hours is about what I was hoping for, I guess. I was hoping for a little bit faster, but I am taking breaks in between. Gotta factor that in. I'm really glad Picto seems to have a really high DPS. Having the goofiest job be the strongest is funny to me. It's funny, you know, I don't really see this as a goofy job. I understand it, like its sound effects are like cartoony, the Moggle palm and everything. Maybe, you know what, maybe me going through the story gave me also a different impression of what I had for Picto. I did finish the storyline because I thought I was gonna get gear after beating the story, and I just got, you know, I just got a smile and a thumbs up essentially. So I was like, wait, where's my rewards? But I did pay attention to the story, and I had a good time. So definitely gave me a good feel of, like, you know, the lore of this job, and I kind of liked it. 60. Worst was when Cloudflip had an outage a few years back. Over 70% of the active internet was down for half a day. Oh boy. Well, you're gonna make a pretty tutorial about Picto, like I did with the other classes. I should go to bed. You know what? I am definitely leaning into it. I feel like Picto has some really solid potential as being a popular job, so more than likely, eventually. One of the things that's holding me back from even getting into guides right now is just the potential potency changes that will inevitably happen. So, like, my 2 checkpoints are this. It's gonna be, the first checkpoint is Savage, to see what happens right before Savage, because there should be some changes there based on, like, what people are talking about. And then the next one would be into 7.1, because you probably get a couple more adjustments there to, like, solidify some things. And then I start looking into guides. Mr. Wallen Gaming. Guys, that is my good friend Wallen Gaming. I've known him now for, what, 4 years? He has a wonderful stream, talented human being, does some variety, does a lot of games that we do, Honkai, and does a lot of 14. Has one of the coolest screenshots of the Warrior of Light that he does. He is very talented at making screenshots, so definitely check him out if you ever get a chance. He's a good dude. I hope your stream was good, man. I hope you're able to give some Twitch drops to your viewers. Welcome, guys. Yeah, I would like to. Picto, I'm really liking Picto a lot. I'm tempted to try soloing, but I think I'm not. But I think I'm too social. I like hearing my friends scream on VC when they set up luring traps. Danny. One thing that has been what some people have done before is that you would stream your content to, like, some buddies on Discord or something as you're doing the run, and they could either A, help you, or just experience it with you, even though you're by yourself. We've had a lot of people do that before. Like, even, like, it's like emotional support to some extent, so it could be a consideration that you do, that you still get the solo experience, but you get to share it with other people as you're running with it. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you know, it's just your own personal experience, so something to maybe take into consideration. And also, something we've definitely noticed too, I've helped people before, like, they were doing the run and I was watching it, and the perspective too of someone who isn't in the game playing versus you playing it, man, sometimes they see things that you just don't see, you know? Especially, like, you guys sometimes will catch some certain things that I just happen to miss, and my thinking is, like, in so many other places, but someone just says something really simple, and it's like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's a good idea. So that could also happen. You get that interesting dynamic with your buddies if you want to do it that way. I said I was going to do main MSQ, then I spent 7 hours doing roulettes, ocean fishing, gathering, crafting, PvP, everything that wasn't MSQ. You did your main story, Wallen. The main story of your character. Streaming to your Discord also gives you the streamer luck buff. Fair, I can't argue that. The downside is that sometimes you may be forced to do suboptimal player for the bit. Hey, it's part of the experience, right? Maybe, but you know, for some people, that's just how they're gonna enjoy it, and if that's the way for you to enjoy it, then who's to argue, right? Yo, what up, Immortal? How you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. Happy Dawntrail official release day. Am I liking Picto? It's very powerful. Very, very strong job. Could argue that it might be one of the stronger ones, period, that's available to you. But it is a very good job. Rating? I can't remember. How have you ever done have I ever done attempt of a no palm run? Not necessarily. The one we've done within adjacent to that category is we did do a Eureka Orthos no gold chest run, That was kind of done first by Finn and Sig, and I thought it was a decent idea. So we took Machinist in, and we didn't open a single gold chest, but we did open silver chest, which gave us the demi-clones. And my PB there was 98, which was ridiculous. There's just levels of ridiculous that I can't even go to explain. Like, it's probably even possible to clear that run if you had just enough RNG, but yeah. Just a nutty. But I don't want to do that again, because that run is just... It's honestly just not a fun run. I didn't really enjoy doing it. Like, it was nice to prove a point, but not for the sense of entertainment, because trying to run through Eureka Orthos already can be exhausting. Trying to do it without any power-ups is even more exhausting. I leveled Viper to MSQ with. No regrets, because that class is super fun, and I'm learning how to be better. Yeah, I mean, I heard it's great at the higher levels. Like, it's really meant to be a 100 class. I'm not surprised at it at all. I heard it has good damage at lower levels, to make sense. It isn't even just lower levels. I hear, like, Immortal, I hear it shredding in Eureka Orthos too. Like, it's absolutely shredding in there. And that's 90 content, so... That says a lot with the high HP pull over there, which I'm really excited to get to. We're going to be getting to that later this week, presumably. If everything kind of goes as planned, we're going to be getting to that soon. Oh, you mean below 100? Okay, fair. That's fair. I mean, look at this Mimic. This Mimic doesn't even have a chance. I don't even have a Strength on. Since you do Deep Dungeon a lot, do you collect the weapons to the Ether Pool? No. I am very picky about my weapons. Here's an indication, Mitsu. See my glamour? This is my glamour. The weapons in Deep Dungeon, at the moment, including Eureka Orthos, there aren't any that's blue. So it's very hard for me to commit to these weapons, because it doesn't match my glamour. So, no, I don't collect them. I'm kind of indifferent to them. At 100, it's merely sort of busted instead of giga busted. Now, I do wonder, Immortal, how it would translate into Deep Dungeon 4. So maybe it will be busted in Deep Dungeon 4, potentially. Or something like the open world, right? Like, maybe you do it in the duels. If they put in the duels to the open world, maybe they do something like that where it becomes really busted there. It's very... Wait, where's the... Oh, where's the white? I don't see the white. I mean, the red is unintentional because it's just a weapon, but... Could easily be. Yeah. There's white trims on the coat. Yeah, I would say it's more silver, but I guess that's not wrong. Go with it. Even my IRL glam is blue. Well, this shirt you can get at our merch store. This is our channel attire. So if you're ever interested in getting this Dodo shirt yourself, that's on my merch store. Thank you, Jason. My outfit is very Angelus. Hey, I had time yesterday to do all this, and I did. I worked out I got to 90, I worked out a glam, and of course it's gonna be blue. Why would it not be blue? You should look at the bot in chat. That's the name of the bot, so that's the color that I prefer. I got my strength and steel back, so... You seem to be dead. That dragon just melted. I can't believe it, dude. That dragon has a lot of HP, too. There's a Chimera coming. Every time I do a roulette as Samurai, I have to fight really hard for second place enmity with Pictos. Dang. Alright. I did it. See, some of you guys are using Cardia to remind me to use my freaking motifs, and it's working. So it'd be very silly to assume that my favorite color is a green cap. If I wore a green, you can't see it, not kidding. I actually do have like a green shirt, and there was one time I accidentally wore it for stream, and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't wear this on stream, should I? It's gonna just go transparent. But then the idea of a floating head does sound funny, not gonna lie. I'm lazy. Any noticeable changes so far as the Deep Dungeon system? No. From what people have been talking about Hollow, I remember asking a couple people who, like, some guys did, like the Dark Knight, like a Dark Knight clear, I think, a Warrior clear, a Machinist clear, some of the normal jobs. It seems like everyone is in agreement that it just feels exactly the same. No adjustments, no noticeable changes. So yeah, I think everything is just exactly how you think it would be, which is great. I think that's great. It's actually the first expansion in 2 expansions, in 3 expansions, I guess, that it actually feels exactly how you think it should feel. This damage unholy. It's pretty good. The only indirect change would be decimals for the. That's fair. Yeah, I would say that. That's fair. That would be a change for Deep Dungeon, because now Behemoth is kind of like you don't need the macro anymore. I'm gonna have, I think, oh, I'm not gonna have my laser cannon. I'm gonna wait for the bomb to show up before I do this. It didn't actually break my shield. I'm gonna wait a second because the other ads can come in. Definitely just as fast as some of the best DPS on this boss. Although I could have opened with my burst instead of waited for the lust. Anthelia still here. How you doing? Let me catch up here. How viable you think Viper will be in PoTD solo? Adra, we did Viper on Saturday. It's viable. I mean, if you're just talking about can you do it, I mean, you can. But it is, I would say, definitely middle of the pack, if not maybe bottom for melee in general. You don't have much to work with. I think the damage is average. You don't have any defenses, so like how I saw that run was that I spent more time strategizing than playing the job, because there wasn't much to play on the job. It's just hit like a combo every so often, and that's all you had. Like, okay, manage your HP, bloodbath if needed, post, so on and so forth. Unlike, say, Ninja, where you're monitoring your, you have like a mini burst. You almost have an opener burst. Samurai, you have your stickers to worry about. Dragoon, you have your cooldowns to worry about, and like kind of compiling that. Viper, there is nothing to really worry about. There's no timer to worry about, no real rotation to concern yourself with. So it's more about strategizing. How do I use my palms? How's my time? What's my next pull? But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's as bad as you think it is, because Godfather was surprisingly comfy. Well, again, I'm very experienced in melee, so I would say that probably benefited me. But I thought it was going to be a lot trickier, and it wasn't half as bad as I thought. And the damage was actually not too bad. Like, I would say it's definitely weaker than Reaper on that boss, but pretty good. So, yeah, I mean, again, if you're talking viable, it's very viable. It's just certainly not to levels of, like, Reaper in terms of what it can do. Samurai might be easier because their upgraded defensive ability comes to the lower level and has a pretty decent heal attached to it. But I think it's not 84, so that's a Eureka Orthos thing, not a Heaven on High Palace thing. Need to reorganize my party list with a new DPS job. I ordered it by Dancer Park priority. I miss old Samurai. Is that a soccer emote? So Viper or Picto stronger? I would say Picto hands down. Like, Viper... Let me pause the music here since we get into deeper conversations. Viper to me is just like a weaker Reaper. That's like the common line I was saying when we were doing Viper. It's basically Reaper, just a lot weaker, because the GCDs felt the same. You didn't have a gauge. Reaper has a gauge, so you can kind of hold damage for bursts and then use it later. You don't have shielding, you don't have egress, and Viper's dash was, you know, mostly useless because you weren't really using it much else in a lot of combats except maybe boss fights or just to escape like some tricky situations. Whereas Reapers, you could use the kite and you could use it for mobility, and you can get through floors faster. And Reaper just felt like it packed a bigger punch plus a little bit of a better burst. But the buttons were like, you know, more or less the same. You had very little buttons. So I would suggest Viper to people I hate, says Eloise. Astra's also viable, so Viper should be. Yeah, I mean, again, it kind of comes down to like, what do you describe as viable? I mean, you know, are you gonna come and ask me as like not saying that like mean or anything, but like, you know, would you ask me if, like, Conjure is viable? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, Conjure is viable. Just you're not gonna see it from me, and we're still working on it. People have done it, but yeah, it's like it's a job I definitely won't see myself recommending. Now, if someone is like, man, I'm a Viper main, I want to play Viper, how do you feel about a Necromancer? And I'll be like, you know, it's hard, you know, it's gonna be a tricky job. It doesn't average out to what some of the other melees do, but can you do it? Yeah, you can do it. The range attack potency is neat. The range attack potency, it is, I would say the range attack potency, which it is the arguably the best one in of the melee, because Reapers is a hard cast with the exception of Egress. So theoretically speaking, it is the best one. And its AoE is actually pretty impressive, although you wouldn't really be doing AoE in the higher floors, but it does have a pretty impressive AoE. It felt like it packed a punch for the AoE. Is new Astro worse now compared to the older version? Based on Aurora Moon, Virgil, he thought it was, I think what he said, it was a lot more fun and he felt better with it. He does like the 2-minute shielding, and he felt like he can take a lot into with that 1-minute defense. He thought I would have a lot of fun with it. Like, he was giving it some positive reviews, and he took it in on early access. So like the moment the service went up, he was in on Astro and did 161 to 200. So that's where we're pulling the information. I don't think I get to Astro that soon. I think I get to it eventually. But Black Mage is in my sights right now. Black Mage is one of the ones that is really, really in my sights to be one of the first ones I go back in on. I think for me, I'd say there's no reason in PoTD to suggest. I'd suggest Viper over any other melee except Monk, since it's the... Yeah, true. Like, it's totally serviceable, but all the other melee have something that makes up... Yeah. For context, I wouldn't suggest Monk to anyone. Viper's just a little better. Ek value, but that's for PoTD, right? Is there any other higher level where it would be more tools? I think Viper and Heaven on High might have the same discussion, but Viper and EO might be different. I can't speak to either because I'm gonna do them eventually, so you're gonna have to ask the dudes that have done it. But I know some people said Viper in EO felt better. New Astro feels way better. I can't confirm. Adir has been working on Astro. He's been doing some Astro runs. Did something change for Black Mage Pute? A lot of those things changed. Like, I think how Thundercloud works changed. The fact that you have to cast ice to get your MP back is a thing that affects you. Also curious how DT changes affect Solar Dark Knight. I don't think much. I mean, it loses the plunge damage, but we had our buddy Zyron, who mains Dark Knight, one of the best Dark Knights in Deep Dungeon. Before the expansion, he actually went in on Behemoth and just didn't use plunge, and he felt like it wasn't that big of a deal, if that makes a difference. Like, I think plunge is really the main thing. I don't know if it got anything else. It might have, but a lot of these jobs I will understand once I actually play it. No mids for Viper really sucks. I would say from my experience, again, it wasn't as bad as you think it is. You definitely felt kind of naked in that respect, but I was expecting it to be a lot worse, but it wasn't that bad. Like, you did a lot more to stay alive. Like, I did a lot more stagger kiting. I did a lot more just maneuvering. I mean, your range attack kind of made up for it too, so you didn't feel like your disengaging was losing damage. So that's kind of nice. So it kind of favored you to run out and just, like, range. I mean, I killed a couple fly traps in 191 by just doing range attacks. And it didn't feel like I took that long to kill it, you know? So that was a strategy that we employed. I mean, it still felt like a long time, but it was viable. It didn't feel like it was forever. Buffed you 1 and 2 in the 1-2 combo, I think, for Dark Knight. Yo, what up, Ada? How you doing? How's Kingdom Hearts going? Okay, I'm gonna hit a set of ads here, but I will keep playing. We're gonna step into 91 plus. Every time I hit ads, I'm gonna do a couple PSAs here. One, welcome to the release of the game. If you guys haven't inputted your full code, be sure to do that before the 5th of July, because otherwise you'll be locked out of the game. So just check to make sure that you did it. I don't think PS5 applies, so we're talking Steam and PC. So if you haven't done it, get it done. Number 2, we have drops on. I actually just got, I think I got my second drop because we've been streaming now for almost 4 hours. Yep. You have received a reward for Square Next. Aetherite tickets times 10. So we got that in. So if you guys have been here since the beginning, you would have gotten your second reward up till now. So all you got to do, and that's also for the YouTube guys. What's up, Cool D? That open the Twitch tab if you want to get some Twitch drops. It is a Twitch exclusive, so you're not getting that on YouTube. So if you want some items, the main goal is a mount. It's the Butterfinger mount, the Choco Kapoor mounts. And that is a cumulative of 6 hours of watching Twitch, but you have all month, so you can do 30 minutes today, 30 minutes tomorrow, and just break it up if you want to. But that's what we got going on today. 10 whole tickets! Look. I'm happy we have drops. And then lastly, we do have our sponsor, Tokyo Treats. So if you guys haven't checked that out already, a lot of the community have tried this out. You get a discount. I get a neat commission out of it. We had showcased this on Friday, so if you guys want to see and get some nice exclusive Japanese snacks, then there you go. What's up, Biff Tech? What do I get if I already have the Choco Whistle? I guess you have a code you can sell. Do you wanna eBay your code or something, Biff Tech? You can like go to the you can go to the YouTube and be like, hey guys, anyone want to buy this code? You know, it could be like that. What's up, Biff Tech? How's your DT experience going? Time to watch for the content? Yo, cheers, dude. I don't have the mount yet. Okay, so ads going out. I like to hit ads in between floors as there is no action, and not hopefully, you won't see ads in between the actual action. So we'll hit an ad here, and then we will go forth into the thing. What? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pull this up for you. I'm gonna get the link so you can see it. Is it here? About this reward. Okay, this is the link. I should have just kept the damn thing on. This is the link for the whole event. And in that webpage, I don't know why it's the EU one, but whatever. In that webpage, it'll show you the mount that you're getting. And that is 6 hours of watch time. And then you just have to watch. You don't do anything on Twitch. You just watch for 6 hours total and you're good. So, welcome. EU the best forever. Look, I like my EU community, so I'm not complaining. It's going great. I've been lurking during the runs while I do MSQ. I think I'm almost done. Nice. I am barely into. I just finished the first dungeon. I think Korea doesn't have Twitch anymore, so it's but I think they could watch it. I just finished the first dungeon yesterday, so I'm very slowly getting through it. I think Thursday I can finally hit the ground running, because I'm still gonna do a stream tomorrow at like this hour, like 3 p.m. So, Zerion, thank you for the follow. Okay, ads going out, and let's continue. Thank you guys for watching. BRB, ads going out. Boom and boom. Nope, and boom. Oh, okie let's do our thing. Let's make sure I don't die. I am actually, up to what I've seen so far, BivTech, I am enjoying it. I'm having a good time. I think, like, for me, I definitely have been enjoying story a little bit more when I kind of do it at kind of my own leisurely time. I mean, not to say I won't stream story on, like, a story, like, we're not talking 14, like, another game, like, when we were doing, like, Rebirth or something. Not to say that I didn't enjoy it or something, but I do feel like I enjoy it more on my own, if that makes sense. So, in this case, like, I'm really, like, absorbing it and having it all kind of to myself, and it's kind of nice. But it works out, of course, with the content, because, you know, I'm avoiding it for some of you guys who don't want to see anything main story. And so we get no spoilers. I can't even talk much about it because I haven't seen much, and, yeah, it works out. A lot of my friends do in group parties where they all in Discord together. Oh my, dude, there's no way I can do that. Oh my god. No, but yeah, I get that. Kind of that socializing community of going through it and having, like, That kind of like live reaction of it. Oh my, I could never. No way. Because also I think more so to me it's the pacing. I feel like my pacing would be so awkward. There's no way I could like align myself with other people. Like I would much rather prefer to do it on my own and then compare notes. You know? Like let's reconvene in like 2 days and then see what we got. I would prefer to do that. But I hate group play for story bits in any game. I've never, you know, I know it's a thing, but never have I been offered that, nor have I ever considered it as something I'd ever want to do. I was on Discord with 2 fans, but I was ahead of them, and it was hard to bite my tongue at points. We're going in ruin speed. Gotcha. I mean, it's fair. Again, everyone's gonna have their own preference, so if that's the way you enjoy it, I think that's amazing, because that sounds like such a unique thing that you can do online. And you should consider it. I mean, we had someone just earlier talk about how they would entertain the idea of a solo deep dungeon, but they feel like they're so social that it feels awkward to them to do it by themselves. I'm like, look, like maybe you can enjoy it by streaming it to your buddies and have them sit in while you're doing it. You know, like that could be totally a thing. Whatever gives you the most out of it, that's what's important. To me, it's just, I'm not very social, so I like to keep things to myself. That's it, you know? I beat the game, no. I would prefer no discussion until I'm done, that's how I handle it. Yeah, I'm kind of the same, because it's like, I'd rather have everything on the table, and knowing that nothing was, like, hidden from me, and then also, like, that's when the doors open, right, Bivtech? I mean, you're probably like that with me. Just like me, in the sense that, like, okay, I beat the game, I did everything I wanted to do, so even if there was something that I may have missed, it's perfectly fine, because I probably wouldn't have done it to begin with, you know? Because if not, I would have done it already. And that's how I feel sometimes, too. And that's where it's, like, okay for spoilers, because I'm already past it. Not a big deal. Sometimes, like, that's what I think I did on a couple games, did I? Maybe? Well, like, if I reached a certain chapter, or if I got to a certain point, I was okay with people telling me, like, okay, you know, it depends on the game, though. Like, 7 Rebirth was a game that I couldn't do that, because I had all the opportunity to come back to a certain point. If it's a game where there's, like, a point of no return and you're never going back, then to me that was an acceptable situation of, like, okay, tell me what I missed. What did I miss? What didn't I do? Because I can't go back unless I reload a save, but I've made this decision already. Or I didn't want to spend the time doing it, you know. I beat the MSQ close to... You'll beat it close to it. Well, I mean, you're not even sub to the game, so... But that's fair. Not even sub. About 4 hours for the first 100. Guys, we're gonna be halfway there. How does that sound? Halfway there. I've done it one time in Diablo 3, and it was a very bad experience. You just rush through the game with a party and don't enjoy it. And I think it works if, like, you're okay with, like, sacrificing or conceding that you're not gonna be going at your pace. But look, there are people out there, Virgil, that it's almost like they don't know what their pacing is, so they want to follow with someone else. Does that make sense? It's almost like it's more stressful to create a pacing for yourself than just essentially become like part of the tour, or part of the experience. It's almost, it's just like if you go to like a city tour or something, right? You're going at the pacing of the tour guide. And that's fine for some people. Some people would prefer to tour it on their own, at their own pace, at their own choices. You know, not kind of feel like you have to be here and have to be there at a certain time. It all makes sense. I spend 500 hours on ARR. You know, we have community members, Adra, that basically spent all their time trying to get Necromancer because they wanted Necromancer as a sprout and just didn't do the main story so that they would hold on to Sprout, and that took them like so long. Sounds like you've got a lot of content that you can enjoy at that pace that you'll last you potentially years, yeah. And also potentially like quality of life increases and everything. Was it alteration? Mr. Cog! That is a cognitive in my chat. One of our good friends on the stream in the community. He's a cool dude if you want to check him out. He does a lot of games that we do. He does a lot of 14 Deep Dungeon. He does Withering Waves Honkai like we do. He does a lot of... He likes Pokemon Kaizo and kind of Pokemon roguelike challenges as well. He's a cool dude. What's up, Cog? How was your stream? Sour Lemon, hello. Cog himself, hello. How was 14? What were you up to today? Also, I want to get your opinion. Cog, you were doing some Picto at some point, so how do you feel about the job? I don't think I heard you kind of talk about it yet. I played through the story to EW already, but it took me a long time. Okay, fair. My sis wanted me to run through EW patches so I could be on the ground floor of DT. But I have a relaxed pace with main story, so I'm not caught up. So I'm still not caught up. Yeah, look, we play games to enjoy them. And it should be at your pace and whatever that is, right? Never should it be imposed of like how other people experience it, if that's how you should experience it. Never. Never. That's one of the things also that I stand by too. It's like, especially when you talk about the topic of like mods and plugins and whatever, my opinion is I don't care what you do. You know, I'm no judge. I don't work for Square Enix. I'm not gonna strike you down. I'm not gonna report you. You can do whatever the hell you want. It's your game, and you should enjoy the game at your pacing. The bigger issue that you have on like social media and with like maybe some groups of friends is that their experience has to be your experience, and that's where it goes to hell, and that's where it should never cross. You know, you should be able to understand that people will enjoy things differently, and it's fine. It's just don't impose it on other people. That was also our issue with, like, you know, backseating and whatnot too, but that's a whole different topic whatsoever. Reminds me of Elden Ring community. Oh really? I remember I was warned, I think Biftech told me and some other people told me that the Undertale community was spooky. If you tried to play Undertale first time on stream, I heard that was a very spooky, that's a very dangerous thing to do. We were setting up Picto 121 and doing as much scoring as possible before I need to concentrate on clearing. Fair. I actually, so initially in my first Picto, before we lost the run, I was doing kind of a partial scoring situation, but now I kind of conceded on just getting the clear, and then if I have to do scoring, I'd rather like full-on focus scoring, because I do see myself doing this job in the future. Like, I'm having a lot of fun. I can see myself doing it again. Now, do you feel like that, Cog? Like, how are you feeling with the job? Cog, by the way, historically, doesn't like casters. He's very kind of anti-caster. So, you know, he has an interesting perspective on that. So that's why I'm curious about what he thinks on playing a caster, essentially. You know? Like, did it change your opinion? Do you still dislike casters? Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, never play that on stream for your own health. That's so funny. That's so funny. Always go at whatever pace feels good for you. But I will still make fun. I will still make fun of my slow FC by asking if they want to come to It's jabbing is nice, forcing it upon someone is completely different. That's where it just crosses the line. Undertale's a great game because of how personal it can feel based on your own choices, which is why it's terrible for streams. Everyone wants to... Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly my point too. I kind of wish... I didn't know about Undertale. I didn't know kind of almost like the cult following it had and how interesting that game was. I watched like multiple speedruns on GDQ for Undertale. It was my first experience with like seeing Undertale. And man, that's one game I wish I kind of raised my brain of like, you know, what I've seen from that game, because there's no way I can play that game. I like the sense of discovery. I like the sense of learning about things and having an imagination on what I may expect in the game without any interference from anyone. No social media, no friends telling me anything. Like, that's part of why I like playing games. I've seen too much of that game, so it's just like, okay, like I can't know, like, I understand the game's great and maybe I could still enjoy it that way, but I just know I'm not. I would just rather do something else. Now, the idea of, like, you know, an Undertale 2, knowing its reputation, okay, maybe I would go like that. That was my thing with, like, Hades 2, because I had seen way too much Hades 1 from, like, people streaming it, from potential speedruns, and I felt like I just knew too much of the game before I even got to play it. But I approached Hades 2 in a completely fresh view, and I really enjoyed that game. Here's my take. Picto is optimal for Deep Dungeon, just in general. Picto's weakness of having to repaint mode is encountered by a large amount of times you drop in combat. It makes it high damage and still feel fast. If all magical range hit that hard, I'd play them. Oh, I've been having fun, which is already interesting. Okay, cool. Interesting. We've definitely had some people kind of anti-Picto just because they don't find the job fun. Completely understandable. I mean, it is interesting to think about it in, like, the Deep Dungeon sense too, right? I mean, maybe your perspective changes in specifically Deep Dungeon. You could still hate the job, but maybe you see, like, maybe it is powerful in here, kind of thing. So, there is a potential similar game coming out. Yes, I did do chapter 1 of Deltarune, but I fell off of that after, I think, what are they on, like, chapter 3 or something? And that was one thing that, like, I knew that it was made by the same people, so I'm like, oh, maybe I can hop into this one, you know, experience it. But I haven't really kept up with it. Don't look up anything about it. Yeah, I'll play Deltarune when it came out. It's related to Undertale, but that's all I'll see. Gotcha. Did I play Viper yet? We did we did Palace of the Dead Viper so far. And I'm gonna do Heaven on High tomorrow, presuming if everything goes okay today. Because, if this run fails at a certain, depending on if it fails at a certain point, I may just go and redo it again. But otherwise, I may stick to the schedule and do Viper Heaven on High regardless of what happens today. I love Viper, but it looks boring. It's very naked in Palace. It is very naked in Palace. I wonder if a lot like Picto because of the kit is fun, or just because the damage is insanely high. It's a good question, Aurora. I mean, I gotta tell you, like, I personally like it because I did start to fall in love with the way the job plays. So that definitely comes down to both the kit and damage. You know, I'm trying to take it into main story now, and I think it's gonna be a lot of fun in main story, especially when I get to understand it more and more. Yeah, it's definitely a fair point. I'm starting to wonder what's gonna start to take over as time goes on, because I do feel like the opinion that Picto is very strong is spreading pretty fast. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we're only day 4 in, but I think people are like, yeah, Picto is really freaking strong. When I watched HTTP play it, yeah, same. Aurora, I'm with you. Same exact thing. So I watched that whole thing about the play thing. I wanted to get an idea of where I'm going between Viper and Picto. Viper, to me, didn't look as exciting as Pictomancer, and I immediately picked Pictomancer because of that. Because of that display. So I'm with you on that one. Is it better than Machinist? I can't say for now. I will say in Heaven on High, not even close. Now, Palace, though, different story. It could be debatable in Palace, but Heaven on High, I personally had a pretty hard time at Pictomancer, which I'm not going to have on Machinist. So, but the different deep dungeons could offer a different experience. And I think what hurts you in Heaven on High, it's that things hit really hard and casters are very squishy. So it's like it's a rough combination there. Machinist, on the other hand, because it always can move around and it can always kite, it kind of doesn't matter what deep dungeon you're in, because if you're not taking damage to begin with, then you're fine, right? Apparently today, for NA tomorrow, is Heaven on High 6th anniversary. Yeah, I guess that's about right. Yeah, the start of July. Dang. 6 years of Heaven on High. Thanks for mentioning that. I might actually, actually that might be a selling point for Heaven on High tomorrow. Take that into consideration. You're gonna be in Heaven on High tomorrow. Black Mage kinda style is a sour spot for me in Deep Dungeon, so I might struggle with it. I might struggle with you in Heaven on High Picto. I like low damage logic heals, not the inverse. True. Yeah. I'm really interested to see how Black Mage will play now. I know we have a couple people that's trying it, and I know Sadie is gonna be trying it very soon. So I'll see. I think that might be one of the first jobs I take in post Viper and Picto is Black Mage. Really? Oh, that's unfortunate. What do I have? Not much worse right now. 6 years of casino BS. But you still go in, Elvis. That's what it is at the end of the day. Like a true gambler. Gambling is dumb. I hate it. Anyway, I'm going to the slot machine tomorrow. Who's coming with me? Anyway, another round of blackjack. Let's go. Switching. I've been trying Pictomancer because I love the cast roll the most, and I've always liked ground. Okay, fair. The hell? I didn't mean to hit a button. Okay, well, apparently hit a button. But I still need to get used to it. Right now I have it at 90, and I think I'm still like Red Mage more, but it could be a familiarity bias. Interesting. I gotta definitely tell you personally, I've been taking in Black Mage for like the past 2 expansions, Danny. And hearing some of what people are talking about Black Mage definitely kind of deterred me a little bit away from Black Mage. But on top of that, Pictomancer being like really, really fun kind of made it enough for me to shift myself about what job I wanted to go through main story, so now I'm doing it as Picto. But I don't think I'll regret it. I can just do Black Mage at some other time. Can't wait to run through all the deep dungeons as Picto. Hell yeah, dude. I lost 4 Picto friends. I'm a bit tilted. Okay, you know what? Fair. I would be tilted. Picto has no self-healing. Picto has no self-healing. It has a shield like Black Mage. However, what's cool about the shield, it's a 2-minute cooldown, 20% HP shield. But if it breaks, think like TVN, if it breaks, it does reduce the cooldown by an entire minute. So there's a lot of strategy that can definitely be involved with trying to maximize breaking the shield. And it's, again, gonna be really easy because you're a caster. So you essentially have a 1-minute shield. Kinda nice. Wow. Why Picto can't just draw a healing potion for themselves? I mean, look, that is not wrong. Maybe because all of its spells has to be, I don't know, offensive. Not a bad thought, though. You do draw a shield, so there's that. Dark Knights sure are the best. Dark Knights are great. You know, Dark Knights in Deep Dungeon are pretty cool. I really did like it in Heaven on High. It's pretty good in Palace of the Dead as well, especially with the Living Dead. And EO, I actually liked its DPS EO. It's kind of a cool experience. Yeah, no, do your thing. Do your self-care, man. I'm gonna be here for a while. We're planning on the full run today, so, yeah. If you haven't gotten your rewards for Twitch drops yet, then I got you. Draw a glass pumpkin for instant— oh my god, Joni, that's the greatest idea. It's true, why can't I just draw a glass pumpkin and a bench? Just sit on it, and then just claim it. Jesus. Someone's gotta— dude, we gotta get like an animator, Joni. Like a true animator that just does that. And we do it as like a collab guide or something. This is how you win Deep Dungeon. Go Pictomancer and it just draws the bench. Give Picto a revive. Draw your comrade returning from the grave. Even— yeah, oh my god, just draw a demi-clone in Palace. Can you imagine that? That would be hilarious. I'll use that later. Let's do the site here. I'll do a resolution. I only need 1 for the boss anyway. Draw a Pomander. Could do that too, yeah. Just draw a Pomander if you're liking. 3-minute cooldown. What does Picto feel like so far? Summoner. I would say a little flare of the summoner damage. That's what I would look at. Like when you go into like Bahamut and stuff, summoner. Did Plunge Change make Dark Knight feel any worse than the Behemoth Push? Not Gorgia. We had our buddy Zyron. Zyron is one of the best Dark Knight runners in Deep Dungeon, period. He has basically all the high scores on his data center, and potentially in the world as well. He actually took in Dark Knight when the whole job announcement came in back in Endwalker. He took Dark Knight in and tried to clear Behemoth, just removing Plunge off the rotation, and he thought it really wasn't that bad. Like, overall, it's like, it wasn't that big of a deal. Like, does it make a difference? Yeah, I mean, it does something, but it wasn't a significant, like, oh, now we're gonna lose kind of situation. So, I would say it's probably fine, and also they may have redistributed some of the damage, which I think some people were talking about. I started playing 6.2. I ended up liking Black Mage a lot, which I'm still mad about. I got dunked on for so long, then I tried it and I liked it a lot. I really did enjoy Black Mage myself. I took Black Mage in for, like I said, 2 expansions. I had a good time with it. Erase Behemoth from PoTD. Well, that's called a burst, to be fair. When we get there later, if we can line it up correctly, you'll probably see that in action. That's what they call a burst. Just don't make the same mistake as I. Press Living Dead after pulling a pack and kill the pack without healing to full first. Ooh. And there's a lot of ways a Living Dead can go wrong. Sometimes you over-mitigate or have a potion running and you just actually don't even trigger Living Dead, which is like mega awkward for sure. I should have drawn myself some Magicites. Damn, Willow. See, this is why you come to this stream, to learn things, you know what I'm saying? Picto is Summoner if it would be fun. I like Summoner. Summoner is very much on the rotation, but I like Summoner. He's kind of dead. Actually, I think I delete the ads even with my main attack here. Yep. We're gonna be getting to the second ad soon. I don't think I should have swifted there, but whatever. Give Dark Raw Intuition? Well, just break Living Dead and you have Raw Intuition. Life has been answered before. Where does PoTD, where does Pictomancer rank? Interesting. I can't answer that question. Chat can come in and say something if they want. The only reason I can't answer that is because I'm still in my first run. I feel like it's a little irresponsible for me to give it a ranking so far until I cleared it. I will say it is very strong, and I feel like I would put it pretty high in terms of Palace of the Dead, but I need to give it some more time for that. Well, I need to get to the higher first. I mean, this alone feels very comfy. I mean, the fact that your regular attack buttons are on the GCD, or like your regular stuff, and they're just part of the AoE is kind of badass. So it makes something like this so much easier. Those ads died faster than Endwalker? No, it's just a Picto. it's just literally because of Picto. Nothing more than that. Picto is just very strong. Did I get the, oh, not yet. I think I can get another Maul thing up. You would say it's just below Machinist and Warrior. I would kind of agree with you there, at least from what people have talked about. We'll see what we can do with this shot. But it doesn't have to interrupt. Well, see, here's the thing I've been saying a little bit too, is that in terms of like the things that we suggest for Palace, in terms of like, you know, first classes, ideal classes, so on and so forth, Summoner is one that I don't mention on my first breath. I'll say Machinist, I'll say Warrior, I'll say Reaper, I'll say Sage. But I don't really get to Summoner in that conversation. But I do feel like Picto could be potentially better than Summoner, but you still have the caster issue, right? I mean, squishy, no interrupt, those are things that could hold it back a little bit, but maybe it's strong enough that it doesn't quite matter. Who knows? You know, that could be a thing that you might have to take into consideration. actually a really low 1 to 100, but it's fine. I didn't get a lot of reveals. Not that big of a deal. Mimic should be sleepable. You know, I tried sleeping one for a little bit of shits and giggles, and it didn't sleep. So I'm like, maybe something stuck in here. No, not quite. All right, guys, we're halfway there. You've made it to half the floors. Let's get the other ones done. Oh, I made a mistake. Oh, not quite. Almost killed it with all the buffing. Okay, first... Alright, just in case. I just woke the Mimic up. Of course it won't be sleepy. Hey, maybe it could be, who knows. No, I'm gonna kill this one first. Oh, still getting deleted up here. Look at the pretty back, sick. What class would you recommend to an average player for soloing Deep Dungeon? You know, Dank, honestly to me, I don't think player skill level factors into Deep Dungeon. I think it's a completely different animal. You could maybe argue that someone who may have been playing this game for years... look, I have friends, like, creator friends, that... Hey, Fuzzy, thank you for the follow. I have creator friends that have been playing this game as long as I have, 10 plus years, never touched Deep Dungeon, and I would say they are just as the same skill level as whatever you consider an average player. Simply because Deep Dungeon plays so differently than the rest of this game. Could, like, understanding of rotations, understanding of enemies help you? Yeah, it could. But I think you have to employ very different types of gameplay in this content. So let's just put that down out there. Even I mean, I've even seen the case of like heavy ultimate raiders and such, world first dudes, like still take a while to clear Deep Dungeon, you know? So I think this is just up to kind of your ability to absorb information, to learn, to adjust the content, maybe a little bit to play your job. And of course I can't rate that. I mean, everyone's just gonna be different. With that being said, in terms of a class or a job that to recommend, I usually try to recommend, first and foremost, maybe the one that you're good on. Like, whatever class, even if it's healer, try the class that you have a good time playing, because you're learning two different things with Deep Dungeon. You're learning to get through Deep Dungeon as that job, and then you're also learning Deep Dungeon mechanics, commanders, aggros, enemy types, so on and so forth, which is a completely separate category, which you can take that category, separate it from the classes, and actually get better at that secondary category. And it applies to all the Deep Dungeons. It doesn't matter what job you take. You can change jobs all the time, but that category of a Deep Dungeon knowledge will continue to grow, if that makes sense. So, like, how I like to think about it is, if you take a job that you're really good on, you may not have to worry about learning something else, right? You may not have to worry about what the job does, its rotation. You already know it. So now you can worry about the Deep Dungeon knowledge. And then at the same time, you can figure out, do I like this job in a solo format, or do I want to try something else? And then you would take, like, that next step of looking into what the popular ones are. And one we've been saying, Machinist, Warrior, Reaper, Sage, arguably Pictomancer, but all the jobs have cleared. So it isn't to necessarily say, you know, one job is less viable than the other. Some jobs might be harder, but if you play a job really well, you might have success with that job. So, we'll go with that. I'm embarrassed. I couldn't get past 3 levels. Machinist. But Machinist wasn't my main, I didn't know the rotation. Yeah, you know what? My whole spiel, or what I was just saying, kind of leads into that, right? So if you're taking a brand new job and like you're still learning how to play that, and then on top of that learning Deep Dungeon, it could be a lot to go over. Thanks for that follow, Bobby, I appreciate it. What job if you're bad at PoTD then? Still, I think even then, it's still the same deal. You kind of want to go with the job that you feel comfortable with. Like, let's take Machinist and Warrior, the 2 popular jobs that are out there. Some people like the kiting, some people like the tanking. And I'm not going to know that answer, you will. No. Hey, Mech, I appreciate the follow. Machinist wasn't my main, I didn't know the rotation. So, should you start with your most comfortable job? Yeah. I would recommend that, Fuzzy, because here's the other thing that I get very common about deep dungeon jobs. Some people who are trying to look for their first job, what you have to figure out, and thank you for that follow as well, Prospector, what you have to figure out is what type of playstyle do you like? We have people who have gotten Necromancer on a healer. Will it take longer? Potentially. But you still might be doing it on a job that you kind of prefer to play it on, right? And so, like, people will tell you, yeah, just do it on this job because it's easier. On paper, it's better. But, like, if you don't like the job, then you may not get anywhere. Like you just kind of mentioned that you were just, like, having a rough time learning the rotation. Thank you for that follow, Genji. So what that could do for you, even if it's Astro, even if it's White Mage, it'll show you and teach you how the job plays and if you like it. Like, is it vibing with you? Is it like, do I like this playstyle? And then you could then try to branch out into a job that will lead you into a direction that you're starting to like. For instance, White Mage is going to be a ranged class. Essentially, it's a ranged DPS, if you will, with heals. So it will be kind of adjacent to a caster, maybe a little adjacent to like a machinist in a way, because you have to kind of do the kiting and so on and so forth. So it's a thought there. Yeah, no, Fuzzy, we've had so many people of variants of different skill levels try to go for this. Look, I don't raid, I don't do Savage, I don't do Ultimate, this is all I do, you know? So, like, if you're trying to judge a Final Fantasy XIV player's skill level, I mean, I guess you can look at me, because I didn't really do much in this game except here. I've just learned everything in this one. And I know raiding and everything is a very popular way to kind of gauge someone's ability to play the game, but, you know. You cannot do anything beyond casual content. You know what's the beauty of this challenge? Fuzzy? Granted, 200 floors of Palace of the Dead could take you 15 hours. We're gonna see how long this takes me, right? I'm predicting between 9 and 10 hours straight. You don't have to do it as silly as this, where you just, like, sit down and do the entire thing. You can do 10 floors, 30 minutes potentially, go to sleep, go to work, you know, do whatever you need to do, come back the next day, do the next 10, and you could do it in those little bites. It's very roguelike in that department, that you can do it in those little bite pieces. And so, even though the challenge is grueling and long, you're still going at your own pace. You're not married to waiting for other people to do the content. It is literally, do I have an hour? Oh, I'm good. Let's give this another shot, you know? And that's kind of what is appealing about this challenge, and that it's really hard. And people agree that it is a very tough challenge. Well, funny enough, there is a category with this content that you actually get a literal point bonus if you do it in under 30 minutes. That is actually a criteria that's in this thing. So there is some incentive for doing it in under 30 minutes. You don't always do it in under 30 minutes, but it's possible to do it in under 30 minutes. I missed some chat, so I'm going to try to catch up a little bit here. When I log into Mog Station, it means my account is already connected? Yes. Okay. How much slower is Sage compared to tanks in the floor set kill times? Willow, do you hear that question? Willow Green knows Sage. But I will say to that. So, Sage, I would say, is pretty comparable to tanks. I mean, a lot of times when I run healer, I do a lot of double pulls, whereas Warrior, I won't do double pulls. Like, I mean, you would prefer not to do double pulls because you have a higher damage on 3 targets, not 2. But Sage is very powerful and very durable, so you can get through pretty much. But you also don't have to do double pulls on Sage. It's not a requirement. It helps. It's possible. It's not a requirement. But in terms of a tank situation, I would say it's either on par, a little bit less than a tank, because tank does still bring the damage that, you know, that it can. And Warrior's still pretty good, especially with Berserk, you know. Isn't the problem with tanks and healers time? Yes, it is. Time is, of course, a challenge, but that's why you kind of adjust your strategy versus how you play as a DPS to get through, which is like landmine plays, or exploding plays, or AoE plays, so on and so forth, you know? If I missed anything else important, you guys are welcome to repeat it, by the way. What Danny says, by the way, in terms of trying it with friends, it's not a bad idea. It's also a really good idea. One thing that a lot of people have done with Deep Dungeon, if this applies to you, Fuzzy Cat, if you have some buddies that you can run with, we had a lot of success with people doing it as a duo, 2 people. And a duo actually feels very adjacent to running it in a solo. Because essentially, like, the rules that you apply to, like, do I pull this, do I not pull that, applies in a duo run. It's just you have a little bit of insurance because you have a friend with you. So it's not a bad idea. And you could also kind of ask your buddy or take turns of like, hey, could I try to solo this, you know, if you will, and that's a benefit of that too. Like, you could probably still do it in a full party as well, like asking them if you can solo something, but that could be a way to also kind of, essentially get your feet wet, like you said. I think the coolest part about Deep Dungeon says mech. It reminds me of the anime like SEO, Climbing the Towers. Dude, that is one of my favorite animes. And yeah, I agree. It is like climbing it, yeah. If only we had, oh, can you imagine in between the floors, mech, that you actually had an entire zone that you could walk in? You know? That'll be the day. That'll be the day. I'm dying. I need to heal. Just pick the job you enjoy to start the fox. Get ready to die a lot, enjoy the journey. The more you do it, the less scary it becomes. Yeah, and you'll see yourself progressively go up each time, too. Is double pulling really actually efficient on stage if you have to waste GCDs on shielding yourself? You can double pull things that aren't going to make you need a GCD heal. Yeah, and okay, here's an example, Fallen Rain. You wouldn't double pull an Anzu, because an Anzu's going to rip you apart. But you would double pull potentially a bomb. You would double pull 2 giraffes. You would double pull 2 polar bears. So you're kind of picking and choosing some pulls that you would be okay with double pulling. But if the options aren't great, like you wouldn't double pull an ape, you'd rather just see with that solo, you know? So stuff like that can adjust depending on it. Depending on who you're fighting and so on and so forth. Hey, Fuzzy, it's no problem at all. We have seen such a large variance of players in this content, and I love it. But how I see it is, to me, like, not to sound weird when I say this, because sometimes when I say the words, it almost sounds weird. But the reality of the matter is, I kind of personally don't care what your background is or whatever it might be. All that matters to me is, like, if you want to engage with the challenge, we will help you. It doesn't really need to be any more complicated than that. I know, you know, people were asking about, you know, well, what if like, I'm like an okay player? It's like, well, it doesn't matter if you're an okay player. That doesn't matter if you're a top tier player. We're gonna give you the same exact information that we would give you to any person. It's like, it all comes down to you. How are you going to absorb the information? That's why also the community is great, because there's so many ways to absorb the information. Meiji's Guide, you have multiple VODs, myself, Finn, Sig, Aurora, on and on and on of who have put out content, and I feel like, you know, I will say things my way, Finn will say things his way, you know, so on and so forth. Someone just may say it in a way that just clicks, and it may not necessarily be me, but someone out there will be able to get you that information. It'll make sense, and then you'll have success. Like one thing that Finn's been great on, he's been making a lot of these kind of like brain-dead type of strategies that I don't really touch upon, but it's helped a lot of people, so I mean, you know, all power to him and all power to the people who helps, and that's all really all that matters. Thoughts on Picto so far? Very strong. The upfront burst is very strong, but then when your burst is down, it feels, you know, like you have to kind of put some effort to stay alive, but once you open up with that burst, it's very strong. Aaron, I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. No problem, Dank. Bets would be titles for clearing on all jobs, and you lose the title when new jobs come up. Or PoTD Unlimited, where you get the choice to go lower, to get lower than 200 indefinitely. See, I think an endless deep dungeon can be possible, but not with the current deep dungeon, unless they change something fundamentally. Because the whole problem that I see is that the difficulty of certain floors is not that the enemies just scale higher, it's also the type of enemies that you're going to encounter. So, like, what are you gonna set up for an indefinite palace? Like, you just randomize the enemies, but then what if you get this, like, you know, apes, worms, Anzus, and, like, scorpions in one floor set? It's like, you know, GG, like, how am I getting through? Like, that's a lot of the strategy involved with palace specifically. It's actually navigating through specific enemy options and picking the ones that you can handle. But again, I feel like it is possible to go endless. It's just you need to design it in a way that can actually accommodate an endless run. I mean, yeah. I mean, it just becomes an RNG thing if you're just gonna do it that way, and I feel like it would start to get unfair because all it comes down to is just getting lucky with what you get. Otherwise, it just has like, I don't know, you tack in another 300, and then okay, you have enemies for each set. But man, it's a lot. That's a lot of data. Ekvelio, I have a very good example of that. I struggled a while on the 180 Behemoth because I was trying my strategy with heals. Couldn't figure it out. I found someone else with Tincture Strat and beat Behemoth first try. Gotta find the right strat for you. Yeah, exactly. And for me, Ekvelio, I got so used to the healing strategy, it is second nature to me, but it makes complete sense. And a secondary example to that, Ekvelio, we did it on Viper over the weekend. I would do the AoE down the middle for the 150 boss, where I wait for all the zombies to come at me, and then I AoE them down. A lot of people will literally look at that strategy and be like, "No, I'm good, fam. I'm gonna do something else," and just like do them one at a time, because it's like they don't see that being comfortable. They don't see that being something they want to engage with, and that's perfectly fine. There's more than one ways to beat the boss. Get blocked off by a treasure room full of worms as a monk. Well, that doesn't sound that bad. You just walk through them, unless of course that's all the kills you need. Alright, Willow's handling that Sage thing, so bless Willow. Willow, by the way, one of the best Sage players in Deep Dungeon, so anything Sage, I would prefer to I would defer to him because he's gonna have a good answer. I have strength on me. Hell yeah, dude. The less AoE do as a healer, the more efficient you need to play because every second will count. Yes. My friends were a big part of it, knowing I wasn't being judged or messing up kept going. That said, just peeking in here, I would like to think it's pretty chill. A lot of us, I mean, myself of course included, but a lot of the gamers just, they want to see more people doing the content, but more importantly, they just want to see win. And for the most part, in terms of like streamers, like if people are going for the deep dungeon clear for on stream and stuff, you'll see most of the time people just are excited for someone to try to get the victory. You know, there's no real like weirdness on it. It's just, oh, you're doing the content. Okay, if you need help, you know, we'll try to provide some info, so on and so forth. And it's really cool that way. Again, like I said earlier, like it doesn't kind of matter to me, or in general, like who you are, where you come from, whatever. It's just, do you want to do the content? Okay, we'll help you. You know, really that simple. You have to grind a lot of items. The only things you need to grind in Deep Dungeon is your arm and armor, which you see in my character thingy, so if that's not capped out, it would be ideal to have it pretty high. I actually put out a video on YouTube concerning how to level your Aether Pool in Palace and Heaven on High. Usually in Palace, what I do suggest is like kind of a minimum of, hold on a minute. A minimum of like at least 65 before you want to do an actual attempt, so it's a good way to go. Hold on, I also need to pay attention to this one now. 65 I think is good because assuming that you'll check in on you check silver chests on your climb up, you'll probably get to 99 on the higher floors. That's why I kind of suggest 65. The other thing is the sustaining potions. It would be good to have some. Depending on the job you're running, you may need more or less. If you're running machinists or tanks or healers, you don't need as much. Maybe like toss it out a number like 200, 250. If you intend to do like melee or casters or other DPS, you may want to consider like maybe closer to 300, maybe 350 as a starting kit. And then you'll get some on your way up as you climb up. That's like the only grind you really need to do to kind of get you going on the runs, but got it. Hey, Coffee Joe. Cheers, man. Thank you for that. It's not like a lot of people talking about Ellen saying you didn't really beat the game if you have used this. Oh my god, did they really say that? That's right. I still have screenshots with 50 mimics in the room. Good old mimic treasure room. I mean, those people also got mad at for being through it. while the game system asks you to boast your strength or taking on the boss. You have the accursed title. Oh, you know what? Exciting news on that one. Hold on, let me kill this beetle. I do not have the accursed title, but check this out. We get Hoarder today, guys. It's gonna happen today, okay? Sometime between here and the 200 floors, I'm gonna get Hoarder, so... Freaking 8 years of trying to do this, like, and actively avoiding it, I finally have that. I'm basically gonna have the title now. So yeah, it's been a long process, but I don't actively go for it. I avoid intuitions a lot, which is why it's a channel point redemption here, because to me it's very risky to go for intuitions, especially on the higher floors, but I do it for fun because it doesn't really contribute to the run at all. When I was grinding out my Queen Bean title, that's exciting. Got a twig. There was a guy with a cursed. So, here's what I'll say. If anyone actually wanted that title, we do have a farming method that exists that is pretty efficient. You could get like, who knows the numbers? Is it like 1,000 a day or something like that? You can get a lot per day. So if you really wanted the title, there is a method that exists that can hard farm it. Also, the thing unique to Deep Dungeon, it's, if you guys didn't know, there is a queue cap for instances. A daily queue cap for instances. It's 100. You can't queue more than 100 instances per day. However, Deep Dungeon does not apply to that instance cap, so that's why people can get so many per day, because they can just queue in over and over. Essentially, the strategy that you get to is something like either 11 to 20 or 21 to 30 heaven on high. You would climb from 1, have an intuition, go into that floor set, you would pop the intuition, get it, and then leave. Go back in, get it, and leave. And just keep doing it on the first floor, and it becomes like a repeatable type of thing. So that's like the method of like hard farming it that exists. I don't know which floor is more efficient. There is a efficient floor, but that's a thing that exists that people do. So if that excites you and you really want the title, then consider that as a thing. Now, I haven't done it personally, because I just don't really care for the title. And I think it's just more entertaining for me to, like, slowly climb on stream, you know? But... I have the PoTD title twice thanks to that intuition. Thanks to the intuition, so I would argue for using them all the time. Look, I don't want to end the run, especially on stream, you know? Deep Dungeon and Trials don't count. It's mainly regular dungeons. Like, I did 100 artifacts for... Oh, interesting. Thanks, Velvet. Thanks for coming in hot. It would be great if I DC'd the moment you said it. And then, man, you're gonna have a day. Do you move so freely because you don't care about the traps because it's lower floors? Or do you know specific trap locations? I would say more in the middle of that. So what you're gonna see me do is like really kind of hug the walls very carefully. And that's how I kind of go through. Now, something that might be a miss that isn't as obvious to kind of the regular viewer if we're doing this runs, the hallways that we walk through, so these hallways right here, this is a hallway, this part up into this part, they don't have traps, period. So you're going to see me a lot of times fighting through these hallways and just being very free of movement here. Now this room, I don't know where the trap could be, so I'm not going to actually fight in this room, but I'll fight here instead. Also, the spawn room, which you see on the map in the top right corner, you'll see the flag symbol-ish. That is the spawn room. They never have traps in the spawn room. So the other thing that we'll do is that people will typically fight in the spawn room because you don't have to deal with traps. And that's one way to do it, so... But the other thing that will be not as obvious that I will do is if I travel through a room... Okay, here's going to be a good example, okay? I'm going to go through this right side and hug the wall. Now, I'm going to take this enemy with me. Oh, rather it's the Mimic, I guess. I'm going to take the Mimic with me in this case. But I can kind of walk back where I came from, because essentially it's like I walked it and I know that there wasn't a trap to begin with. So I'm okay kind of fighting as we go along here. As long as I kind of retrace my steps. It's like walking in like a snowfield and then retracing your steps that one will be a little less obvious. But the risk initially is going through the room first. and then after that trying to, you know, make sure that you walk back in. So I will try not to fight something going in a room the first time, or making sure I don't aggro as I go through the room. So if I hit a trap, it's not as devastating because I didn't have something on me already. Does that make sense? Yeah, no problem. No way there's no traps in hallways. Nope, no traps in hallways, period. In all of Deep Dungeon, in the history of Deep Dungeon, hallways have always been free. Not to mention, you get sometimes hallways like this. See this? So the room goes in this way, right? Some hallways have this little alleyway that is completely safe to fight in, because if you're here and the patrols are walking past you, they don't come here because it's just an empty space. So these are also like really safe spots to avoid patrols. So like it's really neat how a lot of these level designs happen, because they're not, you know, necessarily obvious, but they do exist for strategy purposes. You got the mount! Hey, congratulations! I actually like Lonely Explorer more, but if I ever get Necromancer, I will have to use it because of the achievement. Here. Shiro! Thank you for... And also Fuzzy, I don't know if I thanked you for that tier sub. Thank you so much for that sub, by the way. It really means a lot. We're trying to push a Partner Plus, and that goes into it, so thank you. Shiro, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate that. I forgot why I avoided PoTD, because I don't do well with time limits. It's a challenge, you know? I mean, you have the time ticking down. But, like, one of the easiest things that I kind of do, that I give suggestions for, Fuzzy, is, I only do one time check when I do Deep Dungeon. And it is on when you enter the 6th floor. Are you over or under 30 minutes, especially when you're talking about the higher floors? Basically, if you're over 30 minutes by the 6th floor, you're going at a really good pace and you don't have to do anything special. If you're under 30 minutes, then you have to start considering using more command, more of your power-ups. Do I rage? Do I flight? Do I do a strength? So on and so forth. So nice little check there. But generally speaking, if you like kill minimum, if you kill just enough to open the exit, and you keep moving that way, and you don't kind of like, you know, just like move around, wasting movement, then you typically do move at a very decent pace. And that'll be something over time that you learn about how fast you're killing, the pace that you're going, so on and so forth. I thought you already partner. So there is I'll actually do the command here. Hold on. So there is a different partner tier thing that exists. What it is, it's called a Twitch Partner Plus program. So by standard, all streamers will by default be having a 50-50 revenue split. So you guys sub to me, or you sub to a streamer, you pay, let's say $5 US, it's gonna go up soon by the way, $5 US, the streamer will get $2.50, Twitch gets $2.50. So they've implemented this Partner Plus program, where if you get a certain amount of subs in the channel, in the first tier it's 100 subs, then the revenue split goes to 60-40 instead of 50-50. That's pretty good. I mean, you know, the streamer gets 60, Twitch gets 40. Now the one we're pushing for is level 2, which requires 300 tier subs. By the way, not gift subs, not prime subs, it has to be actual individual subs. And if we get to 300, we hold it for 3 months. The revenue changes to 70-30, and I'm also locked in for an entire year. So you get it, you get the 3 months, boom, don't have to worry about it for a whole year. I mean, a year later I have to maybe make sure that we're back at that number, but that's about it. So it's kind of a big deal. We're like, thereafter, anything that you give, any support you give in terms of Twitch will be just a higher split towards me, and that means more money goes to me, not to Twitch. So that's what that is for. So it's a really neat incentive for any streamer to really go for, and that's what we're kind of pushing for. Yeah, every year you have to kind of refresh it. I mean, it's fair. I mean, what if like you secured for a year and then you stop streaming, you know? And then it's like, oh, well, a year later it's like, okay, you know? So it's kind of fair, I would say. I mean, I intend to keep going, that's me, but hey, yo, Bardic, thank you for the Prime Gaming, I really appreciate that. Thank you for that support. That's right, PP, that's right, that's what it is. Partner Plus. I'm just gonna go. Doing the in-game music here. Holy Intuition, Batman? Oh, thank you for the Prime as well, Prospected, I appreciate it. You guys started up the hype chain, cheers. How am I doing in the 3-month streak? Okay, so the month turned over 2 days ago. we got to 187 out of 300. Pretty high. I've been averaging like at cap like my most has been about 200. So we'll see how this month goes. And we've had, you know, a couple people support today, which is really great. So far that's where we are. I will be I didn't update it after today, but I'll keep it updated. Also, below my stream, so you can see me and hello, how you doing? Right below there, I think is the counter of the live counter of how we're doing as we speak. So you can also check there too. If you ever want to see that number. There's like a live tracker, which is nice. Yeah, that's what that is for. Yeah, no problem. It's look, when I open Twitch, I only see the screen. I don't see anything below the screen. So, I mean, unless you have it zoomed out or something. Then... Aeroblast. This is my time to cast my motif. How does Picto feel in PoTD so far? Really strong. I would say on the bosses it feels pretty normal, although it still feels like it packs a pretty big punch on the bosses. Enemy to enemy is where it really shines, in my opinion. It really shines on the opening burst. Although now that we're getting to the higher floors, definitely starting to see things not die as fast. But you know, eventually we'll adjust to it and it'll be okay. But even then, it still feels pretty powerful. It's still a caster, so it is pretty squishy. So I have to keep my mind adjusted to that I don't have the greatest defense. But good. I will say the plus side, by the way, of Picto, the shield, is as fast as Reaper's shield in terms of the application. Because I think that's one of my problems with the Blackest Night, is that there is a little bit of an animation delay. But the shield goes up, like, immediately. So you can actually go very reactive on the shield as opposed to, proactive. Nice, Virgil, let's go. I'm really scared of the bosses and 191 above as Picto. 190 would be interesting on Picto, because you have to... Well, not... Actually, I don't think I'm going to have too much of a problem, because there will be a lot of times when I can get a motif back up. That's what I'm predicting on Pictomancer. Like, when it's doing massive bursts, you can get it up, etc. I think what it is like holding your burst for some certain situations, like the ad would be probably tougher, but the shield, the 1 minute shield is going to be huge on... It's going to be huge for Godfather, though. To have it every minute is going to be massive, because you should easily break that thing on Godfather if you time it on the tank buster, you know what I'm saying? Now, Behemoth, I heard, is really good. Like you can actually blow up Behemoth with the proper burst setup and everything. We will have a new Deep Dungeon in 1 year, so don't worry, we're gonna bump those numbers up. I appreciate it, Emperor. Yeah, it's true. Like in a year from now, Deep Dungeon will come in, so like we'll be busy. I mean, I'm gonna be around for a while because I got so many things to do with this content. It's not even. It's almost not funny, but it is funny. Like, I want to redo the guides. We gotta run like a majority of the jobs back because of the changes, and we're already in week 1, and I barely have touched anything. Good. And then also, yeah, like if the new open world thing comes in with a duel system like Sporge does, I'm all over that. I love the duels, so you'll see me do that, and that'll be a portion of like a week or 2 of progging that live on stream. That'll be sick. You can load up so much burst with Behemoth. I'm still scared of his autos, though. I think it won't be as bad because Black Mage wasn't that bad. I mean, with Strength and Steel, it wasn't too bad. Behemoth is actually more chill than, like, 160. 160, if anything, that's more of a terrifying experience because he just is relentless on you. But Behemoth is actually... He breaks up his damage so much that you have so much time to, like, heal back. Wondering how Picto stands up against the other... Yeah, me too. Once I get to the higher floors, I'll have a better assessment. I'm kind of, like, holding back my judgment only because I need to get up there first, right? Bardic, I don't know if I said hello to you, but I think I did say thank you for that prime, by the way. Let me see if I missed anything. And if I missed something, by the way, and we get in between the floors, you can just repeat it, and I'll catch up with it, but I'm going to try to scroll up here. I only see during the boss to know if I have enough time, or if I have to more than one last spare. You also have to know when to ignore chests when there's like a room full of enemies just to get it, wasting your time to full clear the room. Yeah, overkilling is definitely a time killer. Think of that hype train, guys, by the way. Yeah, let me see. 160 is the Odin clone. I assume Picto doesn't have a chance of doing Behemoth without Steel. Yeah, I would say no, because it would be feeling like a lot like Black Mage, because Red Mage can pull it off because of the self-healing. That's why you can bridge the gap, but there are definitely parts in Behemoth where you take so much damage that it doesn't go well. So I did 180 Picto yesterday. I fumbled my whole rotation during the first Munis to match kill. Sounds about Picto. Is there a specific reason you save Swiftcast instead of doing on cooldown? So for when I do Black Mage Gims, I have it as a self-challenge to not use triple cast and split cast, and I'm like, no, I know I can get this off and like do this hard cast without losing movement. So it's part of me conditioned like that unless I get caught, like I'm casting and then an AoE comes out and then I have to move, then I'll react to the Swift. I kind of save it for like those situations, but I will hold on to it quite a while. I would prefer just to get it like in the boss rotation as opposed to like doing the Swift. You thought the Snake was worse than Dula? I would say I'm a little bit more spooked by the Dullahan because it's a double thing. It's not only just his autos and his double attacks, it's also the puddle. If you get caught mid-cast and that puddle goes down, you're taking a dot hit. And that's a lot of damage that you take. Now the Snake, on the other hand, it does have some big burst damage on you, but I would say it's a little bit predictable. I would say, like, you know, you can kind of accommodate for it unless you just start running out of heals. I'm less concerned about that than I am with the 160. Fallen, hey, thank you for the follow. Alright, dudes. I'm gonna hit an ad break, I'm gonna stand up, I'm gonna stretch a little bit, I'm gonna hit the restroom. I do appreciate you all watching, I hope you're having a wonderful release day. We'll do a couple PSAs here. One, make sure that you have inserted your full code into the mock station. So that started yesterday, so if you haven't done that by now, then you might get kicked out on July 5th when they actually have those codes required. So if you haven't done that, make sure you do that. We also have the Twitch drops in here. I've gotten 2 of the drops so far. Basically, you're just watching the stream. You're eligible to get these drops. The maximum is 6 hours, where you get the Butterfinger mount, and that is for everyone. So even if you don't do 6 hours here, you can do 6 hours broken up between multiple streamers throughout the month, because I believe it stops on like the end of the month. So make sure you check your mailbox, your Twitch mailbox for that, etc. Can you save your progress? I got you, dude. So we just finished 100, and I could do anything I want from now. I can come back to this in a week. That file is right there, that's where it saves. So you can do 10 floors, and then just jet out, come back later, and do another 10, you know, have dinner. You can log out, whatever it might be, but we do it in 10 packets, so that's how it goes. So it always saves per 10, you have to complete the 10. You have to make sure you complete the 10, you have to get to the end of that, but every 10, yep. So, wasn't there also something where snakes can crit? Snakes can't crit? Snakes can't crit? Not sure about that one. Now they can eat toads, that one I can tell you about, but... You can come back to the next expansion. Yeah, you could do that too. Actually, some people do that too. That's what Aurora did. He had a 161 Astrophile parked in Endwalker and then replayed it on Dawntrail. Now, the only thing that can matter, though, is if you move your character, I think that becomes a problem. That's like an extreme issue. If you go to another world, you're okay, but if you actually physically move your character from server to server, that could cause a problem. Okay, ads going out. I'm gonna take a small break. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll continue to 111. We are planning to do this whole entire ass thing today. So, see you in a little bit. BRB. Stand up, stretch, get some food, whatever it might be. I guess one will I'll put it, Gabriel, is that is it comfy? I would say it's not that comfy. It's okay. That's pretty much been my commentary in Viper. It's like, it can clear. It's just, it doesn't really have anything special versus the other melee. That's its downside in my opinion. Missing out on that, but it's very naked with what it gives you in terms of its kit at 60. I am Cactuar, born and raised. I've been here forever. Better than Monk? Yeah, I'd say probably better than Monk. I mean, a lot of things are better than Monk, to be honest, but... I do want to take Monk back in, okay? I want to give it another chance. Which would I prefer, Sage? Not even a question, I would prefer Sage. Oh, great, you're all coming. Yep, so our current schedule that we have is, assuming everything goes as planned, or everything kind of goes the way I'd like it to. Today is the Palace 1-200. Tomorrow is Viper, Heaven on High. Thank you for that follow, this old save, appreciate it. Tomorrow's Heaven on High Viper at 3 PM Eastern. The last time I'm gonna do kind of the special streams in the EU hours. On Thursday, I return to a normal schedule. 9 PM Eastern, we will set up Viper and Picto EO, 1-40, both files. Friday will be the Viper run, and then Sunday will be the Picto run. And then next Monday, I don't know what I'm doing, but we're gonna do something deep dungeon. But that's the current objective of the upcoming future. So kind of in order, like originally, the reason why EO was going to be last was because I was going to use Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High to level me to 81. Which essentially is going as planned, I would say. But then I leveled Picto on my own because I wanted to take into main story, so it's well above 81. And Viper will hit 81 via Heaven on High. Because it is like basically, like I think I got the same amount of XP doing Viper 1-200 as I did from doing Pictomancer 1-100 Heaven on High. So add those two together, we should definitely get our level. Yeah. The Deadly Leech. I just unlocked Picto, so I'm probably gonna take it into... Oh, nice! Yeah, I would say Palace is a really good spot to learn the job, little by little. That's what I did for Viper, and I felt like it was a really good idea, because it gave me a solid understanding of the basic of the job. And I was able to go from there. No, you're looking at the chest, Just flight? I'll just do a... Is OP? I hear it's pretty good. I hear 90 feels a lot better than all the other floors. Exile earlier as well, thank you for that follow. And also, that Shui, thank you for the Prime Gaming. Thank you for that as I was AFK. Cheers, dude. Thank you for all the support, guys. Really appreciate it. This is all I do on... Well, no, this is not all I do on stream. But when I play 14, you'll see a lot of Deep Dungeon. We're gonna be doing challenge runs, we're gonna do live tutorials, we're just going for clears, a lot of variants of this content and variants of jobs. We've gotten a lot of looks at some unique things in this content, so it's been a lot of fun. I do also do some variety, which I may do as early as next week potentially, although I don't know what I'll even play. But I do that to kind of break up the 14 streams for myself. But generally we do consistent 14 throughout the week, so it is a pleasure having you here. Oh, great. Okay, so the thing that you should know is that these frogs have a positional. If my back is turned when they do Sticky Tongue, I will get stunned. And then it'll hit Labor Leap on me, so I had to make sure that I was facing it the whole time. It's not something I prefer to demonstrate unless I had a Raising on, because I probably would have died as a caster. I don't think I was... Oh, I had a potion though. What is this chest? I don't know. Witching. I had a witching. You're a Tay. Picto is fun so far. I've only played it in the open world yet, but it's got an interesting flow. I do like the flow of the job. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. The animations, yeah. See, I like it. I am BGS. Like, I do like the animations. We've had a couple people who actually don't like the animations, and look, that's fair. But I am a fan of the animations and the sound effects. So glad you're attempting this again after that unfortunate DDoS. Oh, this is my destination, man. Plus, I gotta get it on YouTube, so I gotta get that victory. I am happy that my schedule afforded me to do the whole run, though. That, amongst anything else, I really wanted to get done. Because I can do this like I usually do, which is like I do the first half and then I do the second half, but I was really gung-ho to do this entire thing in one seating, so I'm happy I can still try it. Viper 90 is top tier DPS. Soured, hello, how you doing? I just love that Picto has a dodge that's going to be nice for raiding. In terms of the dash, huh? Careful. Hey Rasha over on YouTube, how you doing? Ooh, steel is nice on a caster, let me tell you that much. Might AoE here, but that's fine. Just kidding. A GCD here. What else we got? Okay. Hey, Putcher. When they presented some of the Picto animations, it felt kind of out of place, but now that it's live, I like them very much. I'll be honest with you, I feel like they still feel out of place, but I think they're satisfying enough to me that I just enjoy the job a lot, you know? Do you think any boss would give you trouble in this job? We talked about it earlier, I think a 160 might be a little interesting, because it is kind of, it does kind of bring the DPS to you. Outside of that, not really. Like, Behemoth, probably, at least from what people are saying, should be pretty smooth. Honestly, I'm not even worried about Godfather because of the shielding that we have. So... yeah, I don't think so. I think I'm more worried about the enemies as opposed to the bosses. We'll see how it goes. I didn't pre-prep my damn thing again. I always forget to do my motif. Not this time. They get the aggro? No, just kidding. Where am I going? That's the exits. Maybe that's what I need to do on Picto, by the way. I need to break up this burst a little bit, because I think I go a little too heavy on the burst sometimes, and I just go ham. But I should really start breaking it up on the higher end bosses, the higher end enemies, so that I could have the most efficient amount of damage. Maybe that was my downfall in Heaven on High. Well, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Don't want to AoE here because it's gonna hit me. I mean, I'm gonna hit the other enemy, rather. Hooray! It's the 50 Shades of Orange. This works out because I can get the cooldown back. The feeling of finding a strength or a steel right before the boss, that's something only our fellow deep dungeon climbers know. It's very convenient. Yeah. Sometimes I'll even force out an affluence hoping that happens. I do have to say, Subtractive Palette not being a spell sucks. It feels so bad. Why? Not being a spell. Oh, it being an ability, huh? Well, I mean, it's only a problem you'd run into for Deep Dungeon, right? I mean, in Raid and stuff, that probably is just whatever. Oh, that Mimic didn't stand a chance. One day I'll continue my 171 attempt that I started almost 2 years ago, but not today. I believe, Soured. If any time you need a refresher on information, we got you, dude. More hammers? Oh, it's not gonna die. Let me go this way first. Ability versus spell is a non-factor in anything not Deep Dungeon. Maybe if enough people complain, they'll change it. Serenity. I'm almost always refreshing what I need to know, but I always find an excuse to not keep going. You know, one way you could do it, Sour D, is take up another file and get it in sync, and this way you can at least get the practice. You know, you can get the practice on that other file, so then you can at least take in that old file. Maybe that's one way to approach it too. No abilities in spam 1 for 6. Yes, no abilities is pretty awful, but again, they don't adjust the deep dungeon. So what can you do, right? Where are you going? Are you going to continue going that way? Or are you going to turn around? You're going to continue going that way. That's the exit. Using a whole G-City to activate it would be largely a waste for an entire benefit of having them. Isn't Scathe a spell? Or is Scathe an ability? Oh, I should've... It's fine, it's fine. I think there's a trap usually on the right side and left side. I haven't tried the job, but is the green puddle that drops the 2-minute party buff? Yes, I believe so. Hey Super, how you doing? Okay. Oh, it'd be dead. Dude, that's without strength, man. Let's take this one. I'll take this one because my hammer's here, but I didn't do my other one. There's something behind me. And something just spawned, which is another Cobra. I love this for me. Get that off. Get that off. Okay. They tried to sandwich me, but not quite this time. Twitch drop reward cookies at 4%. Yeah, I think it's isn't like usual XP is like 3%. Kinda nice. But it wasn't Butterfingers though. It would have been hilarious if it was actual Butterfingers. Anyone have 2 accounts need a mount for their second account? Oh, what's up, Ether Bunny? I guess talk to Ether Bunny. Uh-oh, someone left the thingy. Uh-oh. In-game craft fruits at 3%. Interesting. Well, at least I have some food for my MSQ now. Rip the people who already finished MSQ, I guess. I already have it from the first promo, so I don't need the code. Hey. Maybe, you know, I wonder... Oh, I guess the codes probably have a time limit, huh? They're not going to be around forever. I was going to say, what if you hold on to it for, like, after the code and then give it away? Probably not how that's going to go. Where do you claim jobs? You get a code, and you do it in Mog Station. Yeah, what Cog said. Mog Station. Yeah, the website may have it. I'm not sure. Like I was kind of just mentioning that. I don't know if it's like like if there's a time duration on it. Probably don't want to wait too long though. Wait, why was that so slow? Oh no, that is generally slow. Wait, was there many people that are really upset and taking over the amount that they were giving? Oh, because some people, probably because they got it from the Butterfingers, so now they feel like, you know... I mean, it's a fair argument, but like... Also, people just want to be angry all the time. So that's also, you know, a thing. Okay, the website is... Do I have the website? Oh, here's the website. So I don't know if something on the website says it. So maybe it's in the fine print over there, say like how long the code would last. Like, part of me does think that it is a limited time in terms of the code, but I wouldn't really have the... Not sure, I didn't look into that one in terms of that detail. But they want newer people and not like to like miss anything, so use both sides and stuff. I mean, also like the whole thing was so limited. It was like US only. So in this case now everyone can get it, which I think is so much better. But also, you know, people always angry all the time. What is that? Butter? Oh, Butterfingers. Okay, got it. Wow. You know, we like Velvet in here, Willow. There's no need to attack her like that. That was also very quick. Butter palm. Look, in Germany they do it a little differently, okay? Light. Sound phobia striking. That is a dead enemy right there. I can get it off, I sir. I don't have a burst for you. I mean, I could just sleep. That's hold, sleep. Wait, I was right on the beat drop too, you know? Fortune. The Ochu would block me because it is the proximity, but the Salamander is sound. I did a Fate earlier at stage and pulled so many mobs but managed, and another guy was watching and said, of course the Necromancer pulled all the mobs and lives somehow. Lives somehow. and then the response is, wait, you don't do that? Telling me this isn't normal activity in this one? Bitching. Oh no! What am I gonna do? Ow, ow, relax. Do I have raising on? Oh, I do. Okay, sick. Just wait, guys, it's gonna come up. Just wait, just wait. Let's hold on, like, you know, a couple seconds when I held my burst. Alright, burst number 1. Burst number 2. Oh, everything's dead. Of course, if the timing was any worse, then it would be a little bit less cool, but Okay, we managed. What is this? I don't remember. I haven't seen a strength in a minute. I should probably check this other room real fast. The one thing I'm not a fan of with Pictomancer is how long it takes to reload paintings during combat. Well, I think that's the tug and pull of the job, right? That you have this massive burst that you have, but to get to it, you need to take some time to get it ready. And I can understand that. I could see how it's annoying, but at the same time, I could see how that's how they kind of balance the job in a way. I mean, to me, it's fun because that's what I enjoyed about Black Mage before, is that you had to plan out when you're casting all of your stuff. And not relying on triple cast and swift cast. It's actually like figuring out when to cast it. So to me, that's fun. I mean, look, that's not going to be for everyone. I mean, that's why people don't like casters, you know. Forgot to do my thing again. Picto damage is busted. I don't even have strength on. I haven't seen the strength in a minute. Yes, it is busted. It is busted good. Busted great. Ooh, rage. Do I take advantage of this? I think so. Yes, because I'm gonna start from the opposite end. Yeah, I gotta come back here anyway. Let me get the chest, pull the thing. Also, I believe this is... I don't know if it's flighted. I don't think it was flighted. Balanced gameplay is very proc heavy like that. Yeah. Weaving in Mog laser is very incredibly satisfying. Ipashu! Hey, thanks for the raid. Welcome up. I'm doing another run of Palace of the Dead, and I just did the first 20, and I'm higher level than usual. Did the army bonus increase affect Palace of the Dead? No. That should not have any... Well, in Deep Dungeon, it shouldn't have any effect. It could just mean you just killed more enemies. It's possible. The range of how much you get in terms of level in Deep Dungeon can adjust here and there. Depending if you kill like a special enemy, if you kill a lot of Korrigans and Mimics, that could also adjust the level a little bit, so that could be a thing. Ipashu, welcome in everybody. I'm Angelus Demonist. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo in Final Fantasy XIV if we're doing Final Fantasy XIV, which we do a lot of. We are currently going through Pictomancer, and we are doing the entire 1 to 200 run today, so it's going to be a long stream, and we're currently at 118, so I got you covered. We do have drops on if you're doing some Twitch drops, and Ipashu, if you were at Ipashu's stream and you're still looking for some of those items, so we got you covered. So welcome in everybody. I hope you had a wonderful stream. You know, it's funny, when I beat this set, I'm actually going to be at my usual start time when I usually stream, which is 9 PM Eastern, so it actually kind of works out perfect. Hey, thank you, Call Me Shan. I appreciate it. So far, we are having a pretty good run. Putting Pictomancer on display here on the Palace of the Dead solo, and it's been going pretty well. Started at 1 today, and we are currently at 118. I don't typically do this in one seating. It's a very long run, but you know, it's release day. It's a fun and neat day. Celebrate the game as it officially gets on its official release, and putting a good show on, hopefully for you guys. Hi, that's the second Picto try. I thought I saw... Yes, so it is my second. What happened 2 days ago is I am on NA, and what happened to NA was that NA had a tech issue, and a lot of people got kicked off of NA. So I was affected by that. We were on 79, and I lost the file. So today is kind of the makeup day. Oh, crap. No! Oh. Today is kind of the makeup day for it, so that's why we are currently here. It happens, look. For me, a disconnect sucks. How I kind of look at it, it's like, well, look, it happens to me too. A lot of people suffer disconnects in Deep Dungeon, and sometimes when I take it, I feel like, okay, look, you know, I'm not any different from you guys. I suffer through it too. But also, like, based on how the whole servers have been going in this entire release, having one little blip on the radar for what, day 5 now? Early access and so on. This has been a wonderful early access. So if I only had one issue doing Deep Dungeon, by the way, we completed a Heaven on High Picto, and we completed a Viper Palace of the Dead. So to have one issue so far, it is what it is. I just come back another day and I do it again. That's it. And we are here now, and it actually kind of worked out that we're going to do the long stream on release day. It looks like the directory is pumping today. I don't think I've really ever seen this many people in the directory in a while, or ever. So it's really good to see. It's a pretty hype day today. Hell yeah, Gabriel! Alright, 5 more hours, bro. No, it wasn't a DDoS this time. Well, it wasn't necessarily a DDoS. What I mean by that is that, they, on their announcements, they actually say it here, I believe. It's right here. Recovery from network technical difficulties. Now, they've gone and said that, like, okay, it was a DDoS in other situations. So in this case, they said it was network technical difficulty. So it could have been, you know, a bad storm. It could have been something like that. So at least in this situation, it wasn't a... It at least wasn't a DDoS. It was something else. So what can you do, right? It happens. It affected, like, a majority of NA. But, we just go back in. Tilty Bird. Hey, thanks for the follow-up. Yeah, a lot of people thought it was a DDoS. In fair, I actually thought it might have been a DDoS too, but I was waiting for an official word, and that was their official word. I mean, look, you know, the one thing that you can't fault 14 for is that they're honest. They could have just said it was a DDoS. They could have just said it was a DDoS, but they didn't. They're like, hey, it was on us. Or actually, it necessarily wasn't even on them. It could have nothing to do with them. It's just server issues, you know? You gotta really, like, commend them for at least giving you what is exactly happening instead of being dodgy about it. That's the one thing I've really enjoyed about this game, to be fair. Is that they are usually very honest about things, you know? Hey guys, you know what's exciting? This is what's exciting. Check this out. One more and I get Hoarder after 8 years of trying. One more. I'm awesome because I didn't get booted. It made the capital a ghost town and it was all mine. So it was you, Zevran. Wait, no, not now. No, later. I'm actually not using it because we're on the 9th floor. I'm gonna, like, do it on the next one. I'm not gonna use it because I want to actually go for it now because I have it. We got so excited. Hey, no, guys, we don't get an intuition on 20. All you guys do Deep Dungeon. Don't you know better? Jesus. No. Skip. Skip. Now? Alright, fine. You know what? You'll make it harder. I'll just use it. We're not gonna get it until later. Fine. Fine. Make this a... Now you guys are not gonna use it because you're just gonna make me wait until, like, 999 or something to use it. Fine. I'm using it. I think I want to Strength Steel the boss. Hey!
2 years, holy moly. Bob Ross glam on Picto when? Amused.
This is my glam. I'm not the Bob Ross side. I'll leave that to someone else, but that's my glam. I actually did glam my cat girl overnight yesterday and stuff, so pretty happy with this. Hey, thanks for the follow, Lumi. Appreciate it. Let me catch up in chat here. I'm gonna pop a fresh Strength and Steel here, but let me catch up in chat before I get to this boss. Did I get one in 17, 18? I don't think so. Okay. What's my time? 31? I'm going fast this one. Channel my inner sixth sense, get it? That would actually be funny. Okay. Hi. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Did EO Viper yesterday. Still absorbing when I think about it. Pictomancer, on the other hand, it's hard for me to say it isn't S+ in EO right now. You know, that's what I've been hearing, that Picto just freaking shreds in EO. Shreds in EO, and I'm really excited to get to it by the end of the week. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to get to both, but nice. I actually didn't hear too much about Viper, like nothing good, nothing bad. It's just kind of like, okay, yeah, it's a thing. It's a job, it happens. It exists. getting nervous. I'm down to 38k points. Now this will encourage you to get those intuition comp. Now I'm gonna be kind of like motivated to get the intuition comp, yeah. I have one more and get the title. This will be the stream that we get it to. Oh, for a second I'm like, where the hell's the second B? It's already here. Thank you for jumping so I can see their HP bar. Gonna get everything up because I have the beast coming in. Is this boss? Wait, do the boss repeat till 200 except 150? Because you don't see Edda again. It's another thing. Dawntrail's out. It is officially out today. Official release today. I've been on early access since Friday, but it is officially out. Yes. Can I kill the beast without actually targeting him? Almost. Jesus. Good god, yeah, almost I could kill him. Okay, boss done. Because I don't see any difference in the graphics. You know, honestly, Deep Dungeon is gonna be a little bit rough to see the graphics, but I gotta tell you, the detail on like the flooring here is pretty gnarly. It's really sharp here in terms of it. But Deep Dungeon is a little bit, you might not see it as much. Like those crystals were pretty good. But also like the lighting and some of the lower floors, you see it a lot. Like here, the lighting feels a little bit better. Like 1 to 10 Palace of the Dead looks pretty damn good. 90 and 81 plus and Heaven on High look amazing. You'll see it more on those floors. Hey, go down gently. Any issues with latency since... no. None. We had a little bit of an NA tech issue 2 days ago. That's about it. Though getting one shot in Heaven on High, a 95 Glue Mimic yesterday because of no defenses made me kind of sad. Oh, no. I'm doing Viper tomorrow, Heaven on High, dude. And, yeah, it's gonna be fun. I did expect a better graphics update. I'm not gonna lie. So, Blue Lock, personally speaking... Initially, when I loaded into the game, it was hard for me to kind of decipher some of the better graphic adjustments. But I'll tell you, there's certain things that you see, like the lighting is huge, the shades are huge. It's not, honestly, some of like here, like some of the cute USCP was big on the foliage. The grass looks amazingly better. I think it's really the little details that you will see that will be better. So it may not be like a massive change that maybe you're looking for, but you will see like a definite improvement on a lot of things. Like even like people's characters look amazing now. So not yet. I'm gonna eventually get to it. I've been focused on the new jobs so far. Aurora Moon has done that, and he said he liked it. Are you aware about the AMD? I heard about that, but I'm not using AMD. I'm using NVIDIA. I didn't hear about the 99 though. Lots of fun, lots of fun. Oh, no. Alright, let's go into the next set. And actually, so now would be like when I usually start stream in about 30 minutes. So my normal schedule on a Tuesday is 9 PM Eastern. And we would actually start at 1:21. So now we're kind of on normal schedule, if you will. So let's continue the fun. Do I have full strength? No, I don't. Okay. Affluence. Yeah, like I sometimes with the graphics I do have to look for it, but once I see it, you definitely can notice some solid differences. It won't definitely be completely like, you know, adjusted, but it's noticeable. Like the lighting has been so cool. Some of the shadow effects are really awesome too. I'm gonna start the game. How many hours will it take me to actually enjoy it? Let's start going at the beginning. Look, the content we're doing, which is called Deep Dungeon, Palace of the Dead, you get access to this pretty fast. This is actually level 17 content, or I think level 17 content. And I've spent so many hours here, personally. So, it kind of just depends on what content you do. I mean, if you're a crafter, crafter can happen right away. I mean, the story building in this game is very good, and it all kind of leads to a gigantic story, but if you don't care for story, then, I mean, you're more than welcome to just skip through the story. Just, like, skip through the quest, get through the main story, and get through the other things, so... yeah, I mean, you don't have to engage with the story, and not to mention, you could skip through it first and then engage it later, which is the thing that can happen if that suits your fancy. You love dungeons and raids? Yeah. Yeah, you do have to cut through quite a bit of story to get to it. I couldn't give you an hour basis on it, because it all could depend on how fast you get through it. But the story is pretty good in here, so, you know, if you're kind of like a JRPG story, this one has one of the best ones. But it is to each their own. Thanks to follow, I appreciate it. What we're actually doing in here, also Rainbow, thanks for that follow. What we're doing in here is almost like a roguelite type of dungeon. This is content that was designed for 4 people, but you have the option for going in solo, and if you do it solo, you actually get a special title for doing it. And what's even cooler about this content is that it is designed for 4, it doesn't scale to however many people you have. So if you went in here with the full party, the difficulty of the enemies are exactly the same as you go in by yourself. But they just attached a special solo title in here, because it is quite the challenge to try and do it by yourself, and this is the main content that I do. Again, this one in particular opens up really early in the story. They have 2 other versions that are going to be later in the story. Like, the next one you'll encounter, which is Heaven on High, is like 2 expansions later, and the next one is like 2 more expansions after that. But this is actually very different than what you would typically see in a Final Fantasy XIV content of what they do. Usually you do see the raids and the dungeons in most of what people do in this game, but we like this one. Upo, what's up, dude? How you doing? I hope things have been going well for you. Good to see ya. Finally I closed the game, says Caroline. I love the main story so much. I hope most are enjoying it too. I'm personally, I haven't been too far into it, but I am having a good time myself, so yeah, I've been enjoying it. I can't remember, is there a word of DT? Is there a word of a DT Deep Dungeon? So, for all intents and purposes, we are gonna get one. They basically just don't have a name for it, but it really does seem like they're leaning into making one. If you look at like their teaser website, it says New Deep Dungeon. So there's a lot of signs pointing to it. But, yeah, so we don't know. I mean, so the first you'll hear of the news of a Deep Dungeon, you have to wait all the way until about, I would say about 7.2 potentially. Maybe 7.1, but more than likely 7.2, you start to hear rumblings of a Deep Dungeon. Now, it comes out on 7.35, so that's when you expect it to release, but usually they start hinting towards it, like, by 7.2. Oh, no, we just done. I'm gonna keep it kind of simple here because I don't have the items. I don't want to be too weird. It was like the same patch as Beastmaster. You know, I can see Beastmaster, though, being the perfect job to bridge you to the next expansion. So they released it at like 6.4, 6.5. And that's kind of how they handled Blue Mage, isn't it? That they released it like at the end of a patch cycle? Or the expansion cycle. And then you were kind of like playing with that job until the expansion came out, something like to that effect. I haven't gotten it yet. Still trying the new jobs in Deep Dungeon. Gotcha. It looks like we are going to have a Boja-like place and Deep Dungeon and 2 ultimates and VNC variant criterion. Maybe more than that. Yeah, there's a lot of content incoming to this game. They plan out a lot. I mean, it's everything that you have like shoved into one expansion. Fairloom, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Okay, got out of here, no problem. 7.1 is gonna have new ultimate, so the new Deep Dungeon. But no, historically, Deep Dungeon has been 7.35. Now they could change it, and if you start hearing about Deep Dungeon very soon, then they're planning to change it. But historically, it's always been on the 7.35, the 0.35 patch. Heaven on High was 3.35. I'm sorry, Palace of Dead was 3.35. Heaven on High is 4.35, and then Eureka Orthos was 6.35. So it's always on that patch. But again, it's subject to change. I mean, things could happen, who knows? But we're going off of history. Beastmaster will come close to the end expansion. I'm thinking that too. Content for people to do while they wait for the next expansion. It would be kind of a smart play, in my opinion. Like, that just makes sense. Yeah, Kiana came like halfway through, from what I can recall, on ARR. It's been a while, but it came definitely at least midway. House Picto and Palace, very strong. The burst is the opening burst is very strong, and I'm still trying to like manage my burst to maximize it, but it's been kind of cool. Essentially, my rotation has adjusted here and there. I mean, look at that damage, dude. More of a weight? Yeah, but it's what we expect. I mean, you know, if you're excited about Deep Dungeon, it makes sense, but it's kind of what we know. I heard of a new Eureka-type instant. I love that content as well. You know what I love about that content? The duel system. Like in Boja, the duels have been... Oh, some of my favorite content in the game. Is it better than Heaven on High? Which one? What? Oh, you mean Picto. Is Picto, like, better than Heaven on High? I think so far I'm having a little bit of a better time than Heaven on High, but I gotta get to the higher floors to really get full analysis. Am I planning to go blind again? Oh, 100%. Yeah, I think Sengir. I think the experience of Eureka Orthos going in blind, that's something you only get once. And I think I thoroughly enjoyed that whole process way more than essentially having to spoil myself just for a chance to claim world first. You know? Like, that's just not me. Like I mean, Senki, you've been here long enough. You kind of see me do some variety games and everything. I love the idea of discovery. I love the idea of mystery. And, if I were to compete for World First, I essentially have to destroy that to be able to get as much information as possible. Only way I'm ever going to compete in that kind of, you know, thing. Like, could you have a category of, like, blind, you know, who clears first blind? But, I mean, how can you really verify that? So, for me, it's just the blind experience. And I think the guys who are around here enjoyed that, too. And, yeah, we're definitely going to stick with that. I loved it. Now... The question, though, is what job I'll take it. I'm not sure. I might take in Warrior to play safe. Kind of forego the Red Mage experience, maybe, but we'll see. We'll see. I thought it was, like, that's the one thing, despite everything that, you know, the mixed feelings about Eureka Orthos that I certainly have and a lot of people have, that's one that was my favorite part, was that I got to do that completely blind. I mean, I did spoil myself by accident. It was all on me. No one else spoiled it for me. But everyone is so kind, too. Like, they were very respectful that I was trying to do it without any information. Cleared it in a really respectable amount of time, too. And, excuse me. They spoiled it? No, that's on me. I mean, yeah, he was streaming it, but it was on me. Mud Ribbit, thanks for that follow. I appreciate that. That was my bad. Bad timing, so. I'm gonna block the paralyze here. Never mind, just kidding, didn't block the paralyze. I think he broke my shield already, that's why. I did a ton of my crafter-gatherer leveling by making new house balls. Oh, that's so cool. But Bennett, if you're in our Discord and you want to ever share a picture of that, you're more than welcome to. I'd love to see it. You don't have to, but... I haven't read the guide for Picto yet, so unsure of how it works. It was just pressing buttons randomly. That's essentially how I ended up figuring it out. Like, I started to understand the combo systems and whatnot. It eventually made sense to me. But... And also with the way I have my hotbars, I think I'm happy with it. I don't think I make any adjustments to it. I lost my Picto run in 126. Oh, I'm sorry. On the same disconnect when you lost yours, hopefully. I hope so. Hey, good luck to you, Mudribbit. Have you gone back in recently? Or you got chilling for a little bit? It's my first time back in ever since we got that disconnect 2 days ago. Damn. I kind of feel bad. Like I wasn't really too upset about the 79 because it was still too low, but it sucks people were higher. It is what it is. How are the queues right now, guys? That is a public question. If anyone wants to chime in, if they queued in recently or like just now, how are your queues? Also, make sure you leave your, you say what data center you're in, because that matters. Because like you're like, if you're like, man, it was like 10, and then you're like on Dynamis, it doesn't really. If you say 10 on Ether, then that's 600 on Ether. Primal 200 at this time. Okay. That's a treasure room. Thanks, Sig. No Q's in friggin'. Okay, gotcha. 1000 in Ether. I think that checks out for Ether. Rip Ether, man. Ether with the long times, but that's Ether for you. Wait, where am I going? Am I going this way? Okay. Thanks for that, guys. Thanks for the class participation. Looks like the Wyver has to go. Wondering if I can log out to check expansion cutscene on Crystal. Yeah, Crystal probably is safe. Waiting 20 minutes to get into Genova at 9 PM Eastern. Didn't feel that bad. That's not bad at all. I mean, at like the middle of prime time and it's only that long, that's not that long. Hey Byuko, how you doing? Welcome in! Looks pretty solid. It looks pretty solid with the damage, yep. Yes, sir. By the way, how can I efficiently farm up Ether Pool to get that Necromancer title? Yo, Faustus, I actually put out a video on YouTube before the expansion drop on how to level your PoTD Ether Pool. Now, of course, I'm not telling that for you to like get out of here and check the video, not at all. But if you ever need a future reference, if I'm not around, it's up there. Now, with that being said, it depends on your situation. Tell me your situation, Faustus. What are we looking at? Like, have we done Palace of the Dead before? Did we just nuke out our Ether Pool because we wanted weapons? Where are we at? Have we cleared 50? Are we at 5160? I may have missed since Hey, it's all good. It's all good. All good. But yeah, let's talk it over now on the live stream. Let me know your situation. I can tell you some ideas. I got a lot of questions. Okay, I'm gonna go here. Highest floor 6 run got 19. Oh, okay. So easy. I would just recommend spamming 51 to 60. Maybe as a match party right now because it might be very busy with people trying to level potentially. Maybe not. Wafer, thanks for the prime, man. Appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. So I definitely recommend doing a 51 to 60 all the way up until you're about 40 or 50-ish, because about 50-ish it'll start to slow down. At 1921, you can definitely get some good upgrades consistently. Now, you can go in solo. Even at that Armor, you're perfectly fine solo. It might take a little bit longer. Things might die a little slow, but very possible doing it solo. Now, by about 40, 50, you get a choice. You can either keep staying 51 to 60, and it'll get easier and easier as time goes on. So you can kind of go a little bit, chill, relax, maybe have something watch something on the side, do something else for now. Get it to about 60-ish or 65, and then you can start soloing. Alternatively, you can get it to about 50 and then start climbing up, like go to 61, go to 71, as you'll get a higher chance of getting Ether Pool that way. So that's an option too. Now you could also just start going in, so mini F. Ooh, big F, kind of F, little F. Hold on. Not quite. It's like it's trying. But it's taking a minute. Oh, I think we're good. Let me put this on YouTube as well. Okay, welcome back, guys. Sorry about that. I was finding game, but we're good, so thank you for letting me know. CJ Mac, thanks for the raid, welcome in. Hey Yabi, how you doing? How is Pictomancer? It is going really well. Very strong job. So far I am liking the experience. I hope you're having a good DT over there by your parts of the world. So that little bit has been something we've consistently been getting kind of once in a while on stream. It doesn't last too long, but I don't say anything because it seems like the stream really goes a little buggy. So I'll just kind of communicate with you guys in chat, and looks like we're clear because I'm looking at my OBS and it looks nice and clean now. So good. Yeah. So thanks for your patience. I appreciate that. It's rough because I would want to just verbally say, hey, we'll be good. It's kind of it'll be back in a little bit. But from what I understand, from when you guys gave me feedback about that, it's just like it's just very slow and it keeps stuttering. So I'll try to communicate in chat and then kind of let you know like I did. So there you go. Appreciate it. Yo, what's up, Chalky Milk? Hey. Guys, welcome in from CJ's stream. I hope you had a wonderful stream over there. I'll get you the shout out in a little bit. Let me just kind of delete this mimic, maybe. Oh, see, okay, that's where the delay of the stupid thing is gonna kill me. If I had an instant attack, I would have been dead. Switching. Seems good. Yeah. Thank you for that patience. Disable for 2 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, I think the refresh will help too because I don't know why that really happens like that, but that is what happens. I think that's aggro. Trav, by the way, earlier, thank you for that follow, as well as Arikana, thank you for that follow. Welcome, you guys. It's good to have you here. We will be here for a while, so if you're still farming your Twitch drops, we'll like minimum another 5 hours, so I got y'all. We are sponsored by the Tokyo Treats. It is a wonderful limited time Tokyo Japanese snacks. I get a commission for every purchase. You guys get a discount. It's pretty badass. We've had a lot of community members try it out and like it. It's probably been one of the best sponsors I've had in the history of this channel. So it's damn good, and I love this stuff. So I definitely suggest it if you haven't tried it yet. Hey, CJ, no good. No good. No problem, man. I was having some connection issues when it came in, so I was just kind of vibing. But I hope you had a great stream. Let me know what you're up to. What's up? That was 14. I'm having a really good run so far. I mean, we're here. We're not disconnected, so I really can't complain. But everything's good. I hope you had a good day today. Oh, Velvet, if you're listening, man. I got your favorite animal here. It's your favorite. Velvet loves the owls. Yabi, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Where'd it go? There it is. Skatine! Dead bird. Bro didn't stand a chance, man. Oh, I got a rage. I do have Pox on. I'm gonna kill the Pox. Yeah, I'm gonna go full here, because I'm missing a couple palms. I'll go heavy. Let me also check this first before I do the rage. Let me just respawn. Strength, I'll come back. Nice, I'll check it out. I hope you're having, enjoying Dawntrail. Not as far as you, so I'll be lurking. Hey. Arcana? We are not doing main story at all. What you're looking at, actually, is like literally Heaven's Word content. Now, I'm doing the new jobs, to be fair, but we are completely safe from main story, so, you know, that matters. I'm actually not very far in the actual main story anyway, but we were doing non-main story here, so yeah, no, you don't have to worry about that here. I'm not even gonna plan to do main story on stream. Does it ship worldwide? Okay, so in terms of the Tokyo treats, it will actually be, in terms of the shipping price, if I order it, I believe it's like $14.15 shipping. It will essentially be the same price shipping if you're in Europe, if you're in Japan, no matter where you are. The issue, though, is customs. And customs could hit you a little bit depending where you live. So some countries might have some specific custom prices on like food imports and everything. That you may have to check a little bit more. Like America is fine, just because it's gonna be all equal, so I can at least confirm for America. But I know some buddies, depending on which country you're in, may have some strict rules. So they may tack on a price because of customs. But the shipping in general is worldwide. That's also one thing that's important, by the way, for anything that I decide to sponsor or get sponsored by, and we try to promote. Like for instance, the merch store that we have, where you can get this shirt that I'm wearing. It was really important for me to have a company that the shipping is essentially equal around the world, because we have a global audience, which is badass for me to say. Like it's amazing for me to even say that, but the audience is like everywhere, like in South America, in Europe, in Japan, in Australia, no matter where you are. So in those two places, the shipping generally is the same, and especially the merch store, that you don't have to worry about because that's not food. Food is a little bit weirder, so just, you know, double check to make sure if you're in like a country that may have some of those issues, but the general pricing is gonna be uniform throughout. They changed laws here, taxes are being brutal for imports, yeah. Yeah, so I mean, the Tokyo treats won't know that, like they won't have an idea of like, you know, are you dealing with import things, so, you know. But I'm just putting it out there, because we actually had someone that had that small issue. Hey, Faustus, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, dude. The Shindig to Ordain, to Selly, to Celine Moonborn, and this Scarte, everybody, this Scarte. Thank you for that support, I really appreciate it. Sleepy time, Caroline, have a wonderful sleep, and I hope you continue enjoying your Dawntrail experience. Hell yeah. Did I try anything yet that was fun? Oh my god, in terms of the Tokyo Treat Box, there has been so many things. So, the Tokyo Treat Box has, it's like, they have a theme every month. So like last month was, I think, a pop culture thingy. I think the month before that was all related to ninja. They've had a Valentine's, they've had a Sakura thing. So like with the Sakura thing, it was all like cherry blossom type themed things, or an actual like, you know, flavoring, etc. The one this month, which if you order now, you get it for the month of July. They had a cookies and cream ice cream Kit Kat, and it actually tasted like the actual ice cream, not like Hershey chocolate, like very sweet kind of cookies and cream thingy. It was really, really good, and there's like a lot of cool things, and like a lot of snacks were there. They had this like really funky soda fizzing candy that I had one time that was really awkward, but very interesting. And yeah, they kind of boast the fact that it's like limited time snacks, that you can probably get them in like your local Asian store maybe, but some of them maybe not, so that's why it's kind of cool. Thank you for doing... Hey, I gotcha, man! And thanks for the Prime! Yeah, no problem. I love doing this content. I was just saying earlier, like, we're in literally Heaven's Ward content, so we are so far behind the main story, if you will. I mean, granted, we're trying the new job out. We're doing Pictomancer, which, I mean, if you don't want to see Pictomancer, then, you know, I get it, but yeah, we're not gonna touch story. And I can't even, like, I can't even talk about story because I'm not far myself, so I couldn't even hint at anything if I wanted to. You're safe here. It's good. You know, every order you get, I get a really solid $20 commission USD. You get a $5 death count, and again, it's another way to support the stream if, like, you know, you don't want to Twitch sub, whatever reason it is, perfectly fine. You got ways to do it. Picto's so fun, yeah. Is it comfier than Viper? Viper. So comfier. I would say I'm more of a caster main. So caster to me is comfy. I like the range play. I mean, Viper was very straightforward. So what's interesting is that I wouldn't necessarily say Viper was uncomfortable. It's just you didn't have much to work with, right? So, like, survival could be a thing. That could also kind of add to that difficulty in a way. But, yeah, like, the job itself is pretty nice. The burst is really, really strong. Look at that. Look at the Mimic just get obliterated. That is, you know, welcome to Picto in that one. You see that there are trees and you collect wood. That's all I'll say about that. I won't comment to that, but I get it. I can also add about DT. There is water and fish. There is also grass. Yeah, that's right. There's also, wait for it, Lalafels. Oh man, Bonk Hammer is always comfy vibe. It is finally, it's very funny and satisfying. That is for sure. I'm gonna get slept. I'm gonna get slept. Nope. Oop, there's another. Oh, I didn't get the thing off. Oh wells. I may strengthen steel for the boss just because I know the boss is kind of dumb in terms of the damage that it outputs, but we'll see. Another Skitine. Where's Velvet when you need her, dude? She'd be having a field day right now. High quality grapes too. Actually, I haven't seen the grapes personally. I believe you. You can kill a Mimic without Pox so far. Well, with full bursts... Oh, I didn't do that right. There's also NPCs and players, yeah. Unbelievable. Wait, they're players? That I haven't seen yet. I haven't seen any players yet. I've been solo this entire time. I haven't seen anyone. Hopefully Velvet's asleep. Well, Velvet's weird, so, you know. She doesn't really abide by a normal sleep schedule, to be fair. She has one now, but she doesn't really abide by it. And that's why we like her. Velvet sleeping, that says unlike gives me sleep. No, she's capable of sleeping, okay? It's just when she's sleeping is the question, but she is very capable of sleeping now. She has third-party tools to make her sleep, so it's fine. She actually employs hacks to sleep. Okay, I want to actually check the chest, because I did do an affluence here, hoping for like a strength or something, or a steal. I'm gonna bring in the in-game music also. Who's ready to craft to make millions of gil? I don't craft anymore, so you guys have fun. I'll just vibe over here. I used to be heavy in crafting, but I kind of just, I guess for all intents and purposes, quit crafting. Alright, hey, Sengear, appreciate. Oh, you got the strength. That's what I was looking for. Appreciate you, man. It's always a pleasure, and I hope you get a wonderful sleep over there. I thought she just used third party to sleep for her. Well, sure, she does have all those servants that probably does sleep for her. I just leveled Crafter for the tribe quests. Okay, those are good quests. Those are good ones. Affluence. Man, give me a steal. I would love a steal right now. Give me a steal. That is not a steal. I have burst though. Kind of. I need one more GCD to kill this. Yo, no pops too. Let's go. Easy game. I will kill this one because this one He's a proximity enemy. Okay, hoping to see a steal. It's fine, it's fine. Okay, he's fine. He's ready to craft 400 collectibles at 4 AM to make some gil. Oh, true. I guess when the patch kicks in and stuff. I think this is the only job you can output. In terms of, like, the bursts, I would say it's gonna have, like, this floor set? Maybe Ninja can pull it off, but, like, full burst? Maybe Ninja can pull it off, to be fair. That I can't remember. Like, I can't think of all the 20 other jobs, right? But, it certainly isn't in a good standing. I'm hoping for a steal. If I don't get one, I will use one. Is it Machinist Drill super... I don't know if it's enough to wipe a Mimic, though. Because that's kind of all you got, unless you, like, ended up doing Wildfire. Yeah, also, I didn't get kind of, like, the obvious point. It doesn't really matter. But I don't know if it wipes it out like this. Aegis job to clear PoTD solo. Well, the popular ones currently with the community Zodiac have been Machinist and Warrior. You can definitely talk about Reaper and Sage have been popular as well. Pictomancer is one that's currently we're still kind of understanding. I would definitely say it's a possible contender. I don't know if I can say that with certainty, but it definitely is a contender in terms of it being able to be talked about in the grand scheme of things. But those are the popular ones, and again, it isn't. I'm not necessarily saying it's easy, right? Because this content isn't easy no matter what job you take in. But in terms of like popular, what do people like to take in? Those are the ones you typically say you see higher clear counts on, or like new time clears, or ones you see on those jobs. But all the jobs are viable. Oh, sorry, all the jobs are viable, mind you that. It's just you may have a variance of mileage depending on, you know, how long it may take you to clear here and there. But look, if you really like a job, it's also very possible that you have a better time on a job you just like more than a job that I tell you is supposed to be good and like you just can't figure it out, you know? Good time to get these back up. The popular one is Glare Mage. Man, that's funny because if you go in as White Mage, you're not actually casting Glare. I need to get that hammer back up, I think. It was off. Still kind of impressive damage even with all the casting though, it is really good. And you have that little bit of detail where like, you know, if the fight's ending, is it worth me recasting one of the motifs? But I'd probably at least cast the palm motif again. Not pretty smooth. I mean, I did steal here, to be fair, but because I just don't like this fight in general. I don't really need to steal any other things either. So, rock throwing mage. That would be more accurate. That's right. How's Picto feel in here so far? Probably got asked a million times. No, don't apologize. I'll answer it 1,000,001 times. You just got here, you didn't hear the answer, no problem. And also, you might be asking it for a lot of other people, so I have no problem answering that question. It feels very strong. Suza B, welcome in. It feels very strong in here. The burst is incredible, but you're still a caster, so you have kind of that caster defense, if you will. And I'm still gonna be curious later on when we start dealing with harder enemies when I put on my full burst and the thing's still alive to see what I do with that. But in these middle floors, you can still see things getting deleted in like 2 GCDs with my full burst, so it's really nice in that department. Heaven on High, which we finished first. That one's a tough one. That, like, I felt very exposed and vulnerable once I didn't have my damage, but it also could be a mixture of me not handling job very well. So I'm trying to see about making adjustments in terms of just the overall gameplay and hopefully carry it into Palace, see if we have better time, but we'll see. I mean, it has definite kiting potential with the stagger kiting, similar to what we did in Vipers, similar to healers a little bit. Red Mage can pull it off a little bit better because it's like GCD move kind of thing. So there is some defense potentially in that, but its upfront burst is incredible. Probably some of the best in all of the 21 jobs. So, is Viper the same spamming everything just like outside of Deep Dungeon environment? I mean, you're running a rotation, right? So, I mean, it's hard. I can't speak higher than Palace right now, so you have to come back to me maybe tomorrow when I take it into Heaven on High. And also, Belly Eve, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So you have to come back to me on that one to see. I don't like speaking of a job I haven't done or Deep Dungeon I haven't done yet until I get there. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it feels in Heaven on High if, when we presumably get there tomorrow. And I'll let you know. But in Palace, you only had like 5 buttons, so it's like, you know, you're only running like, you know, GCD 1, GCD 2, and then your OGCD. That's all you had, and your range attack. So there wasn't much to work with, you know. Astro, hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Guys, I'm gonna take a break here. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna actually get some ice from my water because it all melted. You guys get some snacks as well. We are going the distance today, so we'll be here for a while. I do thank you guys for watching. PSAs that I've been saying right before we hit the ads here and kind of take our break a little bit. 75 Vipers gets funky. Can't wait. Because EO is going to be exciting. A couple PSAs. First and foremost, the game has released officially. If you guys haven't put on your full code in the MOG station, make sure you do that. Because if you don't do that on July 5th, you'll lose access to the game. And you have to put in the code then. So to kind of keep it all streamlined, make sure you put that in if you haven't already. I believe that applies for PC and Steam, maybe Mac as well. So something to think about. Also, we do have Twitch drops on, which has been a while since, actually, it hasn't happened in 14 to have Twitch drops. So I'm really happy that after 10 years, they finally do it. So all you gotta do is just watch the stream, and you'll just accumulate watch time, and the max one is 6 hours, so you get a mount for that. So it doesn't have to be here. You can watch here for 30 minutes, go to someone else, do 30 minutes there, and it accumulates. You'll get a notification in your Twitch mail that you get a code, and that code goes to MOG Station. I actually just got my mount, so we've been live about 6 hours, so I just got my mount notification, so I'll get that later. And that's what you got. And then lastly, also, Last Wizard King, thank you so much. We are over here, we are working towards the Partner Plus program. So individual subs, gift subs and prime subs don't count towards this number, but it is very greatly appreciated. Like, a lot of you guys have done it, and I'm very, very appreciative of that. But the tier subs add to this number. If we get to 300 individual subs, I get to a higher revenue split. So everyone who's been tossing out a sub out there has been so appreciated as we climb up here. I have not updated that tally, but the last one we had at the end of the month of June was 187, and we got a couple today, so really appreciate that. So thank you so much. It will keep me doing what I love to do, which is this content, and we do a little variety here. But we're gonna continue this run in a little bit. Yabi, I had the choke amount. I had it for many years now. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. You get to maybe give it off to someone else. So yeah, hang tight, guys. We're gonna hit some ads. I'll get a little bit of a stretch break. You guys do that too. Thank you for watching. We'll continue in a little bit. BRB. Alright, so let us continue. We're gonna start probably getting to the section where we start hitting ads like every 10 floors, but I hit them in between floors so you guys miss the least amount of action, if any action whatsoever. This way ads don't play during the actual run. Alright, go. We're going all the way today. Wish I could see if Twitch Drops event is even progressing for me. There's supposed to be something that you can check, I think. I forgot. It was like the individual items that you could type and take a look at that actually gives you the percentage. It's not in your inventory, which is usually what happens. Is that when you look at the inventory, it has it there. But some people were saying that you could look at the the actual item to see some progression. Thank you, appreciate it. I didn't see it myself. I just got everything here, but I know that we have the thing on, so that much at least I can promise. You should be able to go to and see. It's something like that. It's something like that. I know people were saying it. I didn't see it myself to verify it, but I know people were saying that that's something we can do. Just empty. I know, like, in the Twitch Drops webpage, you'll see, like, the actual campaigns that are available. You could start from there. And I also know, when you refresh a page, you'll see a notification on the top of chat that says this channel is participating with rewards or something. That's also your indication that tells you, like, oh, yeah, you're here, like, you know, this channel has dropped, something to that effect. Damn, with the full burst, man, unreal with that. It's so silly. I'll pull this one because I'm about to be famous. If you click the icon on the top right, drop-down menu has the prog. It just told me I'm at 3%. Okay. Give that a try. If not, then I would go to... Hold on. I would go to the main website to see if they have any information on that one. I don't know why it's EU, but... There you go. The cycling elements remind me of 9 a lot. Cycling elements? What part of 9 does it remind you of? I personally don't think of 9 for it, but I'm also curious. I don't even have the progress bar. I did see the notification get dropped, but nothing else. Progress bar shows when you click the icon on the upper right. So sometimes it'll stop updating, but if you refresh the stream, it'll show. Cheshire tier 1, thank you so much for that, I appreciate it. I think next break I need to get a snack, guys. 34, I hope you're doing well. Also, thank you, Hugo, for offering that information. And thank you, chat, for offering some help as well. Hopefully we can get that for Moise. Get there eventually. I know, like, it seemed like everyone seemed to be okay. I don't think you have to turn anything on. But I have experienced situations where, like, when I was, like, doing, like, say, Honkai Star Rail jobs, like, it just didn't start, it just didn't progress for some reason, so, like, and then I just had to wait. It was odd, but... There's been a little bit of wonkiness all day, though. Okay. It's like this is like a more comfier floor than previous 20. Lost. No! God damn it. Lost my combo. Oh, I need to use the pallet. Also, that was a little overkill, but that's okay. Earlier today, had a couple in my chat saying they were there for a couple hours already, but didn't get the first report. All of a sudden, it started working. That's what kind of stinks. Like, I like having the progress bar, because you could, like, look at it and be like, oh, is it moving after, like, 2 minutes? I know there's some progress that doesn't exist. Like I said, I didn't see it myself. Overkill on the Corrigans, but... Oh! Okay, that's funny. I was like, wait, they didn't scream, and then I just realized that the hammer actually did more damage than their HP, so they just outright died. Funny. Can I get... No, you know what? I'm just gonna go. Hi, Nico. Thank you for the follow. How's Picto in Heaven on High? So, it's strong, but I felt very vulnerable, Baba. Because once your burst was gone, and the enemy was still alive, it felt tough to, like, you know, to figure out what to do next. To be fair, though, I think that was inexperience, so I'm just gonna hold it to that maybe I just had to get used to the job, but that's how I felt during the run. More than Summoner? Summoner is mobile, so I don't feel like Summoner is vulnerable unless you get hit, right? I mean, if they catch up to you, then you're kind of screwed, but it takes a while for them to catch up to you. In the meantime, like, this job, you have single cast, like, once all your OGCs are gone, you're just, like, casting like this. Like, this is my single cast right now, so if I have nothing my burst-wise, then this is all I'm doing. I mean, I could get a motif back up and swift cast it and stuff, but, yeah, it kind of makes it you feel vulnerable without damage coming in, on top of the fact that you can't move that much and rely on, like, you know, like a triple cast like Black Mage or your primals doing damage, so on and so forth. The hammer is definitely OP. It's Shaw, but man, the Mog Beam is really good. Like, it feels so powerful when you use it. Oh yeah, I need to burn that intuition, guys. I am 1 away from Hoarder, literally 1 away from Hoarder. I think I went through the entire fort, no one used an intuition on the entire fort. Last fort. Maybe we get the Hoarder today. It's not here. I'm actually gonna probably get it when I see it, because it just gets me there. And then I got the next 10,000 to worry about. It took me 8 years to get 10,000, so... Guys, we gotta do this for another 8 years. Who's with me? Who's with me for another 8 years minimum to get a Cursive? Maybe they add in, like, something at 40,000 just to make me, you know, just to make fun of me or something. Doing it for Hoarder? Man, and I have not ever, like, really hard farmed it, which you can. Like, if you guys are actually interested in farming it, like, getting the title, there are, like, ways to really hard farm it and get it in a relatively, like, respectable amount of time that isn't 8 years. But, I've just been doing it on my runs, you know? Figured I'm gonna do the content long enough, I'm gonna get it eventually. And that's exactly what happened. We got it eventually. They will add more? God, I know they will. It's so funny because the community wanted, like, you know, separate job achievements or, like, Omni achievements and whatever. Instead, we got 10,000 more intuitions. Which is hilarious because the Demi-Clone, the Dread Beasts drop intuition when you kill them. So, like, I guess there is some assumption that people would go out and kill them, but, like, in a solo run, you barely go and kill them because they're just so annoying to deal with. Or they're more of an annoyance than a benefit. I mean, I guess in a party we'll do it, but man, it's still asking a lot, and they're rare. This is so strong. Hey, Moza, hey, thank you for watching the content, you know? Honestly, I mean, I probably still would do the content if, like, people weren't watching, but it's gamers like yourself that make me excited to do the content each time. Because it's such a cool feeling that, like, I get to just sit here, play a video game, talk about it, and you guys are actually having fun watching it. Like, there's nothing cooler than that, you know? I don't know if it's just me or Control F5ing the stream or what, but I have a progress bar now. Hey! Shame I didn't figure this out hours ago. Well, you know what? I'm glad you got there eventually. It happens, but oh, look, I'll be here for at least another 5 hours, so... Probably. Oh, don't petrify me. Getting used to getting the motifs back up, which is great. It's becoming more of a habit as opposed to, like, I have to really think about it, so at least that's a plus for me. Wait, so if I had early access, do I need do I need to claim the full? Yes, you do. You would have, yeah, so you would have gotten another code within the past week or so. Maybe check your mail and, like, search for Square X. There is a code that they sent, which is the full game code, and it'll say that you can use it by July 2nd. And that's the one you want to submit. So there was an initial code for the early access, which we all put to get into early access. And then there's the second code that they sent starting as of last week that they were rolling out. I didn't get mine till Friday. Oh yeah, Steam does it differently. So if you're Steam, what's up here, Kaiba? If you're Steam, it might be different. Maybe look for Steam. If you're PC like me, they would have sent a code out. No. It's fine. no big deal. I'm a Pictomancer. They didn't see this coming ever. Content wasn't ready for Pictomancer. Yeah, console is the one also that doesn't need to do it. Oh man. There's a dead... That's a dead Gubu. It ended up being in my promotions folder, and they warned me you can go to spam too, since there's also tied to gamer tag. I was picked up strong. I feel like I'm getting better at this job as well, because I did level it to 90, and I feel like having more experience has helped me understand the job better. So far it's been feeling great. Heck dies. Brono, hey, thanks for the prime. Appreciate that. Cheers, dude. Thank you for that support. See, this is the part where, like, I have no other damage coming in, so this feels slow. Like, yeah, we are deleting enemies, but then you get to this phase of your burst where you don't have one. So it gets a little awkward like that, so you have to make those adjustments, but it's part of the kit. I think it also adds to the challenge, which is kind of cool in my opinion. Oh, I didn't want this. Wait, I can shield, actually. Shield. Good. I get to block the Rotten Breath because of the shield. And it actually broke the shield, too, which is great. You're on PC. I mean, it's possible they could still be rolling it out, but I would check spam, do a search of your mail to see if Square Next comes up. When I looked for it, I looked for Square Next. Found it! Huzzah! Okay, cool. Where was it? Was it in your spam folder? Usually when I search mail, it shows up. Was able to open my... Was able to open my order, so gotcha. Oh, there you go! Yeah, okay, yeah. You look at your actual order number, okay. That would be the other way to do it. True, smart. Good thinking. Yeah, input that code in Mog Station and you are good to go. Here. Oop, hold on. Secured all my wooden cloth, hell yeah. You are good till next expansion. About 2.5 years you're good for it. Then we gotta do this whole silly process all over again. We get to input 6 different codes and do it through a different website and everything. Great. Oh, nice steel pickup. Okay, that's good. I was kind of hoping for that. I hadn't seen it in a while. We got the Hawk. The Hawk you thinking? Should really automate it to allow the executive. I'm sure next time. I'm sure the next time we'll get it. "10 years of the same process, I'm sure the next expansion they'll finally change it." Hey, what's up, Ross? Great, man. Have you finally, like, been able to settle in and be able to play the content? I know you had your thing. But it's been great so far. I've barely done any story, so I've been in Deep Dungeon most of the time, but it's been wonderful. That's a full... really? Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, I'm losing my hammer time. I'm slowly building a Black Mage file to test how... Oh, nice! Sadie's with you, too. I think Sadie's building one, too. That actually is gonna be one of my destinations. I think I might go into Heaven on High first. Before I get into Palace. I feel like I might go into Palace Black Mage later than some other jobs, but Heaven on High was where I really liked it, so I want to see how that goes. Yeah, it's a full game, man. 97 gigs. That's a full game. That's as much. Isn't that as much as Elden? I'm gonna pull this. Alteration again, sure. I'm using Lucid on Black Mage. No way. Oh my god, that's a lot. Alright. Man, every time someone talks about it, I get so intrigued. It's like, okay, I want to try it too, you know? I want to get there too. No, we are clear actually. Looks like we're clear on my end. No drop frames this time. I kept dying in 181 floors. Oh, rip. I'm losing my... Well, that's a tough set, to be honest. That is a very tough set to get through. Thank you for that follow. Let's go with Pro. Sorry. That one... I apologize. I'm not gonna have any luck with that one. Thank you for the follow, Pro. Appreciate it. No, you don't. Get wrecked. My EO training. Oh! This is the one, guys. This is the one right here. Wait, I gotta clear out this monk. It's this one. This is the one. Thank you for that follow, Baku. 8 years of Deep Dungeon. And we finally get the achievement. 8 years. Alright, time to get the next 10k. We got it. 8 years more, 10k, let's go. Got the Hoarder title! You know, it's funny, I thought I was gonna get an Endwalker. Nah, joke's on you, it was gonna be the next expansion, the one after that. Oh, come on, man. Leave me alone. Ross, have you tried the new jobs yet, or are you chilling on the new jobs for now? I gotta spend a lot more channel points for intuitions then? Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just me not actively going for it, right? So, you know, obviously if I had actively gone for it, I probably would have had it way faster. But my rule with intuitions has always been I don't really go for it just because I don't want to risk the run. So you will see me be very, very cautious on even going for it. Some of our other buddies on stream who stream the content, they'll be a lot more daring than me. But yeah, I'm probably like the most cautious, arguably. I know like Aurora Moon has a whole reward system of him actually like making him go get it, which is of course a fun way for the interaction on stream. But I'm just not aggressive on that. How many Pegasus mounts did I get out of those 110,000? You know, I want to say we probably have gotten like maybe like 20 or something. I didn't open all the sacks. I still have sacks on me that I haven't opened. We did do like we spent when I last did 1 to 200 on stream, we did it as like a little bit of a marathon event, and I was opening sacks on stream, which was kind of the joke, but we did it, and I probably opened like a whole bunch back then. We gave away a lot of them too, but that was kind of fun. But I still have a lot of sacks on me that I haven't opened. I've unlocked them. That's it. Picto looks so Shaw and busted, so my interest went down quite a bit. In comparison, it looks kind of boring. Yeah. You know what? Fair. It's funny because it's busted. At least presumably, it piqued my interest because now it's like, you know, are we gonna put it in the discussion of like a job that we can recommend people kind of thing? We'll see. But It's one reason I like it a lot. I do like it so hard. But it feels great in like all other content as well. At least in my opinion. So far. Nah, not PvP. I didn't do PvP yet, so I can't comment on PvP. I mean, EO, Viper has some promise, I feel like, so I'm gonna be excited to at least try it there. I feel like tomorrow, Heaven on High is just gonna be more of Palace, or whatever. But I'm kind of excited about the EO experience. Where the hell's the chest? Bro, oh, there's no chest. Oh, dude, alright, we've been here for a while, and it's been a minute. I'm like looking for a chest that doesn't exist. And a couple others, the Picto coverage got out, so I'm gonna probably do one score and call it. It's fair. Yeah, I can envision myself getting back into Picto on Palace for scoring. Like, I had been doing, like, big-ass pulls on Picto before I disconnected on Sunday. And then I decided today, I'm like, you know what, I'll just go for, like, kind of speedish. And if I have to go scoring, I don't think I mind replaying the shop, because I'm having a blast in the shop. That's kind of how I was looking at it. I'll do scoring later. I just made 1.2 million. Who's buying materia at 5 AM? The Raiders. The guys who just got to 100, that's who's buying it. Oh, I didn't do my thing again. God damn it. Sounds like you can kinda just score it the same as machinists. Don't have to care... to some extent, yeah, I think so. Well, actually, it's interesting, because I think with this job, with the cooldowns that it has, it may potentially benefit you to pull maybe at least like 2 or 3 with you, if you can survive it, just to get that AoE damage out. I'm not sure, but the AoE damage is pretty rad on this job, you know? I'm up 200 million just from wall houses. Damn. Housing enthusiasts are wild. Well, also, you do have the new servers too, right? So people are probably hopping servers and maybe checking all the market boards, and then you have all the people getting new houses as well, so that probably exists. I guess I can say, after EO, I can say, in my opinion, Viper feels like a discount Reaper in a way. That's how I felt in Palace, right? It's like, it's basically Viper, just has less things. Like, that was my commentary for Picto in PoTD. Of course, I'm gonna see what it is in the other ones, but yeah, definitely, like, it having something unique, a unique feel to it. I didn't get that much from Viper. I bet people are going nuts with the new housing type. Is that the one that they had in the patch notes? Hey, Venture! Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Is that the one they had in the patch notes? The housing walls? And Sony! Hey, thanks for the follow as well. Welcome in, guys. It's good to have everyone here tonight. We are planning to go all the way for the 200 floor, so if you're here just to vibe, if you're here to avoid spoiler content, which we're not doing any, I'm doing Heaven's Void content, so no spoilers here. If you're here for the drops, I got you covered. We're gonna be here for at least another probably 5 hours as I kind of get through these floors, so we're here all night, hopefully. Hopefully I don't do something weird and die oddly, but I'd like to think I'm gonna be killing consistently. And thank you for that follow, Mass. I appreciate it. It's definitely possible, right? So Finn was thinking. He thinks a 0 meteor is possible. Who thinks you're... Yeah, I'm thinking that I might go hard like that, considering I probably don't need to care about doing a potion in that fight. So I may give it a shot. If I can wind up everything correctly. We'll see, though. It would be certainly entertaining to put that show on. Steal. Cardboard! Hey, thanks for the prime! I appreciate the support, cheers. Hey, Bree. Your stream makes a great backdrop for cleaning up these side quests between main story. Hey, cheers. Oh, okay, no spoilers, Bree. So if you can word this as carefully as possible. Or maybe it's an easy question. Would you say the side quests are worth it? I guess don't go into detail, but would you say that the side quests are kind of worth it for, just in general, like the depth of the lore? Or are you just kind of getting them for like extra XP? KP Dog, thank you for that follow. Aaron, I guess you can answer the same question too. Like, do you feel like the side quests are kind of cool? Like, again, be very careful, but some of them yes, some others not. Okay. That sounds about like, okay, that's typical then. Okay, fair. I mean, I don't typically do side quests, honestly. Not in this game. I do side quests in a lot of other games, but this one I kind of just like, kind of whatever to me, but... Some are mad, some are better for me. Okay, gotcha. I don't pay attention to side quests, just blasting. Okay, that's... Look, I get it, no judgment. I would probably do the same for XP, but... Okay, fair. I mean, the free gear... Oh, that's true. They do give gear, but also the side quest chains feature. Oh, that's true also. Okay, okay. You know what? I actually kind of forgot that some of them are considered side quests with the Aether Currents. Okay, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I was actually gonna personally handle them later, but... Sure. Wait, Aramon, Fortune. Oop. Did I go too far? Negative. Okay, I have my hammer time ready. I need to kind of make it out of here soon so the steel carries me into the boss. Should actually just strength now. Let's just strength now. But I do want to check all the chests because I may get another strength back, which would be really, really good. Go I go. I finished Heavensward myself after like 2 years goofing off in ARR with random stuff PvP, who knows what. It was the hunger of the Yokai Watch stuff that compelled me to get at least the early Stormblood. You know, we've had some people who literally got stuck on main story because they were just doing deep dungeon all the time. So, that's a mood. Understandable. There's some really good side quests with Terrell and Team, but there's just really not really reason enough for me to do them normally. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. Like, a game that made me do side quests was like Octopath. Octopath, you got rewarded for doing side quests, so that was kind of fun, but... Side quests shag you all over the map in space is absolute... You know what? Can Picto do the fabled no strength, no lust? I'm not gonna try that today. I gotta see how the first one goes, but... Maybe on our, like, 5th run back or something. So if you're not familiar with this 140 boss, we do have a quick kill method that we do, which just basically involves resolution, which, by the way, I haven't seen a resolution since 100, noted. But we do, like, a nice quick kill here. This dies in, like, a minute or something. Now, the pattern I go for, we call it 3-2-3-2-3, so we do 3 on the first one, 2 on the next one because of the staggering of the AoEs. Funny enough, this is not easy for a lot of people. Some people actually go through with like a lesser combination. So just for the sake of demonstration, I'll do lesser. And if you can't do 3-2-3-2-3, you have to start dealing with the ads, because if you do the actual uptime, you will kill it before the ads become a problem. So if you do it slower and you're not able to get all the shots in, then all you just kind of do is just manage the ads because they die in one shot. And we'll just do it this way. And that just makes your life easier. Just deal with the ads and then continue on the boss. And then if you lose the resolution, just pop out and just burst them down, which we might have to do. I'm not saying that. I'm gonna get one more shot in and then I have to jump out. And because we are Pictomancer and murder is shown. Okay. Yeah, that's that boss. On DPS, Lust isn't worth saving as much, so maybe if you pick one, use a Lust with the strength. I think when I did... Wasn't it like when I did Machinist, no strength? I think we thought that a no strength was possible, but a no Lust was gonna be tricky. Because, like, I mean, if you're just factoring in the percentages, strength is what, 30%, right? Or 40%, and then... Or 30%, and then Lust is 50%. The good thing about Picto being busted is that other drops are probably gonna get buffed. Probably won't trick him to be able to do that, probably. Picto, I believe, is outperforming Black Mage at 100. Okay. That means it will get buffed. Hey, I timed out at 190 because I didn't get a third lust on 181. Let's ignore why I got to the boss in 7 minutes, no confidence, so... Well, we are talking about... You know, we are talking about... Well, true, I mean, I guess if you saved it on Behemoth, then you have to. Okay, so, from here on, guys, we're gonna be hitting ads every time we finish the set, just because the sets will get longer and longer. I may take a break, I may not take a break. In this case, I'm not gonna take a break, but you guys will see some ads. I like to put them here because this is where we're like a little bit more chill. And by the time you come back, you'll see the entire 4 set, no interruption. So we'll get the ads here. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna step into the next set. 141 plus coming at you. See you in a little bit. BRB. Kill the music. Alright, let's do it. This is where, like, I would say the run starts to kick in a little bit in difficulty. But we'll see how it goes. Do I have strength here? Oh no, I used the strength, so I can't pop the strength right now. But I don't want to go lower than 2 strength. Now here's where I want to kind of adjust my burst a little bit. I want to have a full burst on, like, the harder things, if you will. And then, like, the easier things, I go without the burst. It's almost like a melee kind of mentality, where I fight easier things when I'm waiting for my cooldowns to come in. Wow, you double hit me? Really? Strength's over there. No, oh boy, oh boy. If you knew what was about to happen there, then, you know, that would have been scary, but probably wasn't as obvious. Miss Sheila, good morning! Ready? What up? Oh! What up, Sheila? How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. How's your, hey, that's my resolution that I was looking for. How is your Dawntrail going on your end? Hopefully you're having a good time. I am not running a potion. You're dead. Good, enjoying myself. You're enjoying yourself a lot. Good to hear it. Am I enjoying? I'm great. I'm only past the first dungeon, but I mean we've been in deep dungeons for a while, so we're having a blast with new jobs. Well, most of the jobs. I mean, Viper's an experience, that's for sure. I think we'll finish. Nice, cool. I think I don't finish. Man, I don't finish probably till the end of the week, I bet. Because I could finally probably work in it on Thursday. Where I get back to normal schedule, and I'll just chip away at it that way. I'm not in a rush. I seem to be avoiding some of the juicy information anyway, so I'm not gonna be too worried about it. You're in the first dungeon. Yeah. I'm enjoying it, so you know, I'm certainly not in a rush myself. I want to definitely appreciate it and everything. Take my time. I will witching this. Hold on. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this one. I'm gonna witching now so I can get the gargoyle. I'm also gonna get the gargoyle and fight him at the same time. Welcome back to those ads, guys. Thank you for your patience on that. I appreciate it. Witching's gonna be so broken, I feel like, with Picto if I use it, because I can probably delete enemies fast enough in the witching, even the higher enemies. Look at them, kind of fun. I'll pull the kit. How's Picto stacking up the red mage, black mage summoner for me? Well, in Heaven on High, I feel like, to me, in Heaven on High, it was the hardest to cast to me. But I think it's just a lack of experience. I do feel like in Palace, it feels just way better, or rather way stronger than any of the forecasters. Like, it seems even better than Summoner in terms of damage. Love watching the stream while quick, instant thing. 800 lumber! That's a lot of lumber. A lot of deforesting. I'm curious if you like Picto in here, Chila. Definitely curious to see if that might be a job that you might end up liking or not. You don't want to try the new jobs in the dungeon? Hell yeah, dude. Got to do the thing. No, I'm not gonna do that. You. Work my shield, nice. I Dylan picked up first, I haven't touched it at all. Findazar cast with the big group, so I haven't had a reason to. Gotcha. Have I beat MSQ? I am past the first dungeon. That's it. I got past the first dungeon yesterday. Not this one. I'm gonna, like, temporarily, delete now, because that's just a little too much information, but I appreciate it. We're very tight-lipped with anything related, so I'd rather, discover things on my own personally, but also I don't know what that means, so... Okay. Oh, nice. I appreciate you offering some bits, but you know, I prefer to run into things the hard way. Gotcha. That's fair. I appreciate it. Okay. I mean, to be fair, like, you know, someone's experience can be different than others' experience, so... But we'll leave it at that. I'm lucky that I didn't aggro. Manticore could have been the slayer of me. Dude, yeah, Joni. See, Joni recognized what happened earlier on that floor stuff. He's an experience. That, actually, the amount of HP it dropped me to, I think the dash-in could have killed me. Yo, not. Hey, thank you for the Prime Gaming. I appreciate it. I think he means if you are the type to do all the quests in the zone before moving on to avoid that particular one because it's not supposed to be there until later. Oh, that's fair. I appreciate that. Yeah. But, like, it's just, like, you know, with, like, names and stuff, kind of would prefer, I guess, just to avoid the names, but that's a better way to kind of explain it. I'm sure probably by the time I get there, if it is, like, an actual bug, then they probably just adjust it. But it's all good. It is appreciated. It's just, you know, don't take offense to it. It's just, I'm personally being very, extra cautious when it comes to anything related to spoilerinos. That's all. That flighted? I guess it feels flighted. I don't know. I don't remember if I flighted. I think I did. Lust. Oh, that's the exit. Let's go. It's fine. Although, if I affluence this next one, I better check all the rooms. Serenity again. I'm getting a lot of Serenity. Okay. Ghost incoming, we'll delete the ghost. Goodbye, ghost. Man, this is all without strength on. It's insane. This damage is just crazy. They released a new deep dungeon in Dawntrail. What would be my advice for an next from a design perspective? Make it different than the other three. That would be my humble suggestion. Now, like, based on Mr. Happy's interview, when he talked about Deep Dungeon and actually asked a question, the general gist of it seems like they will keep with the formula that you've seen so far with Deep Dungeon. Well, that being said, I mean, you can still do something unique to it. So if they can at least offer something that'll be a different feel than the other three, even if it isn't, like, the greatest of all Deep Dungeons, it still, I think, would be appreciated if they tried something new. That's what I would say. Make Chimeras hard again? I'm with you on that one. Yeah, I mean, return the Chimeras back to what they were before. Because the Chimeras in EO are way too predictable. There was definitely a certain enjoyment with having to deal with Chimeras in Palace and Heaven on High that really gave, like, the true experience, in my opinion. Like, no other enemy gave you that experience of what a Chimera did. I would love more enemies like that. Or, like, you know, abilities are a suggestion to them. It's like, yeah, you know what, today I'm just not gonna use them. I'm not in the mood, I'm just gonna hit you till you die. and that was great. And then it's like, oh, you know what, I did Dragon's Voice, you know, 10 seconds ago, I think it's time for another Dragon's Voice, you know, why not? That's the Chimera experience, and I love it. My favorites. I have Big Burst coming in, so let me just do the Gargoyle. Also, I can shield the burst, too? Oh, I can shield the poison? Oh, he missed. Okay, now my burst is down 20%. You got mobs hard to hit hard again? Remember when Yoshi P said EO would be like Heaven on High? It could be different, very different, despite him saying it would follow the same format. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. No, Ross, you're right. You know, I mean, basically, like, they weren't wrong, because they said it was gonna follow, it was gonna be like Heaven on High, and they copy-pasted the respawns, they copy-pasted the flora, so you can't even dispute that it was like Heaven on High, because it wasn't like Palace, right? What are your two comparisons? Is it gonna be like Palace, or is it gonna be like Heaven on High? After that, it was on its own thingy. Wait. Okay, this is the spawn room. I don't remember what this chest was. I think it would be cool if it was designed like Criterion, where you can pick from a list of skills to try to use run-on would majorly up the replayability. Yeah, I mean that's kind of our argument about Blue Mage, right? That you walk in with the base spell and then you build it that way. That kind of falls in that line too. Yeah, there's a lot of hopes, but now it's like you have to kind of tame it a little bit because it's like, you know, they're not gonna go wildly into like a completely overhauled deep dungeon experience at the moment. So you gotta have to think within the realm of like the restraints of what deep dungeon currently is. But I think there's still things they can pull off. My suggestion would be to take the gameplay through the floors the same way PoTD Heaven on High was, where autos hurt and you had the game with your character but keep the boss design. I would like that. The boss design was probably the one thing that most people agree that was really, really well done. I think it really was well done. It's in the right direction. They could still do it better, because, like, in my opinion, the duels are still superior in terms of a solo boss experience. But, yeah. Eventually, I think just give them hope they'll get there. haven't seen a strength in a minute. My fear is that you can just pick a skill to cover whatever your weakness is. Your job has, so at least some homogenization, heal the EO. You would need an incentive to try the other ones for it to work, right? I guess that's where the achievements come in, but man, the achievement system in here is questionable. I'm gonna go this way. How am I liking Painter Mage? I like it a lot. Personally, I think it's a great job, Fred. I actually have leveled it to 90 and I'm trying to take it through main story. That's how much I've liked the job. So it's been a good experience for me personally. Did I check the chest? I actually didn't check the chest. Lost. Oh, well, thank you. Let me get y'all thinking. We'll be fine with Yo design, low autos, but instant kill AoE if, big if, he says it in caps lock. Only if you lean the mob mechanics even harder to try to kill. Well, like, randomize it, I guess. That would be the best way to go about it. Like, have not, like, a 50-50 chance of dying, have an even higher percentage of dying. I'll use that. Oh, I love how I don't aggro the first time, and then I go back to the same pathing and I aggro the second time. My favorite. I checked that, that's the lust. 3 chests here. Wait, oh. How's DT treating me? Drakon, amazing. I mean, I've barely done anything in DT because we've just been in Deep Dungeon the whole time. But for the bit that I've done and the graphic improvement and everything, it's been a wonderful experience. I mean, the servers are amazing. So that's probably my thing, my big takeaway. The servers have been just chef's kiss. Can't complain. Like, you think, like, the simplest thing of an MMO experience is that, or of any gaming experience, not just MMO. I mean, I've had some really radical and wild-ass releases of games, but a new game comes out, you want to be able to play it. Really, it all boils down to that very simple thing. I want to play the new game. And for the most part, for this expansion, I think all of us have been able to play the new game. And you really can't complain about that, you know? Just because, like, getting a normal player won't match the same experience with everyone else. I should go a little faster. I'm a little worried about the fact that I'm gonna lose the strength. I'm gonna lose the steel here. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna pull right now up until I burn the shield, and if I burn the shield and I don't get anything, they don't have anything on the next pull, then I think I consider a Serenity here. But maybe I can get through without the Serenity. Yeah, Ganu, I'm with you on that one. That's where like a lot of times I kind of throw the suggestion of maybe trying to do it blind. Because of that, like if you have information, man, you can probably breeze through EO because it is just a knowledge game. Should be fine. Oh, nice, I'm out. I think it benefits me not to open a chest, and I think I just go. Got the boss with 3, having used 3 on the set. That's the EO experience, though. Okay, I'm gonna respect this succubus because it's gonna shoot at me first, and more than likely, if I get to the exit then go, although I probably could have made it out, but I'll play it safe. Oh, Kohaku. Thank you for that follow 6 minutes ago. Appreciate it. I feel like if they just like adjust 1 to 40, EO would be drastically more popular with the community. I think if that experience was just better, then yeah. You hate it, now you like it. Fair. I've had Gloom 3 times in a row, I think. Oh, I imagine, yeah. Affluence. Okay, this one first. I'm glad Picto is busted. Well, it's funny comparing Viper and Picto, right? I mean, Picto is seemingly very strong, and then Viper on the flip side seemingly isn't. Can't really complain about that. I mean, I guess you get one that's good and one that isn't. Layouts do suck. I mean, the layouts were well designed. I feel like I feel like the layout of 21 to 40 Heaven on High. I'm sorry. Eureka Orthos is like creating a good villain. It's designed for you to hate it, and I think it does the job very well. That's how I look at it. Like, it looks pretty, but there's definitely thought put into it. So it's like, to some extent, I don't dislike it completely, because I appreciate the design of it. But it is annoying as hell. Like, don't get me wrong. But I appreciate that they actually put the effort into the whole thing. Well, I'll be back in by the end of the week for the Viper Picto on my end. So definitely that's happening. That's why, like, Ganu, that's one reason that in EO, my favorite floor set is 41 to 80. Because to me, it felt like that there was so much thought put into that whole design. Because think about it, right? Like, the idea of the line of sighting, which was clearly a part of Eureka Orthos that you had to go line of sight shit. Of all the floor sets to pick, you picked, hold on. You picked, the cave floors to make a line of sight, which is so annoying to line of sight. You know? And I think that was great. Like, to me, I appreciated that. What the hell? Okay, oh, yeah, do that. That. Nice pickups. Thanks for that follow, Waverin. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Enemies are too beefy, 21. That's why it kind of it does kind of lean you into doing big pulls, but not everyone's going to be comfortable doing big pulls, you know. I need to get back to EO again. Haven't been since playing 30 with my friend. Hey, it's there till forever, so well, I'll be going back into it Thursday night, assuming my schedule keeps as it is. Our plan currently is to do a Viper Picto setup Thursday night, and then Friday Viper, Sunday Picto. Eureka Orthos. That's our current plan right now. Fine, I'll fight you. Think I won't fight you? Which way are you facing? That way? Maybe I can sneak the chest? Hey, go. I'm busy focusing on trying to get... You know, that's gonna be a huge confidence boost when you get it. getting any of the titles, then stepping into the next deep dungeon, man, do you have this huge confidence going into it. It's a good feeling, honestly. Let's deal with the proximity enemy first. Oh, overkill. Now you. Did I say you're going? Yeah, so this week, my schedule this week, tomorrow, it's gonna be my last, like special release day, early access, Dawntrail stream, where we start at 3 PM Eastern tomorrow. I will do Heaven on High Viper 1-100, and then starting Thursday night, 9 PM Eastern, we'll do a Viper and Pictomancer 1-40 EO setup, like I usually do before. And then we go for the clear on Friday for Viper, and then we go for the clear on Sunday for Picto. And then I don't know what I'm doing on Monday yet, but I'll worry about that when we get there, because I think it kind of comes down to if I clear all the jobs. Like, if I clear everything, then I can move on to something else. But if not, then I'm going to want to get back in here. Just like how we're doing it right now for Picto, that it's like, no, I gotta do this again. So that's my current plan. Now, I think one of my first destinations is going to be Black Mage Heaven on High, but I'll see how I want to do this. I'll see. Eat my hammer. Dude, I like the hammer combo at the later levels. It feels actually kind of cool. I really like that combo, the hammer combo, a lot. Kind of wish you had it at the lower floor, even if it wasn't an increased potency, but it's like very satisfying to see it. I think I would. Ooh, perfect. I think I would hate having to line of sight enemies if I had done EO blind, because I would see each LOS as a gotcha back to 1. But as I didn't do that, I kind of enjoyed them as having to LOS put me into nasty situations time to time. I think I was fortunate, Ganu, that I didn't find out about the lion until I watched Chila and her crew almost wiped to a lion. Because essentially I was just assuming everything could be line of sighted. And that was like the one thing that you couldn't. Ooh, Night Steel. Okay, into the boss steel, that's good. We can use that later. That is a treasure room. Okay. Treasure room doesn't intimidate me. I'm a Pictomancer. I am busted. Oh, I didn't have dash. I was gonna dash through the dragon, and I didn't have it. That would have been very awkward. I'm gonna pull this one. I'm actually enjoying magical range. I need to not mess this up. Yeah, because then you might hate again, right? So mess it up, dude. Oh no, not the dragon! Oh, what am I gonna do? Oh gosh. Did you drop the chest, really? Ow! Is Pictomancer busted? Its damage is very high, so a lot of people feel like it's like just super strong in here. Definitely gonna see how it performs on the higher floors to see, and you know, I mean, I have a lot of machinist runs on my belt. I feel like I can get a good impression of what I'm experiencing. So we shall see, but so far it's been kind of nice. Dude, look at that AoE damage, it's so good. Coupled with the witching, it's just really satisfying. Oh, rage. Okay, well I have the rage anyway, so I guess I'll just try to check some of these chests in case I get a mimic. I guess this is the last one though. Witching. Oh, I can do that for the mimic. Oh, wait! See it. No knockback. Okay, no harm, no foul. I looked at the map the moment I looked at it. Kind of the habit I produce now is like anytime I do a rage, I immediately look at my map to see what the debuffs are, and then I saw it after I use it, so it's fine. I didn't lose anything, but yeah, I did try to correct myself real fast. Another steal in here, which I'll probably use. Mimics in here. Oh, but the Serenity's here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. We'll just go. I'm not really gonna be too concerned about this. So if I saw that, then that would have helped, but I didn't realize I had the thing to begin with. Okay. How many folks have fallen back in love with the game because of the graphics update? That I don't know. I definitely have seen people talk about how much they really like the graphics update, that I can say, but I'm not sure about, you know, re-loving the game due to it. That I don't know. I think I can get this off before they do the thing, but I can dash out of here anyway. Which is rather convenient if you ask me. Man, I keep missing the freaking zombies. I think Blood Rain, I'll take advantage of recasting the thingy. Also, I'll probably do a shield here. Easy break. I'm gonna get the motif up now because I'd have to be running away from the freaking zombies in a little bit. I want to see how much damage I can do on this ad with the full burst. Oh my god! I don't think I've ever seen a job delete that ad. Oh my god, dude! I don't think I've ever seen a job just kill that ad. Holy shit! Thanks for that follow, brother. Oh, it wasn't a follow. That's so broken. As someone who enjoys basically everything in this game, I feel the need to thank you for being a real supportive. Hey, no problem. I ran into such stuff I didn't really want to see. Oh, yeah. I get it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I haven't seen past the first dungeon, so like I couldn't even accidentally say anything. But yeah, no, I got you. And also, a testament not just to me, Ariad, but the community has been really good about it too, because it goes both ways, you know? I mean, the community could just be talking about, like, random story shit if they wanted to, but no, they're kind of kind in here too, so... Yeah, hey, no problem. No problem at all. I mean, I'm also very sensitive to it, like, I have this, like, almost like a picture memory, if you will, so if I see even, like, the little hint of something, I just can't get it, I can't erase it out of my brain, and I hate it. It's like, that's why I stay away myself, you know? I'm holding till the ad comes over here. I mean, I could just delete it right now, I guess. Okay, that is insane. That burst is just unreal. I lined up that burst to make sure that we had it like ready for that ad just to see what kind of power Picto can do. Oh my god. Always fun watching some deep dungeon. Yeah, I love doing it. 90-ish? Nice. Let me catch up and chat here a little bit. Hey Chloe, what's up, dude? Yeah, I mean, look, the guys who've done deep dungeon before, I mean, there are times, like, I think some people have... When you fight that boss, by the way, how that boss works, if you've never seen it before, that succubus ad shows up, and it doesn't matter if you do damage on the succubus or the boss. Basically, the boss will just suck the succubus and just absorb whatever leftover HP it has, so that's why it doesn't matter damage-wise. Ideally, if you have a skill that's going to do more on 2 targets than one target, then you would use it, if you can get them together. But essentially, you just distribute the damage. So, like, people would fight the succubus instead, you fight the boss instead, doesn't matter. I feel like, I don't think I've ever... I think I've tried to put damage on the ad before, I'd never even come close to killing it solo, and that's just insane. Holy moly. That burst, it makes you want to go in as yeah, I mean, look, you still are dealing with the caster situation of survival in here, but with that being said, it's Astro crying for 24 minutes. Poor Astro, dude. Yeah, just Picto comes in, deletes the ad, walks out. Easy. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Sarah. I'm probably gonna feature that when I get a chance after stream. I come in and just see that ad just gone, yeah. You still have the relic quest open? How many am I up to? Alright, today's time-worn artifact number. Alright, get your lotto cards ready. Let's see what we got. Time-worn artifact. Search. 1,231. There we go. That is today's lottery number for the time-worn artifact. Mind you, you only need about 255 for all the relics of the available jobs, so put that in perspective. I can just imagine damage going into burst phase with buffs up in this game and dance partner. Oh, yeah, that'd be crazy. Yeah. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna hit an ad here, because we usually do... Oh, let me read this first. Will I do some Astro runs soon? Soon? Not sure. Like, within, like, the next week? No, probably. Like, within the next month? Maybe. One of the first jobs I'm really looking into is Black Mage. And we are gonna start revisiting a lot of jobs after we handle the 2 new jobs share. I am interested in Astra because of the changes, but outside of that, we'll see. So, second cone redeemed, nice. Okay, so we're gonna hit ads. I will hit the ads in between the floors, guys, so you don't see any as the run goes. So we'll get them out of the way now. I will step into the set now, but I will take a small break after we beat, presumably we beat 160. I'm gonna grab a snack and just kind of like munch on something while we go through, but I'll do that after 160. So thank you guys for watching. I appreciate all of you. Just a PSA, this is the release of the game. if you haven't redeemed your full game code, if you're on PC or Steam, make sure you give that a look, because otherwise when July 5th comes around, you may not be able to play the game, but you have to put in that code, so handle it now. Yo, Kudo, thank you for the 25 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you for that. And we do have Twitch drops, so if you're just watching the stream, you're accumulating time, you're going to get a reward. 6 hours is the max one that there is for the Choco Core mount. Here's the information, by the way, of that drop event. We actually had someone who had an issue that wasn't seeing the progress rate and getting the stuff, so if you seem to be a little confused, you can just refresh the stream. It might load it up for you. So just as a note, you will be getting Twitch notifications in your mailbox for the thing, so just so you know that you're getting it. For the first one, is 1 hour, then 3 hour, then 6 hour. Wait for the code. If you pre-ordered, you're good. Okay, so here's their convoluted process, okay? When we pre-ordered the game, we got an initial code. That was like way back when you did it. So let's say like they announced that, oh, the game released, here's, you can buy the game, so you got it then. They gave you a code right away. You put in that code, you got your earring and your minion, or if you did collector's edition. Now, starting last week, they rolled out another code which was meant for the full game. So realistically, that code was specifically for early access and pre-order, to have access to the early access bit. But there is a secondary code that they sent starting last week that is meant for the full game. So you have to put in that code so that you can play past July 5th. It is an email from Square Enix. Now, also, we had a chat member who, if you can't find the code, they went to their order number on the Square Enix account, and it had the code there as well. So input that one into Mog Station. So it's convoluted, it's dumb. I think everyone agrees with it, but we all have to do it. So that's why I'm continually saying that, because it really would suck if you plan out your day and then all of a sudden July 5th you're like, why the hell can't I log in? And you start going in a panic and you start your day off, just making sure that you guys at least know, making sure that it's all settled and all that. Sometimes refreshing your page syncs with the product. Yes, what Suzuki says. Yeah. Make sure if you're kind of concerned about the drops, just make sure that you refresh the page. You might see it. You usually see a thing about the chat that says rewards are here on the channel. I can at least guarantee you that we do have drops on, because I actually just got mine. I got all my stuff already. So, Tetsuko, thank you for the follow. Easier just to go to Square Enix store if you bought it there and check your orders. Plus, you can just copy paste with the click instead of typing. If you're on Steam, right-click the game, manage, CD, scroll down, then you are going to see the new code. Go. Drops are definitely working on. Nice! Let's go. Okay, cool. Alright, so make sure we got that out. Ads are going out, and let's step into 151. Pretty floors. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in a little bit if you're seeing some ads. Buttered pancakes. Oh, I'm getting hungry. So, that's like mean. But I'll get a snack after the next set, so... What happens out of the 5th? That is the time limit for the full game code. So if you didn't put in the full game code by the 5th, then you have to continue playing. So that's when the game is like, fully out, etc. So there was a pre-order code, and then there was the full code. Okay, ads, BRB. Oop, I hit the wrong button. Alright. Let's go. 151, guys. Actually, I'm gonna start putting the title. No, do I want to do that? Yeah, okay. Let me change the floor on the title. So we're stepping into 151. Because now we're really in the meat of things. Nice, cool. I'm gonna re-up through later. I should be fine without the raising. I think I won't raising in the next set either. Food. That's what I want. Oh, nice start. I'm gonna do that. Let's do a site as well, just to maximize the kill count. I want a good pathing here. I also may want to check chests if I can. Nice work. I'm not getting to that. Let's start here. I will ignore the other one because there's no gold chest over there. I I think Twitch just hates me for the event. Never struggle with events before. Been refreshing the page, trying different browsers, etc. I know see, I had one situation, Moist, where I had Honkai, and I had like 3 streams up for Honkai Star Rail, and it would never progress. I had to wait like the day later, and then it would finally work. I didn't understand that. So I mean, sometimes it's not a perfect process. I don't know that may be a thing. Could try what Ether Bunny said just to get everything kind of kicked back in, you know. But yeah, I've had an issue myself with it, with jobs before. Oh, this was a high kill. So this rage actually was really, really good. I think it's quite a lot here. Steal. Oh, what a good start. Oh my gosh. What a good start to this run. Hope we can keep this going. I'm gonna recover the rage and then we come back. I got all my resos back too. If you have multiple streams up with drops, that makes things a lot. Oh, that's gonna kill me because I like having a lot of friends and everything, so... Yo, JRPG Nando, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hey guys, thank you by the way for joining me on this Pictomancer journey on release day. I've only done a 1-200 once before, a number of years back. I felt like I really enjoyed Picto, so I wanted to try to do this full run, and it's been a blast so far, and I'm happy to have some of you guys hang with me with this whole journey. Hopefully we get there. That's what I'm hoping. Wow, Strength and Steel? Opener? Not complaining. Not yet. Sig? Not yet. Not yet. Yo, what up, Super Pink? How you doing? Shop D. I got my sight back. Augers. Steal again. That is a dead deep eye. Holy moly. That burst damage? Yeah, the burst damage is pretty good up here. Even up here it's still pretty good. Got my Tropicore. Hey! Glad you got it. It is a pretty cute mount. Especially when they first released it for the Butterfinger event, it looked kinda cool. I think I gave mine away to one of my friends, but now this time I guess I can have it, so I'll take it. I'm probably never gonna use it because I've never used a mount other than Ozma in a long time, but hey, I'll take it. Add to the mount collection, right? Okay, I have big burst coming in, so I'm going to actually witching these guys and do AoE pull. Look at that burst, dude. 2 puddings gone, deleted. They didn't exist. Okay, I'm gonna go back and get the... Actually, I'm gonna fight for this. Wait! Oh, I didn't get my... I didn't pop my motifs. They weren't ready anyway. Just thinking about drops talk. Didn't realize that was a thing. Yep, it's a thing. Nope, yeah, and that's really nice because I was actually curious myself, and you literally, I don't even think you have to turn on anything, just be logged in and watch the stream. That's why drops are so good, because it's so low maintenance, you know? Just literally watch the stream and then boom, you occasionally get it. Of course, yeah, we've been talking about some of the smaller issues with it, but yeah. Is there any PoTD job that could be, Summoner comes to mind. I mean, Reassemble Drill on Machinists is pretty damn good, but not to that extent. You can argue Ninja Bursts with the full opener. You know, Mug, Trick, full Mudras, so that's a possibility. But not to that power, not to what it like if you have everything ready. Like you can argue Reaper's Burst with everything can really delete too. It's very strong, but I think this is like probably one of the best bursts in all of Deep Dungeon. At least specifically for Palace. Yeah, Ether Bunny, it's what they should have done years ago. It's so simple. I mean, and then you do have the one that's a step up, which is the supported streamer one. They're not doing that. They haven't announced anything. What I mean is that other games have done that, where like you do 2 gift subs and then you get something out of it, and that's like the best one, especially for a content creator. I mean, that's so good. But this one is so approachable because any of you guys could stream, and you can get it that way, you know? You don't have to have many viewers, it's just, boom, just stream me, you know? Put the content on Twitch, that's it.
Congrats on your world
Oh my
first
gosh.
run. Love you, Angelus Mimicabongo Animate 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 Angelus Mimicabongo
She's saying
Animate
Angelus? Oh, too long. She gave up. Rip. Demand a refund. Thank you for the 8 months, John. I appreciate you, dude. Right back at you, man. 14, this is the 14's first one. It is 14's first one. Yeah. I mean, I don't, like, we were talking about this a little bit earlier on stream, but it could be because of release day, but the directory was freaking popping off. Like, the whole directory. It was, I don't think I've ever seen that many people watch this directory, like, I think ever. It was cool, you know? So, yeah, and maybe that's a good encouraging sign, too, that like, oh, maybe we should do it more often, I don't know. Like every major pack, you know, just do the freaking Twitch drops. Wait, oh, really? Okay, interesting. Didn't expect that. I didn't think you would hit the freaking gremlin from that far. I hit the wrong button. Angelus, that's what you guys heard, right? Also, I think around 6 hours for everything. Food, yeah. 6 hours, by the way, is long. I mean, a Honkai Star Rail and I think Withering Waves was like 2 hours max, you know? What is the first
This is a thank you for providing our MSQ spoiler safe space.
Cheers. Hey, you know, I've got a lot of people saying thank you for that, and like I said, it's a two-way street. I mean, I'm not gonna talk about it because I don't know anything that I can talk about, but you guys have been really nice about that too. So thank you for that as well. I give you thanks right back. Thanks for the 2 gifted, Akumu, to Mibi and to DKS. Appreciate it. Wait, let me get this. Yeah, no, it's been great. This was how it was for Endwalker as well. The chat was really kind and just, you're here for Deep Dungeon, so we talk Deep Dungeon and, you know, some other random stuff. And again, I know how important it is to avoid spoilers, so you're in a good place for that, because I don't wanna deal with it. Hey, yo, Delphius, thank you for gifting a sub to Sushi Kata. Appreciate it. Okay, that didn't stand a chance. When Taratar absorbs Zodiac and Package, just think... Damn! Can't wait to see that. This is danger. I'm gonna be careful in this room. Hey, Be Nasty? Great. I hope you're doing good. Go in for me. Hello. Sorry if you answered this question already many times. How am I liking Necromancer? Oh, I'm liking it so far. No, you don't have to ever apologize. You didn't hear me answer it, so I'm gonna answer it for you. It's been great. The burst is wild. Even up in here, it's nutty. I definitely feel a little different about this shop in Heaven on High. Still strong, but very vulnerable. Right now, this is just, we're on cruise control. Even on the previous floors, like, the time that we've been getting through the floors has been insane. Like, we've been just getting through the floors so fast, so, it's been a really good experience. Normal? What do you mean? I pay attention to it. I don't know what you're talking about. I pay attention to danger. Or I don't care and I go through it. That's also, you know, a possibility, but... Got my fortune back. Heyo. Fear the bonk? Honestly, it's more the Mog Beam. Like, the bonk is really cool, and it's a crit direct hit, but the Mog Beam is the one that's putting the power in. Would you recommend this for the first time clear? Ooh, you know, I gotta clear first. So, at the moment, I could. Just, where does it stack up with the popular ones, right? So... Like, tomorrow, Henmy, ask me that question when we finish the run, and then I get to sit on it, I can sleep on it, I can think about it a little bit, you know? Nice, cancel this. But look at this, dude. It doesn't even get to freaking Mysterious Light, and it's dead. And I still have some burst left over. Insane. Oh, whoops. So, I hit the pallet and I forgot to hit the pallet. Now, granted, this is with Strength on, but still, I mean, it's just so strong. Even the pallet GCD is really good. I'm gonna go here, so I can turn this on. Oh, I lost hammer. I didn't do it fast enough. Now, the regular GCD, if you can see here, this damage, not as impressive. That's without my burst. So like if I get caught in a situation where that's all I have, then you know, you might start seeing the vulnerability of this job. It looks powerful because I am trying to time it and getting the pulls in when I have my bigger damage. So it looks like the damage is really good. And that's where I think this job is interesting to me. Because it isn't like it doesn't feel that structured in a way. But you have to kind of, you know, make the most out of the situation with the timers that are available, which is kind of interesting. Start with a ball. Start with another ball. I love how long the hammer charge lasts too. It's pretty, I mean, a minute is not bad, you know? I mean, if you time it well, you can really kind of maximize it. Are you running Viper? Yes. Current plan tomorrow, Piri, is that we're going to do Viper Heaven on High, and then Thursday we start staying it up. Hello, everybody! Hey, Zepla, how you doing? Wait, why didn't the raid message go off? Oh, I don't know why the raid message didn't go off. Welcome in, guys. What's up, Zepla? Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, there it is. It's delayed. That's what it is. Welcome in. Hello. Oh, alteration. I'll use it. Are my mods sleeping? Hey, Joe. How you doing? Hey, Swig. Hey, everybody. Oh, thanks for all these follows, guys. Welcome in. I don't know why the raid is delayed as hell. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. I don't think I'm gonna be able to keep up these follows, but let me get the shout out from this Zepla. Dude, Zepla has been kicking ass in the directory, does a lot of 14 content and a lot of other variety. Thank you for shouting out Zepla. A long time creator for 14, has done WoW, has done a variety of games, big on Genshin as well. She's been kicking ass, and welcome in. If it's your first time here, I'm Angelus Demoness. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo, and what you've walked into is us trying to clear this on Pictomancer. My first time this high on Picto, and we started at 1 today. It's been a long day, so we're trying to go all the way, so that's what you walked into. Also, worth noting, spoiler-free, I've only done up to the first dungeon in Dawntrail, so, I couldn't even tell you things that are going on, so you're safe here if you're kind of avoiding main story, yourselves, but, welcome in everybody. That's gonna hurt. Oh, landing it low. I should have just shielded it. Yeah, welcome in everybody, how y'all doing? I do a lot of Deep Dungeon here on this channel, we do a little variety as well. But our main focus is handling the new jobs into Deep Dungeon. So we conquered. We are world first, Pictomancer Heaven on High. That's fun solo. We did Viper PoTD on the day after, which was Saturday, and now we're working on this one. So that's what we walked into. Hello, everybody! Oh, Zepla just came in. What's up? All these follows, guys. Pleasure to have you. We're gonna be here a minimum of, like, I think 4 hours, so, I'll keep you entertained for at least that much. My kiddos love the blue that I'm very blue. My character is also very blue. I do like the blue. I actually got a nice glamour for my Pictomancer here. Hold on, I'll show it to you guys in a second. There you go. That's my glamour for the Picto. It's kinda cool. like artsy, you know. I went with the beret as well. Ice spikes don't reflect damage to Pecto. I was worried about the Void Blizzard. That's the one that came out, but it's okay. I'm also admittedly partially distracted currently. That's welcome and thank you for all these follows, guys. I really appreciate it. It's good to see everybody. Fake ass Blue Mage. Wow. I didn't level Blue Mage, to be fair. My Blue Mage is like stuck at 62 and I have no desire to level it. But Zepla, by the way, if she's listening, I hope you had a wonderful stream. I'm sure you entertained the hell out of everybody. If you gotta do your self-care and all that stuff, do your thing. Would love to talk, but completely understandable if you gotta do your thing. But I'll try to keep everyone entertained for a little bit, if that's fine. No, my shield would block Void Blizzard. I just forgot. I just forgot, so, you know. It's gonna block it. That would be my strat against that, is that you do the Void. But, I literally just kind of forgot. Blue Mage OP for treasure map solo, though? They are. But, like, I don't really go for money in the game, because, like, I'm set on terms of cash, so I don't really have an incentive of doing it. Money is kind of whatever for me. Does it take long to get shards to get deep dungeon glams? Ooh, shards. So, pot shards are a little tricky to get, because you get a lot of pot shards if you go into 101 plus. You actually, it's pretty hard to get pot shards 1 to 100 in Palace of the Dead. But you actually get a lot 101 plus if you're in a 2-man, or ideally solo, you get them. So that's where you kind of want to go in, but once you're up there, you get a lot of pot shards. Oh. I don't have... Oh my gosh, well, I don't have the drops thingy, I'll just tell it to you. I forgot I had that command from Cyberpunk, so... But yeah, I didn't update my thingy. There's Deep Dungeon Glam? Well, you have the earrings and the... You have the earrings and the rings and stuff, but that's after you clear. I mean, I purposely didn't do a... I didn't want to do a command, because I figured I'd just explain it, but I also forgot I had a command for Cyberpunk. Thanks for all these follows, guys. It's good to have you guys here. I appreciate y'all. Definitely coming a fun time. You made it to the really sexy forest, too, so we'll see how we do here. Willow Green, go to bed. What? He's helping. You got the raid out, the shout out too. Holding. Good. If you have any questions about Deep Dungeon, solo content, either Palace or Heaven on High or EO, this is definitely the place to be. Would love to say that this is probably the area for solo. Like, you have a lot of people who've done it over here, who have a lot of experience. Who've done multiple clears and so on and so forth, so if you have any questions about starting a journey, doing your own journey, and you want to know help, whatever, you come in a good place for this, because this is kind of what we do over here, and I love this content. She did! Miss Zepla came in. Cheers to her. We'll put on a good show. I hope I can put on a good show for you guys. You know, honestly, because of this, I might consider raising on 161. I'm not gonna lie, I might raising 161 now. I was gonna just, like, cruise control through, but I was like, maybe we'll just go. Should I be working on maxing Aphid Bowl before I even try towards Necromancer? Really good question. I had actually put out a video on my channel concerning how to level your Aphid Bowl, and I actually recommend you can go in as minimal as like 65, 60 per palace. The reason why, here's the reason why. If you start for your Necromancer title, you have to start at floor 1. And if you start at around 60, 65, in the assumption that you're actually going to open silver chests on your climb up, you will get close to like 99, 99 before you start really getting to the harder floors. And not to mention, you don't theoretically need the full 99. You can be at like 92, 93, and you're perfectly fine. So you don't have to get to actual cap before you actually start your journey. And then consider this, okay? I'm not gonna assume like, you know, you're a good or bad player. Generally, someone starting Necromancer doesn't clear on their first attempt, although it's happened. But let's just say that you have to do a second attempt. You'd say you get to like 150 and you die. Well, now your arm and armor is probably like 80, 85. So now you went through this whole process of actually learning the content. you raised your Aether Bowl, and now your second run you have more experience, plus you didn't have to go through this extra bit of like farming stuff, you know? And that's pretty cool. Like that's actually in my thought process there, is that that's efficient. You're kind of making the most of your time. You're learning the content while leveling your Aether Bowl. Best of both worlds. I was 99, and the highest score I ever got in solo was 170. 170 is pretty damn good. I spend my pool. Oh, you know what? The Picto weapon is actually pretty badass, so I don't blame you for that. It is a pretty good weapon, especially if you like the color red. So I'm like a blue colored main, so I don't like it as much as some other people do. Oh, that's unfortunate, but it's okay. Whoa, not the end. Okay, sleep. So I can deal with... Ooh, I have a steal. I'm gonna steal here. I need to be careful because that doll is proximity. I have the imp currently slept. I do want to get my stuff off here, but I need to wait a second. Okay. 8 seconds on that sleep. I'm gonna re-sleep the imp, and then I'm gonna blow up this imp. I'm sorry, gonna blow up this soul player. 10 seconds on the sleep. Okay, and thank you for all these follows, guys. I will not be able to keep up with it, but I appreciate all of you. You're not dead yet. Outrange the Void Blizzard, Fog. Okay, we're good. Makes sense. The hardest I've done in game the hardest I've done in game is on level savages and extreme. So I think I'm at least decent at the game. I don't know how well that group translates to solo. You know what? I couldn't answer that for you either, IU. Everyone's gonna be different. I would say you're going to get skill that will transfer, but this really plays very differently as opposed to like group content. So you'll be starting no different than someone who just like installed the game and is trying Deep Dungeon. I think that's what's fun too, is that this is an impressive challenge. People acknowledge it for the challenge, but it's like a fresh experience, you know? That's the cool bit of it. Thanks to all these follows, guys. I really appreciate it. And thank you again, Miss Zebla. If you're still listening, I appreciate you. I've cleared Heaven on High and EO so far. I plan to do PoTD and Dawntrail. Is there a mindset for PoTD compared to the other deep dungeons? Marathon. You're going 200 floors, so it's a grueling process there. That's one thing to worry about. The bosses can be brutal. Behemoth, Godfather can be something that is going to be an experience. So that's something you want to, you know, depending on the job you take in. You know, some people get walled by Behemoth, and you're talking like 12 hours into the run, and you're dealing with Behemoth, you know what I'm saying? So that's something that's interesting with this content in general, is that experience. I think it will feel very Heaven on High-ish. Because you're used to Heaven on High, the enemies won't hit you as hard, but the bosses can be pretty brutal. That's one thing to also worry about as well. I'm doing Savages and Extremes. Means you gotta at least be a good understanding of each class. Yeah. It gives you at least a base. You at least know how to play your class. Maybe you're used to tinctures, maybe you're used to you got a rotation down, so it's one less thing to worry about, you know? Behemoth was my run killer. It's understandable. Behemoth is a run killer for many people. Many people. Understandable. But that's what makes it thrilling, right? I know Zebla had been trying Warrior on her end for quite a bit. And if some of you guys had watched her do it, you know how brutal that fight can really be, you know? And it's a variance on different jobs. Like Warrior has its own challenges, Machinist has its own challenges. No matter what job you take. Well, maybe except like Healer. Healer is an interesting one. What sort of food is good for PoTD? Job dependent, of course. I honestly, to keep it simple, use whatever food you're typically using for your raid. If you want to just keep it super simple, you can go that way. Now, interesting facts about Palace of the Dead. Palace of the Dead is Heavensward content. Heavensward, direct hit did not exist in Heavensward. So there's a 0% chance for direct hit. However, if you use food that gives you direct hit, you will give yourself between a 2 and 3% rate of actual direct hit. So if anything, your food wants to have maybe direct hit to put it in there. I think the mathematicians of Deep Dungeon have also said Determination was pretty good. or like, you know, DPS shops and whatnot. Now, I know Tenacity had an upgrade, and I'd be curious to see where that stands nowadays with Deep Dungeon. But like I said, if you want to keep it simple, just use your raid food. Also, worth noting, free trials can get Necromancer. People have done it, I gave it a shot, I got it too. Free trials, unless you're crafting, you're not making food, you're not having food. So you could technically get away without using food if you really, really were like kind of, you know, didn't have the money, don't have much food. Like, it's something that isn't going to change the run dramatically. But it does help. I personally prefer for Pictomancer, I've been using spell speed and direct hit. That's the food kind of I'm going with. But, yeah, if anything, what's nice about the food is the HP bonus. That's what's nice, is you get an HP boost in here, which sometimes can be the difference between life and death. Alteration, I'm gonna use that. Why am I pressing enter so much? Okay, so, I am playing on a two-handed, I am playing two hands on the keyboard. Now, enter for me is confirmed. So if I target like this is how I kind of target here. I'm hitting enter to confirm the target that I'm fighting. It's a little bit of a habit by me that I kind of hit it all the time to make sure I'm hitting the right target. So that's where my enter is going. A lot of times when I'm swapping between targets, I will hit enter to confirm which one I'm hitting for. But yeah, it's the button that I hit for that. And a lot of times I'm hitting it kind of unnecessarily too. It's like my fingers kind of resting on it kind of thing. Beginner-friendly classes for solo. You know, honestly, like, you can go with the popular ones. Machinist, Warrior are very popular with the community about getting clears. But you have something like Sage and Reaper, the popular jobs in the last expansion that did really good in here. But really, like, taking your main job that you're used to is really not a bad way to go either. Because Deep Dungeon has its challenges. Aside from just playing the job, there's a lot that go into it. Of like understanding commanders, understanding aggro, understanding, you know, time management. And some of that has almost nothing to do necessarily with the actual gameplay of the job. It's about how you manage your resources, how you navigate the floor, how you decide to kill enemies. So sometimes I do suggest people to take their main, get used to Deep Dungeon first, see if they like the playstyle of your main, and then adjust from there. You know, I did an old video, where I kind of explained my keybinds, which is still valid. I remember looking at that video recently, and I'm like, you know what? I don't need to update this. This is still basically what I do, so you can check that one out if you wish to. Again, I appreciate all these follows, guys. I'm not keeping up with all of them, but I do appreciate every single one of you, so thank you for that. Yeah, no problem. This has been a playstyle I've had since literally 20 years. I played FF11 in 2004, I played like this in 2004, and I carried it over into 14 when I joined this game in like 2000, was it 13, 14? So I've been used to this for a very long time. It's very, I would say, definitely unique, but I have had people adopt this playstyle, honestly, and they've actually liked it, but, you know, it's to each their own. I've just been used to it for so long. It might seem very green. Yeah, I know that's the command. Yeah, exclamation point keyboard. My old video. That video is maybe like 6 years old now, but it still does justice. So it's doing a good job. And by the way, if anyone else had any questions, if chat didn't get it to you, you can re-ask it. I'm trying my best to keep up with you guys. So if anyone had any Deep Dungeon, anything, just ask it away. I'll try to get back to it. My first proper attempt at Necromancer was Dark Knight, died at 170. Dark Knight is good. That was in Endwalker. Well, it depends on what part of Endwalker, because early Endwalker you had the problem of the Living Dead issue, but later in, I think it was 6.15, they adjusted Living Dead and it became a completely different experience. So depending on which one. But Dark Knight was interesting before the Living Dead change. Oh my god, dude. Really, Kiyakas, dude? We're not hitting that intuition. Was it? No, it was 6.1. No, we actually looked back. It was 6.15 because when the patch came in, I actually did the job right out of the gate because I wanted to test the new Living Dead. So it was around that time. 6.3 was Paladin. Paladin had the chains in 6.3, which also was actually interesting for Palace of the Dead because it made it worse than Palace of the Dead, just by a little bit, but Yeah. Here. I don't think I have burst for this imp, but I will block the thing with my shield. I'm hoping I can get off this floor without using the Serenity, because I still have steel on. Okay, gonna block it. Sure, block it. Fog. 0 damage. Miss Emma Llama, hello, ma'am. How you doing? What's up with you? How has your DT experience been? Hope you're having a good one. I don't know, like, I imagine you're going to be raiding. Oh, I could be completely off base there, but knowing the type of gamer you are, I'm sure you're probably raiding. I'm still, like, so behind on the base, right? Obviously without spoilers. How is DT? Oh yeah, DT has... Well, I'm barely into DT, so, like, I'm only past the first dungeon. So it's hard for me to really give a commentary on that one, even if I wanted to avoid spoilers, you know? But, I've enjoyed it so far with what I've seen. No complaints at all. I'm doing swell. I've been taking it chill. I'm in level... Nice! Hey, we're you know what? High five, virtual high five, Emma. We are taking our time. But I've been doing other things, to be fair, so I've been kind of occupying my time. But, oh, really? I'm gonna maybe hold my burst for these imps. Yeah, I'm gonna actually just do this normally. And I have to kill that imp on the middle, on the left. Like, the one on the right, rather. Right by the exit. I have to kill it because it will aggro. But I'm gonna hold my burst for that imp. I don't have strength on either. And my shield is not quite available. So, let's see how this goes. I do still have steel on. Alright, let's see. Thank you for all those follows, guys. Alright, let me get some HP back a little bit. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna wait for it to get to me. Okay, here. Oh my god, dude, this Mimic is dead. Oh, well, I get the pox though, that's unfortunate. I didn't quite kill it in time. I should have done a swift on the... on my palm motif, but it's fine. I'll just go with the next one. The version of Paladin was the most miserable and boring run I've ever done for House of the Dead. Very chill, Ariad. Congrats, so thank you, I appreciate it. Thanks, Emma. Haven't seen you do EO in a while. Yes, of course. I mean, I don't do it as much because I don't find it as entertaining as some of the other ones. But I do plan on doing it this coming week for Viper and Picto. Actually, the original plan was that I was going to take Palace and Heaven on High first, then that would help me get to 81, and then go into EO, which it's fine for Viper, but for Pictomancer, I leveled that on my own, because I'm actually doing it for the main story. That's a little bit of a different case there. I will not strength, and we're just gonna lust and kill this, because I think Picto should have enough power to kill this without the strength on. So it holds the strength, so I can use strength the next set. This is gonna hit pretty hard, so I do want to kind of pay attention a little bit to this, but the damage might be pretty impressive. Potion up. I'm gonna hold on to my shield in case I really need it with, like, high damage output. I'm gonna take that on purpose so I can get some distance away from the boss. Thanks again for all these follows, guys. I really appreciate it. I may actually use it here. I think it'll break it. There it is, there's the break. Grip motive kind of feels weird to me because, yeah, so to me it makes a lot of sense when you have your winged and then your palm beam. Like when you have the two of them, it kind of weaves in correctly. But outside of that, it does feel a little awkward because you're sitting so long. But it's nice for like a quick damage kind of burst. Okay, so far so good. Let me get the potion back up. I think I can... Oh, that's a little premature. It's fine. Go this way. I think I can get this off before. Thanks again for all these follows, guys. Really appreciate it. I don't have a potion running. I now have a potion. I'm gonna shield later. I should pretty much shield on cooldown, kind of, but I really need to not forget this my potion. Halfway done. Okay, I'm gonna make a drops thing. Okay, I'll make a drops thing after this one. Or actually, I should just turn off the command so I can just talk about it. That'll be probably better. There are Twitch drops happening the first time in 10 years of this game. Just sit back, relax on stream, you'll get some drops. If you have any issues, you can let us know, because we kind of troubleshooted a couple people. I wasn't really going with the command for drops. I had one back when I played Cyberpunk, that's what it was. But I should probably just take one, because we're gonna have it all month. I'll just adjust it when in between floors. My shield is coming back in a bit. I don't think I can get the motif up right now until he drops the puddle. Nope, that's wrong. Cyberpunk cool jacket. It was kind of cool. If it was a support a streamer campaign, so if you gifted two subs to a streamer, you actually got a sniper rifle during the event. That was awesome. A lot of people actually got their sniper rifles. Kind of cool. How's Pictomancer feel with this? Busted. It's very strong. I think if and when we get to Behemoth, you might see what kind of power it possesses, because it is very good there. But if you line up its burst, it's so strong. Just getting everything all in one go, it's very strong. I'll shield later. So I could do like a fancy dash in when he knocks me back, because I do have the dash and it would line up to the knockback to get back in melee range. But I am taking the hit on purpose, so I can create distance away from the boss. And it allows me to also, like, you know, take less damage, especially because he is hitting me kind of hard, even with the steel on. Did I cancel that cast? Geometry. If you didn't know, with these exploding orbs, there's always a space in between the orbs that you can use to get through. So if you just kind of do proper geometry, you'll be okay. Kind of makes it easy in that sense. Well, or less worrying, because you don't have to find the wide open spot for it. What? 160 down. Thank you for all these follows, guys. Really appreciate it. Let me catch up in chat here. Oh, let me also remove the drops thing. I won't make it. Well, I should. But maybe I'll worry about that tomorrow. I don't want to just like make up something on the fly. Okay, let me see if I missed anything here. If anyone is asking any questions. Gap closers tend to have more range, I think, and they can be fun to suddenly glomp a friend with. But yeah, untargeted dashes are a bit more useful. They are. I mean, we were having, so one of the comparisons we were having, Mega Mike, about Viper and Reaper, in terms of their really limited level 60 kit in Palace of the Dead. One of the advantages Reaper has is egress. And egress, you can just use it, because, you know, you travel forward, you travel backward. Viper, on the other hand, has to have a target, and it was very hard to really take advantage of that gap closer. Meanwhile, in a deep dungeon where you're navigating a map, having a dash every 20-something seconds, 30 seconds was so big. you know? So that's one big advantage something like Reaper has over, say, Viper. It's also an advantage that you have in Pictomancer, because every 20 seconds I can travel distance and, like, make up stuff there, and also use it for kiting. So it does have a massive advantage. I see why it felt weird. Using Swift allows to do instant quick damage the first time I'm doing... This is the first time it doesn't work like that. It gets you to the OG CD, but you still have to wait for that cooldown to come in, you know? As strong as Black Mage, you know, in terms of power, from what I'm hearing in, like, raid content, Picto might be stronger than Black Mage at the moment. Now, if you're talking about deep dungeon content, it's debatable, because Black Mage can bring power, but having to manage the casting and all that on top of staying alive is the thing, whereas a lot of the power from Picto comes from its OG cities, so you have a mixture of movement and damage, which kind of, I feel like, lets it output it better, but you still have to deal with the motif issue that you have to get the motifs off. But I think there's a lot of opportunities, at least in deep dungeon boss fights, to get them off. So Hammer does more damage than it should, and they need to tweak the potencies of the CYM combo, but I'm not a raider, so my opinion is rather wobbly at best. Fair. The thing about Picto Hammer is that, and other muses, is that you have to include a huge 0 damage GCD as part of their damage calculation. Yeah, and that's where the balance comes in, right? I mean, if you're spending X amount of time to recast something and you're not doing anything, you have no dots running, it kind of, I guess, balances, but I'm no math major, so I couldn't tell you. There's no point prepping a motive mid-fight a deep dungeon if you aren't going to use that ability, because you're going to instant paint it out in combat anyway. I wonder if spell speed... it should. I can show you probably right away. Wait, how was the... I can probably show you right... Well... Oh no, it's an instant cast. Oh, I have to do it out in combat. Okay, we'll do it in combat. I'll have food off and then I'll put food on and we'll see the difference. Actually, wait, I can go into... I can just go to a striking dummy. Let me go to striking dummy. That should be easy to figure out. Meanwhile, Dragoon only has a lucid jump for directional movement. Well, it has that dash into a target, right? But that's still very niche either way. So it's a 4-second cooldown, a 4-second recast, a 3-second cast, 4-second cast. So if I do food... No, it doesn't affect it. It's still a 3-second cast. That's spell speed food, by the way. So, nope, it doesn't. I guess that's unique because it isn't... What is it? What is it technically called? I mean, it is a spell, but it doesn't get affected by spell... What's up, Mocha? I'm peeking your strats for 150 and 160. How'd it feel? Ha! Did you see 150, Zamoka? Where I deleted the goddamn, ad with Pictomancer? Unreal. Yo, who VN? Hello, how you doing? Might as well fill up sustainings while inside. Yeah, you're right, Gims. I'm gonna do that, because I probably need to do it eventually anyway. I started with like 900, I'm down to like 400, but not that one. Not that one. I'm running out of potsherds, too. Well, I guess it's a relative. I'm like, I have a lot, but... math teacher here, I nailed it. Okay, cool. In PvP, Picto has absolutely the best looking ability in the whole game. It's all the fat chocobo drop. Yes. Blue Hopper. Blue Pooper. Hello, how you doing? Guys, welcome in. It is a pleasure to have you here. We do plan on going the entire run today. We started at floor 1 8 hours ago. So we are gonna step into 161 here in a bit. I will take a small break here. So in between floors, I like hitting the ads out so that during the run, you guys don't get interrupted, and at least you see it in a spot that either nothing's happening or it's the very beginning. I do need to get a snack. I've been live for 8 hours, so I'm gonna grab a snack really fast. I'm gonna hit the restroom. If you haven't stood up and you haven't taken a break, please take a break now. And I shall be back in a little less than 3 minutes. So I appreciate everyone being here. I appreciate all the follows. I appreciate Zepla for that raid. And hopefully I can put on a good show for you guys with the last 40 floors here and make it a good time for you guys. So thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. I'll be back in a little bit. and enjoy the Twitch drops. Also, a reminder, the full game released today. So if you haven't put in your code by July 5th, if your PC and Steam makes you give that a check. Because if you don't put in that code that you may have gotten about last week or like sometime recently, then you're gonna not be able to log in on July 5th. So keep that in mind if you haven't checked that out yet. But anyway, we'll be back and we'll continue this one in a little bit. BRB. Thank you guys for watching. If you have Deep Dungeon questions, not only myself can answer it, but we have a lot of people in the chat that can answer Deep Dungeon solo questions, so ask away. We'll get there. Alright, BRB. Yo, let's go, Divinity. Oh, you're talking about me. Now the easy stuff? Okay. You got an ad for DT? I heard it's pretty good. Thank you for your patience, guys. I have a little bit of food to keep me going for a little bit, so... just enough. Alright, let's do it. 161. I'm gonna... You know, I was talking about this earlier. I was going to not go through this with a raising, but just for, like, special circumstances, I'm gonna go with the raising here. Just to make sure we get through A-OK. Oh, let me update the title. 61 plus. I've actually never done Deep Dungeon before. I've been interested in poking around myself. But in general, I've been kind of intimidated and didn't know really anyone who did them either. Astro, this is the perfect place to be. Like, literally, this is the main content I do. I do this all the time. I've been doing this for 8 years. 5 years on stream. I love it. And now we have the new jobs to play around with. It's been great. Welcome in, everybody! Okay, let's delete the, let's delete this one. I'm actually gonna block his thing with the shield, too. If he even gets to it. Maybe he doesn't even get to it. Nope, he didn't even get to it. That's a dead thing. We do have a community Discord that is focused in on Deep Dungeon solo. Thank you, Cog, for that. So if you're ever interested in, like, you know, talk and shop with us after stream, you know, off stream hours, and just whenever you want to ask questions about solo, it is full. You'd be impressed with the amount of people who actually love this content. There's a lot of people who do this content on a regular basis, not just me, even on streams, etc. It is a relatively small community in the grand scheme of things, but I've seen this from the beginning when the community started, and it's been quite amazing to see it grow from what it is now. And definitely it's been the biggest that I've ever seen it, and people just like the content. That's really just what it is. It's just a fun time, great people. So if that ever becomes an interest to you to solo in Deep Dungeon, then I would like to think that we are kind of the place to be for that. I might witching this because I don't kill it in time before the pox comes in. I haven't really needed my witchings up until now. My burst wasn't also wound up, so I'm just gonna do that for now. I'll save one part of my burst for the next pull because I should kill this in more than enough time. Caught the picture run again. Yo, bell drop. Welcome back in. Yep. I took a break yesterday, and the break was very, very good. It kind of reset me completely, and I was feeling a little, like, iffy, actually after, like, Sunday, and I was really happy that I got to take a small breather, and now I'm so good to go. I'm so ready for this now. We are here. This is so glass cannon. It really is. It's just, like, a lot of these enemies are usually very threatening, and now it's just like, okay, let me just kill it before it kills me, and then we're good to go. I want to get this chest. I think I can sneak it if I go here. Yep. How was Picto? You've probably been asked 100 times. Don't worry about it. It is 101, and I don't mind answering it for the 101 time. Very strong, very bursty. It's in my opinion, it is like, it's even more glass cannon than Summoner. Summoner does feel very glass cannon, but you get away with things because of the kiting. And the fact that it really doesn't feel like a caster, it's just like mobile damage. It's like a magical machinist. This job though feels a lot more like a caster because you do have phases where you have OGCDs, but you also have phases where you have to hardcast. And your defense is, you're still a caster at the end of the day. So it definitely feels like that glass cannon, but man, the burst is probably like one of the most impressive I've seen personally. Just if you have everything like loaded up, boy, can you delete something. It's insane how well you can delete something. Summoner's Fizz range. It is. Fizz range without an interrupt. That's what it is. So there are drops in. I kind of deleted the thing because I'll worry about that tomorrow, but there are drops. By watching 1 hour, you get some food that can boost your XP, which it's 4% as opposed to 3%, so that's kind of cool. 3 hours, you get Aetherite tickets times 10, the coolest thing ever. But more importantly, 6 hours of watching a Twitch stream, not just my stream. Just cumulative 6 hours on Twitch watching Final Fantasy XIV. You get the chocolate Corpora mount, which is the one they had for the Butterfinger. So that's what you'll get in this video. Abyss living, yeah. I'm gonna redeem mine whenever I go back to main story, whenever the heck that is. We're not going. Amazing. I hope you've been having fun in the new classes. Picto is strong. It is very, very strong. I mean, on the next floor, you'll probably see how powerful the burst is. I mean, I don't know, like, maybe to some of you guys, maybe like you're looking at this for the first time, so the perspective is a little bit different, you know, maybe you haven't watched other jobs go through this, but the burst it has up front with everything wound up is very, very, it's like one of the strongest you'll ever see in Deep Dungeon. Last time they had a bonus food was the honey bun, but in EW they reverted to, oh really? Oh, I actually didn't know that, okay. Those tickets and the food are nicer than the mount. I'm not using the mount personally, so that's fair. Because I have Ozma, so like I'm not gonna use anything other than Ozma. Mr. Quadratini! Guys, we have a decent number of gamers who do Deep Dungeon kind of strictly on stream. Quadratini is one of them. Quadratini has many, many Deep Dungeon clears, so he's a cool dude to check out. He's been part of our community for a very long time too. Good dude to check out. Now, ability down is actually interesting because it does kind of make Picto very useless, so I'm probably gonna Serenity here, but I can get away from a lot of other floors, so let's just Serenity this right now. Picto is broken, set up a file, yeah, Picto is... Yo, dude, Quad, you know what I did earlier on 150? I deleted the Succubus ad with the Picto burst. I've never ever killed the Succubus ad solo, and we just obliterated it on Picto, it's insane. Welcome in. Thank you for these follows, guys. I think after now I can probably keep up with the follows, but it's good to have you here. We are planning to go to 200. If you've never seen kind of a Necromancer attempt, this is what you're gonna see, but it's the version of Pictomancer. Necromancer is the title you get from Palace of the Dead if you do it solo, starting at 1, and we started at 1 an hour, 8.5 hours ago. So we've been going through 163 floors. If we get the victory here, then realistically that would be like getting Necromancer. That's the journey. Now, you don't have to do it all in one seating. I'm just a little, you know, a little excited to play Dawntrail. You can do it in pieces. You can do it every 10 floors. You can do 10 floors one day and then AFK for like, you know, 2 days and then come back and do it again. But, I like to kind of do it in chunks. You'll see me usually do like 120 to 1 to 120 and then 121 to 200. But, you know, it's Dawntrail, it's a release day. We're having fun a little bit, so we're getting it all in today. I might go to that last room, Mel. UI? Okay, the crocodile said no. Oh, it's not even a gold chest anyway, it's a silver chest. Thank you for these follows. Haze, Desk, and Beans. Appreciate it. Oh, good job. Oh, great. I don't know if I kill it in time. I think we definitely reached the point where I'm not killing these fast enough. Oh, I just lost the big one. Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't have the thingy. Alright, I'll ride the box. It's fine. Muffin, thanks. I want to see 180 kill before... I heard a tincture can do it, so I might try. I might try. I gotta get there first, of course. I have a question. I saw heals coming from my Pictomancer. Okay. But I can't find out where they're coming from. The shield doesn't heal. Like... And the other heals you get is 100. So where are the passive heals coming from? Tharpism heals. There you go. The Chocobo could be also fair. Bond Princess, welcome. I don't know, my Picto's only like 91, so I haven't quite seen that yet, but there's probably something in one of the abilities that's giving it. That damage is, yeah, if the burst is all compiled, it's very strong. I can't wait for the 180 boss to be killed in Picto with a tincture. Oh, well... Oh, you delete... Okay, so you delete Behemoth insanely fast on Picto. So, like, you're almost not even really concerned about Meteor 1, Meteor 2. It's just gonna die if you line it up correctly. So we'll definitely go with, like, a full onslaught on the boss and see what happens. But it sounds like it might be possible to down it before he even drops a single meteor.
GL.
Hey, GL. Yo, Kirk, thank you for the tier 2, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for that resub. All adding towards that Parking Plus program means a lot. I was seeing passive healing ticks while level. There's something I personally don't know because I'm not well versed in all of the Pictomancer's kits quite yet because I'm not high enough, but it might be something to do with this. Hey, Jay, thank you. Yep, officially Heaven on High world first for Pictomancer in Heaven on High. Based on the leaderboards on the official Lodestone webpage. So that was pretty exciting. Honestly, like, it's weird because I wasn't really going for it. Our buddy Chloe Cupcake, who does stream Deep Dungeon as well, he was actually 13 floors faster than me, but he just had an unfortunate run. And I was just able to get it, you know, after he was unable to finish it. But he was close. He almost got it before me, long before I did. Picto is pretty strong. In Solar Inches, you get an Echo buff that manifests as a fixed regen on top of damage. As a Black Mage main, I'm actually offended. LOL, Black Mage should only do this kind of damage. And Black Mage is in a weird spawn, I think, right? You saw his runner's tragic. Yeah, I was getting some like up to date thingies as he was going through it, and I just felt really bad. It's like, oh man, I would have been so happy if that Chloe pulled it through. Like that would have been so badass. But next time. Definitely capable of pulling it off. Oh, see, this is where the caster part of things come into play right here. I'm a caster, you know. I didn't have any bursts ready. I'm a caster. Slug, Jade, Chad, and Pitters. Thank you for those follows. I appreciate it. I can sneak this chest if it doesn't turn around. Intuition, Alteration. There's another chest here? No, wait. Did I just not get it? I keep reading the tooltips, but I can't find where it's coming from. I'll check back with you, Belle. I mean, chat might help you out personally, because I just don't know, but maybe chat can help you a bit. Master. Thank you. Picto definitely not as satisfying as Black Mage to pull off, but you're just slapping them. Black Mage is hiding under a rock until your shippy notices the power differentiate. I heard it is, like, Picto is stronger than Black Mage at the moment, right? From what I've heard. You need to watch the same stream for 6 hours. You do not. It is a cumulative thing for Twitch drops, so you can watch me for 2 minutes, watch someone else for 5 hours and 58 minutes, you're good. Feels good. I guess, you know, since a lot of you guys are here, we can show off some of the fancy tricks in Deep Dungeon, shall we? We call this the meme dino. Oh, if I ever get him. We call this the meme dino because basically how his mechanics work, he opens with a front tonal, he opens with a back tonal after that, but you can actually lock him in position because he will keep repeating this if you keep staying behind him. It's kind of neat. He does it 8 times before he actually turns around and does another front tonal. That's why we kind of call it a meme dino, because it's just, you kind of just, you don't even take damage, he's not even looking at you. Nice little strat for, like, a lot of jobs. Caster's a little bit harder, just because you have to cast, you might kind of, you know, break the rhythm there, but really neat. One of the easiest enemies to deal with in here. Shinetto, thank you for the 33 months, I appreciate you. Cheers for that support, dude. Oh, he didn't. Oh my god, he didn't do it. Oh.
Months later, and we're here in Palace of the Dead with new class. Woo.
Hell yeah, woo! Thank you. I appreciate you and that continued support. Cheers. That is mimics on top of the exit. I love that for me. Intuition, I'm just gonna go check some of the other things first before I have to deal with that. Yeah, it might have been the angle of the staircase, but I definitely wasn't expecting him to just turn around on that instance. There is a chest back there. Not dangerous. The first ET trial so fun, loved it. Nice. Glad you enjoyed it. Ow! Wait, that's what steel on. Oh, I didn't have potion running. Sure. Sights. Raspberry. Thankfully, I have some food on me now. All these food name followers, I don't have to feel so hungry. I was starting to get really hungry earlier. Okay. I guess we work on the mimics coming up. Don't aggro. Oh, I did aggro. Okay, that's a bit of an issue, but it will be fine, I think. Break the shield, break the shield. Good. Good. I could sleep them, but we're fine. I don't have to go through that drastic of a thingy. I do have to deal with the 2 mimics on the exit, though. I might actually hold on to a bit of my burst here. Maybe I can burst down the mimic kind of fast. We'll see. Wonka. We do have drops on for Final Fantasy XIV. A total cumulative of 6 hours on stream. 1 hour you get a reward, 3 hours, and then 6 hours you get a mount. I should just maybe I should just have the link. Maybe that's what I'll do. Just drop the link on. Sword? Swords totally float. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Intuition. Alright. Both these mimics have to go. On top of a learn trap. What do we got here? Another mimic. Oh, great. Guess I'm living on Pox right now. Love this room. Wait, what? It says 180. Yes! So, it's interesting. The Twitch drops will say 180, but we have confirmed, and I could confirm it myself, it is 6 hours based on the website. JCN, thank you for posting that. I was actually just about to post that. The lodestone says 1, 3, and 6, and that is accurate. Twitch is not currently accurate with the time. The way I'm using 2 hands on the keyboard is crazy. Thank you. This is the way I've gotten used to playing. And honestly, I think some people, they probably don't even realize that's how I'm playing it unless you're looking at the keyboard UI, or, you read the title, or, you just think about it a little bit. But, yeah, we've got so used to it, it probably doesn't seem like it makes any difference whatsoever. But, this is my playstyle, and I love it. Okay, that other mimic has to go. How's my time? Oh, my time is ridiculously good. Okay, I don't even have to worry about time again. Oh, that's silver. When you play while standing up, it looks like I'm using it. Does it really? That's funny. You know, I haven't had the need to stand up all day today. I've just been on my ass for 8 hours. That's great. I'm secretly a god tier pianist. You would think I would actually play an instrument, but I've never played an instrument in my life. I never had interest. My parents never kind of put it on me, as honestly some parents may, and yeah, I never had the desire to do so. No regrets either. I don't think I missed out on anything. I don't think I would have necessarily complained about it. But I do assume that the item codes will get yes, you'll get it. You'll get it on your Twitch notifications in the mailbox there, in the Twitch notifications. You'll get a code that you will then use on Mog Station. Les Willow, thank you so much. Do you wear some kind of gloves on nerve compression? No, I used to wear gloves. But I've been kind of okay without them, so I've just been chill. I did have gloves on before that kind of helped a little bit, but I don't really need them at the moment. I'm gonna rage here. Once you're used with 2 hands on the keyboard, it's probably one of the most comfortable ways to play. It's pretty chill. It is pretty chill, Canny. Less Willow right now. Makes sense because the game is catered towards using controller. And the controller experience is really good. Now, I came from FF11, so my whole perspective isn't so much of like me forcing it on the game. It's just this is how I played in FF11, and I was curious about, well, could I play it like this in 14? I've had to make a lot of adjustments over the years. I've had to like ground targeting didn't exist in FF11 and stuff like that, but we've made it work. We've made our adjustments, and here's kind of, I would say this is like the final product. I haven't had any desire to change my keybinds as they are now. Those have been pretty nice. Not hitting that. Okay. Now let me wind up my motifs before I start opening chests again. Thanks for those follows, guys. I appreciate it. Bell, appreciate it. Lunar. Rename and the old books. Is Machinist still considered the best job after 7.0? Let's put it this way. There is no reason why it has changed. Now, what I'm kind of wondering is where Pictomancer checks in, because Pictomancer has been kicking ass right now. So, if anything, you'll look at Pictomancer as another option, but I'm not sure if it eclipses Machinist in my opinion. It's really good though. And I'm gonna be curious once we get to the higher floors, see how it handles everything else. But it is strong. And you know what this kind of actually makes me feel a little bit? In terms of how this job is playing. Granted, we got a lot of good Pomanders, so we're climbing really fast. Reaper comes to mind, because Reaper, when I went through Reaper, oh my god, like, we were blazing through the floors. Like, we were at the boss with, like, a stupid amount of time. And that's what's happening with Pictomancers. Like, we're getting to the bosses for, like, a ridiculous amount of time. So, we'll see about that in the higher floors, kind of follow suit. Do you expect the balance pans in the future, honestly? Well, personally, like, so, I like to make a lot of deep dungeon guides. We have the Machinist one that's available, we've done a couple other jobs. I'm personally waiting till 7.1 to worry about anything about redoing those guides, because I have intentions of redoing those guides. But 7.1, because you want to go through the initial Savage balancing, and then post-Savage balancing, you probably get one in 7.1. So yeah, I'm expecting something to adjust. I'm not well versed about historically what they might do. I know historically they like to do, you know, like 5% here, 5% there. They like to bring jobs up as opposed to bring jobs down. That I know too, but I couldn't even begin to have some impression about what they plan to do, you know? But we'll just go with the flow, see what they decide, and then work with it that way. See, that's by the way, Picto almost at its full burst with what it can pull off. Barely touched and it's already dead. That's almost very close to like full machinist burst kind of thing. Ozzy, thank you for that follow. So it has that power of Machinist to some extent, but of course you're missing the interrupt, which Machinist has, and that's a massive advantage for Machinist. Not being able to take Cox the entire time, really nice. John Jitsu, thank you for the follow, welcome in. You're dead. Oh yeah, Aurora Moon. Wait, I'm not gonna do it, but Aurora Moon, our buddy, who's like one of the best hitters in Deep Dungeon, had actually taken on this enemy. It has an ability called Mukin. What Mukin does is it basically pads its HP by 50% by giving it a stone skin. So it like doubles its HP, not doubles, 50% of his HP. Aurora actually took his burst and blew up the stone skin. So like you're basically cutting through 50% of his HP extra and then proceeded to kill it. That's so much damage in this job. It's insane. And it only lasts 8 seconds, so it's not like, you know, you have to kill it, you just kind of wait it out. Usually for most jobs you just wait out that buff, but he just blew it up. Oh, I didn't wind up anything. Well, I love Pox. Pox is my favorite. I've always loved it. I almost... Oh, there's a bird over there. Oh. Domon, Wanted, and Benny, thank you for the... Okay, hold on. Small issue. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be a little tense. I don't think I can sleep the Mylodon. I do have Raising though. That's not good. I don't think I survived this. Oh, they... Okay. I was lucky because that got turned into a frog before it got the hit landed on me. And therein lies the weakness of what you'll see from Pictomancer, right? Caster, not much survival there, especially in mad situations. Of course, like, the ideal thing is to not put myself in that situation, but I was avoiding that stupid pterodactyl. Also, the main reason I racinged, honestly. The good thing I racinged, I would have been in such a panic if that run ended like that. Yeah, just get luck. Yeah, that's all you need, luck. I would like that chest. My time is so ahead on time. I think I'm gonna try to fight for it. At least get that chest and it would be good. Yeah, now I don't regret that raising. I bet you if I didn't have the raising, it would have, it totally would have been an imp and just wiped me. It could have been better if you had your paint up before opening the chest. True, yeah, that's also true, and that didn't help because I had such a slow opening burst. But I think the bird caught me off guard amongst anything else. That didn't help. I can actually sneak this one, then we're good. Golly. Golly! Thank you for the... Golly Goth. Thank you for the follow welcome in. Affluence? Our time is way too good, so I'm just vibing right now. Wind up. Yeah, and I have a bad habit of not winding up my damn motifs. It's something that you should do, but I just have a hard time remembering it. It's so simple. I got used to it on Ninja when I did hide for the Mudras, but not quite for this one yet. I know. I'm trying. Glad I had a raising, yeah, exactly. But you know, we gotta still make it entertaining for you guys, I guess. But it was a little crappy situation. When am I finding time to refresh motifs? Good question. I think when we get to the boss coming up, it'll be a good example. In terms of just in general, like if I'm fighting a regular enemy, I'm just finding a spot where they're either casting a telegraph, and finding the best spot for that. That's kind of how I'm generally doing it. Oh my god, dude. Nope, hold. Enemy to enemies, I'm not so much doing it, I find myself. Like, a lot of times I am kind of relying that I kill it without having to recast a motif, because they are kind of kicking your butt, you know, but... Me as Reaper being really bad at remembering to hit also translates to me last night. Oh, that's me, oh my god, when I was doing that in EO, Eureka Orthos, I was kind of bad at just hitting the one freaking button all the time. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Okay, there's a bird coming, but I do have to kill this Triceratops. This Triceratops will hurt. It's probably one of the heaviest hitting enemies in here. I'm gonna open with a shield because he will break it easily. Yep. Pterodactyl. Hey, Heavy Metal. There are Twitch drops on. We also do have the information on the pin post. I don't have a command for it, but you can check the pin post off the chat. Thank you, Willow. I appreciate you. So if you want information on that, it is a cumulative. You get 3 rewards: 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hour. The 6 hour is a mount. It's the Butterfingers Choco or mount that they gave out in the Butterfingers campaign, and it's available for everyone now, so that's danger. That's indeed danger. Why would you need landmines and Picto? Happy buttons are land. True. Do you plan on doing landmines? No, I don't think I plan on doing landmines. And also, it's not safe to do landmines because I don't get distance with the dash. So, yeah, I wouldn't be doing landmines there. Scarlet and Salo, thank you for the follow. Oh boy. And you need to relax, sir. I'm gonna kill it. That hurt. Okay, we're fine. It's fine. It's fine, everything's fine. What floor are we on? 8. Alright. I'm gonna die from pox, aren't I? But luckily we didn't. Thank you for entertaining me. Hey Jen, no problem. You got my 6 hours! Yo, let's go, dude. Get that mount. Have the mount ready for the Butterfinger, but an extra code for your friend. Cheers. Hey, thanks for all these follows, guys. Appreciate it. Okay, we've almost died twice. Picto is showing up in terms of the caster part of it. You need to drop. Oh, rage. Portion. Wait, let me actually start here. Let me get the chest first. I actually wasted that shield, but it's fine. Not a big deal. Oh, use that right now. I should have re-upped the potion first, but it's fine. We'll be fine, I think. Probably. Gotta watch the aggro. So the problem with the Poxon is I will not regen as I'm in transformation, so that becomes a bit of a problem. So I have to be careful about going into enemies with the rage on, because if I take way too much damage, then I have to dump it. And we're not out the floor yet. David, Tharja, Ensign, and Amber, thanks for those follows. If I hit a landmine, that's also kind of bad with the auto field disable. Okay, flight don't need it. Witching, that is good because I used up so many witching earlier. Yeah, Moody Moomba. Whoa, you're late, ma'am. Isn't it past your bedtime? Guys, Moody Moomba is one of the coolest creators, the kindest friends. She runs a wonderful ship on her stream. She streams daytimes for NA, kind of prime time for EU. Very cozy, very comfy over there. She's got a wonderful community, and definitely check her out if you haven't met her yet. She's just a freaking gem of the Final Fantasy directory. So, she's good. She's good people. Welcome in, everybody. Angela's Demon is here. We are doing some Pictomancer Palace of the Dead, trying to clear. We've been here for a while. I started the stream at floor 1, and now we are here at 169. So it's been a pretty fun time so far. Oh, MSQ! Okay. Without spoilers, how do you feel about MSQ? How do you feel about MSQ without spoilers? Welcome. Thanks for those follows, guys. So, what we're actually going to do here is I'm going to wait for the pox to kind of wear out, because we have about 3 minutes of pox. So I'm going to wait for it to get a little bit lower before I open the strength and go to the boss. So we have so much time anyway. We're killing it on time. My brain is melted, but I'm happy. Good. Did we get a shout? Okay, thank you, Willow. Willow, bless you, dude. Spirit of the Sun, hey, thanks for the Prime Gaming. I appreciate that support. Thank you so much. It means a lot. Sneaking a little snack here. Thank you, by the way. Some of you guys have been using some of these commands, and it's given me ideas that I didn't think about because we didn't have to really worry about it. So I'll think about that, you know, overnight maybe. I'm not sure about tomorrow's stream, but probably for Thursday's stream. It has some cool fights, good music, everything else is really relevant. Fair. Mantos, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Moody, by the way, you gotta do your self-care. It's late. I was joking. I don't know if you heard me. I was like, man, isn't it like past your bedtime? But you probably pushed it through, so understandable. I hope you had a good one. And, you know, if you gotta do your thing, please do. And I'll catch you around, I'm sure. But hey, if you want to talk, well, I don't mind talking. I don't mind talking. Is the goal to get to... Yep. Uh-huh. The goal is 200 today. We've been, like I said, we've been starting at floor 1, and we're going all the way today, so I'm gonna try to do it. Kocho, I've been great, thank you for asking. I hope you've been good. The story is ass, but everything's cool. Fair. How do you feel about Picto? Strong as hell. In terms of deep dungeon, strong as hell. Steel. So we're gonna have a lot of ways out on this boss. We have the dash, we have a shield. Definitely going to be using the shield quite a bit here. Gonna re-up the potion. Thank you for that follow, guys. Appreciate it. So here, like, finding a spot to recast my Motis is going to be interesting for sure. I'm going to take this one as an opportunity here. And this one is an opportunity as well. Oh, I blocked the I blocked the weight, so he didn't get weight on the first rotation. Because of the shielding. That's fair, that makes sense. I want to save my dash for the first weight here. That one. I'm gonna get palm up. Okay, good, clean. Make sure that potion does not drop because you can already see the HP coming in is pretty strong. Using this chance to get my motif back up. Gonna shield up as well because I think that should block the next hit. Yep, shield broken. My potion is down. What did I say? What did I just say? Don't drop the freaking potion. I dropped the potion. Wait. I used the hyper potion. My HP didn't go up. I need to pop that potion every time I move out of here. Like right at this rotation. If I drop it for any second, I don't have much to save. Also, my circling here is kind of fast. I need to make this a wider circle. This is not a good position at the moment. This boss is this boss is already almost dead. Holy moly. Safe to say we are chunking it. Potion here. Shield here, that shouldn't break. Thank you for that follow, I appreciate it. I should be fine. Okay, I have my dash available, so I'll dash out of the AoE. So that first heavy that you get is 15 seconds. It is kind of designed to be a wombo combo, so that I will still have the weight when this first AoE comes out. You can get out of it by just sprinting beforehand, you'll be fine. But if you don't do anything, you're gonna get hit with it, even if you're like moving already. So the dash works, various jump hacks work, but the sprint is the easiest one. Yeah, I could shield it, but then the shielding just delays the inevitable. Okay, I'm holding on to my super potion right now, just in case my HP gets a little bit more in dire, because I might be regenning a little bit, and my shield is available here, so I'll use it on the next bit. It's almost dead anyway, so... Man, this was a fast fight. Well, 5 minutes, I guess, with Lust. Maybe about average. Not too bad on this boss, but we do have Behemoth coming up next after this one. The infamous Behemoth coming at 180. Casters are squishier in Deep Dungeon, or do all... Casters are squishier. Casters are squishier. So that is kind of a caster thing that you're looking at, but... Alright, sounds good, Moody. I'll catch you next time. Thank you again for the raid, guys. Check out Miss Moody Mooba. Wonderful content creator. Highly recommend you check her out. So... Thoughts on Viper? I've only taken in Viper in Palace of the Dead so far, so I could only speak to Palace of the Dead. It feels very naked. You really only have, like, you know, 5 buttons, literally 6 buttons. There's not much to work with. It can clear, but it doesn't have too much of an identity in level 60 content. You know, like, all the other melee feel like the job, but Viper is just like, you know, GCD, 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 OG's like combo finisher. Like, there's not much going with it, but it feels nice there. I'm gonna try it tomorrow, Miss Alchemy. That's another one of my wonderful content creator friends, by the way, Miss Alchemy. She's amazing. Okay. I'll keep that in mind, Miss Alchemy. So what makes it kind of nicer in Heaven on High in your opinion? Like, what is it adding to you? So Hey Rogue, you can check the pin post for the drops if you want information. You're also welcome to just ask questions if you're curious about it. Feel strong, okay? Willow, I'm not enjoying it in there. Feel strong, okay. Alright, I want to compare notes with you, like, next time I see you. Maybe your Sunday stream, when you do MSQ. Oh wait, no, wait, you're doing MSQ tomorrow. Okay, maybe I stay ahead of you on MSQ so I can hop in and then I can talk to you about it. Okay. Yeah, because I'm gonna try Viper tomorrow, so I spent some AP to get the weapon, so I'm even lower than normal, just chunking. Okay, okay. Which ones? Oh, so wait, did you like those better than Palace's weapons? Did you actually? Because I think you were liking the Palace weapons a lot, but like, did you actually like the Empyrean weapons better? I haven't seen the Viper ones yet. I mean, I'm gonna check it tomorrow. I mean, the color to me is kind of like, yeah, I'm like blue or bust, really, right? So I mean, you know, blue or bust. But I'm in the middle of Palace run. I don't want to burn that. Okay, fair. Speaking, taking 3 enemies on it's just badass though. I mean, you know. EO, my favorite weapon. Interesting. Okay. Hey, sirs, thanks for the follow. Okay. Okay. Hey. Thanks, yo, Blooded. Thanks for the Prime Gaming, I really appreciate that. Thank you for that support. I closed my stream by accident, I don't know if I need to stay in. No, it's cumulative, so you can close it, it'll continue off from where it left off, so you're good. It doesn't need to be 6 hours straight. Doesn't need to be on this stream. For the Twitch drops, guys, you just have to watch Twitch in the Final Fantasy XIV directory for a total of 1 hour, 3 hours, and 6 hours, and you get the rewards in your Twitch notifications. But it doesn't have to be here. You can spread it out with multiple creators. Watch one creator for 30 minutes, watch another creator for 20 minutes, and you'll get it accumulated. So, yeah, you have a few weeks too. I'll probably get a command going, since it seems to be a popular thing that people ask you for. But alright, guys. So I like to hit the ads. So a lot of the content creators have to hit ads. It's kind of the requirements for some of us for the partner situation and kind of whatever it might be. I like to hit them like nowish, which is in between floors. You don't see much going on. So we're going to be hitting some now so that when we get into the run, when you come back from the ads, it will be ad free for the entirety of that duration, for the entirety of the floor set. So we're going to be hitting some ads. I'm going to step right into 171, which is the Behemoth floor. So definitely may not want to miss that, because we'll see how Behemoth goes for Pictomancer. Actually, what I may want to do here is I want to put in yeah, we'll put this in. I hope I don't accidentally hit the button, but I'll put in a tincture in there because we might use it later. Viper looks like it would be pretty naked in Palace. It is pretty naked in Palace, but at least in Heaven on High you have the... Oh, okay. Maybe that's why it feels a little bit better. Gotcha. It is naked in Palace. It doesn't have much. Okay, wait, you want to see my hotbar for Viper? Because I only worked it at 60, so I didn't do anything above 60. This is my hotbar for Viper. That's it. That is what we cleared Palace of the Dead with. That's all it has. What are we supposed to do? I can't just pad it with buttons. I have my Bloodbath, my Second Wind, my Potion, my range attack, my stun, the GCDs, Feint, Arm's Length, Sprint. That's it. That's all I had. That's Viper. So, that's everything at 60. Yeah, that's literally everything at 60. I have my dash in at here, AoE. Yeah. You fill all the empty slots with mounts and emotes. No, that's clutter. What are you talking about? To be fair, it does make you focus in on Deep Dungeon over, like, trying to learn the job. I mean, that's a fair point, you know, but... Does Viper and Pictomancer have weapons from Deep Dungeons? Yes, they do. Oh, wait, I can show you, actually. Okay, here you go. This is the Pictomancer weapon. Don't look. Look at the screen. Okay, that's the Pictomancer weapon. It actually looks pretty cool. Right there. I actually like it quite a bit. If it wasn't red, I would definitely go for it. Viper... That's Viper. It actually looks pretty badass, and it does go into like what is it? Did you guys say it's battle stance, right? To have it go into the two-handed one. Hold on, I think it's battle stance, right? There you go. And that's when it's together, the two-hand. So it's pretty cool. I do like the Viper ones, but again, if it wasn't red, then I'd go for it. What level are we on now? 171. About to walk into there. Viper even at 100 still feels empty. It has a lot of combos, that's why, but I heard it's great at 100. You'd only have your 1-2-3 combo for damage and finisher. Yeah. Of course, I'm obviously not a pro, but my experience, it feels good. But it could be a melee well, I mean, you are familiar with the ninja run, Miss Alchemy, so at least you do have at least that impression, right? For ninja, so they have a lot of actions that change depending on the combo. The Viper swords look better for sure. I do like the Pictomancer one. Honestly, it does look pretty cool, the Picto does. Thank you for all those follows, by the way. Oh, Blooded primed first and then did the follow. That's a power sub right there. Kadara and Dawo Ta. I think I said that wrong. Kuromi as well. Thank you for those follows. And Biamo. You're like, yeah, see, I feel like that is what I like about Viper, is because I do like fast jobs. But I guess I won't really get to enjoy too much maybe until I get to the higher floors. Like, in Palace it felt just okay to me, but I mean, I'm not gonna judge it from Palace with a 60 kit, right? I mean, this is just what it is for 60, so I compartmentalize. This is the Palace of the Dead version, so in comparison to its other Palace of the Dead, you know, comparisons, that's just how I feel, but I'm still very interested to see how it works out for 70 and then eventually 90 for Yuiki Orthos. Hot Bars and Viper feels empty, but that's because everything's consolidated. You have to, yeah. Yeah, well, I would say arguably Palace of the Dead Viper feels, you know, kind of pretty naked, but again, it's the 60, you know, rotation. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it's kind of like how Reaper was very naked at 60, but it had a little bit more defensives and stuff like that, but you don't kind of judge it at its 60 thing, you know? I still can't get the 1-2-3 organized for Viper. I get the 2 pink dots, but beyond that it falls apart. I know that the job gauge kind of helps you with what button to press. I mean, how I did 60 was just, I just was hitting whatever lit up, but I'm sure it's a little bit more complicated at 70, probably. Zamoka says, I do like the Viper PoTD weapon, it's very FF2. Okay. House of Divine Story is talking about 100. Yeah, no, 100%. And I can only speak to Palace, because I only have done up to 60, so that's all I can speak about. For me, the rest of it is like theory, you know, whatever you guys kind of talk about to you. I have it really set up compared to other melees. DPS, it's 132 for you. Okay, fair. I don't know, it took me a while to, even at 60, to kind of understand where it's going, but then it was kind of just like, how it was mentioned, like almost like a flow chart. It was almost like a flow chart, but I'm sure the complexity steps up in the higher floors, which I'm really excited. I'll probably be checking 90 Viper by Friday, or Thursday actually. I'll be excited to see it. Okay, let me get to that ad. So I'm going to hit an ad here, we're going to step into 171, and then we'll see how we do. This is the Behemoth floor. So, Behemoth is the infamous boss in Palace of the Dead, which can wall a lot of people. From what I've heard from other gamers who've done Picto, is that Picto can wreck Behemoth, but we'll try it ourselves. We'll see how it goes. So, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes or less, both on YouTube and on Twitch. So, see you in a little bit. BRB. Me too, I'm excited. And I have a tincture too. I don't usually use the tincture. Okay, let's go on. Did I pick up a raising? I think oh, I'm gonna pick up a raising here probably, but I'm not sure if I picked up... I did not. Okay, so I'm gonna hope I can pick up a raising here. Thank you for those follows, guys, I really appreciate it. Opening with a... with my Moto... okay, good. Ow. Catch those claws. Reset. I have a bigger burst now. Let's do... Actually, let's check the chest in case it's a Mimic. It's a Steel, even better. Good pick up there. It's fine. We started with 100 tons. Oh, are you playing with both hands of the keyboard? Yep, I am playing with both hands of the keyboard. That's right. It's okay, the inputs do look a little weird. I do love when some people are like looking in it out of context. I had someone in a YouTube short looking at my keybinds and like, how the hell are you hitting WASD, P, and enter with one hand? I'm like, well, I'm not. But, you know, it sounds amazing though, doesn't it? I kind of left that comment. I didn't really reply to the comment yet, but I thought it was great. Oh, that was... that was like my worst dash ever. Probably a good idea that I dashed into a wall, because I may have overshot this room for a trap. Oh, nice opener. Okay, let me try to see the other rooms, because I am looking for a raising here. I really would like a raising, so I'm going to actually spend time to check these rooms. You should put a fake super wide hand of 8 fingers on the show. You know, I used to have a camera actually on my hand. My problem is my current desk, it doesn't really accommodate it. But I think the UI really has done justice, because a lot of people kind of inquiry about that. Like, I had a UI before, and not a lot of people asked that before, and now they really ask it, so... Oh, bless! Okay. Worth my effort to do that. Nice. Alright. Thank you for that follow, guys. Appreciate it. Veteran, Apple, and Karma... Karma. Big hands and otters. Yeah, so, like, basically, I'll wait for the ad to finish and I'll say it. Let me just wait for that. We've got about 10 seconds left. Yeah, we're fine as this. No landmine plays on this shop. Welcome back to the ads, guys. Thank you for your patience. We were kind of discussing about the fact that I'm playing on 2 hands of the keyboard. Essentially, what you're looking at is my left hand. The left side of the keyboard is my movement. The right side is my camera. So it's the camera moving on the right side. So it's almost like a WASD on the right hand. And that's what manipulates the two of them. So they kind of work in harmony with each other. It also gives me the ability to get to like my number keys from 1 to 0. So I use the entire row of number keys at the top, as opposed to just like, you know, 1/2 of the keyboard. And a lot of times my main buttons are like 1, 2, 3, and 0, 9, and 8 for a lot of the things that I utilize it for. Oh, I gotta move. That's just strength. Okay, I'm gonna go here. An AI hand. Oh yeah, true. 1, 2... I'm gonna take care of this one first and then do the Dawntrail properly. Flower's gonna come out. There. I think I delete the Dawntrail because I'll have a burst ready for him. 1... Oh, I have my hammer ready too. That's interesting. Never seen someone play like that. I've been doing this for a long time, so you're definitely seeing something where it's just a long time of practice, and I've gotten used to it, you know. I don't have another... Ooh, ow. Okay, relax. Okay, my problem here is I don't have a purity or switching to utilize here. I'm gonna probably shield now. There's the shield rig. Good stagger there. Okay. Another chest. That's a steal. Fantastic. Thank you, Bimik. Paint your motives before checking chests for 100. You know what? Maybe I really should make that a routine. I already checked that chest. God damn it. Okay, it's fine. I don't need the steel right now. Let's see if I can wipe out the floor and then pop the steel once we start moving out of here. Flower. Okay, I know that there's a strength here, but let me try to clear this up first because I don't know where the exit is right now. I'm gonna kill this Cyclops and then move into getting the strength and steel and then going on from there. Angles. Actually, that was a little close for comfort. Fine though. Okay. Izzo and Omega, thank you. Give me my Pupo for me dumb streamer. Dude, I can't do anything about it, dude. You just gotta watch it, man. Strength. Wait. I think I get the egg. Needlebot, hey, thanks for the follow. I'm pretty sure that aggroes. I could just kill it, but I'm gonna wait a second. So, I'm sure that's his strength. Good timing. And then I get the steal, and then we go. The damage on the full burst is extremely good. But then, when my burst is down, that's kind of where I feel vulnerable, so I'm trying to, like, spread out the burst, if you will. Has anyone gotten... Nope, so day 1, there was a clear in every single deep dungeon for all the new jobs. I was able to secure Pictomancer Heaven on High, though, so that one I got to, but other people went to Palace, other people went to Heaven on High. It was very well distributed with the community. But for now, this is all about just getting the initial clear. I'm happy with that, you know. I went through Viper on Saturday, and now we're going through Picto today. Tomorrow we're gonna try Viper Heaven on High. Oh, Blind is great. I love Blind. Better than abilities, at least. Let me check the chest first. Sight. I'll be sure to watch some more. I'm interested in your thoughts on it. Yeah, I'd be interested too, just to see how it goes on my end. And especially because I did have such a hard time on Pictomancer, surprisingly. Although I just felt like I didn't get a grasp for the job fast enough, and that's probably what made it more difficult. But yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to see once we get up to a higher course. Ow! Alright, we have steel on. Oh, it's a mist. Thank you for that follow, welcome. Nice crit. Okay. Another one. There is a chest here, but I'm gonna park here first so I can bait the Glower. Okay. Intuition. Would really like to get another raising right now, just so I'm pulled up. Okay, pretty sure I'm gonna have to fight this one, so let me take care of you first. My question's good. Ow! Dude, I swear, I keep getting interrupted. Oh, Picto strong. Oh, yeah. Even in blind, huh? If it wasn't for blind, I really would be gung-ho on this wolf. I might still be gung-ho on the wolf, but I also don't have anything wound up right now. Well, I have my hammer available, and I have... Okay, YOLO. Thanks for that follow, I appreciate it. Wait, you need to break this. Okay, thank you. I have sleep at my possession, which I'm actually going to utilize now before it gets a little weird. Addle. I have my burst again. Okay, good. Sights. The luring trap. Okay, I'm doing it. Benta, hello. Reeve, hello. Is Machinist the best the first time clear? So, just as a general statement, in terms of like, you know, asking what it is in Dawntrail, this is what we know for now, Mr. Raz. Nothing seems to have had a significant change, neither with the jobs nor Deep Dungeon in itself, So whatever information you had prior to about, you know, what was the good job, what was an ideal job, will still all apply. So pretty much what we're looking for now is where does like Viper and Picto kind of stand in the grand scheme of things. To me, Viper is kind of just like middle, if not a little less than middle. But Picto definitely has a case to see if it might be something that would be a popular one to pick, especially with the amount of power it has. But it's still kind of debatable right now, that's for sure. What kind of keyboard do I use? I use a Kinesis Gaming. I'm going to type it in chat. It is a Kinesis Gaming split keyboard. It actually is a split keyboard, literally. It's in like 2 halves. So it allows me a little bit of versatility in terms of where I can position myself and where I can position my hands and shoulders and everything. So look up Kinesis Gaming and check out a split keyboard. Not sponsored, not sponsored. But yeah, I've had it now for about almost 2 years. Actually 2 years now to the date. And it's been fantastic. I really like the keyboard a lot. Nobody. Yeah, and I got this not because something was going on, something that I had to do because of, you know, aches or whatever. I actually got it for more of a preventative type of thing. Like, I didn't want something to happen, so I figured a split keyboard might be a neat way to do it, especially when I spend so much time playing this game on a full keyboard. And it really is nice, because if I had been using a Razer Black Widow before, great keyboard, I had a good time with it, but I felt like I was almost like hugging, like my shoulders were so tight when I was on the keyboard. And it's fair, because I mean, it's just a regular sized keyboard, so sometimes, you know, it's almost like I was playing like this on the keyboard, but now this allows me to have that more versatility of like range of like where to put one half of the keyboard in the other. It's so good. And I feel way more natural with where I'm like more shoulder width trying to play on a full keyboard, as opposed to like a normal keyboard that kind of forces me to almost like crunch myself. Have I done main story? I have finished the first dungeon. That's it. That's as far as I've gotten. That was yesterday. I'm gonna hope to continue it maybe on Thursday, because I won't get time tonight or tomorrow, because I'll be streaming again 3 p.m. Eastern. We'll be back here. If you're interested to see what Heaven on High Viper looks like, we'll be back here at 3 p.m. Eastern doing Viper. So we'll see how it goes for Viper. How long did it take me to get used to it? So the split keyboard didn't take very long. Honestly, I think I got used to it extremely quickly. It was like some of the inputs were just a little bit on a different position, so that maybe took a little bit. But it didn't take me very long to get used to this keyboard. I mean, I had been playing two hands on the keyboard for a long time, so generally speaking, I'm already used to that. That was not the problem. But 3 p.m. Yes, 3 p.m. Deal. Good. But you're going live too, right, Miss Alchemy? Your schedule tomorrow? Is that you're gonna start up main story? I think like, what is it, like 5 or 6 or something? I usually work IRL Wednesdays, but I took it off this week so I can play this game for later. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I took it off so I can go, I can do an extra stream, which I'm really excited about. So it kind of works out. Was worried I missed Behemoth. Yo, Lily Coffee, you are in time, and we are on cruise control right now. Hey, hell yeah, Sig. Let's go, man. Hope you enjoy the poop mount. What do you have binded in the enter key? Enter key is confirmed. So how I have it set right now. Usually you go through tab key to like select the target swipe. I have Q and E to select my left and right of my character. So my Q goes to everything left of my character. My E goes everything to the right of my character. Now what happens though is that I'm selecting the target like this, so it doesn't confirm the target. Enter confirms the target. So you'll see me hit it a lot because it's just me trying to, a little bit maybe OCD in a way, that I'm trying to make sure that I got the right target. But that's why you kind of see me hit enter a lot, because I'm always doing it that way. A little bit of a habit thing, but also practical use. First drop? Hell yeah, dude. Simi, hello. So yeah, if you guys don't know, there are Twitch drops on for 14. It's like literally the first time 14 has ever had Twitch drops in 10 years. All you gotta do is just watch a stream. Doesn't have to be mine, doesn't have to be in one seating. You get a mount at 6 hours of watching a Final Fantasy 14 stream. Again, not all in one go. At 1 hour, you get some food that gives you some bonus XP. At 3 hours, you get some Aetheryte tickets. And at 6 hours, you get a nice, the Butterfinger mount. The Chocolate Core mount. I'm gonna say it wrong every single time, but you'll get the picture. So yeah, enjoy your watch, and if you guys are lurking and all that, and just accumulating the time, please enjoy. Hope to keep you entertained, because you definitely have been here now for like the really sexy Forest of Deep dungeon, the final 30, which is really where lots of runs will either succeed or not succeed. So we'll see if we can pull it through on Picto. I have a lot of confidence on this job, but I gotta play through it. We gotta do the thing, right? Wolf, Frost, and Bazing, thank you for those follows. It is the Butterfinger mount. It is the Butterfinger mount, now available to everybody, which is the cool thing. Because it was like US only, which like I think even Canada couldn't even get it, so it was just US only. But now it's available to all you guys. I got it for one of my friends. Are you kidding me? Okay. I got it for one of my friends. I didn't honestly care for it myself because I basically am an Ozma main. I only use Ozma as a mount. And I haven't even found a mount that's been like even comparable to Ozma at the moment, you know? But I'll take it. Alter Steel. Okay, we're gonna Steel later. Man, I've been riding Steel this whole time. It's been making life really easy. But and I don't know what's gonna happen if like I start running out on Steel, but we'll take advantage of it right now. Had to pay a fan for Butterfingers to get the code. Yeah, that's what a lot of I think Canadian gamers were looking to do. Which is like, it kind of sucks, you know, to have that kind of exclusivity. I get it, I guess, for business, but it kind of sucks. Toasty, thank you for the prime, dude. I appreciate you, man. Toasty Trinkets, by the way, does Deep Dungeon streams as well. At like actually after than I usually do it. So he goes like super late, like super degen hours. And he's a super cool dude. Has a number of clears. But thank you for that resub, man. I appreciate it. So far, so good, I would say. Fractal, hey, thanks for the follow. I did the Butterfingers thing, and for whatever reason, the company managed the campaign rejected my receipts. No. Did you try like submitting again? That sucks. I don't even know why there had to be a verification process. The ape only hit me 3 times, yep. I had full damage and everything. Oh, let's. Yeah. There's a bird. Okay, pull you first. I gotta watch the AoE. I don't clip something at the moment. Thank you for that follow, I appreciate it. We're not even getting to this thing's enrage in 30 seconds, it's insane. The damage is so good. Oh, wow, there are a lot of patrols here. Okay, burn the hammer first, and the AoE. Okay, now I don't have quite the burst at the moment, but we do have our pallet. Do you have a number pad connected to your... No, my keyboard does not have a number pad, so I'm not using the number pad. I actually never really used the number pad, so when I got my current keyboard, I was like okay with the fact I didn't have a number pad, but I don't use a number pad. Although I do kind of like having a couple buttons there that I did use, but it's okay. I'm fine without it. It was like 20 seconds away from enrage, it's also insane. I haven't left this room yet. So, do any of the enemies do anything on this set? Seems like they just do auto attack and die. Yeah, I think they do things. I don't know. I mean, the ape did some double attacks, right? You think this one has an enrage, but I guess not. Right, I'm gonna kill that bird. This looks like a small room. That bird came back pretty fast. So did the brackets move my screen around? Yes. So my right side, I'm gonna type it in chat in a second after I kill this thing. I'll show you which keys I'm using. Okay, so I'm using these keys to move my camera. So it's almost like a WASD on my right hand. It also gives me access to my number keys at the top of the keyboard, which is where all of my hotbars are. Does Picto Burst, can it beat an Anzu? I'm actually curious. So if I line everything up, we can try to see it. I'm a little scared about doing it, but actually if one is on this floor, I might try it. Because I have the extra raising, so I could. But I don't see an Anzu, so maybe not this floor. Anzu, I guess, shows up in the next one. Serenity... cat. Oh, whoops, well, I got a little too close to the sun there. Not a big deal, because I have to kind of fight it anyway, but... They only show up in the jobs where it's annoying. What? So, like, I mean, it'll be annoying on this one, right? Oh yeah, a little surprised I'm actually getting these cancelled. Really? Really? And I'm not really complaining about the fact that I'm getting these off, but okay. Now you're kicking into high gear? Gotta love Paralyzed sometimes. Stop pulling with Moti- I'm trying to remember, I know... That's gonna be the most high demand redeem if when I add it in. I can actually get this then. What is this chest? I don't remember. Wait, I missed it. I overshot it a little bit. By the way, we actually, about 30 floors ago, we just got Hoarder. I just got my 10,000 achievement for Intuition, so kinda cool. Took me 8 years, but we got there. Really? I'm a little upset that was for duration. Oh, I have Corrigans at the end of this freaking room. I forgot. Kinda overkill here. That's fine. So what do you think of Picto and Viper in Deep Dungeons? Good, bad. Picto, great. Viper, in specifically Palace, because I haven't taken Viper past Palace at the moment, but it's like, yeah, it's okay, Palace. Nothing real special coming to Viper. Picto so far, though, is like... It's like, I would say it's like night and day comparing Picto and Viper and Palace. Heaven on High would be interesting to see. But like I said, we'll get there eventually. This lion... trying to ruin my day right now. Affluence is good. Oh, wait! I didn't take the chest! Okay, good thing I looked at my Pomander list. I popped the steel, but I didn't take the chest. Okay. Only another 10k, well, more like 9,999 to go. I kinda dicked around on this floor, to be honest. I'm surprised. I just forgot to check the chest. Oh, wait! Oh, it wasn't a steal. It was a... Oh, shit. Okay. So I misused the steal. I thought I had a steal in here. That's my bad. I wasn't tripping because it wasn't a steal to begin with. It was a raising. Okay, so we're gonna have to make use of the steal then that I just used. It's fine. It's fine. Now it's gonna really suck if I end up not getting the steal because of that, but it's whatever. We'll deal with it. The Metro, thank you for the follow, welcome. Yo, Nasta, which Deep Dungeon have I done? We have done Heaven on High, and we are now currently doing Palace. And we've done Viper, Palace of the Dead so far. Tomorrow is Viper, Heaven on High. And then later this week we'll get into doing Eureka Orthos. That's a silver, right? I'm not gonna buy. Okay, come here. I know I have a bird coming behind me, so I just need to be careful about that. Thank you for that follow, I appreciate it. Sparky and Lickarts. Ow! Maybe it's a good thing I decided to steal here, huh? I'm in a little bit in danger here. Okay. Let's take the bird. Maybe I should no, I'm gonna hold on to the strength because I'm getting close to the boss now. I kinda wanna make sure I have a burst if I'm gonna pull an 8. Because this is hurting. Thanks for those follows, guys. I appreciate it. Anzu. 888 Anzu. This has to go. Break the shield, break the shield. Ow, why'd you interrupt me? I should be fine here without using potion. Okay. 8 blooms on caster, I'd be crapping my pants. It's a good thing I have high damage. Ooh, the strength came in, okay. So now, I'm gonna pull one more ape here, because I'm gonna start making my way out of here. Oh, the shadow, Jesus. And I have to get through those stupid Anzus, dude. Oh my god, that damage! Okay, that stagger fighting was on par. I am willing to witching the Anzu if I can't get through. Or I have to deal with the cat. Okay, fine. Thank you for those follows, guys. Appreciate it. It gives me an opportunity to watch the Anzu because they will move. That one just moved. So that's fair. I gotta watch the other one. The bigger issue here is the fact that, okay, that moved towards the exit. I might be able to sneak my way past them with the dash, but it's iffy. I'm willing to witching if I get the sacrifice, by the way. Shit. All for naught. I can't. Ooh. Okay, good, clear. Just got behind him. I didn't want to run down the middle of that because that could have been pretty bad. That's really good. Okay, in that case, let's check an Anzu, shall we? Oh my god. That's a dead bird. Only got through one rotation of his thing. That was for like mostly a full burst too. What Anzu, right? I can probably easily take one without the steal. If I had full burst. With strength though, I don't know without strength, but with strength. Oh, that's not good. Okay. I'm probably gonna have to witching because I have nothing wound up either. Oh. It still got the stun on me. Now, who do I kill first? I think I actually killed a Mimic first. My steal is dropping though, so I need to watch out for that. 8 seconds on the witching. 30 seconds on steel, but we should be okay. I'm gonna do a shield here. Ooh, okay. Didn't take damage there because of the shielding, but this is gonna hurt for the rest of this. Okay. When we don't have that under control, it's a little risky. Oh my god, seriously. I have 3 purity, it's fine. This is like my penalty for killing those Anzu so fast, that's what it is. Thanks for those follows, guys. I appreciate it. That Anzu, I swear, man. They got pissed off at me. They are just heat-seeking towards my location right now. Nice pickup. Okay, that was worth it. I'm gonna purity here. So I have 3. Oh, really? Okay. Not complaining. Okay, how's my palms? Pretty good. I would like the steal, but we're fine. They know you can. Yeah, so they adjusted. It's right. Don't pull knife. Oh, okay. This could be pretty crappy due to the gloom, and I'm a caster. Also need to know where to go. I don't know where to currently go. Let's pull this one first. May have to shield for the first volley here. Oh no. That's a lot. Oh my god, you dodged? Ugh, it's like TBN all over again. If he landed that hit, it would have reset the cooldown. No, instead I dodged. Oh, hey, yo, Die, thank you for the Prime Gaming, I really appreciate that. Exit is not over here, so I have to cut through that treasure room. Alright, we do have a donut room. Donut room really good for anything. I have a semi-full burst, so let's go with the lion first. I'm gonna get hit pretty hard in this opener. So, I mean, I'm gonna hit him pretty hard with this opener. Okay, he didn't even get to his, like, regular rotation. Let's do the bird. I have a potion coming up soon. The Philo Plume is very strong. So I want to make sure I disconnect it from his regular attacks there. Okay. Not bad when you're not getting double hit by him. Yeah, I mean, Picto with Strength on, it feels good. Bird? Because these are the ones that have been going really well so far. Might be able to get out of this balloon floor without too much of a problem, maybe. Ow! That's why I have to disconnect the auto attack from that. Although, I might need to have a little bit of help here. No, heal. Okay. My HP got a little low for that. Okay, I have a shield up, so I could survive the next volley. Although I should wait for these apes, because they're gonna just be dumb. No aggro? Oh no, there's aggro. So some of those enemies that you see in front of me, the apes are proximity, so if I just get close to them, they aggro. The Anzu, the big-ass flying birds, are sight, so if I'm in front of them, they'll aggro by a sight. I can get behind them, but I can't come in front of them. The birds I'm fighting right now are also proximity. This cat in front of me is sight. So I am pulling from far away, so I'm avoiding from their aggro range in general. But oh no, there is definitely aggro, and I have to play around that too. Like, I have to get through this room to get to where I need to go. So I need to be very careful about how I traverse the room, so I don't take an enemy that I don't want to deal with. But it is kind of the benefit of a caster. I can kind of, you know, play a little safe in that part. I can go right now. I might get the cat, I might get the ape. Oh, I got... Oh, crap. Okay. Oh! I got deleted. It's fine. I got through. I lost that witching though, that kind of sucked. I might re-raise him here, but we'll see. I got deleted so fast. I have one more floor though. Can I make it through the floor without having to use the thing? That's the question. I would really prefer not to raising again, but I am a caster and I want to keep the run going, so I'm trying to think about that. Thanks for these follows, guys. I appreciate it. Okay, so Anzu is moving over there, so I can't go there right now. I need to get to this exit. I got a lot of time, so I don't have to rush this. So I'm gonna vibe. But just do I do the raising is the question. I think it just comes down to what the next floor is, and then I'll make my decision that way. No witching really sucks. Maybe I actually affluence. Let's do this. I affluence potentially for chests here. What I'm looking for... Okay, so I'm not dealing with the patrol. All the patrols are dead. That cat, if I go to the exit, I might be okay, but I gotta worry about this Anzu, because he's the most deadliest, and I don't have a witching. So I wouldn't have any reaction time if I were to hit the, you know, get an aggro from it. So I'm gonna wait for it to move, and then maybe move to the exit, because I think I can get around the top side. Thank you for these follows, guys. Really appreciate it. So we're waiting, we're vibing. I actually probably could have snuck in this chest, to be honest, which I should have actually thought about, but it's okay. Ooh, can get through though. There tends to be a trap in this corner, so I'm gonna be working around it. Alright, we're good. I'm gonna know in that chest and then we'll go. Is it intuition? So your mom sent you with an extra lunch. Hey bird. We are partnered with Tokyo Treats. Great Japanese snacks, by the way. Okay, that's annoying. I got the witching back, but I would not want to fight this floor unless I do something. So I probably consider a Serenity. That answers that question. Okay. I should be okay. I will try to go without... No, I'm not gonna do this. Okay, I'm not gonna... I'll just be careful on the next two floors. Try not to die there. But I'm not gonna do that. I think it's a little risky as a caster, because if I just get into a bad situation, I get bad luck, then I'm gonna get deleted so fast. Especially even here could kill me. Okay. Kill you. If anyone else has issues with job progression, I've watched around 4 hours, not even progress made on the first job, so I know refreshing the stream has a potential. We had someone who had that issue as well, and they refreshed it and were able to kick it in. It's kind of annoying too, because you can't, I mean, you could kind of see the prog, but... Waiting. I do have big bursts with Moogle, so let's try to go for an 8. I have shielding soon. Ow. I'm gonna heal here just in case. I could really only do that if I have a full burst on that. Oh, steel. But I can use that on the boss. It would help me get off this floor, but I probably can handle things here. What do I have? More cats, more apes. I have 2 cats I can kill right now. Let me do that. My shield is up, my potion is not. Mega Blaster's gonna come in. Okay, I want to do another cat right now, because that was very well done. Wait, wasn't there? Yeah, there was another cat. I'm gonna do the cat right now, because I will be on diminishing return on the Paralyze. So if you cast him to Paralyze, it'll be at a lower... It'll be at 15 seconds, not 30. There's a 15-second Paralyze. I will have my bigger burst coming up, it looks like. So I could probably pull another ape on the next pull. And I have my full heals for it as well. Probably pull that ape in particular. Let me set up 1, 2. I'm gonna hold for a second because it's gonna come up soon. It's almost behemoth time. Maybe one more kill. Open with this, open with sprints. Okay, I'm not gonna open with the thingy yet. Perfect. And I'm out. Okay, I think I just go... Man, it's tempting though. I use that raising. I'd like to get it back if I can, but... Could be a little risky. Ooh. Oh, please. Okay, sleeping. Oh, don't kill me. Okay, good. Worth it. So we have something also that we like to call sleep tech in Deep Dungeon. If you get 2 rooms away from an enemy, you can de-aggro them. We call it sleep tech because sleep is the best candidate for this strategy. A lot of other CC doesn't last that long. And there, I got far enough away from it. No. Of course, the game is just like, no you don't. You're not getting away from me that easily. But at least I got rid of the ape. That one's the more concerning one. But yeah, we call that sleep tech. The only other one that could possibly pull it off is Ninja Bind, because it's 15 seconds, so you can probably get far enough away. But you get 2 rooms away, and you can de-aggro them. Really, really useful strategy for situations like I just showcased there, when I need to pick up that chest, you know. Whereas this is a little annoying. Ooh, get the shield off. Can't get shit off. Oh my god, the paralyzed dude. Steel coming up here. Also, we're going to be entering into the boss. I'm going to assume that I will be able to produce enough damage with the steel going on. And we're going to get the behemoth. I'm happy I checked that chest, and I'm happy I did the raising. Like, definitely kept a lot of pressure off me. My behemoth ton. Yo, what up, Pin? I will try to go with like a really quick kill on behemoth, because our buddy Finn Bizal, who's one of the awesome Deep Dungeon runners who does guides in Deep Dungeon as well as I do, suggested the possibility of being able to drop Behemoth really, really fast before the meteor drops, so we're gonna try to do that. We'll see how fast we can blow this thing up. I do have a tincture in my bar just for that occasion. Right on the edge of that. Thunderball coming out. Potion. Gotta get the potion, my standing back up. I am not in that. Thank you for that follow, I appreciate it. Got a decent rotation going at the moment. Thank you for those follows. Conal coming in. So what we used to do in Behemoth is we had a macro for Behemoth that would give us the decimal places of his HP. But with the recent update, they've now added the decimal places on the fight, and you can see it right there, 33.8%, so on and so forth. So you no longer need a macro to handle Behemoth. It's really nice. And the reason why that's important is because the threshold in which Behemoth starts using his Enrage is just above 15.0%. So like 14.9 is usually where it is. There's like a very small chance that like at 15.0 it could actually use its thing, but it's like a very precise HP value. So when you're trying to get a lot of jobs with the Behemoth Burst, you kind of want to get it as close as possible to that 15.0, so that when you start your burst, you're cutting through that much. If you start your burst at like 17, well, you gotta cut through 17 when it's in region, so that's why you kind of push it as close to there. Certain jobs don't need to be that precise. In this case, I might try to get it that precise because I want to see if I can really burst this thing down incredibly fast. But we'll see when we get there. That's the HP value that we're looking at. Now, in terms of when I'm setting up my Lust, I'm probably going to be looking at maybe about 22%-ish, like kind of a typical DPS that I usually go for, which is about 22%. It gives me a little bit of leeway to plant the Lust, and then also to do some damage before I can get it to where I need it to be. I can get this off by Spear. We're already kind of getting close. This is already a fast fight. Like, we're chunking this boss right now. I may try to set up my motif so I do have that opening burst right off the bat. So I want to have the wing ready into the beam, into like a swift another one. I might try to set it up right now. I'm gonna hold on to my pallet right now. I'm gonna hold into that gauge. Kind of getting to the sweet spot at the moment here. After I get this next wing out, then I can hold my cooldown just for 2 minutes and it'll be okay. Get this ready, get the hammer ready. Off that. Okay, now we're gonna hold. I'm gonna try to get this. Damn, it is just melting. I want to wait like 2 minutes. So I'm gonna chill for a little bit. How much damage am I doing for GCD here? 0.5%. 0.5 for my regular GCD. 22% here. Alright. I'm gonna set this up my my normal way of doing it, which is a little bit more cautious. There's a particular spot I like to set it up when I'm doing more serious bursts, so we're gonna kind of take this a little seriously. And specifically in a part of its rotation that I'm looking for. You hear it's like me smacking a paint can on him. That's what it sounds like. Setting up a Lust. Oh, I haven't gotten a Lust since the previous set, dang. Okay, popping a potion. Popping Addle. Going with the Lust. Got 5 stacks in. 2. That's 3. That's 4. Ow, that's 5. Something. Okay, need this HP back. Well, everything is ready to go, so I have the burst ready. I'm gonna try to push this down to as close as 15.0 I could. 16.5. 15.8. I'm gonna hold. I didn't put it in a really good spot. I could probably do one more G-City, but I'll just chill. We're just gonna auto it down. May not have the full thingy. I'll play it safe. 6. I think sure. Waiting for the thing. Okay. Almost. Almost did it on... I needed a little bit more there. I should have been fine on that second meteor if it were to drop, but that was pretty smooth. Didn't even use, I actually didn't use... I should have used hammer. I think that was my thing. I didn't use hammer, so I should have just used hammer, but... I opened with the hammer, but yeah. That's Behemoth on Picto. It's very strong. That's me missing. I think, didn't Finn forget hammer too? But... I actually got a little concerned. I'm like, ooh, I might actually have to hit the second meteor. But I'm getting Time Warrants. Alchemy, Alchemy. If you had to guess how many Time Warrens I had, how many do you think I have? How many do you think I have? He didn't even have Hammer painted? Wow, at least I had one step above him. Yeah, spoilers. What the hell, dude? I asked you to guess the number. Your guess was 650, 374. 500? Alright, let's wait. Okay, time for the lottery number. You ready? Search item time. Today's lottery number is... 1... Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. That is a good one. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a good number. Yeah, we have it. We have a full stack and good job, Pin. Very good. Good guess, sir. Good guess. I've kept that quest open forever, and that quest will stay open forever. So, easy game. Okay, so we're into 181 pretty convincingly. That's good. I have my full raisings. We'll see how this 4 set goes. But for now, hey, thank you for watching, Manu. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here and lurking again to the thing. Cheers, dude. I will take a small break. I like to hit the ads here in between the floors so you guys get no ads during the run. So I'm going to stand up. I'm going to stretch. You guys, if you've been sitting around for a while, stand up, stretch, get the snack. I'm actually going to get a little bit of snack here, hit the restroom, all that fun stuff. Alright, see ya. Yo, Miss Alchemy, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure. Guys, that is my wonderful friend, Miss Alchemy. Fantastic streamer. She's going to be live tomorrow. Although she's going to be starting main story, but she's a really good person, so definitely check her out. And I'll be back in about a minute or two after our ads, so thank you guys for watching. Hang tight, we got 20 more. We're gonna go all the way to 200, so we'll see how it goes. So BRB, thank you for watching. Hang tight. Alrighty. Hello? Free trial? Hey, you know what? I do have that one. We do have the, I do have a actual command for the free trial, so... Alright. Let's do it. Stepping into 181, guys. 20 more. Easy. I forgot my hammer. I was trying to go for that first meteor drop, and I just didn't freaking do my hammer, but... It was like this. No complaints about it. Although, I was getting a little scared, because I was getting close to the second meteor dropping, and I wasn't really kind of accommodating for a second meteor dropping, but... Does it... I know, I'll try better next time, man. I kind of like YOLO'd the burst too. I'm like, I don't know what button I'm gonna hit. I'm just gonna hit these. No. I keep it simple, you know. Alright, let's step in, guys. 181 plus. Let's see how Pictomancer handles this set, shall we? One more boss to go. And it could be a doozy. The boss could be a doozy. Bless the raisin. I'm glad I got the raisin. Holy moly. My hello, Chimera. One more first. Nope, things still die up here. Doesn't matter what enemy they are, they're still dying. God damn it, that burst beam into wing into beam is just so good. Hey Soulchar. Currently can't afford to get DT. Really nice to watch someone who isn't showing spoilers. Shy Dragon, cheers man. I have no intention of doing MSQ on stream ever. And we're having a blast trying out these jobs in Deep Dungeon, the new jobs in. And that is what I do. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo. I'm only through like in terms of my MSQ experience, I'm only through like the first dungeon, so I'm not even that far myself. Haven't really had time to get into it. I mean, I want to. It's just, you know, currently time is a little limited, but it's all good. Oh well. I got one of my motifs up, guys. Should be proud. I got the one that mattered up. I don't want to proceed through because I need to check where these guys are facing. Oh yeah, if you didn't know about this, it was in an updated Endwalker. Hold on. That they added in the radial on the radials of everything, like the arrows that where they're facing and where they're pointing, right? So you can see forward and sides and flanks and whatnot. But originally that didn't exist. So this ice sprite over here, this ice sprite is a sight aggro. So we always had to watch literally like where it's facing just to know what direction it currently is so we can avoid the aggro. And the joke of the ice sprites was always like, okay, well, if it's sight, it must have eyes, and everyone was just like joking about, well, where are the eyes? Because obviously if it's sight, it has eyes. Of course, then you have the counterplay to that with the hecht eyes in kind of the lower floors, which have 10 eyes and they can't see because they're sound aggro, which is always great too. Enemies sometimes are funny, you know? Now you think the ice sprites are like magic aggro or like sound aggro or something, but no, those ones in particular are sight. So when they added in those radial arrows, the arrows on the radials, hold on, it made it so much easier to track the ice sprites because you could just look at which way they're facing that way. I actually wasn't even paying attention to what Corse was doing. Working on other things further in game, and I'm excited to get back to Deep Dungeon. Hey man, it's always here when you're ready. Especially with the new jobs, it's kind of fun. I mean, this is like the first expansion actually after 2 expansions that Deep Dungeon seems to have just stayed the same. In Shadowbringers, it broke. Deep Dungeon actually broke a little bit in Shadowbringers. And Endwalker, you had the stats push. So it's like the first time where like there doesn't seem to be any changes at all. It's exactly how you remember it. Kind of a weird thought, honestly. Okay, you're facing down. I might be able to sneak past you right now unless you decide to move. I would prefer not to fight this. He's gonna interrupt me like crazy. Bomb. Rage, okay. Yeah, sure. Let me start at the exit and go backwards. Hey Kosh, you can see the pinned post about the drops if you have any questions. Or you can just ask me directly and I'll let you know what I know. But there are Twitch drops for Final Fantasy XIV. All you gotta do is just watch. You can watch my stream, anyone else who has the drops on, you'll get rewards for 1 hour, 3 hour, and 6 hour accumulative time on stream. Mika, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna see if I can pull some chests here while I have an opportunity. What's Deep Dungeon? Oh, I'm so glad you asked what's Deep Dungeon. Deep Dungeon is completely side content in Final Fantasy XIV. This is Palace of the Dead of what you're looking for, of what you're looking at. There are 2 other ones, Heaven on High and Eureka Orthos. It is a randomly generated, this one in particular is a randomly generated 200 floor dungeon. Every instance is 10 floors, and you progressively climb with a save file. Each floor has random enemies that spawn to some extent. Random power-ups come from chests, some of which could be mimics if you're unlucky. And it's all about kind of making it through the floors, almost like a roguelike game. And it's in Final Fantasy XIV. Now, Deep Dungeon is designed for 4 people, but you can solo it, and there are achievements associated with trying to solo it. The Necromancer title that I have on me is for soloing this place in particular. What makes Deep Dungeon special, though, is that it is designed for 4 people, but if you go in with 1 person, the enemies do not scale. They are the same difficulty for 4 people as it is for 1 person. So if you're able to solo this place, you are doing a good or better than a team of 4. And that's, in my opinion, what makes this challenge very, very fun, you know? Movement skill does trigger sound aggro. Yes, movement skill will trigger sound aggro. That's right. 60 minutes to climb, so you'll see a clock on my right side of the screen. That's how much time I have in this instance. I need to get to 190 and beat 190 in 60 minutes. We are basically almost at the end. 200 floors of it. This is a piece of content that I've been doing for nearly 8 years. This Palace of the Dead is actually 8 years old. Just about. I was told by one of my buddies, Elvis, one of our amazing runners, tomorrow is the 5th year anniversary, I think, or the 6th year anniversary of Heaven on. Oh wait, they were together. Okay, is the 6th year anniversary of Heaven on High release. That's a little unfortunate, but we should be okay. I can't sleep any of them. Now here you have an interesting interaction. If I were to drop the Chimera first, the Wamora will actually heal both itself and the Chimera. So I need to kill the Wamora first, so it can't heal itself, it can only heal its friends. So it has to go first. But luckily we have enough damage to be okay there. But that would have been very kind of risky to deal with. I probably could have done it, but with my caster defense, it would have been very annoying. I will try to read that Game Master. Okay. Returning players after 7 years only played 2 months a day are wondering if I should try getting back into my 56 Paladin, or just start a new character. A different realm, or fence play. I would say it might be a good idea just to start fresh, since it's been so long. I mean, a lot of things have changed in 7 years, like a lot of things have changed in 7 years. Some things maybe even unrecognizable to you, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, especially if you're going with it with friends, that's probably a really good idea too. I would say go in fresh. That's my opinion. I mean, also it'll refresh you on the story, you know. So like stuff like that will be new to you now. Maybe you don't even remember the story. I'm not sure if you care about the story. But that steel was very big. I've been definitely carried by steel on this run. Steel increases my defense, which is huge considering how hard we are getting hit. Chest here. You can cross realm too, like that would be actually something worth doing too if you want to keep your character. Is that you could just like hop over, but then you can't. The only issue is you can't like join their FC and stuff. That would be the downside. I mean, you could at least play with your friends, but if they had an FC and you wanted to join their guild and everything, then you can't do that by just hopping over. How's MSQ going? I am just past the first dungeon as far as I've gone. Gauntlet, hello, welcome. Thank you. Even with steel, getting my ass kicked. To be fair, this thing does hit like a truck. Go here. Thank you for that follow, appreciate it. I'm gonna hold on to my last GC in case I need to pull the other ball. Which I don't. Alright, I'm going. And I checked that chest, that's a Serenity. Second Serenity. Alright, off we go. Yeah, 3 iterations of PvPs on some of my hotbars. Oh gosh. I think I deleted all my old ones. Now I just need to decide what job to play. Ability down is kind of bad for Picto. But I'm not gonna hesitate, we're gonna Serenity here. Because I do have the steel running. Like, a rage could be a consideration here, but I have steel running, which means I could fight things. So I'm gonna fight things as it is. Ability down on Picto is terrible. You only have your GCE cast, you can't do motifs, you can't do any of those spells because they're all abilities. So, I had to basically get rid of it, or it could be on the sword forever. Gonna carve a path. Oh wait, there's a patrol coming. Have I ever leveled Viper or Picto, or are they 80? So I actually did level Picto to 90 because I actually wanted to take it into the main story. So currently it's 91. Viper I have not touched outside of Deep Dungeon. We took it 1 to 200 in Palace of the Dead about 3 days ago. And it's currently sitting like a little over past halfway to 80. So tomorrow at 3 PM Eastern we are going to be doing Heaven on High Viper on stream. and that would push me to 81, which then would allow me to go into Eureka Orthos, which is my next destination after Heaven on High Palace. I don't see myself leveling Viper past what it is at the moment outside of like deep dungeon runs. I think I'll stick to Picto for now, and then we'll go from there. A lot of times I do level my jobs very slowly, but all I kind of care about is that by the time we get the next deep dungeon, which we're predicting in about a year, I will be about 91 for a majority of my jobs, because I just need to be 91 to enter that deep dungeon. And I have a whole year to do it, so I'm certainly in no rush to make that happen. Thanks for all those follows, guys, by the way. Hope everyone's having a lovely, what's today, Tuesday? Having a lovely release day for 14. We do have Twitch drops on, so if you guys are interested in the Choco 4 mount, which is like the Butterfinger mount, you just have to watch any Twitch stream that is playing in the Final Fantasy XIV Directory for a total of 6 hours. So if you want to get at least 2 hours in here, because I'll be going at least to 200, you get some time in and bank it in for the mount. Viper's one of those classes I really want to understand. I'm excited to see it at the higher levels, because I've only been exposed to the 60 kit, which isn't much to go with, but you know, it's a 60 kit, it's low level. I'm excited to see it at the higher level. That sprite is facing me. I think I just pull it right now. Oh, I didn't set up my stupid thing. Drops don't stack... Wait, drops don't stack together? They do. So, if you stay here for the first one, you get the first one, it'll go into the next one, and you just only have to wait an extra, like, 2 hours for the next one, so on and so forth. It's, like, weirdly worded on the Twitch drops. Like, in terms of cumulative time, you get the mount in 6 hours total. I think on Twitch, how it's explaining it is that you get the first one in the first hour, and then 2 hours later, you get the next one, and then 3 hours after that, you get the next one, which essentially is 6 hours. I think that's how they're kind of explaining it. But 6 hours total to get the mount. I'm making my way through. So the crawler is sound, the sprite is sight, the Wamora Kampa is sound, so I can walk right through here. We are literally RP walking, and they do not hear me if I am walking. Nice little strat there for getting through sound enemies. Steel again. Not going to complain. Let's do the bomb. Nothing over there. Viper's like Samurai, Reaper Ninja in 1. I'll tell ya, in my deep dungeon experience, taking it in for Palace of the Dead, it felt very Reaper-like, just with less things. Definitely had the Reaper vibe to it. Just no defenses, like no gauge to work with. Tank I like Warrior and later Gunblade. Feeling White Mage. The DPS what would probably be my main job, I have no idea. Same supplies, but Flex, Black Mage looks interesting. Well, one thing to bear in mind with this game is, I mean, you could try everything, and then you can do it all in one character, so you don't have to worry about, like, you know, if you level 1, you're kind of wasting your time away this way. Like, you can just totally swap off at any point. That's a good pickup. Let me clear the exit here. The treat is seeing Picto delete things in Palace. It's doing a pretty good job on that, isn't it? I do feel a lot more comfortable on Pictomancer and Palace than I did in Heaven on High, that's for sure. It could also be because I'm just more comfortable on the job, period. That could also check out. But, this does feel a lot better. A lot more in my wheelhouse. No, steel. Damn. Look, I'm not complaining about the steel. Just keep giving me steals to make my life easier. Okay, now, do I consider doing a flight already? Probably not, because I'm just on cruise control. We just keep going as it is. You say Machinist is still King in Palace. Well, I would say if you have dual Kings, a lot of people will make a case for Warrior. And I'm not going to even dispute that. Warrior is fantastic. And they play so differently from Machinist, so it's even hard to kind of compare like a one-to-one between them. But in terms of Dawntrail, and I imagine your question, Eska, it kind of relates to that. It's like, okay, we're in Dawntrail, so how does Machinist look? From all intents and purposes, nothing's really changed. I mean, Deep Dungeon in itself has basically stayed the same, and from my understanding, Machinist is pretty much not that much different right now. especially in 60. So whatever you know of beforehand and before this expansion in Endwalker, they all basically apply. So Machinist is still popular, Warrior's still popular, you can toss in like Reaper, Sage, which I think are getting popular. Nothing's really changed with them, it's just people are kind of trying those jobs out and having success with them, that's all. But good picks on those fronts. Now right now, to me, where does Pictomancer stand? Because Pictomancer has been really good. But I think what's gonna bring it down a little bit is just that it's still a caster. And a caster means lower defense. A caster means casting. And I think there are just gonna be people who just don't enjoy casting, you know, at the end of the day. So what can you do about it, right? The instant GCDs of Machinist is appealing because you just run, gun, and move. Here you have to stop and go, stop and go. But the power is just what's really interesting about this class. It's giving a lot of power, so maybe it makes up for that, I don't know. I'm gonna have to maybe like see about what other people think in general about this class, but it's really pushing and giving quite a lot. And I really like it. I do like this a lot. I liked it in Heaven on High, even though I felt like it was pretty difficult in Heaven on High. But this was a good experience. I saw Fan kill Behemoth. Yeah, I took a little longer. I killed him before the second meteor. The first meteor dropped and the second meteor was going in. I didn't kind of line up my burst as good as I wanted to, but it's okay. We got through, which is important. I mean, I'm definitely probably going to run back Pictomancer in the future again, so I'm probably going to try it again. Reaper is fun, especially after you get enshrouded. 90 Reaper, at least in Eureka Orthos, definitely I agree, it was fun. Well, I mean, honestly, I actually really like the Reaper run in Palace, even in its 60 kit. The thing that worked for Reaper, even though Reaper 60 was like chill, like not that many buttons similar to Viper, it still had a lot of its utility and everything. Egress was great for movement. Your shielding was fantastic for this content, especially when you're looking at something like Godfather. Like, man, was it good. So it had some really good things going for it, and its damage felt very powerful. Like, it feels actually overpowered compared to the other melees in general. So it had that going for it in terms of This damage is being done without strength too. Yeah, it is being done without strength. Yeah. The full burst is nutty and on here. I played Reaper before this expansion, and Viper feels so similar to the fun. I keep accidentally hitting my Reaper rotations on Viper. I can see that, sir. Nope, I'm talking. I can see my thing moving. Mughal Mage does seem like it would be fun. I like it. I mean, I've been liking it so far, personally. I don't see any chests here. I'm gonna work this room then. I'm gonna check the chest first in case it's a minute. Hey, Stray. We do have drops activated. If you have any questions about it, just you're more than... Oh, come on. Alright, well, guess I'm not getting the chest first because that sprite just blocked me. Watch my AoE because I would clip the crawler if I tried to go in. Thanks for these follows, guys. I'm sure you're a little tired of hearing it. I am not. One of my feelings of Picto here, I am not. You didn't hear me say it, so I'll tell you. It's strong. The opening burst in general is so powerful. It's very impressive to me. You can argue that it's probably the strongest burst in all the 21 jobs, if everything lines up correctly. Another steal, oh my god. This one wants you guys to see all the way to 200 if I'm gonna keep picking up steal right now. I'm not complaining. You know, I don't mind an entertaining, like, really sweaty run, but at the same time, a comfy run is also pretty cool too. Yeah, I'm really gonna be analyzing this job as we go through, especially when I finish it up in Eureka Orthos. Just to see where it stacks up with everything, you know? And also to see what the other guys in the community kind of think about it too. That's something that I want to check out as well. Alright, I still need another kill. Who do I have? I have to go over here for that. Thank you so much for the jobs. Hey! Yo, cheers. Thank you for watching. I mean, look, I'm not doing anything. I'm just playing the game that I love to play. Really easy for me, so it's nothing off me. I'm just glad that you're here together. Also, thanks for the confirmation as well. That does help in terms of just, you know, anyone listening, wondering if you're getting drops, it does give that feedback, so it's nice. Okay, the next Deep Dungeon has some kind of large departure from the standard formula. What would I like it to be? Mega, almost like Hades. I would say closer to Hades. The idea of Hades is like really cool, that you kind of go in with like a different kit each time you start the run. Maybe arguably like a method you can think about, instead of farming Ether Pool with silver chests, is that the exit that you pick or the path that you take is how you level your armor. So you can like decide to level one but not the other, so on and so forth, you know? I think that would be kind of cool. So it becomes a little bit more pick your own type of challenge, adventure, something like that. Maybe on a certain job you don't want the armor. Maybe on a certain job you do want the armor, you know? And a little bit more on the fly that way. That would be kind of cool. Please share steals. I'm stealing everyone's steal apparently. This should be all I need. Okay, time is actually interesting. It's kind of on time, but I still feel kind of okay without using much right now. This is danger. Okay, no trap. Definitely needs to play more like a roguelike in my opinion. The genre has so much possibility. It really does. And it's such a popular one even as of now. So Pokemon. Something I was thinking about was getting lost actions in place of managed light demis and getting the ability. As long as, see, that is not a terrible idea as long as it's properly balanced. I mean, just imagine a caster with like Flare Star. That's so broken, you know? He needs to at least balance it in a way that makes a lot of sense. I think now would be a good time to strength. Yeah, sure. I think I can block Tail Scoop with my shield. Nope, just kidding. It did block damage, it's just not enough. Something like a deep dungeon where going up the floors unlocks certain abilities really nutty. Yeah, I think Hades is a really good example of a very solid roguelike to take inspiration from. I think it'd be kind of cool. Chimera's next. I really want to fly with the Strength of Steel running right now. Don't want to ignore chests though, because we've been definitely getting carried by checking chests, so we want to keep checking the chests. Thanks for that follow, Super C. Appreciate it. That Vin third, as Mr. Omniross calls him, Uncle Benny. Uncle Benny moving around in there, one of the easier ones to pull. Definitely pulling it. Our favorite uncle who bails us out of our tight spot. I read balls. I think it's been a while. It's been a long day. Dino? I have like not the big burst quite yet. He's balling? Okay, fair. Maybe I did see him. Hey, thanks for that ball. Appreciate it. Look at this damage, it's insane! And now I can get to the next floor. Oh, hold on. Not gonna make the same mistake. Right. Intuition, love it, not going for it. Not danger. By the way, a plug for you guys. If anyone is aspiring Deep Dungeon Palace of the Dead, one of our dear buddies, Mr. Delicious Airbound, had made a video talking about every single trap location in 151+. Really awesome video. So if you're kind of that kind of person who kind of wants those little bits of information and like kind of little bit of aid there, you know, a really good study material for that, because it's really good information. And so occasionally I've been saying like this is not danger room. So there's certain rooms that he's named to kind of give them a little bit of a system so you can remember it. And so there's one room in particular that has like a wall trap literally on the wall. And I'm looking for that particular room as I'm going through. And I'm looking actually at the ceiling because we can actually kind of tell based on the way the room looks and the features of the room that tells us that that room is, you know, so on and so forth. So that's why you might see me look towards the ceiling sometimes, because I'm trying to see if I can identify that room. And there's only a very few number of traps that actually are along like the really tight. Even if you hug the wall, no matter how tight you are, you will hit these traps. It's like kind of good to know where those are, so you can kind of avoid it. You know, cause a little less damage to your run, if you will. That is 2 chimeras and a Vinther coming in. Where are y'all going? I'm going this way. I'm gonna take this Vinther with me. Dragon Horse. Oh, yes. I love this for me. I might... Oh, I'm gonna totally die here. I don't know what I'm gonna do here. So... I'm gonna try to rage, but this is gonna be very risky here. Yeah. I tried to see if I can get through, but that's way too risky. It's fine. I'm gonna re-raising here. Just a waste of a rage. I shouldn't have raged. I should have just taken the death, but it's okay. It was way too much, and that was the downside of me not having a witching. Like, not having the witching literally killed me there. Because I had nothing to go for. I should have just taken the death there. I guess I got 1 kill, but I didn't recognize the chimera that was on top of me was doing Vans for it, because there was too much to track. Alright, now we gotta really button up a little bit. I'm gonna have to make up that rage. I have to basically play like I never had it to begin with. Do you feel Picto takes Summoner's spot? I think it has potential. The thing that Summoner has going for it is its mobility. That's where it's really strong on Summoner, so it might be a little tricky, but the damage that this is providing could potentially make up for that, you know what I'm saying? That Chimera's coming back. I don't have much place to fight. I might wait for this Chimera. They're all coming back already? I've done Viper in Palace. Tomorrow I will do it in Heaven on High. We did clear on Viper and Palace. You're going that way. You're going that way. Okay, I'm pulling you. Thank you for those follows, guys. Appreciate it. I need to observe where the other Chimera goes before I do my next pull. I don't want to just pull immediately, because both of them could come at me. I'm gonna see where they go and adjust. One is this way, and the other... They're both this way. Okay, I'm gonna adjust. Pull it. I can fight here, I got a lot of room. Which is kind of where I was originally fighting to begin with. Nope, I'm not getting that off. Longer cast, not getting that one off. Watching my back because I have the Scorpion behind me. And then this Chimera should be coming back soon, but I think I have enough time to kill this before it becomes a problem. Kind of put myself in not the greatest situation here. Appreciate those follows, guys. Thank you so much. A little further. Okay, next Chimera in. I'm gonna wind up my burst here. Holding. I'm not gonna shoot that beam because I might actually clip the dino that's over there. So wait for a second, re-angle. Gonna wait for a telegraph here. Bag voice in. Casting the motif. Okay, we're good. One little mishap, but it's okay. We'll see how the next floor gives me. The lack of the witching is killing me right now. Hey Commander, I'm doing great today. Hope you're doing great. Thank you for the last 3 hours. Sprout here trying to get the DT on main story. Got me excited to try some. Hey yo, let's go, Cajun. I love this content. This is the place to be if you want to try to solo this content. We've been here. I've been doing this content since its release 8 years ago, and I still love it. This was the thing I was most excited about, was hopping into the new classes in here, and in the other deep dungeons too. So, Profit! Thank you for that prime, I really appreciate it. Okay, let's see how the next couple floors go. Viper, I need to get to the higher floors for Viper first before I really have a good impression, so I'm gonna hold off my commentary on that one. Picto, though, has been a lot of fun, definitely a lot of fun. Okay, what are my options? It doesn't look great on my options right now. Oh, it is just not good. I don't have options. If I Strength Steel, I can probably delete this floor. Is that what I want to do? I don't have silver chests. Maybe I do a Strength Steel, I do a flight combo so that I can make it through to the next floor, and then we go from there. I think that's what I'm leaning into right now. Do another affluence as well. That loss is actually pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna kill the Chimera first, which I know I can do without buffs. So let's get him down, and then we Strength Steel for the rest of this, which should be okay. Presumably. Now, the thing that's gonna be tricky with that is just my burst will be on and off, and I need to make sure, like, I kind of get it timed pretty well. Otherwise, it can get a little spicy. As someone easily intimidated by Palace of the Dead, even in a team, I just want to say I'm super impressed with the gameplay. Hey, Mango, cheers. I mean, you know, I have been here for a while, so I'd want to think that at least I have some good experience in here. I mean, we make our mistakes too, but it's all about, you know, keeping the run going, recovering, and then going. Like this was gonna be a nice clean run, but you know, we added a little bit of spice to it unintentionally. But this is a tough challenge, and it challenges you in really interesting ways, which is one reason why I really love the content a lot. Strength Steel going out. I think what I want to do is, based on my burst, I will fight certain enemies. So, I don't have my full burst here, so I'm gonna pull the Scorpion first way back, because I want to make sure I don't get dragged in by the worm. What this is gonna benefit me right now is that he's going to break my shield with Tail Screw. He's gonna put a slow on me, but it gives me into diminishing returns. So the next slow after this will be slower than 20. It'll be like 10 seconds after that. And my cast isn't really that long either. So that's one down. We're gonna pull the next one here. Presumably I do get hit with Tail Screw, and it gives me an even less slow. We're really kind of deleting them. So it's kind of a nice thing to see also. After this I will deal with the worms. Watching my... Oh, I don't have heals running. Okay, that's not good. Have to use that potion before I really wanted to. So now you see a 10-second slow, which is really nice. That is not getting off. Please get off. Okay. Little heal here, here. I have my shield coming back up. I'll do another Scorpion next. I will have my shield ready for this pull. And I have hammer ready for the pull as well. I may not need the shield, which would be ideal. Nope. I need it. Okay, now my bigger issue is... Okay, I do have my bigger burst, but I don't have hammer for the thing. Hey! Yo, thank you for that. Just came into solid Picto eating those mobs like breakfast. How is Picto working? What are the utilities and weaknesses aside from mimic pox? Hey, thank you for that super chat over there on YouTube. Well, its strength is certainly its power. The burst is insane. The weakness is definitely its defense, it being a caster, and if all of your burst is kind of down, you kind of do feel very vulnerable. Like right now, I'm in casting phase and I don't have a burst to go with, so I'm kind of just hoping I kill this fast enough in time. We should, but that's kind of where you see the weakness of this strong. Yeah, it's very strong otherwise. It's really good. It does have a shield where it's a 2-minute recast. However, if the shield breaks, think of it like TBN with the Blackest Knight with Dark Knight. You actually recover. It cuts 1 minute off the cooldown, which is really nice utility. And with a caster like this, your defense being really weak, it's pretty easy to break it. Let's just say that. Really easy to break the shield. Okay, I had to kill everything on this floor, which means the Frost Dragon's left. Not only that, it's 2 Frost Dragons. Ayo. Pulling. We're gonna shield kind of right away, because it'll open with Frostbite. It should break it right away. There's the Frostbite. Look at this Flood Dragon, dude. It has been obliterated. And it just respawned another one because it needed more help. And I need to pull another one. Jesus Christ. My shield is kind of going to be available in 30 seconds. I don't have quite the burst ready, so I'm going to wait for my HP to come back here. You know what, actually? You know what I'm doing while I'm waiting? Check this chest. How much XP am I getting? Not much. I'm 91 right now in Picto, so I don't know how much I'm getting. So the XP here is not fantastic, but, you know, if you're here for the... Yeah, okay. That is actually one reason why I went to check this chest, because this would actually be an easier fight than the Cross Dragon. F those Flood Dragons. Yeah, well, I did. We got rid of them real good. What just happened to that Scorpion's teleport? It deleted. The mob kill time. Yeah, with full burst roundup, it's very good. Really good stuff. So now I need to hope that I get off the next floor. Oh, nice. Okay, I get off the next floor within the Strength and Steel. The downside is I did Serenity this floor, so I'm down to 2. So if we get another bad debuff floor, it could be a little annoying. May look into Raging the last floor, but it depends. Hey, you know, Wicked Sephiroth, it just takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot to go with it. I mean, this challenge, no matter how you do it, even though we talk about, you know, what could be potentially easier, ideal for a job to take in, this challenge in itself is not easy by any stretch of the imagination, right? It'll take some time, it'll take some grinding, but over the course of, you know, trying it out, you'll get better. We've had people take literally 3 years on the content before they got the clear, you know, not to say that you have to wait 3 years, but people have taken a while and it's perfectly fine. You'll clear it when you clear it. Those are the gamers that never gave up on the challenge, you know, it's pretty badass. I need to make the most of this bug. They should be out of that. I appreciate all these follows, guys. So many of you, but thank you for all of it. Hope you're all having a lovely release day. 14. Lion's Breath. I do want to try to get the chest. I did affluence this floor, so there should hopefully be some chest. There is at least one over there. Okay. Is there anything here? There is a chest here. Oh, well... That is a treasure room, but it isn't blocking me, although there could be... there doesn't seem to be any worse over there. I'd love to get to that chest that's there, but unless that other cross dragon moves, I can't really do anything about it. Hey Rebel Kitty, how you doing? How's the stream? Great. How's Picto and Palace? Amazing. In my opinion, anyway. There are worms in here. I think you're too far. Oh, I did. Okay. It's very strong with its bursts. You'll see, once I have my burst bound up, you'll see the enemy's HP just delete, and it's so fast too. It almost feels, it does feel almost more satisfying than a reassembled drill compared to Machinist, but of course the downside is here when I'm trying to stay alive and my burst is down. But, you know, it's the pros and cons of the job. Oh, they just moved, but they swapped positions. Okay, I actually did get out in time, but I don't think I could sneak any chests. There actually is no gold chest here. There's only the gold chest by the dragon, which... No, I'm not. I'm not gonna do this. I'll just go to the next for it. More than likely, I rage it. I do have a lot of time, so if we get a lot of mimics, I could probably get away with it, but if I die, that's gonna be really bad. Double Moogles, it's insanely strong if it's lined up correctly. Man, that doesn't help. But I do have a lot of chimeras, so that puts me at 1 Serenity, which is interesting. Unfortunate. This is actually a really good room right now to dodge these chimeras, and there's at least 5. I'll fight them. I got fortunate with my spawn here, because there's so much room to play with. The one I want is back here at the moment. That one. I'm going to Purity. It's okay if I get another Mimic, it's fine. There's a 6 Chimera, so there's at least 6 of them floating around. We have more than enough kills here. This is just like Viper. Viper was in the same situation where I had like 6 or 7 Chimeras running around the room, although I was in a really bad room. But that was my 189 on Viper. I do have to watch my time though, because time is not entirely perfect. I need to get to the boss with about 8 minutes plus, maybe about 7 minutes if I'm pushing it. So I need to get off this floor in about 5-6 minutes. I got caught in the corner there. Okay, boy. Thanks for these follows, guys. Gonna get the other ones on their way back. I still need to find the altar room as well, because it could be blocking me. I need to take that into consideration. Good. 2 Chimeras coming back. The other ones are not on either side. I might consider re-strengthing, actually. Do I want to strength? Actually, I think I do. I'm gonna strength now, again, because time is a little bit tight here. I think it's gonna benefit me killing these things a lot faster. So I'm gonna go with the strength, and it like 60 minutes is where I wanted to strength, because it's an 8-minute buff. So at least I get the full duration of it-ish. It was a little bit late, but we'll take it. I wanted the one from the back, not the front. See what's is mimics, but I need to check if it's the exit or not. If it's not the exit, I don't bother these guys. It's not the exit. So let's hunt down the other chimeras, kill all of them. If I need an extra kill, I'll strength, I'll steal, kill whatever I need to go, and try to go into the exit as fast as I can. Now, there's still a possibility there's a treasure room somewhere, because I haven't located all the rooms yet. It doesn't seem like it, but there are 3 more chimeras that are floating down here. Man, the Chimera. Oh my god, it got deleted out of the shrine. Holy crap. That was almost like a full burst there. Unreal with that burst. These things are like one of the higher HP pools in all of Palace of the Dead. And just to see it melt like that is just crazy. It's mind-blowing people have achieved this on Astro. It took me 6 months in Astro. Black Mage a lot less than that, but Astro took me a while to get through. I mean, Picto, granted it's very strong, it's not too far off of Black Mage in my opinion. You still have the weakness of your caster defense, but it kind of makes it up because of the damage that it's outputting. That's where it kind of like covers up the squishiness, I feel like, because things are dying fast enough. You love just having to spam Scathe? Well, to be fair, like, you know, how you manage Black Mage, I don't know how you manage it now because it's a lot different. But actually trying to cast as much as you can is the way to go with Black Mage. It's what makes it challenging, honestly, is trying to get as much cast as you can from Black Mage. Doing your fire starters, thunderclouds, that's how I did it in Endwalker. I guess the exit's by the Frost Dragon, which it is. Not a good place to be right now because I have those stupid worms on me. This may not be enough, but it might be okay because I might be able to get out once I steal. Rams voice now. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna steal, no hesitation here. I just gotta move now, because I need to do this within time. Worm's going out. Need to watch the angle of this beam, because I don't want to clip the claw, because I do not have witching. Okay. Worm next. Gonna shield the tail screw. Stop. Okay. I'm not out. Okay, that's fine. Man, the kill count, I gotta move. I'm gonna bring the in-game music here. I'm taking the Scorpion. Oh, this is actually a bad timing because I didn't have anything ready for this. Fine, I think. Re-strength right now because I'm certainly gonna have to do it on the boss. I'm gonna be getting the bomb chart. We use a bomb chart, by the way, which you can save if you want to, guys. This kind of shows us where the bombs will spawn, which does help, and I'm just gonna need it for a little bit of extra insurance here. Gotta move. Don't have too much of a luxury to chill here. First Lust going down to try to couple it with the bomb here. Gonna try to hit both of them at the same time. Which I am. Waiting for Sap to come out. That hurts. Get dead in 4 shots. Gonna get this last one. Okay. Oh man, you gotta relax, dude. Okay, should be good. I have Addle coming in here too. I'm gonna Addle in a second. Addle here, potion. We should be okay here. Okay, next first bomb is gonna be to the east. And I gotta be careful not to cast my motifs when the bombs are here. Even my Even my hammer, I cannot cast it because it is AoE, so be careful. There's one thing I may have to really tell myself, do not cast your motifs, do not cast your motifs. Okay, first bomb down. Gonna sprint. Nice damage. I'm gonna reapply the Lust right now before it ticks down to 0 on the thing, so I do 1 hit to retain the vulnerability. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna recast some of my motifs while I have a chance here. I do not have a potion running. Oh boy. Okay, I need some distance. Okay, we're good. I only got hit once, so that's good. A lot of my other cooldowns are not available here, so I need to be very careful not to drop that potion, because I just did. Next bomb is going to be southeast. I'm playing a little safe here. Okay, that should be a good position. Cast my motifs here while I'm waiting. Sprinting, getting the potion back up. Next bomb is going to be in the middle again. I'm going to actually hold on to my Mog for the center. That's a dead ad. I'm going to recast my Lust in a bit. He's going to hit me here and should break the shield. Okay, Lust coming out in a second, right about here. 1 hit to reapply. Potion back up. Gonna cast 1 motif going in. Addle. Next bomb is gonna be to the northeast. I'm really far away from it, but we should be okay. He should travel all the way over here. Probably. Otherwise, I'm gonna push it. I'm gonna push it. Okay, good. That's like how you typically are really kind of supposed to do the mechanic that wherever the bomb is, you just like hit it and then it moves it over. But, I was a little bit far from that. This boss did freaking melt though, like his HP is really low. Like Reaper would kill it right before the 4th bomb comes out. And we're about to kill it like soon. Insane damage. Definitely one of the highest I've seen. Thank you for that follow, I appreciate it. 0.9. Before the 4th bomb comes out. Bass. The triple lust. Alright, no problem. Got a little spicy the one time because I had no heals and I was just going, oh. And then I also dropped my potion, but pretty smooth. Pretty smooth. Pictomancer for you, man. It's strong as hell. You can check the pinned post, by the way, for the information on drops. You can also just ask me directly if you want to. Yeah, what up, Chila? It's going pretty well so far. Thanks for all these follows, guys, by the way. So many of you. It's nice to meet all of you. I hope you're having a wonderful beginning of your Dawntrail experience. If you started off today or since Dawntrail and all that stuff. So, were I using shield? I was. It just... I wasn't using shield the way I wanted it to. I opened the shield with the lusts, which was kind of where the tank buster was, and I think it was like not lining up to the tank buster, and I was just basically trying to use it on cooldown, but I should have really lined it up on the tank buster better. I was only able to look earlier with house. Good, it's strong. Palace Picto... Oh, Red Mage mobility is superior in my opinion, but the case that you're looking at for Pictomancer is more like, if you're dealing so much damage, is mobility even a factor, right? Like, if I open with Sprint, and I pull an enemy, and I full burst it as I'm running away from it with all my OG CDs and it's dead, it's kind of a moot point. It doesn't matter what the mobility is, it's dead, you know? Like, Red Mage, like, okay, for like a long fight, Red Mage mobility would be superior, because you kind of cast and move, so you have that kind of cadence. With Pictomancer, you kind of have that, unless you're casting motifs, then you have to stand there for 3 seconds. So it's a little awkward, because that's where a lot of your damage is coming in. But for, like, enemy to enemy, it's a different situation, because it's like, you know, if it's dead before it even gets to you, it doesn't really matter anymore. Yeah, and Machinist is like that. Machinist, you can keep running without stopping, and you still maximize your damage. It can be awkward, but we do have this thing that we call stagger kiting, where if you correctly kind of back away from the enemy as they're coming at you, you can actually mitigate damage that way, because they have a hard time reaching you. It's an interesting tech. Red Mage can definitely pull that off really well, but it's hard to do, but it is something that you can pull off. Thank you for that, Prime gaming with Shogun. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. We are into 191, Miss Sheila. I hope you're doing well over there. The last 10, guys. It's been a 10-hour stream. 11-hour stream. We got one more set of floors. Alright, cheers. Hey, Cog. Thank you, man. It's a pleasure having you around. Thank you for posting the Discord as I was going through. Appreciate it. Basically, 25% uptime with Sprint. It's good. I like it. Work busy, but glad to hear. Yeah! Palms look pretty good. I blew a Rage because I aggroed like 3 Chimera, 1 Vinthird, and a Scorpion. And I had this brilliant idea that I would get out with a Rage, and I killed one thing and died. So, I kind of threw a Rage out the window, but it's okay. We're still kind of in a decent spot, I feel like. Now working on... Hell yeah, dude. Picto is also just better. I feel like in the context of Palace, I do feel like Picto is superior to Black Mage by a long shot. Is it superior to Summoner? It's a toss-up to me. I gotta probably run back Summoner to see, but... Yeah, you know, Chila? Same brain, same wavelength on that one. I don't know. I mean, Summoner kiting is so good, right? I mean, if you don't get touched in Summoner, it doesn't matter how long your damage takes. Pictomancer, it's like weird. It's like, okay, the kiting is decent, but I mean, if you kill it before it gets to you, then it doesn't matter in that sense. Summoner, on the other hand, it's like it does take a little bit long to kill something, but if it's still also having a problem reaching you, and it's dead before it really touches you, that's... You know? What about Viper? This is what I had to work with Viper for Palace of the Dead. Mind you, Viper unlocks at 90. But I first took in Viper in Palace of the Dead and built my hotbar from 1 to 60, so I don't have anything past 60 on the hotbar. That's my hotbar for Viper. That is what I had to work with Palace. So, you know, take that as you will. Does it look simple? Maybe that's a good thing, maybe that's a bad thing, but that's literally Viper. It was kind of just, you know, it's okay. I would definitely say other melees probably have a you know, a little bit more of a better chance of like getting through, but here. Mobility in long fights, Pictomancers simply make every fight short. Yeah. So it becomes an interesting discussion about what Picto is bringing to the table, and like how do you rank it with the other jobs at the moment. The strength is insane, but then is it good? And like, is it performing well? Because I'm used to Deep Dungeon and I know how to play it. Like, what about a new player? Like, what if a new player hops in for the first time in Picto? Like, would they have the same efficiency? I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I guess you guys can tell me eventually if you try it, but I don't know. And that's why I'm curious about, right? Kind of the adjustment to what the job's capable of from the very beginning. I would argue Pictomancer is better than Summoner. You have more control over your burst, and you can cast a shield anytime unlike Summoner's shield not being castable all the time. Well, the shield is a longer cooldown though. And you have to be a little bit tactical with that shield, but Viper feels so jank when dealing with other job muscle memory over a decade. GCD is like a cancer in a way since it's only a couple buttons. Yeah. I just hope we get new data. Well, signs point that we will. Essentially we just don't have a name, but it really looks like we're getting a new deep dungeon. So I would assume it's less technical than Black Mage. Picto does have rage. It does not have rage. I'm sorry, it does not have raids. No raids for Pictomancer. Is it less technical than Black Mage? I guess that might be a subjective question, because I find Pictomancer pretty technical in a sense. I think Black Mage, it's technical by retaining your uptime. In Pictomancer, there's no worry necessarily about uptime outside of trying to get your motifs up, which is, you know, could be hard. But that's the only thing that you really have to really worry about. And I mean, you have Swiftcast for it. Black Mage, on the other hand, like, you have to balance between survival and then maintaining damage, because your fallback on Black Mage is Scathing, which is not what you want to do, but I mean, if you're in a panic, then that's what you do, because you can't even hardcast Fire, you can't even hardcast Fire 4. Whereas Picto, like, it's kind of similar in that mark, but you still have pretty quick GCDs on your regular thing that you can actually do decent damage even if you're kind of on the back step. We are gonna walk into 191 coming up. Debating on pushing while fresh or sitting on it and sleeping. I would never suggest deep dungeon when you're sleepy. That's kind of a recipe for disaster in my opinion, so maybe not. Not as changed as Black Mage. Yeah, I would say a little bit more free, because my burst sometimes is up and sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it comes up later, and I'm just waiting for it to happen. Whereas Black Mage, you're always trying to stay on that rotate. Well, again, I'm speaking of Endwalker Black Mage, so I don't know what it is for Dawntrail. Bear that in mind. I do want to take in Black Mage very soon, but yeah, these for Endwalker Black Mage, you kind of had a bit of a had a bit of the restriction on your rotation and maximizing damage, so you had to make sure that you put a lot of optimization in getting it out there. But just antsy? I feel you, man, but start up another file. Zamoka, if you have an open one, do that instead. You know, let it go on a different file, so at least you're still feeling like you're doing something. Could do that. Alright, team. I gotta hit ads. However, we are gonna step right into the last set. I'm game, I'm feeling good. Don't need to take a break. We only got 10 more floors, and then I'll take my break after that. So, we'll hit a set of ads, we'll step into 191, and then there'll be no ads for the rest of it once you guys are finished. First and foremost, I welcome everybody watching the stream. Thank you guys for being here. This is what I do on this channel. We do a little bit of variety here and there as well. But we do focus on Deep Dungeon a lot. A little bit of PvP, but mainly Deep Dungeon solo. That is our thing. If any of you guys are ever interested in starting your own journey with Deep Dungeon solo, especially in this expansion, join our Discord. We have so many helpful people that will be willing to offer just any information that you need. Also, stepping into Dawntrail, the game just released, and if you haven't inputted your full code that we got like last week into this week, make sure you do that, otherwise July 5th rolls around and you may not have access to the game. That'd be really awkward. So make sure that you had gotten that email or check your order on your Square Enix account for that code. This applies to PC, Steam, maybe Mac. Does not apply to console. So, I think Steam has a different way of doing it. Like, I think it has a CD key that you apply to. But just make sure that that code is ready to go so that you don't have an awkward situation on Friday. And lastly, we are having our Twitch drops on. We have 1 more hour on stream. I'm sure I'm going to be able to find someone amazing after we go to raid out to. So if you need more time for your Twitch drops, we'll find someone for you guys to watch and keep entertained that way. So you access by right-clicking the game. Yeah, Steam is different. I play on PC, so I don't know how Steam goes. I know there's like a different process to it, but either way, I think you have to initiate something just to make sure that you're good to go by the 5th. So just a PSA on that, if you haven't done it already, give it a check on your various systems, just so you're good to go. So thank you again for all these follows. Is there a new Deep Dungeon coming out in DT? If you check out the Dawntrail teaser website for NA, it'll actually say new Deep Dungeon. From my understanding from the JP side of things, it actually still says new plans for Deep Dungeon, but Mr. Happy had asked Yoshi P about Deep Dungeon, and basically the gist of that conversation was he feels that there probably is a deep dungeon. It's going to follow similar formulas, so like Palace 7 on high EO. But more than likely there will be one. If you're gonna see one, you're looking at it about 7.35, so about a year from now. I would say about 7.2 is when you want to look out for, because you might start seeing the initial information for the content. But they could throw a curveball, they could throw it earlier, I don't know, we don't know that. I mean, the initial keynote was new plans for Deep Dungeons, so that could mean a myriad of things. Maybe they changed the schedule. But that's at least what we're expecting, but we pretty much should know that there is a Deep Dungeon at the very least. Hey, it was nice seeing his journey, and I gotta admit that, like, you know, that even him stepping in for one night was a big boost for the content, so I can't complain. It says new plans for Deep Dungeon. Fair. We should be getting a field operations that should be coming, and I'm very excited if the duels come in, because duels were my favorite content. Boja duels, so good, and we progged it blind on stream when that came out. Oh, that was so much fun trying to solo that. Oh, good stuff. But alright, team. Hit the ad. Again, 3 minutes on Twitch, a little less on YouTube. After that, no more ads for the rest of the stream, and we will step into 191. I hope this goes well. We'll try my best. You guys might see the full 200, the full 200 on today's stream. We've been here 11 hours. Let's get this done. Thanks for all those follow, guys. All right, I'm gonna hit the ad. BRB. Let's do this. BRB. All right, 191. Let's do this. Boot up. I have one raising, so I need to make sure that I play this very well. Let's go. I think I have one strength, right? Pretty sure, yeah. 2 rages are good. 3 of everything else is good. I'm gonna do an affluence alteration here, which I usually like to start off with. I don't like doing the alteration later. I think it's dangerous. Especially when you're dealing with a lot of undead, so you won't see me use it past like 95, kind of. Cancel my own damn cast. Okay. The fly traps, when we were doing Viper, were like kind of like stay away from. On the flip side, on Picto, they're going to be things I want to pull, because they'll be pretty easy to deal with. Because they're not going to come at me and they attack really slow. You're like, thank you, Wallen, I appreciate you, man. Interrupt me. Interrupt my painting. Pretty easy mob for range, nightmare for melee, like I said. Gonna pull this fly trap. Oh, I didn't do my thing. Oops. I didn't do my motif. Fine, we'll be fine. I can't stop picturing Realm from 6. Hey, look, it Pictomancer lore-wise is kind of resembling Realm, and that is like their main leader is Realm. That's what they talk about, which is kind of cool. Alright, holding my GCD here. Gonna pop this. Okay, let me prep just in case it's a mimic. Strength is great. I might use that strength right now. I'm gonna pull the Corse without steal. We'll see how it goes on Picto. Oh, it seemed to have gone very well on Pictomancer. I mean, I made sure I had the full burst there, but that's just crazy. That's not even a contest right there. It didn't survive like 5 seconds. Like, even like on Machinist, I would be scared to pull it with a full burst without steal on. Like, it's 50-50 for me to kill that without steal. Meanwhile, full burst on Picto, it's dead. It's insane. Welcome back on the ads, guys. Thank you for your patience. No more ads for the rest of the stream. You know, I really want to get to this chest, but I think I might go. It's just I have to kill both of them just to get up, just to get through there. They're all blocking the chest. God damn it, dude. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna kill you. And it's gonna be a mimic probably, but whatever. It's the fate that I've decided. Okay, I'm gonna get this bronze chest. Hippograph. I guess I don't get the chest. I think I get the mummy if I try to... Yeah, I'm gonna wait a second. Ooh, hold... Oh, come on, man. You gotta be kidding me on that aggro. Fine, I'll fight it. Thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. I want to drag this out because if I do my AoE, I might clip the Hippograph. I'm gonna angle a little bit here. Good. No, patience. Open it after I kill the enemy. Witching. Oh, that's so good. I've been so dry on witching on this run. Mostly my fault, but the witching gets me out of really bad situations. Yeah, that's good. Good pickup. Ah, nice Korgans. I'm going to Fortune here because of the Korgans. I don't know what's behind me yet. Another Corse. Do I have a burst? Not yet. Okay. Alteration. I'll do it more than afterwards. 2 Corses coming at me. Thank you for that follow. I could take 1, not 2. 3. Actually, I have the secret, the formula for actually wanting to do a resolution, so I might do that. Although I'm concerned about the damage down. I think I could still kill them in 2 shots, but it's a little bit questionable. So let me wait for them to separate from each other, and I will do the resolution here. So it is a rule that I try to go with the resolution, that if I see at least 3 or more, I will try to do a reso to eliminate the Corse patrols. It is 3 shots. It's fine. I figured as much, so I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to double. There's a lot. There is a lot of patrols! So this makes it worth it, because now I don't have to dodge them the entire time. Yeah, this was totally worth it. Thank you for that follow. Yeah, do a head count of like minimum 3. And if you had to like just like go around these guys the entire duty, man, it's a lot of time loss. So I reso here, just so I can not have to deal with them. And oh wait, stop. I'm not gonna get that cool. Let me just do it here. I don't think I can get everything though. I think I'm running out of time, but it's fine. I got a couple kills here. Fine. Could be a mimic, so I want to be careful and be ready. It is not, it's a strength. Where's the exit? Exit is not that way. Why do you tight walk the edges? My anxiety? Well, you can't fall off. But there are potential traps more in the middle of the room, so I hug the walls as much as I can so I can avoid said traps. That's why you see me walking on the edge so much. That's one risk that you have to be careful with in Deep Dungeon is potential traps. Yeah, if you could fall off, oh my god. So one of our amazing guide makers, Meiji, who you probably looked at her written guide before, because she has the Google Doc and it's amazing. It's still really good, really accurate. She was joking in a way how she had a dream one time that she was walking down the 200th floor victory towards the bench, but she like drifted to the side and then fell off the arena and then duty failed. That was her dream. Like that's a dream. Yeah. One way to wake yourself up. It would still be hilarious if that was actually for real though. Oh, Miss Sheila, speaking of Google Docs, we had one of our viewers mention how they were using your Google Doc that you had for some of the information for Deep Dungeon, and it was helpful for them clearing. Just thought I'd tell you that. Yeah, I'm like, oh, let's go, dude. Blind and HP, auto H. Oh, but I got another. Oh, I only had one Serenity. Okay, noted. So I wouldn't want to take a course now. The reason why I wouldn't want to take a course is because of the blind. Now, there is a lot of freaking courses, though. That's a thing. So, I have also HP down. So that's the thing that causes this to be a problem. If I take any hits whatsoever, it causes this to be a really big issue. Now, the plus side is that I cannot miss with a resolution. But if I take a hit, then it could be pretty bad. Or we just pick up a rage. That also works, too. So that's the rage I used before, and I got it back. So that's pretty damn badass. Now, what do I want to do? Maybe I do Rezo and hope for the best? Let's Rezo. Because now that I got the free rage, we can kind of chill now a little bit, right? I think I can kill these now in 2 shots because of no damage now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 2 shots. Okay, that's what makes that comfy. No, hit it again. Okay, 59.9. Now, the tricky part here is that I kind of only used it for those 2, and I don't think I'm getting through here, so, I'm gonna aggro. Oh, shit! Oh, that's a bad play. Okay, bad play on my part. That was a little bit of a waste of Rezo, but at least I got rid of 2 controls. Oh, that's the exit. Okay. So, you know what? Kind of wasted the Rezo in some sense, but at least we got rid of 2 patrols. I can't complain. I decided way too long to make that strategy thing. But the rage kind of does make this a little bit more comfy, which is really nice. I missed. That's bad. That's bad. I take a hit, I'm dead. Oh, take another hit, I'm dead. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Okay, so we're gonna have a spot here because he's going to do a couple hits here. Yeah. Okay. That is that's the downside of Pictomancer right there. Lights. Okay, we have way too many palms right now. They burn the flight at the moment. Maybe I can do with the Hippogriff, because I already dealt with him once. As long as I don't miss. Which I missed. Great. That is through my shield. Patrol coming in, which is a bit of a problem. Again, I would prefer not to fight it because of the blind. Alright, see ya, Sheila. Thanks for passing by. Okay, I want to get behind these guys, pull the dragon, try to drag it all the way back here. It's kind of useful because I am waiting for my cooldowns to kind of come back up. Oh, but there's another. Do I get... Oh, I do not get through in time. Okay, so now I should have resoed this because it would have thinned it out, but now I gotta wait for these guys. I could try to fight it, but it's not gonna end well if I try to. 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. Okay, so I can use safeties and sights all the way through after a certain point. I'm gonna try to sneak behind these and try to get there, but this is gonna be so annoying because I don't know if I have a solid pull. I'm actually gonna maybe hope for a fly trap. A fly trap I could fight anywhere I want to, but I need to worry about the patrol that's going to be coming my way very soon. I need a good pull here, so I'm gonna have limited time to work with. I do have a fly trap. I can manage a fly trap. Let's go. No hesitation here. Either I kill it in time before the patrols come in, or I gotta maneuver myself. I missed twice. Gotta love blind, and then I get interrupted. And I miss again for the third time. Great. Don't miss wing, please. Okay, at least I didn't miss them. Sight is gonna be useful. Oh, Corrigans! Okay, I need to get over there. Plus the patrols are coming in soon, so let's get over there soon now. By soon it means now, after I kill this thing. You have to actually get into that room too. May as well fight in that room. I'm gonna shield up here. That's all button. Okay, gonna shield up now. It's not halfway dead. I missed so many of my GCDs. Okay, good. Use sight still blinded. Only needed one more kill, but it's fine. What the hell, dude? I didn't even click the chest. Oh my god. I like legit didn't really click the chest. I guess I confirmed it. Okay. Chill, 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 relax. Okay. I don't survive the next hit if it hits me, if it crits me. Okay. I don't know what was going on in my casting there. I think like the Corrigan was still trying to die, and then it was in mid-cast, and then I was getting all confused with my GCD, so it was really it was like really weird, but... Is Picto and is it fun? I'm having a blast. Toru, I'm having a blast solo. I am kind of a caster main in a way, so maybe I'm a little biased, but I'm having a blast with this job. Strength back up. Steel in. That's huge. I get to use that steel probably. And I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. Good luck. When it comes down to RNG crit, yeah, just cross your fingers, clench the butt, and hope for the best. Alter... I'm asking for trouble by doing this. But we'll do it. Alright, everyone's looking in the way I need to go. They're all looking this way. It's like... they're protecting. Okay, guys, move. There's something behind you, I swear. Let me just get through and then we're good. Thank you. Wow, they all cooperate. Look at that. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna Purity, and I'm gonna open with a Steel here, because if I get any no item floors, it becomes a little bit of a problem, so I'm trying to mitigate the possibility of no items. Yeah, it didn't happen, but it's fine. I think it's still worth the use here. No debuff at all. I'm gonna re-Steel. I'm sorry, I'm gonna re-Flight there. I can kind of pull anything because I am running the Steel right now. And it's nice to be able to hit stuff. Woo, that damage. Hey, thanks for the Prime, Raven! Appreciate that, dude. Hell yeah, Prime Gaming. Dude, it still hurts with steel. Serenity, oh my god. Yes, let's go. It is kind of giving it to me right now, but I'm certainly not complaining right now. Especially with the entire run today, all 200 floors in 12 hours. Let's go. I'll take it. It's been a long day today. This is flighted, and it looks like there's mimics on the exit. Yay, great. I knew I'd kind of regret this, but it's fine. We'll pull this, or we won't pull it. Okay, I didn't want to fight you anyway. Alright, well, I won't fight you, right? Thanks, bro. Alright, but we do have to deal with these mimics. Let me check the chest first, I guess. Wait, what is this busted? What's up, Mia? Yeah, welcome to... Oh, a Purity! Wow, the game is just... It's just handing it to me, okay. Which means, you know, I could mess it up. I've messed this up before. Especially right before Dawntrail. I messed up a 199 Machinist when I was raged, but... See that, Mia? Look at that damage, dude. I'm in an Overwatching? Yo, well, I hope I can... Well, I got you for a little bit. Feels like a healer in that department, though. Started with a death trap. On the edge of my seat, only good mimic is a dead mimic. Yeah, look, even with steel, it's doing quite a lot of damage, you know? That's why the kiting is so important. I'm surprised I'm not out yet. I think that's the 5th kill, maybe. Dragon it is. Look at that burst! The full burst is just so insane. I don't think I'm ever gonna get tired of that burst. Once it's all wound up, oh my god. Flappy, thank you for that follow. Welcome in. Okay, I'm gonna Purity again. Again, this is to mitigate no items, but we're in a really good shape right now. That's indeed a lot of damage. Is it too dangerous to witching Rezo mimics? It's not gonna do much, because the Rezo doesn't get the bonus damage on them, so I think it wouldn't be worth the use of that. You'd want to do a Rezo on, like, the undead, not really the non-undead, you know what I mean? I did safety, right? Okay, let me see what the exit is first. Let's find the exit before I start pulling stuff. That's a treasure room, and that's concerning. If I don't see the exit, then it's through the treasure room. And I'm currently in... Oh, wait, well, that helps. Okay, I'm currently not seeing the exit in any of these directions right now. And I don't know if I see it over there, so I'm gonna check this area first, because I can't see this area. Let me determine where we're going. I mean, they'll kill you despite the witching. Yeah, I mean, the Rezo is not gonna do that much more damage. Again, it's gonna do a lot of damage on the undead, but you'd rather just, like, especially with Pictomancer, you'd rather just take them on straight up. You can witching, but you can just take them on straight up. Alright, time to take this one out. As they say, don't pull knights. Well, unless it's dead, then it doesn't really matter. This is gonna be annoying, to say the least. Ow! Okay, Aramon coming through. I'll let him... Well... Oh, it doesn't matter, I pulled him. I think it's the only patrol? Question mark? So with the Aramon, we stay close because it will do L5 death. If I'm not close, it'll just do stone. You have to stay close to this fight. Looks like I'm gonna carve a path this way. I'm still not sure if the exit is this way, but signs pointing to be through this room. Phantom, thanks for that follow. Also, Latherize, thank you for follow. Oh, my hammer time is up. Adjusting. My strength is dropping, but I'm probably gonna re-up it when I get a chance. So what I want to pull here is the knights, because the knights are a little bit more dangerous, especially with my steel dropping. Also, I'm trying to carve a path through the right side of this treasure room, and the knights are proximity, whereas the hippos are, they are sights, so I can probably get through them. I'm gonna re-strength now. And I want to get this within the steel, so this far one wants to go, if I can get him. I'm gonna get the middle instead. Because I'd probably have to kill this one anyway. Putting his shield up because it's gonna break it. Easy. There's no other patrol. I think I killed the one patrol. Steel is dropping. I repeat, steel is dropping. That's the one I want. I really just have to get through one more floor, then I rage the rest of them. So I could probably re-up the steel, in all honesty. And I might actually do that. I'm out. I'm gonna flight. I'm gonna pull the dragon because it's in the way. Steel is now down, so I gotta watch that. I'm gonna pull this dragon because now the knights are all dead center, so I might be able to sneak around either side of this. So I'm gonna chill. I ended up wiping out the treasure room, but not too bad. Am I the dude that appeared in GDQ? I am the dude that appeared in GDQ. That'd be me. 2023. We did the Palace of the Dead run. That was probably the coolest thing I ever done gaming ever. That run was amazing. I mean, despite some of the tech issues, it went really, really well. Okay. So... Oh, Hippo... Oh, you... How dare you? That's so mean. I might re-steal here. I'll re-steal. That sucks. That was just bad... That was just bad luck on that one. I was kind of expecting him to maybe face the wall, but a lot of times when enemies hit the wall, they will turn around, because there's nowhere to go. Essentially, that's kind of what he did, but he was on like a weird angle, and he happened to turn around like 180 facing my direction. Bastard Hippo, yeah. Oh, thank you, dude. Thanks. Yeah, that run was... That was just such a cool experience. I would love to do it again, but hey, Lando. I think I'm inclined not to really open chests at the moment. I have to fight this though, because I'm pretty set in terms of like getting to the end, and I'm really excited to just get to the end right now, not creating too many risks. In all honesty, like, if you're going for scoring, this is a different mentality. You kind of want to open these chests, you kind of want to check more things. If you're going for that Necromancer clear, man, and if you have the path to victory, which we kind of do, man, just keep going, and like, you know, keep the risks to a minimum. And that's what kind of we're going for. I'm not using alterations anymore because we don't want to deal with mimics. The nerve to rotate so obtusely. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for those 222 bits. I really appreciate that, Lando. Okay, so one more floor and I am scot-free. Not to mention we just picked up another heal, so that's nice. Let's see if I can figure out the exit. It is not that way, so we're going this way. I'm gonna kill the ghost because it's proximity and it's blocking me from the right side. Oh, I opened with my Yoji's City. Whoops. Let's see. Exit here, anywhere? Did I safety? I did. Okay, so I can just walk through this room, it's fine. Oh, Gubu. Relax, dude. Probably pull him next. I just gotta make sure I have my burst wound up, which I currently don't. Could do the biceps as well. I'm gonna check the chests. Shank back again. Not complaining. That is a treasure room, so I need to investigate this room first and foremost, because if that's the exit, then I need to start working that exit. Run down the middle of every room to get Necromancer. Look, I'm sure someone actually pulled that off too. That is not the exit, so we're good. I can kind of get out of here, but both of these guys are very strategically blocking each side that I need to go, so I'll just pull you. Ow! Dude, that's with steel! I do have HP down though, to be fair. Okay, the Gubu's next. Opening with a shield, because he should be opening with a tank buster. If he breaks it on his G-City, that also works too. I'm a little concerned about the HP that he's doing right now, the damage that he's doing. He's gonna open with a tank buster, but I do have my heals here. I may actually wait for my burst just to make sure we do this okay. The HP down is kind of showing up right now. I have a double burst coming up in like 3 seconds. Open with a G-City. Oh. Okay, I have an opener with my wing. My beam, rather. I can get around you. I could also pull you. Miss Tori Talks! Yo, that is my very good friend, Miss Tori Talks. She is a unique creator. She knows how to hold a conversation. She's one of my dear friends on Twitch. Yo, what up, Tori? Guys, you walked into a pretty gnarly time. We are at 196 Pictomancer. And we have started at 1 today, and we're looking to finish this up at 200, so it's been a long day. But so far, we're looking pretty good. So hello, welcome in everybody. Thanks for shouting out Miss Tori. She's a wonderful creator, guys. She does some variety, a lot of 14. Wonderful community over there, and like I said, she's a dear friend of mine, so definitely check her out. Welcome in, guys! How was the stream? Tori, did you do MSQ? Did you do non-MSQ? What is on the table for you and your community? Welcome in, guys. I will use that. Hold on. Waiting for that AoE to come out. Fully working through MSQ. That's kind of my boot too. I'm only through like the first dungeon. I'm doing it off stream myself, but yeah, I've been having a good time with it. I want the ghosts. Okay. Coming in. So like level 90, haven't even done that. Oh, hey, it's all good, man. Savor it, you know? I've been kind of savoring it myself. I don't think I even get to chip away at more of it until like Thursday, but it's okay. I'm honestly, I've lasted this long without like, you know, any major spoilers or whatever, and I feel like I'm starting to get to that period of time when like it'll kind of die down, you know what I mean? And then people kind of talk about other things. I feel like I'm getting close to that, and then I'll just kind of cruise into the end. Jesus, okay. High kill count, got it. Wait, my shank is down. Let me get the shank back up. Okay, let's open with this one. Gotta watch my HP here. I'm gonna open with a shield. That is through the shield. Sleeping. Not me over here gathering all the things and mass craft. Hey, look, money is strong, especially with the new expansion packs. You definitely have to take advantage of that. Makes sense. Alright, out of here. Alright, guys, let's hope I don't mess this up. I got 3 rages, 3 more floors, 3 Serenities. I'm not kidding. Last Monday, when we were like our last stream before Dawntrail, I had a 199 with a Rage, and I messed it up, so you don't want to get cocky here. I'm going to go backwards, so let's start from the exit and then move away from the exit with the Rage. I'm gonna re-up the steal as well, just to make sure, so shenanigans don't happen. Pulling the Ghost first so he doesn't do an AoE on me while I'm doing a Rage. Okay, we're good. I didn't potion though, but it's fine. Just got done with that, Wicked, good luck. Hey Kenshin, how you doing? Got a raising this time? I do have a raising this time, it's fine. At work, so got a lurk, but I hope... Hey, been good. I hope you've been good as well. Busy, enjoying Dawntrail, but it'd be a good run so far. Picto has definitely proved to be extremely powerful. I'm still kind of, you know, wondering how it stacks to like a Machinist or Warrior or even a Summoner, but I had a hell of a time, and I think the damage kind of speaks for itself in my opinion. It is very strong. Oh my god, is it strong. I mean, we took on a freaking Corse patrol in like 191, no steal, no problem. Just blew him up. Didn't even get concerned on that fight. Unreal. Thanks for that follow, Hedge, I appreciate it. Alright, come on, let's finish this out. Fallen asleep, so off to sleep. Hey Astro, but for a channel I picked at random for my quest for the mounts, and was picked because it gave a good vibe. I've been listening far more intently and have enjoyed the stream. Hey, cheers. Be nice to have you return back when we're doing some other deep dungeon stuff, but I'm glad you had a good time. And have a wonderful sleep. Okay, doing the rage here. I'm gonna clear the exit, and then we go backwards again. We should have more than enough time to get enough kills here. Otherwise, we just get enough kills, like right here, which is going to be 7. Average you're looking at is like 7 to 8 is like median. It can go as high as 13. It can be as low as 4. So it's a pretty wide range of kill count. Yeah, I'm not surprised we're not out by now, but I still have a lot of time to get to the other stuff. Not yet. We're not there yet. Like I said, I botched a 199 last Monday on Machinist. So what happened to Machinist was I raged on 199. I walked through a treasure room. And all of a sudden my mind was like, oh, I don't have enough kills going to the exit. So I try working the exit room, and I completely botched it, and I died. On 199, and I'm like, oh, that was so stupid. So, I am not really going to take risks nowadays, especially on this one. Okay, I'm typing. I'm not going to take risks on this one, so... I will take Bronze Chest. Aw, thanks, Tori. Well, everyone should follow Tori too, dude. I love her vibes on her stream. She's got such a sick community, and you know, she's got her own unique way of doing content, and it is a wonderful time over there. I appreciate you, dude. Let's wrap this up. It's been a long day. I've only done a 1 to 200 once before. When I first got Twitch partner about 3 or 4 years ago or something. So this is fun. This has been a blast. Thank you. I appreciate you guys joining me for this journey. Oh, yep, there we go. This time we come prepared. Oh, witching your asses. Just to make this a little easier, huh? I'm gonna shield too. I'm gonna make sure we're getting out of this war. I'm not running risks this time. I gotta watch about the raids though. I might clear up the raids. Let me actually clear up this entire room because of these stupid raids that killed me. Come here. I'm surprised this knight didn't aggro. Okay, 2 rooms from victory. Air patrol. Also gonna bring in the in-game music here. Ghost first, not the raids. Okay, walking. Punching. Okay, it's fine. 18 seconds. Nope, I'm out. Open chest. Okay, clean. Picto done. Nice. And you guys are here to witness that. Let's go. 1 to 200, just under 12 hours. Pretty chill run overall, but man, Picto is strong. Picto is strong. I don't know where to put this. Like I said, we were just saying that. I don't know where to put this in the grand scheme of all the 21 jobs, but Look, you guys saw it in action. You guys can figure it out for yourself if you want to. You know, what does it do, what's it capable of, and see if if it's up your alley. That's one reason I like doing these runs. Sometimes I just leave it up to you guys to decide. But strong job, very strong, very strong. Look at how pretty this place is. Let me get my screenshot. I need my thumbnail screenshot, you know. I actually like this glamour quite a bit too. This is a really good glamour. I fixed this up yesterday. Good glamour. Alright, let's get out of here so I can record the score. At the end of the run, this score, if it shows the scoreboard, you get it uploaded to Lodestone. If you don't know, there is a website for actually this is official. Not a terrible score. Yo, let's go. Nice! Let's go, all 200 done. Ah. That was a fast 191. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for witnessing that. That is Picto. We got the DC on Sunday, and then I came back today. Hell freaking yeah. Good run. I felt so much better on Pictomancer Palace than I did Heaven on High. Wow, thanks, Velden. At least someone appreciates me. Just in time for the mount drop. Hey, cool! Wait, okay, well, I'm gonna chill for a little bit, alright? So what's 97%? A couple minutes? I still gotta find someone to raid. Well, we'll find someone, hopefully, in the directory, and hopefully I can drop you off to someone that's not doing MSQ spoilers. But yeah, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for... A lot of you may have hanged in from, like, Zepla's raid. And thanks for chilling. I mean, you know, we still had, like, 54 since then. If some of you hang till then, appreciate that a lot. I hope you had a good time. This is what I do in this channel, a lot of deep dungeon, a little bit of variety, but a lot of deep dungeon. We're going to be back tomorrow, 3 PM Eastern, roughly about 12 hours from now. And we're going to be doing Viper Heaven on High. I'm going to see how that goes. That's going to be my first attempt at Heaven on High for Viper. So, I'm still alive. I'm still done. I'm not even mad. If you guys are interested in deep dungeon solo yourself, come on over, join the Discord. I post a lot of my own guides about how to do deep dungeon, how to do this in deep dungeon, how to farm your Ixtab, how to farm your potsherds. That's all on the main YouTube channel. We also do have a variety channel because I do some variety gaming as well. So if you guys are interested in engaging with this content in the future, you know, especially with the new deep dungeon potentially coming next year, look, I like to think solo is your place to go. We are the community for the solo, so if that interests you, come on down, check it out. I'll put the thing on YouTube as well. And I hope you guys got your drop. Sorry, I mean I'll be here, like I'll be streaming 14 all month. So if you want to come back and get it that way, cheers. If you want to find someone else to do it, all good. Thanks for all these follows, guys. Holy moly, I really appreciate it. I had such a blast today. And I'm glad you all had a good time and enjoyed. And I hope you had a good time and enjoyed. But yeah, thank you so much. So that is kind of it for me. I'm gonna go try to find someone, hopefully. And again, if anything, if you guys are still kind of close to that mount, we'll get into we'll definitely try to find someone that is not spoilers. But let me see who we got. Let's see. Nope, you're starting MSQ. You're in MSQ. Ooh, I have one I could go to that isn't an MSQ, so that's gonna work out. So let me just check anyone else here. You're an MSQ. Thankfully, the thumbnails aren't like super aren't super spoilery. That's nice. Thanks for all these follows, guys. Holy moly, I really appreciate everyone being here, and I hope you had a good time. Really do. Will I do another GDQ? I am not against the idea of doing another GDQ. I'll be honest, that was a complete bucket list goal of mine to be like, I want to be on this event. And we got it. And I was so excited for doing it. And it's not that it's like less exciting now, it's just like not as high of a priority, if that makes sense. But I am so game. If the opportunity shows up and I'm able to do it again, I'm in. I'm totally in for it. So I'd love to. The opportunity just has to come in. Okay. I wanted to go here, but I think they're in a higher quest, so no. Okay, let me take a look at a friendo of mine that I've raided a couple... Oh no, they ended. Oh shit, they ended stream. Okay, alright. Well, you guys can farm a little bit on the thingy while I really try to find someone to drop you off to that isn't doing main story. Ooh, I can go here! Okay. I got someone. I have a good friend over here who we're gonna drop you off to. Oh, this is perfect. Okay. So, guys, there is someone in the Final Fantasy XIV directory if you haven't met them, okay? They are literally the greatest Namazu VTuber in the directory, and they're really cool dudes, really funny, very nice community. So if you kind of like the vibe around here, you'll like this streamer, and I'll drop you off over there. They are currently doing leveling, no MSQ. I think they're leveling Viper, so they should probably be... They'll probably be safe for you guys, so if you want to avoid MSQ, they got you. We're gonna go to Mr. Quan. Quan23, he's a cool dude. We haven't met him, he's a cool dude. So we'll go visit Mr. Quan. He's kicking ass right now. He will, likely the only Namazu, the one and only Namazu VTuber. So we'll go over to Quan. Hey, I hope if you got my raid message or just dump whatever the heck you have in terms of emotes, spam his channel, say hi to him. I hope to catch you guys next time. You know, I hope to catch you guys somewhere in the future. We got a huge Deep Dungeon solo docket. First we take out these jobs, and then I go back to the old jobs. So it's gonna be a big month. And hey, if you guys are engaged with Savage, you want to avoid those spoilers. I don't do Savage. I just do Deep Dungeon. So we'll get you covered. Thank you so much for these follows, guys. Let's say hi to Quan. Say hi to him for me, and I'll catch you next time. Long ass stream. I'm going to bed. Raid now. See you guys.